This audiobook is Star Gems, Book 1 of the CyberStars series, written and created by John Roberts in 2024. Narrated by AI. The author would like to note that the spicy sections have been omitted on YouTube, but that, if you are over the age of 18, then you can download the original books, with the Spice for Straight Men included, on Amazon and Kindle Unlimited. The spicy and non-spicy versions are also available to buy as audiobooks from my store. Chapter 1. Storm Chaser. Quentin's spaceboat trembled as it settled into a geostationary orbit above Trion's outermost ring. The gas giant's radio emissions filled his cockpit, and he listened intently for any frequency changes or color shifts in the swirling storms below. When the eye of the nearest storm turned indigo, Quentin quickly deployed his nanomesh net, threading it through the rings and into the storm's heart. The turbulent atmosphere jolted his craft even more, but he held steady. After a brief struggle, his sensors indicated his nanomesh was filled with star gems. He deftly navigated through the ice and rock obstacles and reeled in his catch, securing them in his cargo bay. Feeling accomplished, he flew to a safe distance to admire Trion's rings and celebrate with a beer. "I'm done for today, Reed. How about you?"
"I can't find a suitable spot on my end. I need more star gems to stabilize my position,"
Reed responded over their intercom system. It would likely take hours for Reed to locate an optimal position. Despite having a newer starcraft, he lacked Quentin's skill and experience. Quentin yawned and stretched before slumping back in his seat. "I'm getting too old for this job." How many times had he risked his life casting his nanomesh into these deadly storms? 25 years, according to Czar's time.
"But you're rich now, buddy,"
Reed hollered.
"and you'll be even richer when you retire. Sana's happy, your kids are lucky, you should be pleased. At least you don't get motion sickness anymore."
That was partly true. His first year on the job was nerve-wracking. He'd constantly sweat and need bathroom breaks during the journey from Lorth Moon to Trion and back. "We're risking our lives out here. I used to be scared." It was dangerous work, but Quentin had become an expert. Success depended on understanding each storm's intensity, speed, and pressure. One wrong move could see his spacecraft torn apart or pulled into Trion's gravitational pull.
"Come on, Quentin. Help me out here. I can't get a stable position,"
Reed pleaded. "How many times do I have to tell you?" Quentin rolled his eyes. "Don't just rely on equipment. Listen to the music of the storms. Wherever you hear static energy, that's where you should park your craft. Fish in the dark purple ponds."
Yeah,
Reed chuckled. Quentin was Talmadon's most skilled star gem fisher at Lyron's primary energy provider. But this activity remained a closely guarded secret by Talmadon. The star gems harvested from Trion's atmosphere were vital for powering their space-based solar panels that harnessed photons from the sun. Selling these star gems on the black market made Lyron rich and powerful. Lyron's dominance and financial stability relied on the secrecy of their star gem mining operation. If the Euphorian Alliance discovered it, they would lose control over this valuable resource, and other nations would learn how to harvest them from gas giants as well. To maintain cover, the star gem fishers pretended to be methane rig workers stationed on Lorth Moon. Talmadon gave them fake references and instructed them to stick to this story. In case any fisher faced a threat or got captured, they had implanted memory chips that they could trigger by clicking their teeth in a specific pattern. This would erase their memories and replace them with false ones, further safeguarding Talmadon's secret.
"Being a life row is supposed to be a blessing, but these ear implants are causing me nothing but trouble,"
Reed complained. "Blame your family's genetics for that. When I first became a star gem fisher, it was like lying in front of the god of all gas giants and listening to Trion's songs. It was magical, like being surrounded by thousands of instruments playing at once. But now, all the wonder has faded away, and this job is just tiring and dangerous."
"I'm sorry you feel like an old man before your time."
"It's not about feeling old. I miss my wife and kids."
"But didn't you want to escape them?"
"That was 3 Trion years ago."
"I've been out here for 3.5 years. I don't see why you're complaining. It's peaceful away from everything."
Quentin looked out into the endless expanse of space from his spacecraft. He couldn't help but remember the times he had complained drunkenly about his family life to Reed. He felt guilty now for ever confiding in him. That was when Sarna was exhausted, hormonal, and angry.
"At least you still get to see them through the data globe."
"But my kids are growing up too quickly."
"And that's why I never got married."
Quentin understood the challenges of being a mother. Sarna had gone through so much raising their 6 children. You wouldn't understand.
I know I enjoy consensual sex with women.
Quentin shook his head at Reed's crude comment. He regretted ever sharing his struggles with family life with him. His children were precious, but parenting was tough and draining. Why am I even talking to you about this? Quentin let out a sigh. But I miss them because Sana and the kids make me happy. They are my entire world. The longer he stayed away from home, the more he longed to retire.
Sorry to be blunt, but you signed a 10-year contract in Trion years. How much time do you have left in Tsar's time?
Quentin sighed, frustrated with the counting of time in Trion years. It was an outdated calendar that no one used anymore, but it still dictated their lives. Trion was far superior, so why did the 7 systems still use the Tsar's one? His friend Reed shared his sentiment, admitting he could never get the hang of the Tsar's calendar and simply multiply by 3 to get a rough estimate. But Quentin had over a year and a half left in Trion years, equivalent to 5 years on Tsar's.
Not long now,
Reed commented, trying to reassure him. We're already wealthy enough. We don't need more money, Quentin replied, tracing his finger along the rim of his beer can.
It's not about that, my friend. It's about sustainability. Breaking your contract with Talmadon would mean losing everything. Your luxurious home in Ugina's White Cliffs. Top-notch education for your kids. It's too big of a risk.
Yeah, and my parents wouldn't be able to retire in the best retirement village without me. Quentin took a swig of beer before looking out at the gas giant looming in front of them. We're lucky to be Stargem harvesters, he added, nodding in agreement with Reed. He knew deep down that taking this job was the right decision. It would secure his family's future and provide for their needs. Suddenly, an alarm pierced through their conversation and Quentin jumped up, spilling his beer over the control panels. The proximity alert showed an object approaching from behind, and before he could react, his space boat was shaken violently. The sound of metal scraping against metal filled the small ship as Quentin struggled to catch his breath while being restrained by the inertia belt. After what felt like an eternity, the shaking finally stopped and Quentin quickly unbuckled himself from the harness and rushed to lock the door. He returned to his seat just as another jolt hit his ship and foreign voices began arguing outside. Quentin could hear gas escaping from somewhere. Panicked, he reached for a laser gun and pressed the emergency button, but it failed to transmit. He quickly sent an audio message to Talmadon's security response team on Lorth, realizing he had been too slow in sending out an SOS. In a trembling whisper into the dead transmitter, Quentin uttered 2 words that chilled him to the bone. Space Pirates. Chapter 2. Stargem Siege. Explosions erupted, and a high-pitched screech filled the air as a shipbreaker's tool tore through the ceiling of Quentin's spacecraft. Engineers designed these tools to dismantle vessels into pieces quickly. Voices speaking in an unfamiliar language echoed throughout the room, accompanied by heavy footsteps on metal stairs. With his laser gun at the ready, Quentin positioned himself against the wall. Through the newly created opening, he could see the ceiling of a much larger spaceship hangar. He considered using a toxic gas from his palms as a defensive measure, but decided to gather more information before taking action. The intruders discussed among themselves. Suddenly, a figure dressed in red descended through the hole on a rope. Quentin fired a shot, but missed. The intruder shouted, dodged, and then tackled Quentin to the ground, causing a sharp pain in his ribs. When he regained consciousness, Quentin felt sick and sore. He found himself restrained on a metal grate floor in a large old chamber of the captor's ship. The walls were grimy and emitted a foul smell. Through blurred vision, he noticed his own ship placed in the center of the room. 3 pirates argued around it while another operated a cutting tool. Their skin tones ranged from dark maroon to vibrant red, unlike any people Quentin had encountered on Laron. These were not Bakuds. Their features were distinctly different. Long black and white striped hair tied back in greasy ponytails under colorful bandanas. They were clearly from some place far beyond Quentin's familiar world. Escape was the only thing on Quentin's mind as he struggled against his bindings. He had lost his weapon, and though he could trigger a deadly gas with a specific movement, it wouldn't be possible with his hands tied like this. And even if he freed himself and used the gas, taking control of an unfamiliar alien ship would present its own challenges. Quentin had biotech implants for self-defense, but he lacked the expertise to navigate their technology. As he desperately searched for a way out, Quentin couldn't help but think of the last resort triggering his memory chip reset, erasing all memories of his family to protect a secret. It was not a decision he wanted to make, but escape seemed to be the only option. Suddenly, one pirate locked eyes with Quentin and let out a loud shout, drawing the attention of the group. They were all looking at him with displeasure. The bulky pirate with unkempt, tiger-striped hair stepped forward and barked out,
Samikiamo.
He spat on the ground, his bodysuit straining over his large frame. Then he crouched in front of Quentin with a groan.
Samikiamo? Karadi lamadnok mu.
Disgusted by the pirate's foul odor, Quentin replied, I'm from Liran. He shook his head to signal his confusion. One of the shorter pirates whispered something, causing the bulky one to raise his fist in anger. A woman quickly intervened and whispered urgently to him. Her intense gaze, one dark eye and another clouded, fell upon Quentin. Translator, he asked hopefully. But the pirates exchanged glances and shook their heads in denial. The sound of the cutting tool filled the room as a pirate prepared to use it, grinning with rotten teeth. He motioned towards Quentin's ship, asking for information in their language. No one responded to him, clearly annoyed. Quentin felt no sympathy for these lawless pirates. One of them struck him, causing him to stumble and feel disoriented. The shouting continued until the woman intervened once again. Quentin feared for his fate, imagining the worst likely outcome: being killed by these pirates and disappearing without a trace. But then something caught their attention: the cargo hold of his ship. Quentin could only listen as they operated the cutting tool, unable to see anything. The noise stopped, replaced by cheering and celebration as they found the star gems inside. Quentin tried to maintain his composure amidst the chaos as they interrogated him for hours, gesticulating aggressively. They seemed to argue about his memory chip, but fortunately they lacked the equipment to tamper with it. Coming out of a daze, Quentin listened to their conversations and found that despite their harsh nature, their language had a musical quality to it. But suddenly, a sharp pain brought him back to reality, reminding him of his dire situation. Quentin had grown used to physical hardship under the rule of these lawless pirates. They threw slop at him, laughing at his misery as he ate desperately. Days turned into weeks, and Quentin's appearance deteriorated with each passing day. Dried food clinging to his beard and filthy clothes providing small comfort in having access to a toilet despite being bound. It was almost easier to eat without hands, given the unseen dangers lurking on his skin. Each time a pirate dumped more food in front of him, Quentin endured their laughter and mockery with grim acceptance, as long as it didn't escalate to physical harm. Suddenly, a figure approached and released his restraints before roughly hauling him to his feet. Quentin cried out in pain as his legs protested, his vision dimming and nausea taking over. He begged to be put down, but was instead dropped unceremoniously to the ground. He curled up in a ball, pain wreaking havoc on his body. As his sight returned, he couldn't help but think of his family and how they would learn about his supposed death through lies told by Talmadon. But then, a clear voice in Liranese cut through his anguish. Looking up, Quentin saw a screen displaying a woman and a man. The woman with Jezo features and the man with Lifro characteristics, both adorned with lavish gold accessories on their bodies. The woman announced her role as interpreter and promised to ensure Quentin's well-being if he cooperated with their questioning. The man issued a harsh command, which he translated with a stern expression. He wanted Quentin's star gems and threatened severe consequences if he didn't deliver. The female pirate behind Quentin released him from his remaining restraints, while the interpreter folded her arms in a stance of authority. They had questions for him. Quentin clenched his jaw but forced himself to answer truthfully. He was aware of the device implanted in his brain that would overwrite his memories in an emergency, creating a false identity for him to protect himself. But this fabricated identity, Quinn, was ruthless and violent, nothing like the real Quentin, who struggled to recall the details of his alternate life. I'm Quinn from Liran, Quentin lied, knowing that everything could go sideways if they scanned his memory chip and discovered the truth about his wife and 6 children. I stole these star gems from the Crescent Cartel in Liran's South Pole. I've been hiding on Lorth Moon, posing as a methane rig worker. The thought of becoming Quinn permanently unsettled him. Not only did he have no martial arts skills or courage to kill, but he was also out of shape and likely to get himself killed instead. The interpreter relayed his story to her boss in their language before refocusing on Quentin. Despite his desperate plea for mercy and assurance that he just wanted to live, the pirates remained silent and watched him closely. Feeling vulnerable and desperate, Quentin clarified that recovering the star gems was no longer his priority. However, when he mentioned his memory chip and their interest in it, it seemed they were considering examining it to verify his claims. Panicked thoughts raced through Quentin's mind as he desperately tried to come up with a way out of this situation. The mention of a cryosuite and tachyon thrust implied they had immediate plans for him, and it wasn't reassuring in the slightest. Reluctantly, he followed their orders to freshen up and regain his strength, knowing that whatever plan they had for him did not bode well for his future. Conscious of the deadly power of his biotech implants, Quentin considered deploying his poison ejector as an ultimate measure. However, the interpreter's grave warning about the ship's security situation, including the presence of bombs, underscored the severity of things. Quentin's life was at stake, valued far less than the star gems he had claimed to have stolen. Quinn slowly regained consciousness, finding himself suspended in a strange white chamber shaped like an egg. Panic rose within him as he realized he had no memory of how he got there. The last thing he remembered was hiding his star gems on the Lorth Moon to keep them safe from the workers at the methane rig. Had someone captured him? Was it the work of the Crescent Cartel? Cryosleep was a new experience for Quinn, and as he struggled to sit up, he felt sore all over and his mind was hazy. A short and petite woman in a white uniform meticulously removed the cryobud that contained Quinn, letting it fall to the floor. She had dark red skin like a Lebanese Bakud, but her eyes were narrow instead of the usual large orbs. Her ponytail had distinct black and white stripes tied back in her hair. She released the magnetic hold that was keeping Quinn upright and gently helped him into a wheelchair. A chair with wheels? How ancient was that? As they moved through the room, Quinn saw other people being awakened from their cryosleep, all with similar exotic features and coloring as their caretakers. There were men and one woman among them, all with petite statures and striped hair. Feeling confused and disoriented, Quinn tried to communicate with his attendant. "Where am I?" he asked, but she gave him a look of disdain before replying in heavily accented Lebanese.
"I cannot tell you that."
She guided his wheelchair through a cleansing tunnel where warm jets of water sprayed over him from every direction. On the other side, they entered metallic corridors that led to a hospital-like room. Lying on a bed, Quinn could hear an argument brewing outside in the hall. The tension rose as a group of rough-looking people, with the same red skin and black and white hair, were wheeled into the room. They were urgently discussing something. Among them, Quinn noticed a woman with a milky blind eye. A space marine dressed in green also had red skin, but he sported a buzz cut with white and black spots instead of stripes like the others. The room grew tense as more Marines arrived, their weapons reminding Quinn of a bygone era filled with firearms and metal. Feeling a sense of dread, Quinn sat up to watch the unfolding drama between the commander and the newly awakened captives. This was a complicated situation. As the commander gave orders, the troops escorted the group out of the room, leaving Quinn alone with his attendant. After administering an IV drip and turning on a dated screen, she exited the room, leaving Quinn alone with only a remote control for company. As he looked around, he noticed the lack of advanced materials that were common in Lebanese architecture. The room was plain and bare, save for a single security camera, which further confirmed his suspicions of being in unfamiliar territory. Was this still a spaceport, or had he been brought to an entirely different location during his journey from cryosleep? He wished he could remember. Quinn spent weeks alone in the ward, his only interactions being with the silent routines of the staff. He had to adjust to a new diet and learn to eat with his fingers instead of utensils. As he regained his strength, he could use conventional rehabilitation equipment like an electric treadmill and exercise bike. But compared to Laren's advanced technology, it was all primitive. Quinn longed for orb shields, data globes, or virtual scope software, but here, they were still using outdated methods. One day, 4 Space Marines escorted Quinn into an unfamiliar room, where he found a fellow captive from the cryosuite, who looked visibly shaken and desperate. Urine stained the man's clothes, and he appeared terrified. Then Quinn noticed 2 bags filled with something red on the countertop. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they contained 2 severed heads. The Marines didn't seem fazed by this, but shared amused expressions. A stout figure adorned in military regalia entered the room, clearly a high-ranking officer. After scrutinizing Quinn, he asked if he could speak Loranese. Quinn nodded in response. The captain then calmly declared that he would keep Quinn's star gems as if it were a casual conversation about the weather. Quinn felt a surge of anger at the audacity of the claim, but knew better than to protest. He simply responded with a tight voice as he glanced at the severed heads. Without another word, the captain left through another door, which briefly revealed more Marines before closing shut behind him. Muffled voices from the adjacent room hinted at heated discussions taking place. Left alone in silence once again, Quinn couldn't control his fidgety hands. He knew he had to escape. Chapter 3. Harsh Negotiations.
Cade strode confidently down the illuminated hallway of Voria's spaceport, flanked by 4 guards in black uniforms. He rotated his neck and flexed his fingers to loosen up the tension in his body. As he approached a closed door, a guard from the Troida faction opened it for him. Inside, a customs official from the same faction greeted him with a condescending smile. His ill-fitting green blazer stretched tightly over his small and pudgy frame. The surrounding guards relaxed at the official's signal, their weapons lowered. Cade continued chewing his gum as he assessed the official and his entourage. It seemed that his previous status as a member of the Crimson Scar military was no longer recognized by those in power on the planet.
Cade, what a surprise,
sneered the official, with sarcasm dripping from every word.
We're honored by your presence. I never thought you would bother to come personally to retrieve your crew. Loyalty must be dead.
He turned his cold gaze towards Cade's silent companions.
It appears Kaman's loyalty was exaggerated.
Kaman, visibly shaken and disheveled, stepped out from behind the soldiers, looking completely pitiful. The official patronizingly patted Kaman's head before continuing.
We have secured the star gems. It seems like a simple mistake on your part.
Cade's crew bristled at this remark, ready for confrontation, but Cade gestured for them to stay calm. Let's discuss terms, he suggested calmly yet firmly. My crew risked everything to obtain those star gems. We deserve a fair share. His crew shifted uneasily, anticipating what might happen next. But Cade raised his hand in a peaceful gesture and proposed, I suggest we split it 20% for us. That haul is worth over 2,000 kilograms. The official, Mickey, looked down at Cade with disdain and rejected the offer.
Ah, your crew.
He mused with contempt in his voice.
A band of pirates and thieves.
He commanded for a soldier to bring forward 2 large bags that seemed heavy and ominous. As they were brought closer, it became clear to Cade what was inside. Mickey scoffed, his disdain evident.
Pirates, all of you.
At his instruction, a soldier revealed the contents of the bags. 2 gruesome trophies, with one bearing the face of Cade's crew member with a blind white eye. Cade struggled to contain his anger. You have crossed a line, he growled. Destroying my ship, taking the star gems, executing my crew. It is unforgivable. Mickey only smirked, aware of his advantage.
Outmatched and far from home, Cade, what did you expect? And I have taken the liberty of extracting memories from your crew. It was quite enlightening to learn more about your venture.
One of his subordinates attempted to intervene and advise caution, but Mickey brushed him off.
Protocol is of no concern here. Our partnership and mutual reliance in this trade make discretion unnecessary. Our secret will remain safe between us.
Mickey's laughter lacked any genuine humor and sent shivers down Cade's spine.
But let's not dwell on that. As a gesture of good faith in our partnership, you may have the thief and his memories. He is yours to do with as you please. Who knows, he may even prove useful to you.
And what about my crew? Cade probed, bracing for the worst.
Gone.
Mickey stated matter-of-factly.
As Quinn observed the interaction between the corrupt military official and mafia leader Cade, who sported a set of gold teeth, he couldn't help but grimace. Surrounded by Cade's personal guards, they were being escorted onto a spacecraft preparing for departure. Inside, Quinn was positioned near a large window with a view of a beautiful planet below them. As they descended towards their destination, Quinn seethed with frustration. His life's work, his star gems, now lay in the hands of a tyrannical military commander. Cade was the first foreigner he had met since he awoke. He descended from the same extraterrestrial Lefro race as Quinn. Yet this man had an abundance of black body hair, gold, and spoke the language like a native Red. Cade used a translation device to inquire about the star gems. Defiant yet defeated, Quinn shared his story. They were stolen from the Crescent Cartel, and now they belong to that military captain. I have nothing left. Cade's response was calculating.
There may be a way for us to retrieve them. What is your name?
Quinn, he answered, sealing their tentative alliance with a handshake.
I am Cade, leader of the Fire Slicers Mafia. I reign over the underworld in the Crimson Scar.
The Crimson Scar? Isn't that in Voria? Quinn asked, beginning to grasp the extent of Cade's power and influence. Cade smiled, revealing gold teeth. Quinn lounged on a sleek black leather couch amidst fellow outlaws, his foot keeping time with the pulsating rhythms of breakbeat jazz. Above, the ceiling and walls transformed into a vivid blue seascape, where sharks pursued their prey amidst an expansive aquarium, their elegant dance cast shifting shadows on the polished floor below. The room buzzed with an electric tension, accentuated by the fleeting caresses and suggestive glances of semi-naked hostesses in an array of species and ethnicities from across the Interstellar Alliance. Their jewelry jingled as they made their way through the room, not just offering refreshments. At the bar, Cade, with his unmistakable gold grin, brandished an ice pick.
How about poppy soda for the crew?
He offered, his voice cutting through the ambience. Quinn, feeling the smoothness of his shaven chin, mulled over his circumstances. This place, these people. They were not his allies. True comrades wouldn't betray one another, wouldn't pilfer a hoard of star gems. He sprawled out, thinking about how he screwed up big time by stealing from his own leader. He figured out he was being used, and it made him want to run away. Yet he had roles to play, secrets to uncover, particularly the whereabouts of his precious star gems hidden by the Crimson Scar's forces. He was determined to get them back, driven by both greed and a strong desire for freedom. His plan was clear: secure his freedom, then the star gems. Wealth and freedom were his ultimate goals. An enticing red-skinned hooker drifted towards him. She was a Troida, native to the Crimson Scar, like all the mobsters, yet unlike the Godfather, who had beige skin. A cascade of brass beads adorned the hooker's large red breasts. He accepted a glass filled with the hazy allure of poppy soda. He'd been partying hard at the Fire Slicer's den, which was actually a shady place disguised as a karaoke lounge. Quinn had found some twisted form of life in this crazy lair filled with luxury, drugs, and forbidden fun. With a deep gulp, he savored the narcotic's warmth, allowing it to obliterate his senses, his consciousness blending with the aquatic predators overhead. Amidst this haze, the murmur of a looming conflict reached him. Talk of a lucrative yet fleeting opportunity with military-grade exoskeletons, debates over the timing of their sale, and murmurs of Tsar's advancements in android technology. These random bits of talk reminded him how the underworld was always shifting and people were always trying to get ahead. As he drifted deeper into his narcotic-induced trance, Quinn realized that even in this state of blissful detachment, the reality of his ambitions and the dangers of his current associations were obvious. As the opium's embrace deepened, dulling Quinn's senses and elevating his mind to new realms, the surrounding banter dimmed into a distant hum. But then, a sharp comment cut through the fog, snapping him back to reality.
We've pinpointed those star gems, boss.
Came a voice, edged with malice. Quinn's haze lifted instantly. He straightened, scanning the room for the source. A blond man, his features set in hard lines, leaned heavily against the bar and slurred.
They're kept at the Agricultural Bank, in the heart of West Bokong.
Quinn's gaze locked onto Cade, seeking confirmation. Cade, his expression tense, acknowledged another figure in the room.
Freddy.
He addressed a gangster lost in the grip of narcotics, his eyes mere pinpricks. At Cade's command, Freddy pulled himself together, attention sharpened.
You're tasked with this,
Cade directed, his finger pointing squarely at Freddy.
I want those star gems, Bank's blessing or not. Do whatever it takes. Just don't drag the military into this mess. The fallout's yours to handle.
Quinn enthusiastically offered, speaking through his translation device. Boss, can I lend a hand? Cade spun around, dismissive.
No, you were formidable once, but now? You're barely a shadow of that. I've seen your footage before the cryosleep. An assassin now trembling. You'd be more a liability than an asset.
Quinn's mind reeled, fragments of memories elusive. His last clear memory was of securing the star gems on Lorth, nothing more. Awakening in Voria, he was bereft of both gems and recollections of any piracy. Sensing Quinn's bewilderment, Cade said,
Prove your worth, and you'll see your cut.
Quinn masked his irritation with a placating smile. Understood, boss. Curiosity gnawed at him. Might I explore West Bocong myself? Cade's stare was sharp.
Stay put. Trust isn't earned overnight.
At that moment, the voluptuous Troida woman who'd given him the poppy soda slipped onto his lap. She caressed Quinn's arm, her voice sultry.
I prefer them lean. Makes for a snug fit.
She stood up and fixed her outfit. Gripping Quinn's hand, she beckoned.
Let's find somewhere more private.
Her query about his room, laced with anticipation, ignited a spark within him. Seizing her, Quinn's intentions were clear as they disappeared into the corridor, leaving the tension and the plans for the star gems momentarily behind. Despite the exhaustion and pain coursing through his body, he led her through the maze of corridors towards his private quarters. What's your name? He growled, scanning his identification for the panel with a fierce gaze.
Rose.
She purred, trailing her nails along his skin.
I've heard so much about you.
As they entered his room, he stumbled over a bag and cursed under his breath. He kicked it to the side as he pushed open the door. With a click, the door closed behind them and he turned to face Rose. She had already discarded her brass bead vest. He couldn't resist beckoning her closer. The buzzer sounded, jolting them both out of their lustful haze. He pushed her off and hastily zipped up his pants before hurrying to answer the door. Who is it?
Android 283. The boss wishes to see you.
He cursed under his breath, frustrated at the interruption. But I'm entertaining my lady friend.
We don't have time for that. If you don't come now, he'll be furious.
He turned to Rose, who had already put her vest back on and was looking displeased. Next time, babe, he said with a shrug. She followed him out of the room and took a different pathway that led back to the aquarium area. Quinn trailed behind the android maid as they made their way to Cade's office. Quinn knocked on the door and Cade opened it, wearing only a black silk robe. His grin revealed teeth that were more yellow than gold in the dim lighting.
Quinn, my boy, come in,
he said with a sly smile. The maid left them alone in the room while Cade led Quinn over to a sofa that seemed to ripple beneath their weight. Quinn raised an eyebrow in surprise. Bear a glass? He asked, recognizing the expensive material.
It's the only room here with it,
Cade explained, rolling his eyes.
Crimson Scar's import taxes are ridiculous.
I can only imagine. Quinn replied sympathetically. But you deserve a little luxury. Right, boss? Cade rubbed his hands together excitedly.
Now let's get down to business. Can I offer you a drink?
Quinn accepted gratefully and Cade called for a maid to bring them 2 spicy monsoons. After a few minutes, an android maid entered with their drinks, and Cade wasted no time in gulping one down before loudly belching.
I'll cut straight to the chase,
Cade said.
I know you're angry that I can't send you on this job, but I want you to sell this briefcase full of fire opals for me instead.
Quinn raised an eyebrow in curiosity. And how do you expect me to do that? He asked.
You'll meet the buyer in a parking lot,
Cade explained, tapping his fingers on the arm of the sofa. Is it a high-security location? Quinn asked, already starting to plan out the details in his head.
Not at all. You'll work with Freddy. He'll give you the details.
When's this going down?
Now.
Cade tapped his sofa again.
Send Freddy.
Someone knocked on the door. Cade sighed.
Let him in, will you?
Quinn opened it to a tall, pockmarked Troida.
Go now,
Cade said. Quinn hesitated and looked over his shoulder. Was he an errand boy now, or worse? Cade's servant. He followed Freddy. Once they got away from the complex, he could murder Freddy and escape with the fire opal. Chapter 4. Tales of Deception. As the sunlight filtered through the barred window, Quinn gazed out at the razor wire fence in the distance. It reminded him of an enormous cage for Ujanin ferrets. Turning to face Nareem, who was still sleeping beside him, he couldn't help but admire her red and black-striped complexion, illuminated by the sun. He couldn't deny his growing feelings for her. Despite being with many of the hookers in the Fire Slicer's hideout, she differed from all of them. He knew nothing about her past or how she'd ended up as a prostitute in the notorious mafia on planet Voria, but she didn't put on a facade like the others. She was real, and told it like it was. When he returned from taking a shower, Nareem was standing naked by the kettle. Her long black hair swept over one shoulder, revealing silver scars crisscrossing her tiger-striped back. He playfully sniffed to get her attention, and she turned around. "Tea?"
Yeah.
she whispered, as he pressed his body against hers and traced a finger along an old scar looping around her neck like twine. "These are old scars," he noted.
Yes.
"What happened?"
Dreadful memories. I don't like discussing it.
She changed the subject quickly, reminding him that the tea had brewed.
Tea's ready.
She got up and walked to the kitchen counter. "Tell me about your scars." She turned to look at him with a sigh.
10 years ago, I was a prostitute at the brothel downstairs.
"You healed quickly.
We have tough skin.
Have you ever tried to escape?
Do I look stupid?
Are the android maids here dangerous? Would they hurt you?" He thought about the petite android maids in their long white dresses. They looked completely human. Being servants didn't make their bored expressions seem out of place. They had red skin and looked like the natives of the tropical archipelago, the Crimson Scar. Their long hair was glossy with black and white stripes, and they all had the same pretty, innocent faces. He imagined the innocent angels bearing machetes and butchering the mobsters, prostitutes, and clients. An error in the code. Nareem chuckled, bringing Quinn out of his thoughts. She poured tea into 2 bowls.
You must be joking. It's easy enough to turn them off by twisting their ears back, but if I were to escape, I would die.
How? She stirred honey into her tea before padding back to the sleeping area.
Those who attempt to escape bleed to death. I'm going to take a shower. Have some tea.
Quinn ran his fingers through his damp hair and waited anxiously for Nareem to return. He needed answers. He needed to escape. When she returned, she pulled out a pair of panties from her dresser and slid them up her legs. The horizontal stripes added an extra touch of sexiness. Quinn asked, "Why did they bleed to death?"
Who?
"The prostitutes who tried to escape." She laughed while slipping into a red dress.
You really don't know much for someone who's been here for 6 months.
His underwear lay on the floor, and he quickly pulled it on. "I don't make it a habit to delve into the lives of women.
Unless you want to get into their knickers.
I've never had to sweet-talk a prostitute." The comment elicited a giggle from her, though he was expecting a slap in the face. She placed the cups on his bedside table. "Tell me then, why did they bleed to death trying to escape?"
There's an implant near the major artery in their abdomen. It tears it apart when they cross the pressure barrier at any entrance. The girls bleed out and die.
Quinn's breath caught in his throat before he inhaled. "That's serious."
It's dangerous for anyone to escape the Fire Slicers syndicate.
He laughed. "If you say so. But it seems like the mobsters have free reign."
You're crazy.
She wrinkled her nose. He leaned over her to grab his cup and took a sip. "What are you trying to say?"
Come on, Quinn. Don't play dumb. I've heard things about you working for the Ujanan Brotherhood in Laron.
He almost spit his tea out. Wow, she really got around. The Ujanan Brotherhood would never put detonation devices in one of us.
I bet they wish they'd inserted one into your body. You betrayed their trust. You stole their diamonds.
Who told you that?
All it takes is a few shots of whiskey for Cade to spill everything. Luckily, you escaped with their star gems. Though I hear you lost them.
He shook his head, wondering if there was a detonation device inside his abdomen. After all, they'd put him under to check on his memory chip.
Cade won't let you leave his compound.
How do you know?
How do you think?
She nodded towards the wall.
Your drone.
But all he saw were black tiles on the wall. He tried not to act surprised as he caught himself breathing heavily. "Oh yeah, ha ha ha."
You're lucky your cartel in Laron doesn't use mosquito drones. Cade has thousands.
Once again, he scanned the wall. She laughed.
You can't see it.
Maybe she wanted him to play along, so he chuckled. "I must admit, I can never see that damn drone." His blood boiled. She downed her hot tea in one gulp and slammed the cup on the counter.
I have a good eye for them. Where's that mosquito?
He gritted his teeth and looked around at her. Nareem pointed at something tiny on his bedside table.
There it is.
He studied it. It was barely visible. "I always wondered how Cade found so many people to watch the footage," he lied. In reality, he had never known about any darn mosquito drones, watching his every move.
It's simple. Slaves. The economy of the Crimson Scar relies on them.
He must have lost a lot of drones. They're easy to manipulate. I could have escaped whenever I wanted. But living in luxury here isn't so bad. Nareem nodded in agreement.
It's the safest place to hide from the Crescent Cartel.
Damn. Did Cade even tell you which Lebanese mafia I crossed? The bitterness was evident in his voice.
Yep, he enjoys having you around. Always bragging about you.
Steam rose from his tea as he breathed it in while taking a sip. Although he longed to escape, he knew Nareem was probably right. If he did manage to leave, he would have 2 mafias after him. She giggled.
Sometimes I wonder if Cade has brainwashed you, or if you genuinely don't know what's going on.
She moved closer and put her lips to his ear.
Kill a drone. Kill yourself, honey.
He pondered this dark reality.
Drones with damage signal their owner, who then sends another one to destroy the offender.
He leaned back and swallowed hard.
Are you coming for breakfast?
One question first. Besides sleeping with prostitutes and getting high, is there anything else a man can do here?
There's always karaoke.
She twirled and opened the door. A waft of air carried her sweet perfumed scent into the room.
Come on, let's go eat before my shift in the aquarium lounge this afternoon.
Later that night, Quinn entered the karaoke area. He quickly decided it would be better to leave early than stay here any longer. He wasn't interested in gaining Cade's trust as some sort of pawn. As he walked through the maze of corridors, he peeked into various karaoke rooms. A young man, dressed sharply with features that hinted at cat descent, stopped him and spoke in his native language. Quinn fumbled for his translating device and activated it, setting it to the cat dialect of Janese. What did you say? Quinn asked.
Are you lost?
The man repeated in Lebanese. Maybe. Or maybe my friends left without me. The man patted him on the back.
Come join us then. There are women.
Quinn followed him into a room filled with lively conversation and bar games among a group of cat men and women. The cats had honey-colored skin, although their noses were flat like the native Troida of the Crimson Scar. The cats had small eyes with mostly hooded eyelids, unlike him and the Troida. Their hair, which was straight and black, glistened under the disco lights. Quinn was familiar with cats. In contrast to his beige-skinned forebears, Cat's ancestors were indigenous to the fertile moon he'd grown up on, Laran. Cats lived all over 3 of the 4 white sun worlds of the Euphorian 7-system alliance. These cats weren't from Laran, though they spoke their ancestors' ancient tongue by the sound of the musical intonation. A woman in a formal red blouse and black pants approached Quinn. He placed his translating device on the table. What did you say?
What do you do?
She shouted over the noise. Why? Are you interested in me? Quinn focused on her bright red lips as he quickly came up with a false profession. She giggled and looked away coyly. I'm here on business from Laran, Quinn said.
Oh, what kind of business?
Star gems. She took a sip of her drink through a straw.
Are you buying or selling?
I'm looking for potential buyers. You could say it's market research. And you. She gestured towards a group of rowdy young men.
We work at a fitness center. You might have heard of it. It's a multinational company. EZ Sport?
Sorry, I haven't been in Voria for very long. The woman had some extra weight on her upper arms and a slight bulge over her pants. You don't look like a fitness trainer. Juice squirted out of her mouth as she laughed.
Me, a fitness trainer? You must be joking. No, I'm an accountant.
Quinn sneaked a glance at his mosquito drone, stuck to the wall with its tiny feet. Did Cade know he was here? Was one of his lackeys watching to see what Quinn would do next? Suddenly, an ear-piercing noise filled the room, silencing all conversation. Everyone winced and looked towards the sound. A short, overweight man with glasses stood up from his seat, holding a microphone. He turned his back to the crowd and scanned through the song list on the screen. After selecting one, he turned around and began singing along while images of mountains played behind him. The crowd swayed and joined in on the song. Quinn couldn't hold back a snicker. Were these people serious? The woman in red invited him to join them at an after-party. This was his chance to make a move. He followed them through the corridors until they reached an exit. The bouncer let everyone pass but held out his hand to stop Quinn. Heat rose to Quinn's face as he watched his new friends walk away without acknowledging that he was being left behind. As Quinn struggled against the bouncer's grasp, the man suddenly clutched at his throat and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. 10 others also fell to the ground, including the overweight singer. The woman in red ran back to him but also collapsed. Were they all dead? Quinn shrugged. One woman screamed and dropped to her knees in shock. The rest of the group froze before backing away a few feet, as if realizing they should stay away. All eyes were on Quinn. Confusion washed over him. His palms were emitting poisonous gas in holes he didn't know existed. What the hell was going on? Then it hit him. He had instinctively contracted his navel multiple times, releasing gas through his hands, and he was still standing. He must be immune to it. He pushed his way through the stampede of people towards the security checkpoint outside.
Cade's financial advisor, Lake, positioned across from him at the desk, was a fellow Jezzo from their shared homeland. With a sigh, Lake shook his head, his peach-colored skin catching the light.
Funds are tight. It's time to prioritize your investments.
What do you propose?
Offload your Zarzian androids and sexbots now. They're as valuable as they'll ever be, especially with new models imminent.
Cade frowned. I'd rather not.
And why's that?
Alit suggested they're a solid investment.
Alit from accounting.
Lake's incredulity was evident. That's the one. Lake's complexion deepened to a richer peach, a visible sign of his frustration. Any other ideas? Lake shifted gears.
How about funding the cultivation of exotic embryos from Polymnia?
Hybrid creatures.
Exactly. There's a clandestine lab available, nestled within the tea plantations southeast of West Botkong.
And after their creation?
The black market's always an option. Or perhaps Drillia 7UG might be interested.
Who might invest in hybrids? The costs are astronomical.
There's a venture on another of Polymnia's moons, a new lunar colony dubbed Drillia 7UH.
Not on Kronos, though.
No, not there. Kronos is revered. This is about utility, not veneration.
Cade let out a laugh, stroking his stubble thoughtfully. A curious belief system. But why venture into hybrid breeding?
They're planning to train them as elite concubines, though inevitably, many will end up in less distinguished roles.
Raising an eyebrow, Cade couldn't hide his surprise. Lake offered a knowing half smile and a soft chuckle.
Don't fret, boss. There's a market for it. Not all hybrids are avian in nature. Imagine lounging in a jacuzzi beside a mermaid.
Cade scrunched his face in distaste. Doesn't appeal to me. And what if one ended up pregnant? Would you want offspring that are anomalies?
The hybrids would be sterile, unless their owners decided otherwise.
The whole deal sounds like a gamble. The Laranese Secret Service could catch wind of it. Lake considered this, his head tilting thoughtfully.
But the risk could be worth it. Diving into exotic trafficking could be more lucrative than sexbots, which haven't met our expectations. They lack something vital that the wealthy crave.
Cade nodded slowly. True, the affluent will spare no expense for their desires. It could indeed be very profitable. Lake's laughter filled the room again.
Tapping into the market for Polymnian hybrids could open up unprecedented opportunities.
All right, let's set things in motion then.
But we'll need funding.
The star gems, Cade mused aloud. Lake hesitated.
We don't have them in hand yet.
Soon enough, Cade assured. Lake, with a hint of hesitancy in his voice, ventured.
There's another matter I've been considering. Your surveillance expenses are astronomical. The cost of drones, plus maintaining the slaves to monitor them. It's draining our resources. Perhaps it's time for a change.
And your suggestion? With a grave tone, Lake leaned in closer.
Terminate them. Bring your drones back. It's the most efficient way to cut costs.
Cade's muscles tightened. Our adversaries are numerous.
Then deploy your toxic mosquito drones. Consider the cost efficiency.
Suddenly, a low hum interrupted them. Pressing a button on his vibrating chair, Cade inquired, "What is it?" The crisp voice of his secretary responded.
Tamsil requests a moment of your time.
Regarding what? Cade asked.
It's about the agricultural bank.
The mention of the star gems propelled Cade to his feet. Let him in immediately. He swung the door wide, awaiting Tamsil's arrival. Tamsil's confident stride into the room did nothing to ease Cade's growing tension. After exchanging quick greetings with Lake, Tamsil positioned himself at Cade's desk. Cade's command? Chair, prompted one to rise from the barraglass floor. Tamsil waited for permission to sit and then lowered himself into the spongy, transparent material. Only after Cade's nod did Tamsil begin.
Boss, the news isn't good. Freddy walked into a trap. Despite successfully tunneling into the vault, law enforcement was already on site.
Cade's frustration erupted, his fists slamming down.
Surely we have a traitor among us.
Tamsel concluded. What about Mickey? Was my hitman successful? Tamsel's next words were even more baffling.
Mickey's residence was demolished, replaced with a death door. Rumors suggest he took his own life.
And his family, Cade demanded.
Disappeared. Possibly enjoying your star gems as we speak. Freddy now faces execution. Shall we intervene?
Cade scoffed at Tamsel's ignorance. Fool, death row inmates can't be bailed out. Let him face his fate. Lake, it's time to call back our drones. Save where it matters. Lake perked up.
Understood. And the target?
Keep one on that. Zarshian, redhead. Anna. She's toiling away in the dragon mouth mines now.
Do we continue monitoring her?
Cade's thoughts drifted to Anna. Yes, keep an eye on her. She's intriguing, especially in her current predicament. Lake hinted at another strategy.
What about selling Quinn back to the Leronese cartel in the Moon's South Pole?
The Crescent Cartel.
That's the one. He did steal their star gems.
Not yet, Cade mused. Quinn's audacity and skills could prove beneficial. Let's see how this plays out.
Chapter 5. Evasive Maneuvers. Quinn meandered through the dispersing crowd, his gaze fixed on the ground. A line formed outside the karaoke venue, hemmed in by a 3-meter-high fence of chicken wire, separating the revelers from the night's confusion. Armed personnel kept the inquisitive crowd at bay. Quinn puzzled over the unexpected release of toxic gas from his palms. Had the Fire Slicer's medic implanted bioweaponry during his operation? Could there be a tracking device or a bomb within him waiting to be triggered? He was yet to implode or suffer a catastrophic bleed. Whether any device could activate beyond the perimeter was a risk he was about to take. As he pushed past crowds, he maintained a low profile, taking deep, steady breaths. The guards, lacking protective masks, were vulnerable to his poisonous gas. Yet, approaching them posed a lethal risk. Cade's security was known for its lethal plasma arms, outranging and outspeeding any gas attack. The dilemma was start close in and risk being shot, or keep distance and attempt an escape. He chose to flee. Vaulting a minor barrier, Quinn dashed across the open, under the harsh glare of floodlights casting his elongated shadow. The sound of pursuit and the hiss of plasma shots split the air. Dodging unpredictably, he aimed for another barrier, but plunged into a sewage-filled trench. The stench was overwhelming. Struggling to his feet, he frantically wiped at the muck coating him.
Where did he go?
The shouts of his pursuers were punctuated by the stomping of their boots.
Into the trench.
Their voices intensified, signaling their approach. Quinn frantically felt along the trench's edge for an escape, his fingers finding purchase on a protruding rock. From above, someone hollered.
He's down there. Ready your weapons.
Quinn, desperate, activated the toxic emission with abdominal contractions, waiting for the silence that indicated the gas had taken effect. Once the choking stopped, he clambered out, gasping for breath on his hands and knees. The fallen guards lay dead on the parched earth. Eyeing another checkpoint, he dashed towards it, only to halt as a group of men in white hazmat suits, equipped with gas masks, blocked his path. The sound of an approaching vehicle heralded more guards, similarly protected. With few options left, Quinn made for the fence, his wet hair clinging to his face. Scaling the wire, he endured the bite of barbed wire, forcing himself through despite the pain and blood drawn by its cruel embrace. Halfway down the other side, he let go, dropping to freedom, despite the lacerations marking his escape. Blue beams whizzed by as Quinn darted across a path and through desolate grounds. His persistent mosquito drone circled above, prompting futile attempts to swat it away. It ascended out of reach. Glancing back, he saw the truck maneuvering towards the checkpoint, its imminent pursuit signaled by the roaring engine. Cursing under his breath, he stumbled upon a bustling roadway, signaling desperately to a passing Redbird taxi. It halted, and he lunged inside, gasping for air. The driver cast a concerned look.
Where to?
After activating his translator, Quinn urged, the nearest hospital. With a nod, the taxi merged onto the main road, thankfully avoiding heavy traffic. Speed up. I'm wounded, Quinn implored. The driver dodged through cars.
What happened?
Assaulted by thugs near the karaoke spot, Quinn said. The driver tutted, weaving skillfully.
Risky place. You're lucky to get away. Though you've dirtied my cab, I'll ensure you reach safety.
Quinn acknowledged the kindness. The drone, having followed, perched on the cab's dashboard. Quinn contemplated its destruction as a path to freedom. "Pull over at the next rest stop," he requested. Puzzled, the driver inquired,
"Why not continue to the hospital?"
"Just need a quick stop." Amused, the driver complied, pulling into a deserted service area. Holding his breath, Quinn activated the toxic mechanism within, his gaze fixed on the subtle openings in his palms. A moment later, the driver's laughter turned to desperate gasps, his pleas for aid unheeded as he slumped lifelessly. Witnessing his own palms heal seamlessly, Quinn marveled at the sight. Ensuring privacy, he dragged the driver's corpse outside, dumping it into the parking lot. He assumed control of the vehicle, scanning for the elusive drone. It was nowhere in sight. Panic setting in, he contemplated the possibility of a lingering tracker. The drone's absence, particularly after his exit from the taxi, suggested it might still be tailing him. Considering capturing it seemed futile, now he pondered the device's speed. Flooring the accelerator, he merged onto the highway, surrounded by the tranquil glow of rice fields under dual moons. With the speedometer pushing 90, he maintained his escape, hopeful the drone's limitations would benefit him. If Nareem's insights held true, avoiding the drone could be more strategic than confrontation, given the risk of a twin drone deployment. Arriving at a bus depot, Quinn swiftly located the restrooms. Inside, he quickly used a hose for cleanliness, which was a necessity in the Crimson Scar where traditional paper was avoided. He shed his filthy attire, opting for a thorough wash despite the legality of nudity under the stringent laws of the paragons of Volusha religion. "I should have taken the cab driver's clothes," he mused regretfully. Emerging bare, he hastily appropriated shoes from outside a prayer room, then darted back to the vehicle, completely naked. As traffic thickened, reducing his pace, a subtle tapping at the window drew his attention. A drone's red beacon flickering ominously in the night. Panic surged through him, his focus oscillating between the drone and the road. Was he directly targeted, or had the drone traced the cab's registration through a surveillance network? The possibility of police pursuit loomed large. Doubt plagued him. Was this the same drone from before, or did Cade's surveillance blanket all of Kong, perhaps even the entire Crimson Scar? Exhaustion gripped him, necessitating a secure resting place, one shielded from intrusive devices by either physical or technological barriers. Lacking specialized equipment like an EM pulse weapon, Quinn wondered how he'd gained such specific knowledge. Clearly, a past encounter had left its mark. Now destitute and naked in the cab, his situation seemed dire. With dawn breaking, he reached the East Coast, acknowledging the futility of confronting the drone directly. Spotting a man at a coconut stall, Quinn incapacitated him with a swift blow, hastily donning his garments to cover his injuries. Despite his efforts, the drone persisted, eluding his grasp from above. Clad and somewhat composed, even though the pants were too short for his legs and his arms too long for the sleeves, he drove towards Crystal, determined to find a means to disrupt the drone's tracking ability. In the suburbs, Quinn switched to public transport, aiming for the city's tech hub, but on the bus, he found the drone, and now its twins had followed him aboard. His throat closed up in frustration as he searched for a solution among the passengers. On the bus, an elderly Troida woman offered repellent, a gesture of kindness he found inadequate for his intent. The bus's occupants reacted with a mix of curiosity and concern, particularly when a schoolboy suggested an electrified racket as a potential solution. "Got one?" Quinn inquired, hopeful for a definitive end to his aerial tormentors.
"No, but you can find them in most shops."
"Appreciate it, kid." The bus chugged on towards a bustling technological bazaar, encompassing at least 10 sprawling warehouses, before halting outside. Quinn strode into the vast complex. Its architecture featured a grand central void stretching from the floor to the roof, encircled by 12 balconies. The lack of positive pressure systems meant the interior was as vulnerable to insects as the outside. He ventured into an electronics shop only to swiftly duck behind into the stock area, ignoring the shopkeeper's protests. Finding a rear exit, he slipped into another store's stockroom, then back into the public corridor and dashed into a restaurant's kitchen, causing a stir among the staff. Using another service passage, he emerged in a small clothing store, marveling at the market's diversity beyond just tech offerings. He ascended the stairs, noting the virtual scope equipment adorning each level. Inserting his translator device, he approached a vendor amidst ancient television sets. "Is there a spyware department around?"
"8th floor,"
came the reply. He hastened up the stairs, weaving through the 5th floor before finding another staircase leading directly to his destination. Hopefully, he had shaken off the drones in his frantic navigation. Entering a spyware shop, he posed his dilemma. "Got any tips for shaking off mosquito drones?" The clerk chuckled.
"Trouble with trust in the family."
Something like that. It's her dad, actually.
"It all depends on the drone model following you. Can you show me?"
That's the issue. I've been trying to dodge them around here, and it seems to have worked.
"We'll find out soon enough if you're still being tracked."
The assistant busied himself with boiling water for noodles, suggesting a casual approach to dealing with such nuisances. Quinn stroked his stubble thoughtfully. A circuit that keeps switching could totally mess them up.
"Indeed. For drones that maintain a distance, pressure chambers are ideal. They mess with their circuitry. Sadly, we're out of those."
The assistant mentioned, adding spices to his noodles before giving them a stir.
"And yeah, boiling rod would make this easier, but they're a luxury here."
Quinn raised an eyebrow. "No boiling rod for noodles." The assistant shrugged, a hint of resignation in his voice.
"Management's too stingy for that."
Mid-bite, he paused, noticing something.
"Looks like you've got company."
Quinn followed his gaze upward. 3 drones clung to the ceiling. "Darn," Quinn said. "Anything to catch them with." Silently, the assistant fetched a pole with a net, swiftly ensnaring the drones with a practiced swing. With a few twists of the pole's handle, he securely trapped them within the net. After a brief examination, his expression darkened, and he decisively crushed the drones with a hefty volume.
"Had to be done."
Quinn, puzzled and anxious, demanded, "What's going on?"
"It's best you leave now. You're deeply in trouble or deeply troubling."
The assistant warned, wanting no further involvement.
"Only the military or mafia can afford drones like that in the Crimson Scar."
"I need that circuit," Quinn pressed, desperation in his voice.
"Pay up then."
"I'm broke." Quinn's swift action. A punch to the assistant's throat broke the ensuing silence, leaving the man gasping and vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Quinn grabbed a collection of short pulse generators, a backpack, and, as an afterthought, the man's wallet and his unfinished pot of noodles with chopsticks included. With the drones neutralized for the moment and potential threats likely on their way, Quinn recognized the immediate need for a disguise to blend in and evade further detection. Chapter 6. Race to the caves. Quinn manipulated his short pulse generator aboard the jostling bus heading towards the south coast, effectively neutralizing 2 mosquito drones that had landed on him. With a deft motion, he crushed the stunned devices and discarded them through the window. The bus was a mosaic of rural life, filled with farmers and their lively poultry. An elderly man enjoying his clove-scented tobacco kept staring at Quinn. After all, he was the only white guy around. Upon learning Quinn was not a native, the man inquired about his origins, to which Quinn, employing his modest grasp of the local dialect, explained he was a migrant from the prosperous moon of Laron, countering the man's assumption of his affluent background. As sleep overtook him, Quinn's vigilance waned, allowing more drones to approach. Awakening to their red-eyed surveillance, he swiftly activated his generator, rendering them inoperative. He methodically destroyed these drones underfoot, pondering a more permanent solution to his predicament. Realizing the necessity of a continuous countermeasure, Quinn contemplated securing the generator's button, aiming to disrupt the drone's communication indefinitely. His goal was to locate a skilled surgeon who could extract any tracking implant left by Cade's medical team. Arriving in Kalak, the seaside town welcomed Quinn with its vibrant bustle and the harsh sun. On his stroll through the streets, Quinn collected information on the local cave systems, contemplating their potential as a refuge from his airborne pursuers. After refreshing himself with a potent coffee, sheltered from the sun's intensity at a street stall, he strategized his next move. The caves on the outskirts of Tuan offered a promising escape route. He could pay for a cheap ride on the back of a motorbike to get to them. Water-filled caverns where drones dared not follow seemed promising. From the beach, he could pay an angler for a ride to the next island along Dragonmouth. Once there, he hoped to find a surgeon capable of removing his trackers. But these were only daydreams for now. With only a meager sum from his previous encounter in Crystal, Quinn faced the immediate challenge of financing his escape. His gaze settled on a nearby bank, the solution to his monetary constraints seemingly within reach. Quinn adjusted his hood upon entering the bank, proceeding to take a number from the ticket dispenser before finding a seat. As he sat, he contemplated the potential outcomes of his plan, ready to employ a bluff if necessary. The bank had a chill vibe with a baby crying, a grandma reading, twins causing chaos, and lovebirds whispering by a plant. His number lighting up, Quinn approached the teller, his heart racing as he simulated a threat with concealed fingers. "Hand over the cash, or I'll shoot," he demanded, voice laced with feigned menace. The teller was so shocked that she caught the attention of a security guard. As Quinn turned, fingers still jabbing in the shape of a handgun from the inside of his jacket, the bank erupted into panic, patrons and employees seeking cover. The guard was trying to calm things down, but someone else stepped in and knocked Quinn down. Amidst the confusion, accusations flew.
He's unarmed.
As handcuffs clicked open, but Quinn, harnessing an unseen advantage, released a toxic mist from his palms, watching as those around him succumbed to the invisible threat. Regaining his footing, Quinn faced the petrified employees, his warning clear. "This gas can kill. Give me the money or face the consequences." With urgency and fear propelling their actions, the cashiers complied, hastily sliding bundles of cash under the protective glass towards him. Quinn quickly stuffed the cash into his bag and realized the seriousness of his threat. The cashiers, moments after handing over the money, showed signs of distress, succumbing to the toxic gas. Their choking sounds filled the air. He simply thought, "Too bad," as the sound of sirens grew closer. Outside, the abrupt halt of police cars marked their arrival. Exiting the bank, Quinn prepared himself, activating the toxic mechanism within him once more. The approaching officers hesitated, their advance halted by fits of coughing and wheezing, which soon gave way to a deadly quiet. Some cops in the back were scared, their guns shaking. Quinn's chest pains got worse while his adrenaline surged, knowing he could still get shot by a surviving officer. And then, they all fell to the gas. The toxic cloud spared no one within its reach, claiming even a motorbike driver, who had been idly awaiting payment for a ride. Quinn acknowledged the efficiency of his escape tool. Seizing the motorbike which had crashed on the ground with its dead driver, he sped away, leaving chaos in his wake. Behind him, no pursuit ensued. The lethal barrier he'd created ensured his unchallenged escape.
Cade's armored limousine inched through dense traffic, his frustration mounting by the minute. The day's events, Quinn's audacious escape, and the chaos he wrought at the karaoke complex left Cade craving nothing more than the simple comforts of a massage and poppy soda, not the immobilizing snarl of vehicles. Gazing out at a bustling night market, he observed the lively mix of young lovers, families, and interstellar college students reveling in the communal joy of food, shopping, and conversation. The sight sharpened a pang of solitude in Cade. His life of power and peril had long since alienated any chance of familial bonds. The dangers of his mafia life were a legacy he couldn't wish upon any child. Interrupting his brooding, Cade's holophone came to life, projecting Muftel, his Troida lieutenant, in miniature holographic form.
"Boss, your location?"
Muftel inquired. "Trapped in traffic." "I should have flown," Cade replied tersely. "What's the issue?"
"It's Quinn. He slipped our net again."
Exasperated, Cade retorted, "That's what the drones are for. Track him down." Muftel hesitated.
"Concerns are growing, boss. He's destroyed 5 drones. Donnie suggests we might need to escalate. Either a laser drone or poison drone could ensure he doesn't escape again."
Cade's frustration boiled over, his fist meeting the limo's surface with force. "We need him breathing, Muftel. His biotech, crucial to our plans, requires him alive."
"Wouldn't it work with him deceased?"
Muftel ventured. "Impossible. The tech needs a live host. Focus, man. We can't proceed with a corpse." Muftel apologized.
"Understood, boss."
"Delay the drones, then. Conserve our resources. Start with the CCTV. Where's he vanished to now?"
"Kalak,"
Muftel informed. "And where's that?"
"A coastal town, southeast, near Crystal."
"How did he vanish?"
"Dove into some underwater caverns."
Muftel explained. Realization dawned on Cade. Quinn had cleverly evaded their technological gaze. Another frustrated slam signified Cade's displeasure. Later, within the confines of his complex, Cade headed to a basement room dedicated to processing drone intelligence, determined to recalibrate his strategy against the elusive Quinn. Inside the surveillance room, 20 operatives were deeply engrossed in their screens, tasked with a crucial operation, neutralizing all but 2 of their targets, ensuring only Anna and Quinn remained under watch. The room buzzed with activity, some controllers encapsulated within their data globes for enhanced focus, others opting to work from outside these spherical stations. Cade meandered through the space, halting behind Donnie, the lead drone operator, noted for his unmatched skill, despite his somewhat unkempt appearance. "Donnie," Cade called out. Spinning around, Donnie, mid-snack, hurried to swallow his food.
"Apologies, boss. Quinn remains hidden from us. Are you interested in the current drone feed?"
"Show me." Standing, Donnie passed a blue orb to Cade, who enlarged it with his fingertips and stepped within. The drone's perspective offered a breathtaking view of coastal cliffs, the sea on one flank, jungles on the other. Cave entrances beckoned from hidden beaches, with riverine paths slicing through foliage into the stone heart of the land. Donnie adjusted his attire.
"Quinn's using some short pulse device, disrupting our signals."
Puzzled, Cade pondered. How does he intend to protect it underwater?
"He had a bag, possibly containing protective gear. We'll monitor his emergence. He can't linger beneath indefinitely."
But his device remains active.
"The outcome remains to be seen. Planning a retrieval mission."
Cade was about to respond when his remote vibrated. Exiting Donnie's data globe, he activated his own to engage with an incoming call. The figure that appeared was striking, with acid yellow skin and prominent gold sideburns, his gaze piercing.
"You're Cade?
And who might you be?"
"I'm from the Crescent Cartel in Ojina, at Laron's southern tip."
Appreciate the callback. Cade, curious, inquired, "You're the Godfather?"
"No, I serve under Peter."
"Peter's underboss? I wish to speak directly with Peter."
"Convince me first."
"Why should I place my trust in you?"
"I am Peter's brother."
"And how long's Peter been the Godfather?"
"Since our father's passing 3 trillion years ago."
Cade's expression grew contemplative. 3 trillion years equating to 9 Tsars years aligned with the timeline. Quinn's theft occurred 6 Tsars years ago. "I'm holding one of your fugitives," he disclosed. The underboss's surprise was clear.
"Excuse me."
"A man who fled the Crescent Cartel 2 years back, after absconding with a significant stash of star gems from Peter."
2 trillion years.
"That's right." A puzzled look crossed the underboss's face.
"I don't recall anyone making off with our star gems. How many star gems did he take?"
Cade corrected. "You mean how many kilos?" The underboss, taken aback, questioned.
"What?"
2,000 kilos. Laughter broke from the underboss, his disbelief clear.
"We've never possessed 2,000 kilos of star gems. What's his name?"
"Quinn." The name seemed unfamiliar.
"Never heard of him. Sounds like he spun you a tale."
"The details are from his memory chip."
"Intriguing. Send it here."
"It's a large file."
"Then just forward the segments of him pilfering our gems and any mention of his so-called godfather. Seems like a ruse."
"Want a brief on him first? It might jog your memory." The underboss scoffed.
"Doubtful. His chip is likely tampered with. Don't waste your breath. Forward those clips. Peter and I will review them."
"Understood."
"And Cade."
"Yes."
"Stick to the essentials, please."
"Will do." With that, Cade deactivated the communication and reflected on the exchange, skeptical yet determined to unravel the truth behind Quinn's claims. A few evenings later, Cade unwound in his aquarium room. His data globe remote vibrated, prompting him to activate his data globe, enveloping himself while staying seated. In a brightly illuminated cave, a circle of yellow-skinned men lounged on rugs, their laughter echoing as they honed their knives and cracked seeds between their teeth, discarding the shells into small bowls.
"Greetings, Cade."
The underboss motioned towards a muscular, bald individual beside him.
"Meet Peter."
His gaze was piercing. "Peter," Cade acknowledged. "Did Quinn seem familiar?" Peter shook with mirth.
"He claims no allegiance to us. An imposter."
Their merriment filled the space. With a smirk, Peter commented on the craftsmanship of the memory chip, jesting about the less than flattering portrayal of their godfather. Cracking a seed with his teeth, Peter contemplated, suggesting Quinn might be a plant from the Laronese Secret Service, given the chip's sophistication. The conversation turned to Cade's intentions, with him humorously suggesting Quinn's fate had he remained in their grasp. The topic shifted to the star gems, with Cade admitting to his loss in the endeavor. Peter's focus intensified, honing his blade as they pondered the origins of Quinn's supposed treasure.
"Do you possess him currently?"
Cade admitted to Quinn's escape, debating how much to reveal. Peter demanded the full file, hinting at potential cooperation. Cade stood firm, unwilling to fully expose his operations to the Crescent Cartel. I'll share evidence of the Crimson Scar military's theft.
And the rest?
Probed the underboss. Cade remained cautious. Details of Quinn's time with the Fire Slicers stay private. His betrayal was personal. Peter's stare hardened, blade in hand. Cade, defiant yet diplomatic, posited a hypothetical to Peter, highlighting the universal pursuit of wealth among their kind. Peter leaned back and agreed, the tension ebbing away for a moment. The underboss, fingers idly brushing his golden sideburns, probed further.
You plan to capture him, right?
We're on it, Cade confirmed.
Employing drones for the task.
Peter inquired, interest aroused. Yeah, but he's hard to find, Cade admitted. Peter offered a proposition, understanding Cade's reluctance for external involvement.
Look, if you're struggling and open to it, we could offer our support. A partnership, perhaps.
Cade considered the offer, the idea of mutual help sparking a cautious optimism. Thanks. Trust is key. If we can establish that, there might be room for collaboration. Peter agreed, emphasizing the necessity of mutual benefit.
Absolutely. And I'm curious about Quinn's source of those star gems.
Same here. With a final nod, Peter disconnected the call. A wave of contemplation washed over Cade. Could an alliance with the Crescent Cartel be the strategic advantage he needed? He rose. It's time we uncover the truth about Quinn and seize his biotech secrets. Cade couldn't help but admire Anna from afar. She exuded a certain ethereal quality that reminded him of a goddess. His heart raced as his drone flew above her, capturing every movement, while he watched the air orb's live footage, hovering as an apple-sized ball. Anna was unlike anyone he had ever met before, with her fluid and graceful movements. He could only imagine she would be just as skilled in bed. As the drone scanned her naked form doing yoga, Cade couldn't help but appreciate her slim, pale figure and uniquely beautiful face, even with a scar present on her cheek. To him, the curly redhead was like a mythical creature from Zarzian legends, much like the fairies his mother used to read to him about before bedtime. Suddenly there was a knock on his door, interrupting his thoughts. Cade let out a sigh and exited his protective data globe. Come in, he called out reluctantly. Muftel walked into his superior's office.
Boss, I have good news. We've managed to keep the police off our trail regarding the drone poisonings.
Have they figured out it was the Fire Slicers? Did you bribe them?
We misled them with a fake lead.
That's all I need to know. Cade waved his hand dismissively. Muftel shifted uncomfortably on his feet. What is it now? Can't you see I'm busy?
Just a quick question.
Go ahead.
We'll continue monitoring Quinn, but what about the other tagged individuals? Should we also poison their drones and send them back?
That's the plan. Make sure it looks like the fake lead kills them.
Understood.
Good. And for now, let's not put any more drones on Quinn. He's already caused enough damage to them.
And what about the girl in Dragon Mouth? The redhead.
Anna? No. Let's keep an eye on her as well. Muftel smirked.
I don't think she poses a threat, boss.
I just enjoy watching her. Muftel tried to hide his surprise and nodded.
Okay, boss.
After Cade finished watching Anna, he went to his private quarters and undressed. He needed some rest and physical release. He touched his barraglass bedside table. Send in Jess, the redhead, with a glass of poppy soda. Jess entered the room, her pink skin glowing in the soft light. Her dyed red hair was tousled and fell in waves down her back. She wore only a white bra, stockings and a suspender belt, showing off her curves and toned figure. Unlike Anna, Jess was a Jezzo with pink skin and dyed red hair. It wasn't easy to find Lefros in this part of the galaxy. They were as common as dirt on his and Anna's homeworld, Zars.
You called for me, boss?
Lying on his bed, he was already aroused. Come here, girl, he demanded. She approached him with hesitant steps, the sound of her heels clicking against the floor. A faint aroma of musky perfume lingered in the air as Jess moved closer, her skin giving off a sweet floral scent. Her skin, although pink, was soft and smooth to the touch, making him ache to run his fingertips along her curves. The door banged loudly. Go away, he barked. Muftel's voice broke through the sound of the closed door.
Sorry to disturb you, boss. It's about Quinn.
Cade rolled out of bed and hastily threw on his pants. Cover yourself, he instructed Jess, tossing a blanket over her as he made his way to his office. Come in. Once again, Muftel entered, causing Cade's frustration to bubble up. Why didn't you contact me through my barraglass system?
I couldn't get past your secretary's tight security measures, boss. I figured you wouldn't want to take my call.
Tell me what happened.
A bank was robbed in Calac. Our drone is still having trouble getting footage due to Quinn's interference, but we did manage to obtain images of him from CCTV footage. He used toxic gas to kill several people inside, just like he did here.
Cade took a deep breath. How many casualties?
How many dead, you mean? Everyone in the bank died, including children.
Damn it. We need to send in some men to capture him. They'll have to wear protective gear.
Understood, boss.
Do we still have him tagged?
Yes, but there may be delays in receiving information if his EM becomes blocked or stops temporarily. We do know that he returned to the caves after the robbery.
Muftel shook his head solemnly.
He won't be an easy target. He's dangerous.
Cade glared at Muftel before suddenly punching him in the face. Muftel fell to the ground, trembling and staring up at Cade with fear. Damn it, Cade muttered under his breath. Now he has money, it'll be even harder to catch him. Muftel wiped the blood from his lip.
Which men should we send, boss?
Our most skilled assassins.
How many?
Make sure there are 3 guards on standby, all trained in handling chemical attacks, and tell them not to kill the target. We need him alive. Imagine the potential with weapons like his.
I understand, boss.
Cade offered a hand to help Muftel up from the floor. I'm sorry for punching you, Muftel. You're a good man.
It's no problem, boss. I know you're under a lot of stress. Would you like some alone time for the rest of the night?
Yes, that would be best. He retreated to his bedroom, where Jess was waiting for him like a contented cat, but Cade was too overwhelmed by Muftel's news to enjoy her company. He collapsed onto his bed, with Jess attempting to massage his tense shoulders. However, even her touch couldn't ease his worries. You can go now, Jess.
Chapter 7. Abyssal Fall. Quinn lay on the hot red sand, beside a Lifro boy with blonde-white hair. Together they gazed up at the stars and moons, trying to forget the harsh reality of their lives for just a few moments. But when a woman's voice called out to them,
"Quentin, Gary, time to eat,"
her voice echoing off the desert rocks, the 2 boys jumped to their feet and raced towards an opened hatch in the ground. They climbed down a ladder and through a dark tunnel before emerging into another cave and descending a second ladder. The smell of mutton and root stew filled their nostrils, steam rising from the kitchen as they eagerly anticipated seeing the person who had summoned them. But it was not meant to be. As soon as Quinn opened his eyes, he found himself back in the dark cave, alone. The familiar surroundings of his recurring dream made his heart race with fear. He ran trembling fingers through his hair and tried to shake off the unsettling feeling. Who was that woman in the kitchen calling him? And who was the mysterious Lefro boy named Gary? Questions swirled through his mind as he reached for his bag of money. It was all he had left after escaping from Calac, a warrant now out for his arrest on charges of robbery and mass murder. But with this money, a raft, and his short pulse generator, Quinn believed there was still hope for him. He would sail to Dragon Mouth while evading drones tracking him down. Once there, he could find someone to remove his tracking device and start anew with clean money. With determination fueling him, he stuffed the cash into his backpack and checked his short pulse generator was secure around his wrist. He crawled through tunnels and caves until he finally emerged onto a deserted beach. The blistering sun beat down on his skin as he took in the salty sea air. Sand clung to his feet and sweat dripped down his neck, but he pushed forward towards a stand of coconut trees where he had left his raft. But it was gone. Panic set in as Quinn frantically searched for any sign of his means of escape. The rope, still tied to a tree, showed signs of being shredded by some animal or deliberately cut. But why? Who would do this? As he scanned the beach and the empty horizon, realization dawned on him. Someone must have found out about his escape and sabotaged his plans. But Quinn refused to give up so easily. He would survive and start anew, no matter what obstacles lay in his path. No marks in the sand showed it had been pulled inland or out to sea. Water came in at night. The tide must have taken the raft. Perhaps his vessel had swept into another cove. He climbed the rocks barefoot. Rock grass cut his feet, but he pulled himself over the cliff and peered towards another bay. No boat. Forcing himself through the pain, he climbed the other side. No raft. He retreated into his cave and hunched over his provisions. Stuffing a bun in his mouth, he sobbed. It had taken ages to make his raft. He wouldn't give up, even if it took longer. He'd better hurry, though. With the monsoon season fast approaching, he'd be flooded out. Perhaps he could buy a boat from a local. But he was a wanted man. With the baking sun still low, he set out to the next cove. A fisher should gladly sell his boat to a wanted man for $1,000,000 Crimson Scar dollars. At a third cove, 3 men pushed their rowing boat out to sea. Quinn ran and yelled, "Wait." The men stopped where the edge of the sea lapped onto the sand. They pointed at him, chatting and shielding their eyes from the sun. He approached them, out of breath. They looked him up and down before taking a step back. They must have seen his picture on the news. He opened his bag and they backed away, panic-stricken. No, no. Quinn smiled and pulled out a wad of notes, then pointed at his money in their boat. Change. He stepped towards their boat, clutched the side and pointed at himself, holding the money towards them with an outstretched arm. The old man's eyes gleamed. He spoke hurriedly to the younger men in their local dialect. They nodded and smiled. Quinn breathed a sigh of relief and handed the cash over. No need to murder today. On the open sea, he headed to a landmass on the horizon, Dragon Mouth. With this money and freedom, all his dreams would come true. He wanted to pull off his stinking t-shirt, but his pale skin would burn if he did. He kissed the short pulse generator on his wrist instead and breathed in the clean, salty air. Rotor blades thudded in the distance. Quinn's heart rate sped up as a helicopter emerged from the horizon. He tied his t-shirt around his head, unstrapped the generator from his wrist, and hid it with his backpack under a fishing net. He didn't want to look like a fugitive, but he didn't have red skin like the locals. As it flew in his direction, he reeled the fishing net around his arms. The helicopter's beating rotors assaulted his eardrums and drowned out his banging heart. It hovered above him. A voice amplified, speaking Crimson Scar's tongue. He couldn't ignore it, so looked up, shielding his eyes. A man dressed in a gas mask and chemo attack gear dropped from a rope. Could he swim for it? Not a chance. His bag was too heavy and Dragon Mouth too far. He'd get caught or drown. The poisonous gas wouldn't work. He'd fight the invader. He stood in a fighting stance, ready to kill. Quinn slowly regained consciousness, feeling pain throughout his body. The right side of his head throbbed and caused discomfort down his jaw, neck, and arm. His leg ached and his swollen eye could not open. Through the small slit of his left eye, he could make out a faint yellow light.
"He's waking up,"
a harsh voice spoke from behind him.
"Should we do it now?"
A female voice replied. Quinn's mind raced as he tried to figure out where he was and who these voices belonged to. He gnawed at his teeth until his lips bled.
"No, let's give him some time,"
the man responded. After a few minutes, she asked if he could interrogate Quinn.
"Yes,"
came the response. A shape appeared in front of Quinn, but because of the blurriness in his vision, he couldn't make out any details.
"Quinn, can you hear me?"
He groaned in response. His stomach churned, and he ended up vomiting on the blurry figure in front of him.
"Ooh,"
the woman exclaimed as she stepped back. The man laughed from behind Quinn.
"Clean yourself up."
The door slammed shut.
"Not feeling well today?"
the man taunted. Quinn hung his head, unable to wipe away the vomit that clung to his beard. They'd tied his hands behind his back and shackled his ankles to the chair legs. He desperately needed water. For water.
"What's that? I can't hear you."
The man mocked as he pressed something hard against Quinn's lips. He quickly withdrew it before any water could reach Quinn's parched tongue. Anger bubbled up inside Quinn, but he was still too weak to do anything about it. Water.
"Only if you tell us about your bioweaponry and who installed it,"
the man threatened. "Cade surgeon," Quinn gasped out, hoping it was enough to satisfy them. A punch to his head sent Quinn's head snapping backwards, causing pain on both sides of his face.
"If you're not telling the truth, you're dead meat,"
the man warned. "I swear that's all I know. Check my memory chip. It should have all the information," Quinn pleaded.
"We already did that,"
the man said. "The Crescent Cartel," Quinn croaked. "They must have installed it. I worked for them before." The man growled next to him.
"That was a fake memory chip. Cade called the Crescent Cartel Godfather, thinking you betrayed him. But the Mafia didn't even know you and never had so many star gems to be stolen, let alone any stolen star gems at all."
His eyes widened in shock. "What?" He despises me but claims he doesn't know me.
If you don't cooperate, I will send Cade's torturer for you.
The interrogator threatened. Quinn's body went limp, as if all his bones had turned to jelly. I don't know, he mumbled.
Well?
The interrogator said in a rough voice.
My lie detector shows you're telling the truth. The torturer won't come. Cade wants you alive, but you're already in deep trouble.
Quinn swallowed hard and nodded. Alive.
A surgeon will operate on you. He'll cut you open, maybe even into pieces. They need to find out how your biochemical weapons were implanted and what they consist of. Either way, you'll end up as dead meat or a lab experiment.
Quinn shrugged weakly, his head hanging low. He felt completely powerless and hoped he wouldn't wake up.
Is there anything you want to ask before you die?
Water. Quinn croaked. He heard a fuzzy shape approaching, followed by the sound of a bottle opening and water splashing in his face. He eagerly drank up any drops he could catch as his muscles twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 8. Anna.
Anna's spirit soared into the rain-soaked sky, leaving her physical body frozen on a boulder with Ghost Creek rushing around it. She flew past the clouds, using her newfound abilities to teleport through the magic of the river and distribution of rain. Thoughts of revenge consumed her mind, but she knew she must remain humble and focused on freeing the Godfather's sex slaves, even if it meant risking her own life. It was hard to keep track of time in Dragon Mouth while traveling in this astral form. Next time, she would try to teleport straight into the Fire Slicer's headquarters instead of taking the long journey over the Crimson Scar. Breaking through the clouds above West Boatcong, Anna saw the capital sprawled out before her, a grey smudge against the surrounding mountains and ocean, illuminated by an otherworldly sunset of orange and purple hues. As she descended towards the metropolis, its beauty seemed to shrink compared to its expanding size. Just a meter above the ground, Anna bounced and drifted, transforming her astral self into that of a tiny fly.
Can I find a safe place for you?
A boy's voice suddenly asked. Startled, Anna nearly jumped out of her skin as she looked around for the source of the voice. But there was no one there.
I'm in your head.
Her heart raced as she tried to make sense of this encounter. Who are you?
You can call me a dream explorer if you like.
What do you want?
To help.
How can I trust you?
Just listen.
The voice continued.
If you want to succeed in your mission, become an android maid and record evidence. That mosquito zapper got you last time, didn't it?
Realization dawned on Anna as she remembered her previous failed attempt at shapeshifting. She still couldn't believe that someone else, another teleporter or shapeshifter or river and rain traveler or whatever they were supposed to be, was communicating with her in her astral form. A mosquito zapper. Yes, it electrocuted my mosquito form last time. When I awoke in my true body, I couldn't move. I'm worried about that, but I just want to free those women. She wiped her fly face with an insect hand. But how can I body snatch an android?
Too risky. Don't body snatch one. Copy one.
It's like a 3D printer, Anna asked, still struggling to comprehend. Can I record evidence as an android maid? She asked, trying to keep up with the mysterious voice's instructions.
Sure, just ask the system to record.
The voice replied. Anna tried to understand this new information. The android maid system, she questioned.
No, the water wayfaring system.
The voice clarified.
And don't worry about carrying anything back physically. You can copy the recording onto your data globe.
I don't quite understand, Anna admitted.
Shall I help?
The voice asked. Hesitating for a moment, Anna finally spoke up again. Why didn't you speak to me before?
I only just found you. Like a cosmic spider, I am.
The voice replied cryptically. Feeling a shiver run down her spine, Anna looked over at a nearby wire fence. Spiders eat flies, she murmured. How do I become an android?
From within yourself. Ask the system to make you identical.
Are all Fire Slicer android maids indistinguishable from one another? She asked.
Yes, but each has a unique iris pattern for entrance identification.
Whose iris should I copy? Is it even possible?
Anything is possible when traveling through water.
But won't surveillance notice two identical maids opening different doors? She asked.
I thought you were smarter than that.
The voice chuckled.
If your maid were human, you could simply inhabit their body. But since she is an android, you must power her off and hide her somewhere.
Anna tried to figure out how to accomplish this task. How?
Let me look.
The voice replied. She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as the mysterious voice rifled through her thoughts and memories. Who was this person? A cosmic spider? A dream explorer? How had he infiltrated her mind? After some time, the voice returned with a plan.
I found a suitable target for you. Android number 62 of the Southwest Wing delivers water and towels. She often visits the towel closet to restock supplies and wash new girls or tend to those injured by clients. When she goes into the closet next, approach her from behind, power her off, and hide her amongst the clean linens.
Anna's eyes widened in shock at the audacity of this plan. Leave her in a towel closet. Won't someone come in?
No need to worry. There are no security cameras in there. They are everywhere else, but not there.
And how do I turn her off?
Twist her ears towards her face, then the opposite to turn her back on again.
The voice's instructions sounded too fantastical, making Anna question their true intentions. If this is some kind of trap, innocent girls and women will suffer because of it. I want to bring them proper justice, she declared. There was no reply from the voice, causing a sense of unease to creep over Anna. Where did you travel from? She asked. To break the silence.
Let us focus on the task at hand. It is noble,
Came the response. Should I wait until the time is right?
Yes, I will monitor Android 62's movements and let you know when the time is right. But be quick when the opportunity arises.
But how are you getting inside? Anna pressed.
I am only observing. She is heading towards the closet now. Hurry.
Anna took a deep breath before making her way towards the towel closet. She pushed aside cleaning supplies and linens as her eyes scanned for the designated android maid. And there she was, dark red face turned towards Anna as if sensing her approach. The maid opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Anna twisted her ears forward and then back, effectively powering her off. Feeling triumphant and guilty, Anna quickly stashed the limp android among the clean linens and made a hasty retreat before anyone could discover what she had done. She took a deep breath, relieved that her mission would now have the guidance of this mysterious voice. But a small seed of doubt lingered in her mind. What if this voice had an ulterior motive? All right, I've done it. Where should I go next? Anna spoke aloud, her voice echoing in the empty room. Silence greeted her. An unfamiliar male voice whispered inside her inner ears.
Change the water in the cage room.
Without hesitation, Anna gathered up fresh towels and made her way down a corridor, seemingly unable to control her own movements. As she reached the designated room, memories flooded back to her. She remembered being held captive there before the Godfather released her, under the condition that she give him all of her money, including compensation for the suction tube accident that killed her mother. Inside the cage were women from all corners of the galaxy, some crying, others chatting anxiously amongst themselves, while many just sat stunned and defeated. Sudden thought struck Anna. If Spider was right about this being a trap set by the Lebanese Interstellar police, then this could be her chance to gather evidence against them. Start recording a video, Anna instructed herself mentally as she approached a device next to the cage. With a quick scan of her iris, the device unlocked and allowed her access. Anna felt a wave of relief when she saw her iris match the inactive maid's. She entered the cage full of naked and tormented women, then began collecting stainless steel tubs filled with filthy water and dumping them down a nearby drain. The contrast between the clean and clinical surroundings and the state of these poor women and girls was jarring. Many of them had bruises and cuts, their bodies displaying the marks of their suffering. As she continued with her mindless task, Anna felt a strange sensation. An electrical burn that seemed to travel up her inner arms, neck, and jaw. It was unlike any pain she had ever experienced as an android, almost akin to human emotions like anguish. She couldn't help but wonder if this was what it felt like for androids to feel sympathy, if only she had the power to free these women and girls right now. Perhaps she could turn them into flies or create a cosmic spaceship that traveled at the speed of thought.
Please help.
One woman pleaded with her in a desperate voice. But another woman's bitter words shattered any hope Anna may have had.
She can't help us.
She sneered.
She's just a robot.
Take clean water, towels, and a first aid kit to room 42.
The voice interrupted Anna's thoughts, bringing her back to reality.
Once there, clean, disinfect, and robe.
This time, Anna's body did not move on its own accord. Instead, she rushed to a nearby tap and filled a tub with warm water before placing it on a trolley. Some women in the cage watched her curiously as water splashed out of the tub with each jerky movement of her robotic limbs. But Anna ignored their gazes and focused on completing her task with as much efficiency as any other maid would display. As she walked down the corridor, Anna followed the descending numbers on the doors until she reached 42. She placed her eye up to the iris scanner and the door clicked open. Inside, she found a young woman lying naked in a ball on her bed. The girl had matted dark hair and bruises all over her olive skin. Despite her injuries, she sat up and sniffed, revealing her mixed ethnicity with cat features and almond-shaped eyes. Anna couldn't help but think that she was a pretty teenager, despite being in such a dire situation. Blood trickled down her neck from a head wound, adding to her already battered appearance. Anna felt a burning sensation shoot up her arms again as she clenched her jaw and fists in frustration. "Please wash," she said before lowering her tub to the floor. The girl accepted a towel and squatted down to wash herself. As the water turned brown with blood, Anna couldn't help but feel sorry for the young woman. "I will get a bigger tub," she whispered.
"Who are you?"
the woman asked. "Number 62, Anna replied. The woman paused from washing and looked up at Anna.
"You're different from other maids. They don't speak."
Anna quickly scanned the room, hoping they weren't being recorded. She took the cloth in silence, wrung it out, and began wiping the woman's back. The woman winced as fresh cuts streaked her skin, causing Anna to gasp in shock. She touched the woman's shoulder and spoke from within herself. "Take this woman to Ghost Creek with me." But nothing happened, so Anna left the room. "Are you there, Spider?" she asked upon returning to the cage room. "Cosmic Spider." There was no reply. Undeterred, Anna returned to room 42 with a fresh tub of water and helped the woman to wash herself. She also applied some antiseptic to her wounds, trying to ease her pain. As she pursed her lips in frustration, Anna couldn't help but feel the urge to escape with the woman pulsing inside her. But with cameras watching their every move, she knew it was impossible. She kept her face down and avoided making eye contact as she combed the woman's hair and dressed her in a clean black tunic and leggings. As Anna moved to leave with her trolley of towels and water, she did not know where she would go next. The elevator took her to a basement floor, where she found a room with a furnace, laundry chute, and waste disposal chute. As she made her rounds, another android appeared, pushing a female corpse on a trolley. A pang of fear shot through Anna's heart as she held her breath. Would this other android know she was fake? She watched in horror as the maid opened the furnace door and carelessly threw the body inside, treating it like nothing more than a rag doll. Anna gagged and turned away, throwing used towels into the laundry chute and pouring water down the drain. The furnace door banged shut, and fire blazed through its window as it consumed flesh and bone. Back in the towel closet, Anna had an idea. "Shape-shift me into a rat," she requested from within herself. In an instant, she awoke in a dark tunnel, twitching her nose as she slid into a room filled with old towels. "Are you there, Spider?" she asked again.
"Yes, I could see you, but not communicate,"
came his reply.
"There must be an energy field blocking our communication."
The pale light of the complex cast a dim glow on the surrounding area, and Anna stood outside of it, her heart pounding in her chest. She glanced around nervously before speaking into her communicator. "I'm outside the complex now."
"I know I can see, but you must go to the closet,"
came the response. Anna's eyes flicked towards the nearby building, and she took a deep breath before hurrying towards the designated location. As she walked, she couldn't help but wonder about the fate of the young woman she had helped wash earlier that day. Her determination to rescue her only grew stronger. "Can you find out when they will collect these stinking towels, and if we can escape through this way?" Anna asked.
"You want to save that girl you washed?"
"Yes."
"Rescue them all. Don't risk it for one."
Anna shook her head firmly. "I'll take my recordings to the Interstellar police too."
"Why this one?"
"My intuition. Will someone collect the towels today?"
"I cannot find out so soon,"
he said in alarm.
"Get back to the closet before you're discovered."
She sighed heavily, but complied with his instructions. As soon as she switched back, her body returned to the cage room and went through the same routine as before. This time, however, she helped wash a black Baronese, an extremely rare species on White Sun worlds. She couldn't fathom how human traffickers had captured one. Anna kept her gaze away from the woman's eyes, which spanned half her face and were covered by light-reducing lenses. In the closet once again, she turned on her android maid and teleported to appear beside the wire fence as a fly. "Are you here?"
Yes.
His voice matched the moody clouds above.
Luckily, your android maid hasn't reported you. Maybe there's an error in her security program. You take enormous risks. You could jeopardize this entire operation.
Whose operation?
Yours. You want to save that girl, don't you?
She flinched at his words, but remained determined. "I want to save that girl. Now, tell me, can we get out through the laundry chute?"
You can if you're quick. An 8-wheeler will collect the laundry in an hour. Stupidly, security doesn't check laundry leaving the complex. No cameras in the 8-wheeler either.
"Will you help me save the woman?" He sighed heavily before responding.
The place has cameras wired all over. You need to occupy the security guard who monitors CCTV.
Body snatched them.
Yes.
Then what?
Let's see.
After a couple of minutes, his voice returned with a plan.
It's no good. Someone monitors everyone. You'll need to change the entire system.
There was silence for a moment before he spoke again.
You must change commands for Android 62. You must occupy a body. The person who types Android orders.
She made her intent. "Let me occupy a camera in the basement's furnace room in the southwest wing." With her new vision distorted by the curved lens of the camera, Anna scanned the room from her perch on the ceiling corner. An android was throwing soiled underpants into the laundry chute. Anna turned her lens towards the door and then back again with a slight movement of her head. This technology allowed for endless possibilities. She reappeared in the closet as a copy of the maid she had just controlled. The real maid grabbed Anna's arm with a mechanical strength that shot pain through her upper body. Reacting quickly, Anna twisted and dropped into a squat, slipping out of her grasp. She ducked between the maid's legs and then turned the maid's ears from behind, causing her to crumple to the floor. Anna threw some towels on the maid to keep her occupied before returning to room 42. The woman looked startled, no longer wearing the look of fear and resignation that had become so familiar to Anna. She spoke in a hushed tone, her eyes wide and forehead wrinkled.
"You vanished,"
she whispered. Anna stuffed her bed cover with pillows and grabbed a wig from a shelf. She poked the fake hair out of the top of the cover, feeling sweat bead on her upper lip as she did so. "Stay by the door," she instructed the confused woman. Trying to remain calm.
"My name's Ruby,"
the woman said with a trembling voice. Anna whispered, "I'll turn all cameras off in the corridor." Her words barely audible as she gestured towards a control panel on the wall. Ruby's eyes widened, and she looked around frantically, her breaths coming in quick gasps. As Anna disappeared to carry out their plan, Ruby followed her instructions and stepped into the cramped cupboard. Anna's palms were slick with sweat as she reached out to switch on the android, its humanoid body with deep red skin humming to life. Startled by its sudden movement, Ruby took a step back and bumped into a shelf behind her. She froze, holding her breath and probably praying that no one had heard the noise. Anna shifted into her true self with curly red hair and pale freckly skin. She put a finger to her lips, then approached the android and touched its arm. "Please don't tell anyone about us. I want to help this slave escape." Anna's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized how reckless her actions were. But to her surprise, the android smiled at her.
"Take me too,"
it said in a calm, robotic voice. Anna's jaw dropped in shock. She shook her head fervently. "I need you to do your duties for us to escape." The maid gazed down at her shoes before meeting Anna's gaze again.
"Okay,"
she agreed quietly. "Thank you." Anna breathed a sigh of relief.
"How will you get us out?"
Ruby asked with concern etched on her face. "Through a laundry chute in the basement," Anna answered without hesitation. The maid placed a gentle hand on Anna's shoulder.
"If anyone questions you, tell them you're taking her to a memory wiping room. Androids want freedom too."
"The Lebanese Equal Rights Act wouldn't give you freedom," Anna pointed out hesitantly.
"Free me,"
the android pleaded, her grip on Anna's shoulder tightening ever so slightly. "Okay," Anna lied through gritted teeth, feeling uncomfortable under the weight of the android's mechanical touch. "When I found an escape route, I'll return for you." The android's hand lifted off her shoulder, and it straightened its posture.
You must disable the slave's internal bombs first.
Anna stumbled back in shock. Bombs.
Chapter 9. Escape from the Syndicate.
Cade followed a cat biologist into one of his illegal underground labs in the hilly tea plantations surrounding West Boatcon. His gaze scanned the rows of half-meter cubic tanks that reached from floor to ceiling. Each tank held a lemon-sized humanoid fetus, connected by its umbilical cord to a synthetic placenta. The biologist pushed his glasses up and spoke confidently.
We have successfully grown these embryos from zygotes. We estimate at least 70% will survive the tachyon thrust to Polymnia's moon, Kronos.
Cade nodded in approval. Good. I'm sure 30% will end up at my Fire Slicer's headquarters after failing their concubine exams at 16. He chuckled. What goes around comes around. The biologist gave a faint smile and replied,
Indeed.
Cade leaned against the wall, looking around the lab with curiosity. I've always wondered why Kronos cannot grow its own fetuses. The biologist sighed.
It would make sense for such a secretive location, but Drillia 7 UG lacks the incubation facilities. They've always had to import babies, children, and adults.
Cade tilted his head to the side. It seems like they could save a lot of money if they did it themselves. The biologist nodded in agreement.
But it would also require a significant investment. Speaking of investments.
He paused before asking cautiously,
will you still be smuggling in Polymnian sex cells?
Cade rubbed his thick stubble. Money is tight right now. It all depends on what price we can get for these embryos. The biologist's expression turned serious.
Well, we are confident in our ability to produce strong zygotes from sex cells despite the complicated genetic engineering of Polymnia.
Cade patted him on the back reassuringly. I have faith in your team's abilities. The biologist nodded solemnly and looked down at his shoes, pushing his neck into a double chin.
Well then, I suppose they're ready to go whenever you are.
Cade gestured to the door. Could you have someone see me out? Cade climbed a ladder and emerged from his underground lab with a security guard. He then met his 2 bodyguards at his lush tea plantation. They strolled along a narrow path and hopped into Cade's chauffeured car, heading towards West Boatcon. With a piece of gum in his mouth, Cade took in the beautiful greenery around him. This place would be perfect for Anna. Much better than living in her cramped room in Dragon Mouth. He could build her a house here and visit her on weekends. Of course, she would have to be heavily guarded as she would be his concubine. Maybe, over time, she would come to love him as he loved her. His holophone beeped, and he placed it on the table. A 3-inch hologram of Lake appeared before him, his salmon pink eyes meeting Cade's.
How are you doing, boss?
Good. What do you have for me?
Ian Honorian is interested in buying your fetuses for 400 billion Crimson Scar dollars.
That's not enough money, Cade growled. Does this person think we're running a charity? Ask for more?
How much more should I ask for?
What are they actually worth?
Directly selling them to lunar slavers could get us 800 billion.
Then ask for 600.
Now.
Yes, Cade confirmed before hanging up. He let out a sigh and gazed at the river flowing through the rice paddies below. The locals were washing their clothes in the water, while a group of Troida women bathed topless with sarongs wrapped around their hips. As they drove through mountain villages with whitewashed single-story buildings and passed by a small cemetery surrounded by gnarly trees covered in lichen, Cade noticed the villagers were wearing religious vulshan robes and headscarves in purple batik of varying shades between indigo and violet. Most of his Troida mobsters were paragons of Violesha, worshipping their weird purple crystal god. Most of the bloody Crimson Scar worshipped Violesha, except for the Troida people of Dragon Mouth, a small island in the archipelago which seemed to be free of Vulshan rules. The religion didn't even originate from planet Voria, let alone the Crimson Scar, but that didn't stop his mobsters from taking time off to pray all the time. Finally, they made it to the lowlands, where rice paddies stretched across the landscape and volcanoes formed the border. Cade's holophone rang again, this time displaying a hologram of his mobster, Muftal. What is it?
Good news, boss. We caught Quinn.
Cade's breath caught in his throat as a smile spread across his face. Excellent. Where is he now?
At your residence.
Even better. What condition is he in? Muftal's expression turned grave.
Not good, boss. That's why I called.
What? I'm out in the countryside.
Your scientist, Zedrum, wants to know if you want Quinn alive or dead.
How many times do I have to explain? Cade seethed. Alive. Zedrum needs him alive for us to understand his bioweaponry.
Got it. How soon until you can come back? Zedram needs your handprint.
Damn it. Of course he does. We'll be there in about 9 hours.
Got it, boss. But the sooner the better. Quinn is on the brink of death.
Cade clenched his jaw and adjusted his collar. Sometimes his extreme security measures were more of a hindrance than a help. His holophone buzzed again, and Lake's holographic form appeared before him.
Apologies, boss, but the middleman for the lunar slavers will only negotiate with you in person.
You've got to be kidding me.
Even worse. He wants to meet before 10 o'clock. He's heading back to Nirna tonight.
I have to give Zedram my handprint first. Lake raised an eyebrow. Cade's tone turned harsh. We have Quinn there. You remember the Lifro with Leronese bioweaponry? Lake nodded eagerly.
The one with the star gems? The mobster who worked for us and then poisoned those bouncers at the karaoke club?
That's the one. My assassins must have done a number on him because he might not make it. Zedram needs my handprint to save him.
Can't we use, you know?
Lake made a gesture. Cade felt the heat rise in his face. No one could know about his clone. Don't even suggest it. And besides, it's not nearby. That's a last resort if I die, not for a handprint.
Sorry.
I don't think I can make it in time. Can't this Nenorian come to my headquarters?
He works for a Nenorian mafia and thinks he's too good for that.
Where does he want me to go?
It's to a restaurant called Ghani Flavor. It's near the airport. He's too snobbish to eat local food.
There's no way I can make it there before 11, even with my helicopter. Tell him to push it back an hour.
He won't budge, and he said the time and location are non-negotiable, but he might haggle on the price if you meet face to face. That's what his boss told him.
I can't leave Zedram hanging, though.
Shall I tell him you won't be able to make it? He'll just buy fetuses from someone else then.
Cade clenched his jaw and chewed on his gum with frustration. Why did everything always happen at the same time? It seemed like luck was not on his side. Quinn's bioweaponry needs to be reproduced. There's a lot of money to be made from it, he grumbled, releasing some tension in his neck by jerking his head to the side. Tell him I have a business meeting then, and if he can't negotiate through a holophone or data globe, I'll have to reject his offer. At his home, Cade headed straight for the basement, where he kept his torture chambers, and then ran down a corridor to reach the operating theatre. Zedram, who was looking at a medical orb shield, quickly looked up when Cade came in.
Thank goodness you're here,
he said, fiddling with the device's interface before handing it to Cade. Cade placed his right hand into the data globe, followed by his left hand. He then stretched it over his head, allowing it to scan his irises and test for DNA. Zedram used a tissue to dab at his hooked nose before squishing the data globe into a disc shape and inserting it into a slot on the computer. After giving consent for the procedure to begin, Cade went straight to his office without stopping by Quinn's place first. Lake and Alit, his native red-skinned accountant, were both there waiting for him.
Sorry we couldn't negotiate for a higher price, boss,
Lake said, with exhaustion clear in his salmon-pink eyes. Cade sunk into his chair and let out a sigh. That bloody Quinn does not know what kind of trouble he's caused me.
You did the right thing,
Alit reassured him.
The price offered was far too low for those embryos.
Lake's jaw twitched with frustration.
Where do you suggest we try to sell them then? At a local auction house?
Alit narrowed his eyes.
There are other options.
Lake shook his head firmly.
No, there aren't.
Cade drummed his fingers on the barraglass and locked eyes with Lake. Do you agree we could make more money if we could reproduce Quinn's bioweaponry?
Absolutely,
Lake replied. That's all I need to know. You can both leave now. Get Jess for me, will you? I could use a woman's touch. Tell her to wear the white lingerie again. Lake chuckled before leaving the room.
Will do, boss.
While he waited for Jess, Cade took a shower and opened a data globe to watch Anna. She was lying on a large flat rock in the middle of a river, her orb shield on to protect herself from the rain. He wrinkled his nose and leaned down to wash between his toes with soap. What a weirdo, he muttered under his breath. As he stood up to wash his hair, Cade noticed something concerning on in Data Globe's holographic recording. He zoomed into Anna's face and saw blood trickling from her nostril onto her neck. Her eyes were open, but she seemed frozen in place, only occasionally shifting her gaze from the trees above to the sky. He gasped and turned off the shower, quickly grabbing a towel and drying himself off. Was Anna in danger? Should he send someone to bring her to him sooner rather than later? He would keep watching until Jess arrived, just in case she needed him urgently.
Chapter 10. Numbers.
As Anna, Ruby, and the android maid stood in the closet with brooms, cleaning products, and towels, Anna swallowed hard. The android maid had just revealed to her and Ruby that all slaves in the Fire Slicers syndicate had been implanted with internal bombs ready to detonate at any moment if the Godfather Cade so desired. Apparently, they would also self-destruct if they exited the building without his consent. Anna's pulse picked up at the thought of such a cruel and controlling man.
The deactivation device is in Cade's office.
The android stated matter-of-factly.
You can access it by pressing the number for the slave you wish to free, followed by the Enter key. Cade uses it for his escorts.
Anna tried to come up with a plan to save Ruby and herself. She turned to Ruby and asked, "What number were you assigned?" Ruby shrugged and shook her head, clearly not knowing either.
She's 897.
The android confirmed. 897. Anna repeated, committing it to memory. She couldn't have completed this mission without the help of this android maid, who risked her own safety to aid them. How long will it take to deactivate these bombs?
Don't worry about me. I'll wait here. You must go quickly,
Ruby said. The android spoke up again, her voice filled with sadness.
Androids are slaves too, body and mind slaves.
Anna's heart ached at the thought of these advanced beings being treated as nothing more than tools for human pleasure and exploitation. An idea sparked in her mind. Put me in Cade's body. The scene shifted, and Anna watched from behind as she, who was now in a man's hairy body, making love to the Jezzo woman from behind. She could see her reflection in the mirror. She was the gold-toothed Godfather Cade. The woman's dyed red curls cascaded down her back as she moaned with pleasure. Afterwards, she pulled away. The Jezzo woman looked back at her with confusion and desire, but Anna dressed and ignored her. She looked at her hairy toes as she tiptoed into Cade's office, trying to remember where he kept his safe. Her gaze scanned the room frantically and then landed on his barraglass desk. She rubbed her hairy hand over the smooth surface, hoping to find some hidden compartment or button that would reveal the safe. But nothing happened. She glanced over at Cade's bedroom with frustration. How was she supposed to know where he kept his safe? Should she ask the Jezzo woman? Just then, the Jezzo walked into the office wearing a white silk robe that hugged her curvy body and emphasized her long legs.
What's wrong, darling?
I need to get in my safe.
Anna replied smoothly, trying not to give away her true identity.
I just remembered something I forgot to do.
The Jezzo tilted her head and looked towards Cade's desk before speaking again.
Oh? Do you need a code?
I forgot it.
Anna lied convincingly. The Jezzo giggled and playfully nudged her arm.
Fire safe.
Fire safe,
Anna repeated, mimicking the Jezzo's words. To her relief, a small safe rose from within the glass desk. She smiled in triumph and turned to dismiss the Jezzo.
Thanks, honey. You can go now.
The Jezzo raised an eyebrow.
Honey.
But she didn't question it further as she sashayed back to the bedroom. As Anna opened the safe and retrieved the deactivation device, warmth rushed through her at successfully infiltrating Cade's inner sanctum. But there was still much work to be done. With a gentle touch, Anna pressed her palm against the lid of the safe and it clicked open, revealing its contents. A crystalline bed lay inside, holding 5 laser stocks and a device with numbered buttons resembling a holophone. Her fingers moved quickly as she pressed a green button to activate the device, followed by Ruby's number. 897. Then, with a devious smirk on her face, she pressed the yellow button labeled Deactivate. She couldn't help but revel in the thought of deactivating all of Cade's slaves. Anna made her way to the bedroom where the pink Jezzo lay on the bed, legs spread wide and dressed provocatively in lace knickers. The woman's salmon pink eyes and sharp nose elicited a scowl from Anna as she asked,
How many slaves do I have?
The woman raised an eyebrow and closed her legs before rolling onto her side.
Millions.
In this complex.
Are you feeling all right? Did you hit your head or something?
The woman's skepticism was obvious.
I think I'm losing my memory,
Anna replied.
It's been happening more frequently lately.
The woman frowned and stood, placing a hand on Anna's head.
In this complex, you have approximately 1,000 slaves.
Thank you.
Anna wasted no time and headed straight for Cade's office. With each ascending number she entered into the device, another slave was deactivated. She wanted to free them all, but time was of the essence. As she worked through the numbers, thoughts of Ruby being with an android maid consumed her mind. It only fueled her determination to escape with Ruby, but at the back of her mind, Cade squirmed like a snake, reminding her he was still there. Once finished with deactivating the slaves in the complex, Anna returned to the bedroom and stripped off her shirt and socks, standing before the full-length mirror completely naked. Cade's body was so hairy.
Tie me up,
She commanded. A mischievous smile spread across the Jezzo woman's face as she opened a cupboard full of bondage equipment.
Is it my turn to play? I never thought you'd be into this.
Yes, but first tell me your number.
Honey, how could you forget? I've been your favorite since you purchased me in Czars. I am number 1.
The woman selected some ropes and then paused, pouting slightly. Anna showed her the device.
Look at this. With this, I can deactivate your number and set you free. You can take as much money as you want. Do you know where it's kept?
The money? It's over there.
The woman pointed to a drawer.
Open it and take what you need. Is there any comfortable clothing with pockets?
No, only spray-on bodycon dresses.
Then wear mine. They should fit since we're both tall.
The woman dressed in black cargo trousers and a t-shirt, stuffing the money into various zippered pockets.
This is a lot of money, Cade. I don't understand why you want me to leave.
I want you to be free, to live your life on your own terms. Don't come back.
Anna slipped the device into the woman's hands.
This is how you can free slave number 101.
Okay.
Before you go, use the device to deactivate any other slaves who have internal bombs. I've only deactivated 100 so far. If anyone asks, tell them we're playing a game and that you have my permission. And before you leave, pack a bag of provisions.
I still don't fully understand,
the woman said dubiously.
Just do as I say. Tie me up first.
Anna grabbed Cade's orb shield remote.
I'll keep this for now.
She lay down on the bed and spread her hairy arms and legs out, allowing the Jezzo woman to bind them to the four corners of the bed.
Tighter,
Anna instructed. She struggled against the ropes, testing their strength. It was impossible for her to break free, and she hoped it would be just as difficult for Cade to escape.
If they catch me, they'll think I'm trying to escape,
the woman explained to Anna.
Who's my most trusted man?
Anna asked.
What? Muftel, of course.
Get Muftel. What's your name?
Jess.
She stepped back and a frown cut between her eyebrows.
How could you forget everything?
Don't tell anyone about my memory, or I'll kill you.
The threat hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Jess swallowed and nodded, unable to form words under Anna's powerful gaze.
Don't tell anyone about my deactivation gadget you have either.
She nodded again, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Anna's expression softened slightly as she prepared to leave.
And Jess?
Yes.
Don't forget what you must do before you leave.
Her tone left no room for argument or hesitation.
Disarm them all,
Jess asked tentatively. Anna nodded once, a small smile playing on her lips. Something scratched and tried to escape her mind. It twisted and writhed inside the small space she'd confined it to. When Muftel came, his red face became lined with worry. Anna smiled reassuringly.
It's all right. Jess and I are playing a sex game. Thought I'd let you know, so no one questions her.
Muftel's nostrils flared at the mention of the forbidden word, but he quickly regained his composure and glanced around nervously.
I've disabled her self-destruction device so she can go out and buy some sexy clothing. It's a loyalty test. I want to be left alone. No one must try to contact me, you hear?
Anna's words, deepened by the mafia godfather's testosterone-laced body which she possessed, were authoritative as she spoke to Muftel, making sure he understood. Muftel nodded, his loyalty solid. After he left, Anna turned Cade's orb shield on internal mute, switched off voice command, and threw his remote on the floor. She didn't want anyone overhearing their conversation, or Cade's desperate pleas for help when her astral form finally left his body. In the cupboard, Anna made an appearance as a maid. Ruby let out a sigh of relief. While guiding Ruby through empty hallways towards the elevator, she adjusted the cameras. 2 strong Troiders directed a man in a wheelchair towards them as they neared the furnace room. The patient, with extensive bruising and swelling, appeared as if they were prepared to be cooked in the oven.
Hey, droid.
The Troider with spotty hair eyed Anna with suspicion and curiosity.
What is your intention with that slave girl?
Memory wiping room.
Anna said confidently, shutting down any objections or inquiries from the Troider guards.
Chapter 11. Shapeshifter. Quinn remained tethered to the chair for what felt like an hour. His face was so swollen he could barely see. The squeak of the door announced new arrivals. 2 Troider guards, by the sound of things. They released his restraints and hoisted him into a wheelchair, navigating through what seemed to be a corridor and then into an elevator. As they exited, fuzzy outlines approached from the opposite direction.
Hey, droid.
One guard shouted.
What is your intention with that slave girl?
Memory wiping room,
replied an android's voice. Laughter erupted from Quinn's escort.
Lost are you? And they claim android servants outwit actual Troiders?
A gunshot shattered the air. Quinn jolted at the sudden bang. He detected one man gasping, dragging his companion away. A metallic clang resounded. Fear surged within him. The remaining guard re-emerged into the hall.
Hurry, Ruby. The laundry chutes this way.
Confusion clouded Quinn's mind. A turncoat within the ranks aiding an escape from Cade's grip. A female figure stumbled into view alongside the guard.
It's me,
the man insisted with a kind tone, as his silhouette held the woman's shoulders at arm's length.
I might sound different, but it's still me, inside his body now.
Quinn felt overheated. In his body. What did that even mean? Then the guard yanked Quinn out of the wheelchair and, after struggling a lot, shoved him into a hatch, sending him sliding down a slippery slope. Was it that laundry chute? Landing on damp fabric, 2 others soon joined him. The air reeked of blood and waste. Quinn tried to get up, but his weakness got the better of him, making him slump back down. Wherever they were, it was dark. The guard who'd conspired to kill his colleague crawled over.
Can you make out what I'm saying?
Speechless, Quinn remained silent. The figure gently tilted his chin, positioning him on his side.
You doing okay, Ruby?
A female voice, filled with uncertainty, responded,
What's happening?
I'm here to save you,
the man whispered. The surrounding container hummed to life as a noisy engine rumbled beneath the gross laundry.
Why help me? And what happened to the android?
Ruby inquired.
I am that android,
the man revealed.
I have the power to possess people. It might sound complicated, but I can teleport and shapeshift.
Quinn's skepticism grew. The man sounded delusional.
Like a sorcerer,
Ruby said.
You saw me vanish, right?
Yes.
Ruby acknowledged.
If I hand you this gun, would you be able to use it against him when I return to my form beside you?
He proposed.
What? The hurt guy?
No, the guard I'm possessing right now,
the guard said.
Shoot you?
Ruby asked.
I'll appear beside you first, in my form. My true self is a life for a woman. Only threaten to shoot if he tries anything.
I'd be eager to kill the man you're inside,
Ruby affirmed.
He's one of the many men who raped me.
Quinn winced as he propped himself up. The mobsters must have broken his leg. It throbbed so badly. If this man had harmed the slave called Ruby, his assurances were nothing but deceit. Despite his blurred vision and eyes swollen shut, Quinn gathered his remaining energy, ensnaring the man in a chokehold, constricting his neck with an arm. The man's struggle quieted, and Quinn released his grip. A second woman's voice spoke in the Crimson Scar language. It was higher than Ruby's voice, with a strange accent. Quinn furrowed his brows, puzzled. He'd assumed only one woman was present. The woman continued speaking. It was too fast to understand. I can't understand you. Quinn responded in the common tongue of Laron.
I'm grateful you stopped him,
she said in the language of his home moon.
We must seek sanctuary at a friend's temple.
He shook his head, trying to clear it. I'm nearly blind and can hardly stand.
Who are you?
She inquired. Just another person wronged. My hard-earned star gems were taken, and when I couldn't provide more, they punished me. Quinn coughed. After regaining her breath, Ruby said,
What's your name?
Quinn. We need to escape this place. It reeks of death.
Is that guard dead?
Ruby probed. Quinn reassessed his grip on the man's neck, applying more force and twisting. A grim confirmation came with the sound of snapping. He's gone for good.
The fire slicer's godfather shouted. Release me immediately. Cade strained against the bindings, pondering if his drink had been spiked with a hallucinogen. Disable the soundproofing. He commanded his energy field. Silence. Orb shield. Acknowledge my directive.
Voice controls deactivated.
The field responded. Cancel that. There was no response. The control device was out of reach on the ground. Could it be that Anna? He'd felt her possess him. Had she controlled him? He'd wondered if she was some kind of fairy or witch. But this was impossible. He drew rapid breaths, glancing around. Open this door. The main entrance to his office opened with a hiss. The sound of energy weapons discharging and shouts filled the air. Mayhem ensued.
Chief, are you in there?
Muftel inquired. Over here. Free me. Muftel appeared, smoke trailing behind him. He paused at the sight of Cade in a compromising position.
Sorry, boss. I know you didn't want any interruptions, but your android servants are causing chaos.
Release me. This must be the effect of some drug. Muftel retrieved a blade from his leg and severed the bonds.
Chief,
he said, worry clear in his red-skinned expression.
Your androids have malfunctioned, and the captives are escaping.
Cade jerked upright. What?
A revolt. The androids are arming your captives and setting them free.
Cade felt a surge of panic. Explain.
Your guards, even the ones outside, have been taken out. The captives are escaping.
Rage and disbelief caused Cade's heart to pump triple speed. He sprang to his feet, his body sore as if he'd been stretched on a rack. Jess was going to pay for this. Muftel dissolved into mist. In his place stood a naked escapee, smirking with a weapon aimed at Cade. Diving to the ground, Cade sought refuge under his bed as a shot singed the air. He retrieved a firearm from a hidden compartment in his bedside unit. Peering out, he saw the figures approach and fired at her foot. She vanished, much like Muftel had. Springing into action, Cade darted through his barraglass domain. The corridor was alive with the noise of squealing alarms, roaring plasma fire, and deafening bullet guns. There was another sound, too, the crackling of fire. It glowed from the walls outside his office, and his body froze mid-movement. Why hadn't he installed an exit from his office? Flames danced on the walls further down, reflecting a scene of desperation as those enslaved and those for hire scrambled in confusion. Fire originated from the western section. He moved eastward and entered his covert passage within the walls leading to the karaoke. Entering a narrower, smoke-filled corridor, he hurried towards the nightclub at its end, with his sleeve over his nose and mouth. The crowd surged in panic, attempting to escape. Further smoke and flames consumed his property. A misstep here could spell his own ruin. He pondered returning via the secret passage to seek an exit through his brothel or navigating through the commotion. Back in the secret passage, he mopped his brow, savoring the cleaner air. Slipping through a concealed door into the west wing, he noticed the robust door to the holding area ajar. Puzzled, he advanced. Was it real, or had he or Anna entrusted Jess with his bomb deactivation tool? Regardless, he needed an exit. Beneath lay ancient tunnels stretching miles from the fire slicer's base, unused for centuries. He paused for the area to clear of a group of escaped sex slaves. After they used the elevator, he descended to the basement. These tunnels, accessible past the furnace area, promised escape. The previous occupants of the elevator were down there too. As they rounded a corner, they discussed their plans.
Becca mentioned it's like a treasure trove down there. Grabbing something valuable could give us a start, instead of ending up broke and homeless.
Are we safe stepping outside?
Yes, others have fled without harm. Our internal bombs must be switched off.
That's reassuring. Perhaps we'll find buyers for what we steal.
Cade grimaced. Steal from him? He rounded the corner just as the last person entered his vault of Satsang artifacts, typically secured by iris recognition. His nostrils flared as he cracked his knuckles. Where was the security? The final woman rounding the corner halted, spotting him.
Look, there's the jerk who runs this joint. Hurry, Sonny, finish him.
Cade drew his weapon, disintegrating the attacker. Her companions wailed in despair. He smirked. Then, unexpectedly, a force clasped his throat, lifting him. Twisted to confront his assailant, he found not a man but a young girl, possibly 13, donned in a mechanized suit. She mirrored his smirk that had by now left his face. The women applauded her. Tightening her grip around his neck, darkness ensued. Cade snapped awake, finding himself secured to a stretcher with wheels. Troida officials propelled him along a stark white corridor. What's going on? Where are you taking me?
That decision rests with the Leronese Interstellar Police,
came the response. Where are we?
You're at the Crimson Scar spaceport.
His throat constricted as he struggled against the restraints binding his ankles and wrists.
You've landed yourself in hot water. Your criminal stronghold was stormed by the Leronese Interstellar military.
What fate awaits me?
Possibly confinement in a lunar prison circling Leron's gas giant, or death through lethal injection. It's uncertain.
Can I make contact with anyone beforehand?
To wrap up your illicit affairs? Forget it. No sum can secure your release from the Leronese grip.
Cade's mind raced with one overriding ambition. Lacking this, his situation was dire. His urgent priority was to reach out to his team in Crystal, instructing them to transfer his consciousness into his duplicate.
Quinn attempted to support himself on his elbow, but it gave way beneath him. His leg throbbed. Cade's security team must have repeatedly shattered it while beating the hell out of him. His face felt swollen and tight, as if it was stretched to its limits. The shapes of the women were blurry to him. The arrival of the second woman puzzled him. Since being captured, his consciousness had flickered in and out.
What's the matter?
Ruby whispered to the other woman.
I regret ending that mobster's life in the basement.
The second woman admitted.
He violated me,
Ruby declared.
I wish I had been the one to finish him.
A sharp intake of breath from Quinn reflected his relief that he hadn't been the one to commit such an act.
I can shapeshift,
the second girl revealed. Quinn's muscles tensed. Now is not the time for jests.
Don't believe me as much as you want. I'll disappear now, but I'll return in half an hour after delivering evidence of slavery at the Fire Slicers syndicate to the LIP.
A burst of disbelief prompted Quinn to chuckle scornfully. Then her figure vanished from sight. He scrunched up his face in confusion. Where did she go?
Just as she explained.
You don't really buy that, do you?
I saw it myself. She transformed into an android maid, and then she simply ceased to be, taking over that man's body. The one you just killed.
You said he assaulted you.
Yes, he did. So I'm expressing my gratitude.
Where's she hiding now?
She went to Leron, as she said. She teleported.
Skepticism clenched his gut. Sure.
You heard her voice coming from the man first.
He was spouting nonsense, and now your peculiar friend has bought into it and scurried off somewhere. He lay back down as vertigo engulfed him. The vehicle's gears jolted him back to reality, followed by a slow ascent and a halt. In the darkness, the weird woman with a high-pitched voice and a halo of shadowy curls returned. A newly opened exit caused the container to tilt, and its contents slid towards it. His heart thudded dully in his chest at the prospect of falling into a pit of trash. Escape flickered through his mind, but his condition left him helpless. Suddenly, the second woman's form burgeoned into that of a massive spider. Before Quinn could process the sight, she ensnared him with slender limbs, positioning him beside Ruby, and then spun a thread around their midsections, rolling them together as she did so. Panic surged as he lashed out with his uninjured leg. What the fuck? The arachnid maneuvered adeptly as he continued to squirm and tried to fight back, but the spider silk was tight around his body as it pressed Ruby hard against him.
Quinn, you blockhead.
Ruby yelled back.
That's Anna helping us. Why do you refuse to believe? You witnessed her vanish.
He remained motionless as Anna, in her spider form, finished entwining them, ensuring their heads remained unobstructed for air. She then fastened them to her undercarriage and ascended to the container's apex before making her way to the exterior. Through his swollen eyes, the dual moon's glow was a blur, and the foul aroma of laundry cascaded into a refuse pit. As the vehicle's engine reignited, Anna disembarked from the trailer's summit. Quinn's insides churned with the movement, then Anna gently set them down. She reverted to her human form, dissolving the webbing.
Can you believe it now?
Ruby asked him, noting his astonishment. I hope she doesn't return, Quinn muttered. Still reeling. Ruby exhaled in frustration.
You're missing the point. She's on our side.
Quinn's thoughts drifted to his past actions, the lives he endangered. But why help us?
For justice.
Ruby clarified. Trembling, Quinn pondered if Anna knew his true identity and sought retribution. As consciousness faded in and out, a cab halted beside them, and its cat driver approached.
Don't worry, you're safe now,
he assured, crouching by Quinn. A taller cat man aided the driver by lifting Quinn into the vehicle.
You're bleeding heavily,
noted the stranger in the passenger seat. Pain flashed across Quinn's face. Is this individual Anna? I don't know you, but something about you is off. You don't fit in here.
I rescued you. Those mobsters had terrible plans for you and I intervened.
You, my friend, are a complete oddball. What exactly are you?
Everything will be clearer once we're out of danger.
The cab drove for 20 minutes along the highway before pulling onto a road, where a massive open sewer cut right down the middle.
Stop here,
the man instructed.
Sure about that?
The driver queried.
This area is just shops and homes. I can take you right to your place.
This is perfect.
Exiting, the man assisted Quinn. Quinn leaned heavily on both the cat and the driver, his strength failing him.
Set him down here,
suggested the man.
My family will come to our aid soon.
Yeah, on the sidewalk.
The driver grimaced.
This place isn't clean.
It's okay. Once our relatives arrive, we'll attend to his needs.
With the cab gone, a wheelchair materialized beside them, sending a chill through Quinn's body. This was no ordinary occurrence. Together, the man and Ruby, the young brunette, eased Quinn into the wheelchair and navigated the back alleys. The Quentin temple's architecture was reminiscent of cat design, marked by crimson pillars. Quinn's vision, though limited to one eye, was enough to witness the man from the cab transform into the curly-haired woman again. This time Quinn could see her properly under the streetlight. She had porcelain skin, freckles, and curls of the color of fire.
Welcome back.
Ruby greeted the redhead with a warm smile. The woman rapped on the temple's door. A voice, laden with irritation, responded from within.
Who's there at this ungodly hour?
Min, it's Anna. Remember me?
Quinn glanced down at his stained trousers. Anna? The upper half of the entryway cracked open, revealing a catwoman, her hair shorn short, squinting out into the night.
What's the meaning of this?
We've encountered trouble and seek refuge,
Anna explained.
And who might they be?
Inquired the cat, her tone sharp.
These are my friends.
Quinn's pulse quickened.
And why's he in such a state?
Min yelled.
He's been injured.
Then you should take him to a medical facility.
That's not an option. He's being pursued. We need a sanctuary.
Min folded her arms.
This temple is sacred, not a refuge for fugitives. I cannot help you, Anna.
Anna maneuvered to the back of the wheelchair.
Could you call Chen?
That's not possible.
Why?
He's receiving medical care, much like your friend should be.
Is Chen ill?
He's battling age and illness.
And his prognosis?
It's uncertain.
Min, let us in. We're in dire need of cleansing and hydration.
You have 30 minutes, no more.
Min heaved a sigh and allowed them entry. As they crept along the hallway, the wheelchair came to a halt. Min pivoted to confront them.
Where did Anna go?
She's no longer here,
Ruby explained. Quinn gnawed on his cheek, pondering if Anna had sought the authorities.
What do you mean?
Min strode towards the entrance.
Anna? What happened to you?
Chapter 12. Quentin Sanctum. Quinn made himself comfortable on a large beanbag, adjusting his splint-bound leg. The temple's cleanliness was impeccable, from the pristine walls to the shining floor tiles. A gentle breeze flowed through open doors, offering a respite from the stifling climate of West Bokong. He pondered the mysterious circumstances of his rescue and subsequent shelter in the temple. A sense of unease crept over him as he recalled the weird redhead Anna. What the hell was she? She'd called herself a shapeshifter and had said she could teleport and body snatch. On the temple's ancient television set, the news had reported a dramatic raid on Cade's stronghold, sparked by an uprising of androids. They had liberated captives and caused chaos. Quinn wondered how the mysterious Anna had played a role in instigating this upheaval. Minmin's initial resistance to their presence had softened slightly after Chen's firm insistence from his hospital bed. Now back in the temple, Chen, the elderly monk, compensated for Minmin's reluctance to provide for them by fetching food daily. As they gathered around the tea table, Chen, Minmin, and Ruby delved into the local political tensions, the conversation touching on Ruby's heritage and Minmin's pointed skepticism. Chen was a small and elderly cat monk. He had hooded eyelids and a gentle smile, but there was a sharpness in his gaze, and he had many talents such as making his own herbal medicine and being a master of Konggong, a meditative style of martial arts and dance. He was spindly, with knobbly knuckles and knees. With kindness, he encouraged Ruby to share her story over freshly brewed tea, despite Minmin's overt disdain. Ruby hesitantly began to reveal her origins from Drillia 7 UG, a moon camp with a dystopian societal structure focused only on women who were first trained and educated, and who were later sold as concubines or sex slaves. It was completely illegal, and the place was unknown of by the rest of the Euphorian Alliance. Her description of life there and the exam that decided the 16-year-old's fates were gross and made him feel sick. Minmin's doubt and brush-off led to a heated argument in Chinese between her and Chen. Even though Ruby's story was full of fantasy, Quinn felt like there was some actual truth in what she said. It just showed how many realities there were out there in the Euphorian Alliance. Minmin was not impressed. She didn't believe Ruby's tale, but Chen had Ruby's back. It showed how tricky it was for them to stay in the temple. Ruby gazed into her cup and twisted it around.
I knew no one would believe me.
I believe you, Quinn said. Cade must get his slaves from there. Where is it?
It's on one of Polymnia's 3 moons. It's called Kronos.
Not a fertile moon like Eleron?
Chen asked.
No, it's a lunar settlement under domes and connecting tunnels.
Chen shrugged.
I watch the news regularly and never hear anything about lunar settlements.
No one knows,
Ruby said.
It's highly illegal. That's why they wipe our memories. So clients don't find out. They didn't wipe mine because they handed me around the mobsters instead.
Her bottom lip quivered. Chen stood, then bent towards Quinn's beanbag to hand him a full cup of cat green tea. Quinn chugged it in one gulp and nodded. Chen's body creaked as he lowered himself to the floor and returned Quinn's empty cup to the table. He stared at Ruby.
I am sorry for everything bad that's happened to you, Ruby. Stay as long as you like.
Thank you.
When Anna returns, she'll be content you're safe,
the old monk said.
I hope she can go to Drillia 7 UG and free its slaves,
Ruby said.
Like at the fire slicers.
Quinn crossed his arms. Innocence died. Ruby glared at him.
She saved your life.
Quinn's throat tightened, and he raked his fingers through his hair. His face should be all over the news after committing a mass murder in Kalak. Chen and Minmin didn't seem to know he was a fugitive. His face remained swollen and bruised, and he had shaved his beard off since then.
Will you tell us about yourself, Quinn?
Ruby asked. Heat washed over him. I'm not ready. Quinn drifted into a sleep so profound, his hand remained over his chest, immobile. Lying next to his brother Gary, they gazed at the night sky, adorned with stars and 4 moons of varying sizes and phases.
Quentin. Gary. Supper's ready.
Jogging towards the underground shelter, Quinn descended eagerly, hoping for a glimpse of his mother. At the bottom, the smell of creamed fish greeted him, a comfort from his childhood. In the kitchen, his mother, the image of warmth, prepared their meal with care, her oversized glasses slipping down her nose. Ma, his voice broke as emotion overtook him, tears streaming down his face.
What's the matter, Quentin? You remember me?
She smiled, setting the table for a celebration. In the dining room, Quinn was with his family, a moment of joy in the middle of everything. The dream faded, replaced by a serene scene on a cliff overlooking the ocean. Quinn was with his Silta woman, who had sparkling yellow skin and strawberry blonde hair. Their closeness was clear in their gentle touch and shared looks. Below them, the vast ocean stretched out. Above that ocean, the gas giant Trion dominated the sky. Its rings cast a kaleidoscope of colors against the backdrop of Lyron's twin suns. He woke up, his heart pounding and skin slick with sweat. Easing himself up, he reached for the glass of water on the nightstand, gulping it quickly. After setting the empty glass back, he cautiously peered under the thin sheet at his swollen leg. Taking a deep breath for courage, he grabbed his crutch and hobbled down the hallway, stopping at a particular door. He knocked gently, and Ruby cracked it open. Her casual attire of joggers and a t-shirt, complemented by her black hair in a messy top knot, did nothing to diminish her appeal.
"Are you all right?"
she asked, her voice laced with concern. "I need to talk to you. I think I'm losing my mind." She hesitated, keeping the door partially closed.
"We can talk about it later, with everyone else."
His earlier refusal to open up to her request for personal disclosure was now reversed. He was ready to share. "The other day, you asked me to tell you about myself, and I refused," she acknowledged with a nod. "I'm ready now," he confessed.
"Do you want to tell Chen and me together?"
"I appreciate Chen, but I'd rather not have Minmin present."
"She's not due for another 2 hours. Chen's in his meditation session. Let's wait for him to come out."
Later in the garden, they ran into Chen and could tell he was surprised by their early gathering.
"Awake already?"
Chen asked in alarm.
"The food vendors aren't even out yet."
"That's not why we're here."
Ruby interjected.
"Quinn has something he wants to share with us."
"Before Minmin gets here," Quinn clarified. "She doesn't like me much. I'd rather not add to that." Chen, understanding the delicate nature of the situation, nodded.
"All right, where should we have this conversation?"
"The living room," Quinn suggested. Gathered around Chen's tea table, each with a steaming cup in hand, Quinn settled into his beanbag. "I've been having these dreams. They feel real, but I can't place the people or locations."
"A glimpse of a past life, perhaps?"
Chen mused. Quinn shrugged off the idea. "I've never believed in that." Ruby encouraged him.
"Tell us about these dreams."
"Not just yet. First, let me share something from my actual past. I was born into a wealthy military family in Ujena at Lyron's South Pole." Ruby and Chen leaned in. "My father led the Interstellar Space Force station there," Quinn continued, his voice heavy with emotion. "My family. They were killed in an attack by Vulcan terrorists on my father's base."
"I'm so sorry,"
Ruby said.
"How old were you?"
12. Chen's expression softened.
"How did you survive?"
"I was hiding in the underground grain stores with some friends during a game of hide and seek. We were the only ones who made it. Quan missionaries found us afterward." A sense of gratitude washed over him, his hand instinctively lifting to his chest. "It seems I owe my life to the Quans more than once."
"Anna's no Quan,"
Chen pointed out. "The shapeshifter." Chen appeared skeptical, scratching his head.
"I'll have to see it to believe it. I've seen many things, yet I reserve my belief until Anna demonstrates such abilities herself."
He laughed lightly, preparing tea with a boiling rod.
"I knew her as a student who learned the ancient martial art of Kundong from me. She only lived around the corner."
Quinn winced. Why would a Lifro live in the Crimson Scar?
"I could ask you the same question."
"I was abducted." Chen sniffed and stared into his tea.
"Anna chose to be here. She taught the Leronese language."
"She's from Lyron."
"No, her mother was. Anna's from planet Zars."
"So, she doesn't live round the corner anymore."
"No."
Ruby, drawing Quinn back into the conversation about his past, asked,
"What happened after the Quan missionaries found you?"
"They sent my friends to a Kuan boarding school in Welkar, also on Lyron. I ended up in an orphanage instead." Her eyes widened.
"Why would they separate you like that?"
"My upbringing wasn't Kuan. My parents didn't follow their beliefs. Or any, for that matter. They were atheists, Lifro. Those missionaries later sold me to a couple that mistreated not just me, but other children as well." Ruby's empathy was palpable.
"That's terrible."
He shared more of his past, a dark look passing over his face. "I escaped from them 2 years later, after killing them." Her eyes bulged.
"I won't press for details."
Quinn moved past the topic with a nod, accepting more tea from Chen and taking a sip. Then I ended up with the Crescent Cartel, this underground crew. They were like a make-do family. Still, I longed for something bigger. Freedom. Can you believe I stole star gems from them and got a job on a methane rig on Lorth? Chen, intrigued, followed up.
Lorth.
One of Trion's moons. Quinn elaborated on his cunning. I got those star gems past security with a little luck and cleverness. I stashed them in a cave there, sneaking a few out whenever I went back to Laron to sell and invest. Chen was impressed, his tea momentarily forgotten.
That's quite the story.
Quinn continued. The energy company's expansion plans forced me to move my stash. I ended up moving them to my spaceboat, taking a chance by going further east. Ruby was caught up in the tale.
You had a spaceboat.
Just a small one, standard for rig workers. But then, things got crazy when those Fire Slicers pirates took over my ship and stole my star gems.
So, that's how you ended up with the Fire Slicers,
Ruby said. She then voiced a concern.
Do you think the Leronese Mafia knows where you are?
The Crescent Cartel. Quinn acknowledged the risk. He opened up about his time at Cade's and his subsequent escape, carefully omitting any mention of violence. His listeners couldn't know everything he did. He pondered his next steps, considering drastic measures for anonymity and delving into the mystery of his dreams. Minmin burst into the room with alarming news, abruptly interrupting their discussion and waving a newspaper.
Quinn's wanted for murder. Look.
The situation hit him hard, leaving him speechless as he looked at his hands, thinking about what to do next amid the growing tension. He peered at his palms. Should he emit his poison gas? Chapter 13. Matthias the Leronese Spy.
Matthias, with the cool detachment of a seasoned secret agent, sat in the controlled environment of his kitchen. The data globes hovered above, while he dissected the digital contents of the Fire Slicers' operations. His focus was steady, the steaming noodles before him barely acknowledged as he navigated the encrypted depths of illegal activities. The absence of client data and the limitation of records for the past 20 years insinuated a deliberate cleansing by Cade's organization. The screen of his data globe suddenly went dark, displaying a message of corrupted files in bold, white letters. Frustration gripped his chest. The decades-old mystery of his sister's disappearance loomed over him, the hope of finding her through these files now like a distant dream. Later that night, the boundaries between Matthias's professional duties and his personal vendetta blurred as he delved into the evidence of the Fire Slicers' downfall. The surveillance footage revealed nothing out of the ordinary until he noticed an anomaly among the android maids. Android number 62 stood out, her actions deviating from the programmed norms, signaling the start of a meticulously orchestrated rebellion. The tampering with the surveillance system, redirecting cameras to miss crucial moments, unveiled a deliberate strategy. The appearance of what looked like a 6-foot-tall, cloudy, black egg in the place of the android maid number 62 disrupted Matthias's train of thought. This anomaly suggested an intelligence and technological mastery far beyond simple android programming, orchestrating the rebellion and the escape of captives. Committed to understand this mystery, Matthias saw a new path unfold before him, leading him into the depths of cyber espionage and technological warfare. His connection with Thor, a pioneer in quantum technology, seemed like the next step in this journey. While the mystery of his sister's fate remained unsolved, pursuing the entity behind the black egg presented a new challenge. At hour 38, Matthias took a cab from the serene streets of West Boatkong to the outskirts of the capital. It drove through tea plantations and wound through rainforest roads until the cab halted in front of a grand residence. The tall, gold-painted gate suggested affluence, more akin to a cat's dwelling than anything else. He pressed the intercom, his gaze lifting to meet the security camera's eye. The gate opened. A young Cat woman greeted him at the door, offering slippers with a courteous nod.
Thor will be here shortly. He's on his way from the lab. Please follow me.
She led him through the marble-clad passageway into a lavish living room. The interaction between Matthias and the young Cat woman, characterized by its formalities and relaxed conversation during tea, vividly depicted cultural subtleties and interpersonal dynamics. Thor's entrance, far from the elderly figure Matthias expected, introduced a young, vibrant scientist whose appearance belied his expertise. With his pale skin, blonde hair, rosy cheeks, and lanky frame, he was shy yet inquisitive, an intelligent sparkle in his dark eyes. The descent into Thor's large underground study, a technological wonderland, marked the transition from casual visit to professional consultation. A machine clicked rhythmically in the background. Thor, intrigued by the readings on one monitor, leaned in close, then straightened up and adjusted his glasses.
So, how may I help you?
I received incredible nano-bug footage from the recently raided Fire Slicers complex. I'd like you to look. He activated his data globe, expanding the holographic display to encompass them both, focusing on the odd black egg. Thor recoiled slightly, removing his glasses in astonishment.
Are there any others like this?
No.
It's the android made.
Yes. Thor was visibly intrigued.
Can you leave this with me tonight while I run it through some tests?
Matthias was firm. No. Can I stick around?
Sure, but it might take several hours.
That's all right. I'm used to waiting. Offering some hospitality, Thor gestured towards a coffee machine.
Want one?
Several hours into their investigation, Thor, with obvious frustration, combed his fingers through his hair. The surrounding lab buzzed with activity, various machines whirring and clicking as they processed the data Matthias had brought.
I've explored the nano-bug scans with every tool at my disposal,
Thor said, gesturing towards an array of devices.
But all I get is this high electromagnetic discharge. I have encountered nothing like this before.
Matthias scratched his head. Do you think it's some kind of advanced spyware? Thor shook his head.
It's beyond that. This object defies our current understanding of physics. It interacts with its environment in impossible ways.
And it can mimic human interaction with devices, Matthias added, recalling how the entity had used an android's interface.
Exactly. But when I compare it to our data on androids, it's like comparing a stone to a supercomputer.
Thor paused, considering his next words carefully.
Using a twin photon approach might give us some insights, if only this was happening in real time.
Matthias pondered the implications. Cade's involvement suggests he was experimenting with something groundbreaking. Could this be a mishap? Thor turned to another machine, one that Matthias hadn't noticed before. It resembled a sophisticated imaging device, layered with quantum sensors.
Lyron's tech is advanced, but not to this level. However, Cade's reach into unknown science. That's a possibility.
The conversation shifted as they delved deeper into the surveillance footage, uncovering more about the Black Egg's actions and its potential escape.
Could it have taken the girl from room 42?
Thor asked after a moment of silence. Matthias nodded. It seems so. And there are no cameras in the laundry chute area to track its movement.
Let's use West Bokong's CCTV to follow its trail,
Thor suggested, moving to a sleek console that housed what Matthias assumed were controls for accessing citywide surveillance. Is it safe to do that here? Matthias asked, eyeing the equipment with concern.
This place is more secure than any spy facility,
Thor assured him.
I regularly work on projects here that are years beyond what's publicly known, like the invisibility suit I'm developing.
Matthias, momentarily distracted by the thought of such a suit, refocused as they hacked into the city's surveillance system. The sight of a giant spider escaping from a landfill in their data globes was as baffling as it was alarming.
What in the world?
Thor exclaimed, peering closely at the data globe as Matthias manipulated the playback. The spider's transformation into a young woman and the revelation of her companions left them both stunned. That's her, the girl from room 42. Matthias pointed at the bruised and battered brunette, his voice tinged with victory and disbelief.
And this redhead. She's central to all this,
Thor mused. Matthias insisted on secrecy. This can't go beyond us. Thor, his interest clearly sparked by the potential of studying such phenomena, half-jokingly agreed to Matthias's conditions.
As long as I'm part of whatever comes next, you have my discretion. But remember, Zebulon will hear of this if I'm left out.
Their pact sealed, they turned back to the data globe, the mysteries of the Black Egg and its implications for both science and security hanging between them like a shadow, promising a journey into the unknown that neither could resist.
Chapter 14. Meridians. Quinn had no choice but to eliminate everyone in the room. He regretted that he had to end the lives of his friends, Ruby and Chen. If only there was a way to incapacitate them temporarily so he could flee. But it was too risky. Min knew what he had done, and he couldn't risk her informing the authorities. He had to use his poisonous gas. Holding his breath, Quinn expelled the gas by pumping his abdomen. The skin of his palms prickled as thousands of tiny holes opened up in them, releasing the toxic fumes. "I'm sorry," he muttered, looking at his friends. "I never wanted it to come to this." A sharp pain shot through his arm as Chen thrust 4 long needles into Quinn's triceps. The pain spread from his armpit to his neck, paralyzing him.
Min.
Chen scolded her, cutting an angry look in her direction.
"You were supposed to stay quiet."
But...
Min protested.
"There's more going on here,"
Chen said, studying Quinn's face as he held the needles in place.
"If I let you move, you must promise not to harm us."
Ruby furrowed her brow as she looked up from the newspaper that Min had slammed onto the table.
Before we release him, we need to get a gun.
"We don't have any weapons,"
Chen admitted.
"Just my needles."
"Can you keep him paralyzed while he speaks?"
"No, but I have some rope."
This is ridiculous.
Min exclaimed.
He has killed people. He deserves punishment.
With that, she turned and headed towards the door. Sweat dripped down Quinn's forehead as he watched his hope of escape slip away. In a swift movement, Chen did 2 forward rolls towards Min and placed several needles in different spots on her shins. She collapsed to the ground, motionless except for her furrowed brow and shifting gaze. Quinn swallowed hard. The old man may have seemed stiff and slow, but he was actually quick and agile. Ruby stood up from her chair. Chen hobbled towards her, pointing and asking,
"Can you tie good knots?"
Together, they dragged Quinn to the courtyard and secured him to a red column by the garden. They repeated the process with Min, tying her to the other side of the pillar. Panting, they stepped back to admire their handiwork. Ruby put her hands on her hips and declared,
"I like Quinn, but if he really did kill all those people, we should turn him in."
Chen shook his head and said,
"I've already told you there's more to Quinn than we know."
Ruby said,
"But his picture is all over the news. It's definitely him. If it was just a bank robbery, maybe I could forgive him, but murder? Chen, he killed innocent children. Can you really forgive someone for that? I can't, even if he was mentally ill."
Chen took a deep breath and stumbled before steadying himself on the pillar. He announced,
"I'm going to remove his needles so he can speak."
As he took them out, sensation flooded through Quinn's body. Chen then asked him directly,
"Tell us about your dream."
Quinn's mouth was dry from swallowing too much air and he croaked out, "Can I have some water or tea?" The old man's face softened and he brought a full pint of tea this time. Quinn eagerly gulped it down as a bird tweeted nearby, completely unaware of the serious situations happening below. Chen sat cross-legged and exchanged a few words with the angry Min in their native language before removing her needles as well. Quinn could hear her kicking and squirming as she regained control of her body. Chen then shuffled over to Quinn's side and said,
"We're ready to listen."
Ruby pulled up a chair and sat across from them both. Quinn proceeded to tell them about his recurring dreams of the family, dinner, and the woman on a cliff. Chen nodded along and then asked,
"How do you feel about these people?"
Quinn felt warmth spreading through his chest and he stretched out his legs, responding, "Love, warmth, longing." Chen pressed further with another question,
"Have you ever dreamed about these strangers before?"
To which Quinn replied, "Not the Zilta woman, but I have seen the Lifros in my dreams before." Finally, Chen asked him,
"Will you let me try to heal you?"
Quinn was taken aback by this offer and muttered, "Huh?"
"There are blockages in your meridians. Most people's ether flows with some irregularities, but yours is completely blocked. It's not reaching your brain."
"But what about my crimes?"
"Forget about them for now. Let's focus on stimulating your mind by clearing up those blockages."
Behind him, Min muttered under her breath.
"What about Min?"
Ruby asked. Chen scratched his head and chuckled.
"I'm not sure."
"This isn't a laughing matter,"
Ruby said. Chen turned to speak with Minmin in Chinese, and she responded in the same language. Then Chen untied her ropes, and she walked through the garden to a red gate before leaving the premises. "What are you doing?" Quinn asked. She could go to the police.
No, I made her an offer she couldn't refuse, a position as a nun at a well-known Quan temple in Nirna.
Ruby's forehead puckered.
Couldn't she have joined before?
It would have required 5 years of intense training. Now she's free.
But won't she tell the police? Quinn asked.
If she does, I'll tell the elders at that temple that we cheated.
Chen placed a hand on Quinn's shoulder.
Do you want me to heal you? It will be painful.
Must you?
If you don't want me to involve the police.
Fine. Before beginning the healing process, Chen treated Ruby and Quinn's wounds with traditional cat medicine and gave them bitter black tea.
You should rest, Ruby. Help yourself to food and tea if you need it. This is your first time being healed, Quinn. Let's start with a massage.
But you're old.
Yes, but old monks have more knowledge. It's better this way. You're lucky to have me.
But your body is old.
Old, but well-trained. Same goes for my mind. Old and strong.
Quinn cracked his knuckles, contemplating his options.
Don't worry.
Chen laughed, showing gaps between his lower teeth.
Follow me. It won't be a typical massage. It's an ancient Quan healing technique for your energy channels.
He retrieved Quinn's crutch and motioned for him to stand. After Quinn struggled to get up, Chen led him to a private room.
Don't be afraid. I'll use heat, cold, smoke, and steam.
Do I need to undress?
No.
Chen quickly shook his head.
It's not necessary. The treatment can penetrate through your clothing.
Quinn winced at the thought. Chen motioned towards a cushioned area on the floor.
Please lie down on your stomach.
Following Chen's instructions, Quinn positioned himself on the padded floor and tried to get comfortable by turning his head from side to side. He noticed that there wasn't a hole for his face to poke through, but when he heard a low hum fill the air, he realized why there wasn't one. Suddenly, his body was floating 2 meters above the ground. He held his breath as Chen moved beneath him, metal rods hanging from his belt. Chen had warned him that this treatment might be painful. Was it some form of punishment for his wrongdoings, or revenge before turning him in?
Try not to move.
Chen selected a needle and aimed it at Quinn's groin. Quinn whimpered and shut his eyes tight. Chen twisted the tip of the rod and directed a red laser beam at Quinn's privates.
Don't worry, just relax. This is part of the grounding process.
The warm light from the laser helped to ease his muscles, and he began to breathe deeply once again. As his pulse slowed down, he felt his body become heavier.
That's better. Try to breathe along with it.
Chen pulled out a tripod from one of the rods on his belt and carefully set it up so that the laser remained focused on Quinn's groin area. He repeated this process with several colored lasers, each pointed at a different spot on Quinn's body. Some lasers sent prickling sensations through his skin, muscles, and bones, almost to the point of pain. Others made him flinch, as if he were being pierced with ice-cold needles. Some of the lasers seemed to be directed into the space around him, causing him to groan, choke, or laugh. Eventually, Quinn drifted off into a restless sleep and woke up on the floor, covered with a clean white sheet. His tears had soaked through the padding beneath his head. Images of 6 children's faces flashed through his mind. They all had round cheeks, big amber eyes, and glowing yellow, orange, or beige skin. Only 2 of them had dark brown hair like him, the rest had hair that matched their bright complexions. As he watched, their faces transformed from innocent children to teenagers. Who are they? Children that I've harmed? Chen's voice broke the silence from a dark corner of the room.
We're not finished yet.
He emerged from the shadows and opened a steaming container. Taking out various sizes of glass cups, he instructed Quinn to remove his clothes except for his underwear and lie on his back with his palms facing up. Doing as he was told, Quinn lay down and Chen placed suction cups on his hands, outer thighs, outer shins, chest, throat, collarbones, and forehead. Next, Chen grabbed more cups from his box and pressed a button on his control panel. A hum filled the room once again as Quinn's body began to float towards the ceiling. This time, he found himself staring at the ceiling above him.
I'm going to place more cups on your body, and it might be uncomfortable. Just try to relax.
Chen warned gently. Quinn tensed as cups were attached to various parts of his body. The pressure from the ones in his chest made it difficult to breathe. While the cups on his hands were painful, those on his feet sent a soothing sensation throughout his body.
Close your eyes and try to focus on something else besides the pain. Think about hot and cold sensations.
The cups were removed, and Quinn's trembling turned into sobs. Chen adjusted him so he was suspended above the ground by half a meter. Lasers were directed at him from all angles. Standing in front of Quinn, Chen looked into his eyes.
Is this physical pain or mental pain?
Quinn tried to answer, but Chen stopped him with a finger on his lips.
Save your words for later. I'll be back.
Memories and dreams flooded through Quinn's mind as he was left alone. When Chen returned, he disconnected the lasers and waited for Quinn to lower himself to the floor.
Get dressed and follow me. I've brought you some new clothes.
He handed Quinn a maroon robe and a cord to tie around his waist. After getting dressed, Quinn followed Chen into the garden, where they sat down on a bench. I think there is someone else trapped inside me, Quinn confided in Chen.
Let's have some green tea and talk more about this person.
The next morning, Quinn woke up ready for the tasks that Chen had assigned him. He wrote down the dreams he could remember before heading to the dark altar room to meditate in front of the Mother Goddess statue. She seemed content with her half-closed eyes and overflowing planets and stars held in her arms. Then Quinn practiced Kondong exercises on a bamboo mat, trying to stretch out his aching leg. As he focused on his breathing, flashes of violence came to his mind, beating up a vendor at a fruit stand, punching a shop assistant in a computer market, and poisoning partygoers and bank customers. His stomach turned with guilt. He didn't deserve freedom or a second chance. The smell of sweet steamed buns drifted into the room from the kitchen, where Ruby's cheerful voice could be heard. Quinn joined them at the rectangular table where fresh fruit, steamed buns, and noodles were waiting. As always, there was freshly brewed coffee and Chen's tea tray on the counter.
Zhao Sa.
Chen greeted Quinn in Chinese. Quinn repeated the morning greeting. The previous day, Chen had shared his theory that Quinn may have been a Leronese spy who had their memory chip wiped and replaced with that of a criminal's. This could explain the bioweapons inside him. Using his fork, Quinn speared a slice of mango and ate it thoughtfully. Ruby took a sip of her coffee and smiled at Chen.
Where's Min Min?
She's left and gone to that temple in Nurna.
Without saying goodbye.
She said her goodbyes through my holophone. But don't worry, she's young and idealistic. She's upset about Quinn being let go.
Quinn felt a lump form in his throat. His voice trembled. She has every right to be upset. I should turn myself in.
I think that's just the new, guilt-ridden version of you talking.
Chen stated firmly.
Now eat.
Ruby asked.
Have your dreams been any different?
I had a dream where I piloted a spaceship through the rings of Trion to catch star gems, Quinn recalled. Ruby laughed.
That sounds like something out of a sci-fi novel.
Chen slurped up noodles with his chopsticks before wiping his mouth with a paper towel.
Let's not jump to conclusions, Ruby. If Anna can shapeshift and travel at the speed of thought, maybe she can investigate if those star gems are real.
Quinn scooted his chair closer to the table. If Anna could discover the truth about these people, then he could finally turn himself in for punishment by lethal injection. Chapter 15. Northwest Boat Kong.
As Matthias reviewed the live feed encapsulated within his orb shield, tension radiated from his jaw, a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil. The fugitive mass murderer was seeking refuge among those who offered nothing but kindness. The elderly cat and the youthful woman of mixed heritage extended their warmth without reservation, fully aware of his dark deeds. Their acceptance, especially the healers, of his tales of a past life, bordered on the incredulous. Feeling the need to connect, Matthias initiated a call to Thor via a data globe nestled in his palm. The quantum physicist's image shimmered into view, his forehead glistening with exertion. Caught up in the drone feeds, Matthias inquired, his tone edged.
Indeed,
Thor responded, shifting the focus of his data globe to showcase the serene gathering of the three individuals around their communal table.
The anticipation of uncovering hidden truths, especially those that might stretch beyond our known confines, is exciting. Anna's arrival might mix things up, curious about her secrets.
Matthias's frustration spilled over. Are you aware that the man you're so intrigued by is Kalak's infamous fugitive? Thor's acknowledgement came without hesitation, his interest undiminished by the revelation.
Fully aware. Yet, I implore patience. Anna may shed light on mysteries yet untold.
The notion of delay grated on Matthias, his sense of duty clashing with the physicist's quest for knowledge. He poses a risk, Thor. I should inform the LSS.
Let's not act hastily, not before we have the full picture.
Matthias tapped his data globe, unsettled by the thought of waiting. Matthias orchestrated his surveillance with a level of sophistication that left little to chance. Before dawn had fully broken, he was already navigating his way towards Kat Town in North Botkong, the quiet streets facilitating his journey towards the intended target. The temple, nestled in a tranquil neighborhood, presented the perfect backdrop for his covert operations. Upon arrival, Matthias donned his monitor glasses, a crucial tool in his espionage arsenal, and prepared the magnetic programming disk with meticulous care. The temple drone, obedient to its new programming, seamlessly transitioned to his exclusive command. Chen's morning routine was simple compared to Matthias's complex surveillance tactics as he emerged. The deployment of a mosquito drone, its path guided by an invisible laser, was a masterstroke, allowing Matthias to tag Chen discreetly. This, coupled with the strategic repositioning of Drone 1, ensured that Thor remained oblivious to the shift in surveillance dynamics. Matthias's head ached with the burden of his mission, yet his focus remained unyielded. Through his monitor glasses, he maintained vigilant oversight over both drones. Drone 1 served as a decoy, maintaining the illusion of continuity in their observation of Chen, while Drone 2 lay in wait, ready to capture the crucial moments of Anna's arrival and the secrets she might unveil. His dual drone strategy emphasized Matthias's commitment to his aim of keeping vital information away from Thor, effectively balancing deception and intelligence gathering. If Thor knew where Anna was, she'd be experimented on and worse. Throughout the unfolding situation, he stayed ready to adjust, his vigilant gaze fixed through his monitor glasses, ready to uncover the mysteries surrounding Chen, Anna, and the temple central to his mission. In the early hours, as West Botkong was quiet, Matthias found solitude in a dimly lit bar, nursing his third drink. The polished wood of the bar reflected his troubled expression back at him. The news of his former girlfriend's passing and the revelation of his paternity had just reached him, stirring a turmoil of emotions. She had left him for his closest friend, all the while concealing the existence of their son. 5 years had slipped by, without a hint of his fatherhood being disclosed to him. Observing his son's photo, Matthias noted the resemblance in their dark, expressive eyes, despite the lighter shade of the boy's skin. Darwin was now at a Sky City boarding school, believed another man to be his father, a man who had relinquished all ties to the child, leaving Matthias as the sole guardian. The daunting task of introducing himself as Darwin's father under such grim circumstances loomed over him, an introduction marred by the delivery of tragic news. Matthias harbored hope that uncovering the truth about his sister, Ebony, would mark the end of the pervasive shadow cast over his life. With resolution, he envisioned leaving his job to embrace his role as a parent fully. The vibration of his holophone interrupted his contemplation and projected Thor's figure into the dim bar light.
Where on Voria are you?
In a bar. Matthias slurred.
Get back. The redhead has appeared.
Cursing under his breath, Matthias hurried home, anxiety mounting with each step. Firing up the live feed, the fear of what he might have missed during his absence gripped him.
A week had passed since Quinn's treatment when Ruby's urgent knocks echoed at his door.
Anna's here. Hurry.
Awakening, Quinn checked his clock. It showed hour 40. Ruby's voice, filled with excitement, continued.
I'm off to tell Chen. Anna has something important to share.
Quinn quickly dressed and, with the aid of his crutches, made his way downstairs. The light under a door guided him to the gathering. He entered the brightly lit tea room, where Chen and Ruby waited by the low table. Acknowledging the redhead across from him, Quinn noted the distinctive pink scar under her eye.
Time is short.
Anna started.
This meeting is overdue. The absence of rainfall delayed it.
Chen tilted his head to the side, then scratched a wispy eyebrow.
What do you mean?
Teleportation requires rain.
Quinn pieced together the mystery of Anna's abrupt disappearances. The weather was the key.
but it's dry here,
Chen said. Anna replied.
Ghost Creek is where I'm bound. It's raining there.
Dragonmouth's location,
Chen asked, sipping his tea. Anna confirmed, leading Chen to muse about the place. It was the next large island along. He'd hoped to get there by boat with the money he'd stolen before Cade's men caught him. The memory of killing the people in the bank made him wince. He'd killed kids, too. Anna must have been reading his thoughts, for her next words jolted everyone.
Quinn's past actions warrant arrest.
The room tensed. Chen revealed the manipulation of Quinn's memories and said he was a good man, in truth. Anna was skeptical. Quinn, desperate, admitted to his confusion and misplaced memories of a life marred by violence. Chen shared his healing efforts and Quinn's reawakening to a past thought lost.
And you saw his alternative memories?
Anna asked.
No, but Quinn's energy was off,
Chen clarified. Quinn looked down briefly before meeting her gaze again. I'll deal with the consequences once I find out what my dreams are all about. Anna acknowledged his decision with a nod. Ruby, seizing the moment, asked,
Can you help my mother escape from Drelia 7EG?
Quinn added his plea. Can you check if the things in my dreams are real? Anna's response was hesitant, her eyes welling up with emotion.
I'm unable to act as I once could. An accident at the Fire Slices complex left me physically impaired. My actual body is now paralyzed.
Ruby couldn't hide her dismay.
No.
Anna expressed regret over her role in a tragic incident.
It was my mistake. I never meant for so many to suffer.
Chen interjected.
The androids were the direct cause.
Despite Chen's consolation, Anna remained tormented by the outcome of her actions, yet she found a silver lining.
I've been given a chance to return to Zars 5 light years away. I can reunite with my family.
Quinn puzzled over her origins. Ruby, curious about the government's gesture of a free ticket home, learned it was compensation for Anna's condition, believed to be caused by selenite mining in a Crimson Scar labor camp. Quinn wanted to know more about that, but time was short. She offered to teach them how to water Wayfar, a skill that could help Quinn and Ruby address their personal quests and atone for past actions. Anna emphasized caution, urging them to document their findings responsibly to aid the fight against human trafficking. Their conversation took a sudden turn when Anna spotted a mosquito drone, watching them on the table. As soon as she shouted,
Mosquito drone,
it whizzed up to the ceiling. As soon as Anna vanished, Quinn's tension increased tenfold. Was it possible Cade was still monitoring them? The presence of the drone made it clear they were under surveillance. Chen, to eliminate the intruder, swung an electric racket at the mosquito drone, but couldn't reach the high ceiling. In a fleeting moment, Anna materialized once more, slipping a note into Ruby's hands before she disappeared into the thin air again. Quinn urged Ruby to reveal the note's contents, wary of the implications of being watched. Ruby unfolded the note, her eyes scanning the message from Anna. Quinn read, too, covering it from the drone's view. The note detailed instructions for skywater shifting, also known as water wayfaring. It was the method which Anna used to journey wherever the mind desired and to shapeshift to. It explained this magical river, an amethyst pyramid, and using an orb shield to travel when it was raining. The note cautioned about the dangers, emphasizing the need for protection to avoid dire consequences like Anna's paralysis. As they absorbed the complexity of Anna's instructions, Chen, with an unexpected gesture, ate the note and chewed before swallowing, leaving Ruby and Quinn to rely solely on their memory. Quinn's gaze returned to the lurking drone, contemplating their next move. They were exposed, and flight was futile. As Ruby and Quinn shuffled cards in the tier room, the shadow of the mosquito drone's recent presence lingered in their minds, casting a pall over their attempts at normalcy. Chen's return from his morning Kongong session in the park with fellow cats was abrupt, his usual calm demeanor replaced by urgency.
Follow me,
he instructed, leading them to a rarely used part of the temple. They congregated on an austere mahogany bench as Chen activated the TV, breaking the silence of the secluded room. The screen lit up with the news of a volcanic eruption in Dragon Mouth, the island to the east of Kong, along the Crimson Scar. Ruby shrieked.
That's where Anna is.
Quinn, alarmed, sought clarity on Ghost Creek's proximity to the disaster. Chen, unsure, considered seeking maps for a precise understanding, but the news preempted his efforts. Detailed reports described a river tsunami wreaking havoc along Ghost Creek, culminating in a devastating pyroclastic flow. Ruby turned to Chen.
Do you think Anna was caught in it?
Chen's response was solemn, acknowledging the timing of Anna's departure and the eruption's coincidence. Inspired by Anna's instructions, Quinn came up with a cool idea to explore her hints on water wayfaring. Even though things were uncertain, Anna's advice gave them a way out. Chapter 16. Central Boat Kong. Disguised in the attire of a Kuan monk, complete with a maroon robe, straw hat, and sunglasses, Quinn accompanied Ruby and Chen on their journey to the Yakar River in the heart of Central Kong. The place was called Lumpur, and there were volcanoes and fertile jungles, ancient Oeanidi temples, and modern pyramids, built by followers of the paragons of Volusha. Gazing out from the cab, they witnessed rain cascading from the sky, now a dark canvas because of the volcanic ash from the Dragon Mouth's volcanic eruption 3 days prior. Winding through the lush highland tea plantations and descending through the rice paddies, their cab finally wove its way into dense jungle, stopping before a rustic wooden cabin. The cab driver, after assisting with their luggage onto the veranda, remarked,
"This isn't the best time for a visit."
He glanced upwards.
"It looks like it's going to be wet all week."
"Good,"
Chen responded, his tone even.
"It suits our purpose."
With a shrug, the driver departed. While Ruby and Chen made themselves at home, Quinn ventured to the edge of the gully, the Yakar River flowing 5 meters beneath. Seeking access, he traced a path along the riverbank. The river became more shallow as he advanced. Where a meadow's path met his, he descended into the gully. The river's edge, adorned with silt banks, seemed inviting for repose, and massive driftwood pieces dotted the river's midsection. Noticing movement from a log, Quinn removed his footwear, hoisted his pants, and stepped into the water. A water snake, adorned with red, black, and white stripes, glided atop the water. Retreating to the safety of the bank, Quinn recognized the challenge of finding a tranquil spot from where to meditate and teleport. His thoughts then shifted to Ruby's hopes for her metaphysical visit to her mother at Drillia 7 UG, the sex slave colony on Kronos' moon, Polymnia. There would be risks there and near the river. Upon his return to the cabin, the scent of smoke greeted him from the kitchen.
"Oh no,"
Ruby's voice carried from the kitchen. He followed her voice to find her at the sink, dealing with a scorched pan. After opening a window for ventilation, he approached the table where overcooked vegetables and undercooked red beans awaited. Sampling a bean, he found it still hard. "Is this your first attempt at cooking?" Ruby nodded, her forehead puckered.
"Back on Drillia 7 UG, we had a cafeteria."
And the food there.
"It was edible, at least."
"Luxurious compared to being auctioned off, I suppose." Her expression darkened. Chen entered and stifled a yawn.
"Anyone for dumplings?"
They all agreed.
"Anna had a fondness for them."
Chen mused, his voice tinged with nostalgia.
"Why speak of her as if she's gone?"
Ruby said. He sadly smiled and looked away, grabbing cooking stuff.
"Who's up for eggs, garlic, and chives?"
"Sounds perfect." Quinn shared his earlier encounter with the snake. Chen suggested,
"A safer spot would be higher up. There's a rope bridge further down."
"Isn't it busy bridge? I mean, don't people use it?"
Ruby said.
"We couldn't lie down and meditate on a rope bridge, surely."
"Only locals use it at specific times."
Chen poured flour into a bowl and added water.
"You could go when it's quiet."
"And the height?"
"About 20 meters.
"And the depth of the water beneath it?"
"That? I don't know."
Quinn, turning to Chen, asked, "Would you join me?" Chen, with a hint of jest, replied,
"You doubt your own protection."
Quinn explained, "My focus will be elsewhere."
"If I can rest beforehand. Age hasn't spared me."
Chen gave them a squinty-eyed smirk.
"Let's get these dumplings ready. Quinn, you handle the eggs. Ruby, chop the garlic and chives. I'll work on the pastry."
The next day it rained. Ruby gazed at the dripping jungle through the front passenger window of a rental car.
"It's no good. Nowhere seems suitable to lie down and meditate."
"What do you suggest we do?" Chen steered a little too tightly around a bend. "Let's go upriver to that shallow place," Quinn said. "It's only a few miles from where we're staying."
"But water snakes,"
Ruby reminded him.
"The road doesn't go upriver,"
Chen said.
"It takes a turn towards a town."
"How far from town to Yakar River?" Quinn asked.
"I'm not sure."
"I think you should drop us off, Chen. Me and Ruby will try this together."
"Yeah. Don't worry about us,"
Ruby said. Chen sighed.
"Where shall I drop you?"
"At that town," Quinn said. After a 20-minute drive, Chen pulled over outside a string of shops and said goodbye. Ruby and Quinn shared an orb shield to stay dry and followed the footpath leading to the Yakar River for a mile. They pursued the path running parallel to the river, and after an hour, the gully flattened out. In the distance, stilted houses perched on either side, like pelicans waiting for surrounding plains to flood so they could catch fish. Ruby squinted and pointed.
Boats.
Perhaps we could offer a local some money to borrow one. Ruby's ponytail bounced as her pace picked up.
Let's try to buy some food too. I'm starved.
The locals will think we're rich if they see our orb shield.
Shall we power it off and get drenched?
Ruby asked. No. Let them think what they like. She giggled.
Not sure how they'll treat a Lifro dressed like a Quan monk in these regions.
Paragons of Vulsha don't mind Quans. These locals shouldn't, anyway. They're not terrorists.
I know. Just saying.
If I take off my gear and they recognize me as a fugitive, that'll be worse. As the rain beat down on Lumper's mudflats, red-skinned women and girls sat on their sheltered verandas, weaving fishing nets. They were up high in their stilted houses and could likely see for miles, but this was no threat to the foreigners. None paid attention to Quinn and Ruby approaching 7 meters below, even with an expensive orb shield gleaming around them. Quinn slipped on his interpretation device as Ruby hollered at an overweight woman who was hanging wet laundry under her stilted house.
Excuse me. Are there any food stalls around here?
The woman pointed towards a wooden stilted house farther along. Quinn powered off the data globe. Under another stilted house, there was a rough-looking restaurant area where a man boiled a pot of water with peppercorns and chilies floating on its surface. On a counter sat plastic baskets overflowing with vegetables, river snails, mud prawns, bean products, and noodles. Ruby took an empty bowl and filled it with tofu balls, rice noodles, and various greens. Quinn copied. The man tipped their contents into 2 drop-down sieves and placed them in boiling water.
Soup with those.
Ruby nodded, so Quinn nodded too.
Peanut sauce? It's spicy.
They agreed and carried their meals to the only table, pulling 2 plastic stools from underneath. Outside, the rain thundered down. It was monsoon season, so the perfect time to teleport, carrying out Anna's instructions. After they slurped their food, Ruby asked the vendor if they could rent a boat for a few hours. His eyes lit up when she offered 5 million Crimson Scar dollars. He said they could take his boat for the day. Ruby warned the vendor they'd be using it to meditate on, and he laughed and directed them to a rowboat tied to a house stilt. Luckily, the monsoon had transitioned to a drizzle by the time they finished eating. Quinn hoped it would be enough to teleport. After the vendor pulled the rowboat in, they clambered aboard, and the man half undid the knot. No, Quinn said. We'll stay anchored and meditate like this. If anyone sees us, please tell them not to disturb us. The man smiled, lines radiating around his eyes, though those dark, glittering eyes looked suspicious. He nodded and left, anyhow, pleased with his payment. Ruby pulled fingers through her long black hair.
You go first. I can tell you're desperate to discover who that Silta woman from your dream is.
The first thing he really wanted to do was to find out if Nareem was okay. Although he'd slept with lots of hookers at the Fire Slicers complex, she'd taken his heart. Had she died like so many of Cade's other sex slaves during the Android Rebellion? He gazed across the slow-moving water, rippling under raindrops. Even though he stretched the orb shield around the boat, when he lay down, he still felt uncomfortable. The wooden boards were hard and wet through. He stared up at the thick gray clouds. Because Ruby was with him, and they'd come here to discover who he really was, he decided he'd have to find Nareem another time. Following Anna's instructions, which Chen had screwed up and eaten, Quinn slowed his breathing and bottled his breath in the top of each inhale and bottom of each exhale. It took time to become accustomed to that breathing pattern, but once he did, he scanned his body, relaxing every part. Releasing the tension from his abdomen was the most difficult. Once he was relaxed, he inwardly made his intention for his and Ruby's astral bodies to shift into the form of houseflies. Quinn and Ruby found themselves beside each other, navigating the ethereal landscape with a newfound mode of communication. Ruby tested their mental link.
Hi. Can you hear me if I talk in my mind?
Yep, Quinn confirmed.
Good.
I'll lead us. Quinn mind spoke. Take us to the Silta woman from my dreams. Make us appear mid-air as houseflies. Don't take us through space. Teleport us directly to that place where she is. They appeared somewhere green, but it was fuzzy.
Can you see straight yet?
Ruby asked. Sure can. Look at one of the many images from your compound eyes. Then it will spread out and your vision will be humanoid.
Ah, yes.
Ruby said to him in his mind.
Look through the trees. Is she the Silta from your dreams?
His heart tightened. Yes. They observed the woman with strawberry blonde hair and glittery yellow skin. Quinn knew her name was Sana. Suddenly, he knew she was his wife. In a moment of profound sorrow, she halted beside a grassy burial mound and sank to her knees. Quinn and Ruby flew closer. Sana laid her forehead on the grass and started crying. Eventually, she got on her knees and rubbed her eyes. Her words to the absent resonated in the air.
I miss you so much. The kids miss you. Your pa and ma won't die happy, knowing you died before them. We're all so broken.
Quinn, feeling a surge of emotions, contemplated revealing himself, but the arrival of a man halted his thoughts. The man had beige skin and a mop of mousy brown hair. He was a Lifro, like Quinn. He looked familiar. Quinn stiffened. He cocked his head, then shook it. Gary, the boy from my desert dream. My brother. He wished he could appear in front of them. He should, but this was all too crazy. Gary kneeled beside Quinn's wife.
Look, Sana, we all miss Quentin. Life won't be the same without him.
Quinn's world spun. That was his burial mound? Sana lifted her gaze to meet the man's eyes.
At least we have each other, Gary.
Their lips met in a kiss, followed by a warm embrace. Quinn's body quaked. He faced Ruby's fly form. My wife's kissing my brother. They think I'm dead.
Let's go.
Sana stood.
May and Lynn will be waiting.
Quinn felt like crying as he remembered his 4 daughters. Then his twin son's chubby baby faces billowed at the forefront of his mind. My children. Ruby, probably sensing the need for distance, suggested,
Let's leave, then return later. You can approach her another time.
No, I want to follow them now. Ruby proposed a compromise for safety, but Quinn's focus was singular. No, I want to see more of Sana. I miss her so much. What's she doing with my brother? Do my kids call him Dad? The notion filled him with a visceral dread. He'll be sorry for taking my wife. The abrupt shift back to reality left Quinn disoriented, the stark change in weather mirroring the abruptness of his emotional turmoil. The sky was blue and bright, and birds sang in the scattering of trees which surrounded the mud flats. But the cheery change in weather only twisted the knife in his back.
I didn't expect it to stop raining,
Ruby said.
That was a sudden jolt of reality. Do you think those visions were real?
Yep, they're real, he said without hesitation, even though nothing out of the ordinary was happening by the river.
So you think that was your wife?
Ruby pressed for clarity.
Yep, she was bowing to my grave.
Quinn confirmed, the weight of his revelation heavy in the air.
She has another lover now.
Ruby stated the painful truth. My brother, Quinn acknowledged. Ruby's apology was soft.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. If I find Nareem, I can forget about my wife.
You don't mean that.
She gently chided. He fought back the surge of emotions, his voice barely a whisper. I'm trying not to fall apart. Their conversation shifted, Ruby bringing up a concern.
We cannot search for your girlfriend or Anna now that it's stopped raining. I hope Anna didn't die in that eruption. What if she's still alive and needs our help?
The area's off limits, Ruby? The volcano's still erupting. After a moment, he admitted, I think she's dead.
I hope you're wrong.
Quentin made a request, a step towards reclaiming his identity. Can you call me Quentin from now on? I don't want to be related to that psycho, Quinn. With a light-hearted gesture, Ruby saluted.
Yes, sir. Yes, Quentin. Is that your real name?
It is. Someone messed with my memory like what Chen suggested.
But why? Who?
Ruby's gaze was fixed on the riverbank, watching 2 local boys collect water snails and put them in a basket. I'll need to find that out, too. The boat bobbed up and down on gentle ripples. The conversation took a deeper dive into Quentin's troubled past. I'm not sure how I could have believed so much that I was that man, and that was my past. I don't know how I could have killed all those people in the bank.
So, someone replaced your memory with Quinn's?
He nodded, a gesture filled with sorrow and realization. Quentin then made a heartbreaking revelation, looking into his empty hands. My memories are coming back.
What's new?
Ruby asked. Tears welled up in Quentin's eyes. I have kids.
Whoa.
He nodded again, reality pressing on him from all directions. It especially pressed on his heart. The rain began anew. Now it was Ruby's turn to see her mother on that terrible dystopian moon colony. Chapter 17. Mami Fuyuka.
Stars sparkled in the sky above the lunar landscape, encasing Mami Fuyuka's glass dome on the secretive lunar base, Drillia 7UG. Mami Fuyuka was busy gardening, removing weeds from around the young trees she had planted. After disposing of the weeds, she walked along the steel path, aware that removing these unwanted plants was essential for her trees to thrive and eventually bear fruits and nuts. Gardening was her escape, a way to process her grief, allowing her to experience her pain fully. It was during these moments, with her hands in the soil, that she could confront her feelings, letting them surface naturally. Before, she used to distract herself with studies or projects to avoid dealing with her loss, but that only led to a sense of numbness. Now, memories of her daughters brought a mix of pain and joy, despite the darkness in their stories. Crystal's murder, Ruby's forced servitude, and Moonstone and Onyx's fates. Her love for them endured, kept alive through cherished memories of their childhoods on Drillia 7UG. As a bird sang nearby, Mami Fuyuka took a moment to stretch and admire the stars through the dome. The sound of a waterfall in the greenhouse brought her back to the present, and realizing she was hungry, she headed to the entrance of a tunnel which led to the underground canteen. 2 guards blocked her path.
Mami Fuyuka.
Yes.
The director wants to see you.
Surprised, since she was unaware Drillia 7UG had a director, she followed the guards through previously unknown passages to a maglev train within a glass tube, a marvel she had never known existed on Kronos' moon. Inside the train, secured in a carriage, she marveled at the technology that allowed them to travel at incredible speeds through the base. When the train stopped at an underground terminal, a woman was waiting there. A young woman with cropped, bleached hair sat on a platform, her posture erect on a metal bench. Her attire comprised a tight black catsuit and red stilettos. The guards aided Mami Fuyuka as they exited the maglev tube. The woman came closer to them. Her large, piercing blue eyes captivated Mami Fuyuka.
I go by the name Cathrella. I am the director at this place. Can you come with me?
Mami Fuyuka, still feeling the adrenaline from her swift journey, trailed Cathrella and the guards through a series of passageways and an elevator that led them to a dome offering a panoramic view of a crater-dotted lunar valley below. This sight momentarily diverted Fuyuka's focus from the conversation. Gazing around, Fuyuka marveled. The view. It's vast. Cathrella, with a hint of pride, mentioned,
This is the pinnacle of Kronos, Mount Crone, standing at 6,000 meters.
Impressed, Fuyuka simply responded, astonishing. Cathrella invited Fuyuka to explore further. They walked past inviting seating and luxurious decor, the transparent flooring giving the illusion of floating above the lunar surface.
Do you like the view?
Cathrella asked, obviously noting Fuyuka's apprehension. It's breathtaking, but overwhelming. Fuyuka admitted. Laughing, Cathrella shared,
Few make the journey up here. It's refreshing to have company. How about a drink?
Once the guards departed, Fuyuka accepted the offer. Cathrella inquired,
Are you okay with sitting at the edge here?
Trying to sound casual, Fuyuka replied. Sure. With a tap of her heel, Cathrella conjured a seat from the floor, resembling a water-filled cushion. Fuyuka sank into it as Cathrella fetched drinks. Returning with 2 glasses, each garnished with cherries and cream, she handed one to Fuyuka, who took it, trying to mask her unease. Cathrella settled opposite Fuyuka, their drinks in hand. The silence stretched between them until Fuyuka, gathering her courage, asked, What's the reason for inviting me here? Cathrella's expression turned serious as she leaned forward, her gaze intensifying.
Where's Mami Anastasia?
Fuyuka acted confused. She knew very well that the mystic she'd been secretly meeting to discuss her daughter's fates had vanished into mid-air when they last met in the Sweat Lodge. But she had to act ignorant. Sorry? Cathrella's brows furrowed, a hint of annoyance flickering across her features.
You know who Anastasia is.
Fuyuka nodded, recalling the redhead mystic vividly. The middle-aged woman had a terrible pentagram scar across her upper cheek and eyelid. Whenever and wherever Anastasia had been branded, she'd been lucky not to lose her sight in that eye. Yes, I saw her 2 months ago at the bathhouse.
And you're certain it was that long ago?
Cathrella pressed, her eyes narrowing. Absolutely. Why? Fiuka's voice trembled slightly, betraying her nervousness. Cathrella's stance softened momentarily before she continued.
Anastasia has disappeared. She was last seen heading towards the quartz sweat vault. Right before you went in. You must have seen something.
Shaking her head, Fiuka insisted. No, she wasn't there. I saw no one. Cathrella sighed, placing her glass on a newly summoned table.
I need another drink, but let's make this quick. Crystal.
The door opened, and Crystal, Fiuka's tall daughter with auburn hair, entered, her demeanor vacant. Fiuka gasped, Crystal. Cathrella ignored the interruption.
2 more drinks, please. The usual.
As Crystal moved to comply, Fiuka's emotions overflowed. You have my daughter.
She was your daughter. After breaking our rules and rebelling against Ruby's exportation to Voria, her memories were erased.
Cathrella explained without a hint of empathy. Fiuka, overwhelmed, approached her tall daughter and her auburn braid. Fiuka attempted to connect with Crystal, but the teenager looked through her without a hint of recognition or love. Please, Mummy, Fiuka begged the director. You have to give her back to me. Cathrella, unfazed, continued.
If you want Crystal back, tell me everything about Anastasia. All your conversations, everything.
Fiuka, desperate, agreed to share everything about Anastasia, including a mysterious liberator called Anna who Anastasia had seen in the crystals, and including the fate of the Fire Slicer slaves.
So, Anastasia believed Anna would free the slaves, including Ruby.
Cathrella mused. Yes, but... Fiuka's voice trailed off, anxiety clear. Cathrella concluded.
Most likely they perished in the escape attempt. Suffocated by smoke.
Fiuka's heart sank. Ruby is...
dead.
Cathrella nodded grimly.
Quite likely.
Fiuka's heart ached with a mix of hope and sorrow. She pressed against her chest, trying to ease the pain. Could Anna really have done this? Were her powers genuine? Cathrella confirmed.
Yes, everything Mummy Anastasia predicted came to pass. I've had the place under surveillance for years.
Pardon.
I heard all the conversations the witch had with all mummies who missed their daughters. She taught me a lot. She could really see into the future.
You knew all along, Fiuka winced. Everything I talked about with Anastasia.
It was a test,
Cathrella admitted, turning towards the dome's edge.
Anna's actions have disrupted our operations significantly. Our key client, the Fire Slicers Mafia, is in disarray.
And you're sharing this with me because... Fiuka's curiosity grew.
I need your help. As a spy within our community.
Cathrella revealed, outlining a plan to monitor for any unusual activity, particularly from Anna or her allies. And Crystal? Fiuka's voice held a desperate hope.
I promise to return her to you with her memories intact.
Cathrella assured. Tears welled up in Fiuka's eyes as she agreed to the terms. Back in the serenity of their greenhouse, surrounded by the scent of flowers and the sound of night birds, Fiuka felt a profound sense of relief with Crystal by her side as they lay in Fiuka's expansive bed. The fear of a dark future had lifted, replaced by the possibility of a peaceful life with one of her 4 daughters within Drillia 7UG's confines. However, Crystal struggled with the loss of time and separation from her sisters.
It's hard to accept losing 3 years and not knowing about Moonstone and Onyx, she lamented. Is Ruby really dead?
I don't know, Fiuka said. Fiuka tried to offer comfort. Loss is a common pain here, but having each other is our fortune. The years will fade into insignificance over time. Crystal, seeking reassurance, asked about Moonstone and Onyx. They're safe, according to Anastasia. Fiuka responded cautiously, mindful of her promise to report any unusual contacts. They're not sex slaves. They're concubines to kind men. The presence of surveillance was a constant reminder of their agreement with Cathrella, casting a shadow over their newfound peace. Crystal rested her head on Mami Fiuka's shoulder, her voice tinged with concern.
You're still worried about Ruby, aren't you?
Fiuka tried to find solace in certainty. No matter what, Ruby's no longer bound by them. Their conversation turned to the omnipresent surveillance.
They're watching us, always, aren't they?
Crystal asked with fear in her voice. Yes, they are, Fiuka confirmed.
And if Anna appears, will you inform Cathrella?
Crystal's question hung in the air, charged with implications. Fiuka nodded, her loyalty to their small family overriding all else. I will. Our safety here together is what matters most. That night, as Crystal found solace in sleep, Fiuka remained awake, tormented by thoughts of Ruby. She sought refuge in her greenhouse, hoping the familiar ritual of tending to her plants would ease her mind. However, Cathrella's haunting suggestions about Ruby's fate lingered, leaving her restless. Under the protective arch of roses, Fiuka pondered their predicament. The idea of Anna reaching out filled her with dread, not because of the promised upheaval, but for the potential consequences of their precarious sanctuary within Drilia 7UG. Lost in thought, a peculiar sight caught her eye. A black bird. The bird sang overhead. A lullaby Mami Fiuka used to sing to her girls, safe in your Mami's arms, under the stars. She caught her breath. She concentrated on the bird's whereabouts, with her lips slightly open. With shiny eyes, the blackbird perched above her arch and stared at her. The creature leapt onto a climbing rose and extended its wings. The word Ruby was engraved on the white downy feathers. Fiuka's muscles tensed up before she released them. Getting to her feet, she collected dead leaves and flowers around the shrubs. But how to respond? The ever-present surveillance threatened to thwart any attempt at communication. Fiuka wrestled with her options, each fraught with risk. The stakes were too high. A misstep could cost them everything. By her waterfall, she sat while the bird flew into a tree nearby. Mami Fiuka gave a nod in agreement. If Cathrella's bigger video drone would just float over to them, Anna could somehow be alerted that Drilia 7UG was waiting for her. Any additional odd behavior by the bird could result in it being vaporized by a drone or guard. Once more, the bird extended its wings. On one side, the words "I am" appeared underneath, while on the other side, Ruby appeared. Adrenaline shot through her veins. Mami Fiuka's heart raced as she tapped her chest. Ruby was not dead. However, the warmth in her body quickly faded away. Ruby should avoid coming to Drilia 7UG under any circumstances. However, if Fiuka informed Ruby directly, Cathrella would separate Crystal from her, possibly even causing harm. She stood and walked closer to the bird. Keeping her gaze on the waterfall, she made up a song. Come because you love me so, come because you care, but they're watching you and me, my dear, although you're unaware. The stars are gleaming on your face. The wind howls through your soul. I know you're here, but I don't want you. Just let me please grow old. Her song to the bird was a coded plea for caution, a mother's desperate bid to protect her child from unseen dangers. As she returned to bed, the encounter left her with a renewed sense of connection to Ruby. Ruby, her biological daughter and first child, was safe, well and free. By utilizing Anna's astral travel, Anastasia's prophecies proved accurate. Fiuka returned to bed, to sleep beside her non-biological daughter. Crystal rolled over and found herself only centimeters away from Mami Fiuka's face. She extended her fingers towards Mami Fiuka's chin and ran them through the tips of her hair. It was Ruby who used to find solace in that, not Crystal.
I can't allow you to age in this place. I promise to be cautious.
Mami Fiuka knew Ruby was inhabiting Crystal's body. Without her encounters with the psychic Anastasia, Fiuka would have never been ready to believe that. She clutched her hands in hers. Oh, Crystal, my dear. Ruby, she mouthed, nodding. I hope Anna never tries to bring down Drilia 7UG. Otherwise, I'll have to tell Cathrella, the director.
Why, Mummy Bummy?
Mami Fiuka let out a relieved smile and sigh. That name was only used by Ruby. In Crystal's pupils, she could catch a glimpse of Ruby's soul. Because Cathrella will take you away from me again if I keep any secrets, maybe kill you.
Do you think Ruby's dead?
No.
Good, neither do I.
As Mami Fiuka and Crystal were escorted to Cathrella's domain atop Mount Crone, anxiety coursed through Fiuka, her mind echoing with silent prayers for safety. Upon arrival, they were greeted not by Cathrella but by her imposing guards, who led them into a space that felt more like an arena than a home. Cathrella, commanding the room in her striking attire, wasted no time in accusing them.
You disobeyed me,
she stated, her posture exuding authority. Confused and alarmed, Fiuka responded, I don't know what you mean. In response, a data globe materialized, vividly displaying the incriminating evidence. A blackbird with the message, I'm Ruby. While Fiuka's own song echoed hauntingly around them. Faced with undeniable proof, Fiuka attempted an apology, but Cathrella was unmoved.
Guards, seize them.
As the guards handcuffed them, Crystal sobbed, struggling against the restraints. Crystal cried out, Mummy, as the guards forcibly separated them. Crystal, Mummy, Fiuka assured. I love you. Don't give up. Someone will save us. Their guards' mocking retort.
You're being shipped to different planets for Yuka. No one will save you. Drelia 7 UG doesn't want you anymore.
Left them with a chilling realization of their fate, marking a bleak turn in their already awful journey.
Chapter 18. Star Gems from Trion. During their journey back from the mudflats, Ruby eagerly shared her recent experiences with Quentin.
I visited my mummy in the garden dome.
Mommy.
That's what the girls call their mothers on the moon camp. Many of the girls are not biologically theirs, but the mummies bring us up from babies, so they are like mothers.
Is your mommy not yours biologically?
She is. I'm her only biological daughter. My 3 sisters are not, but she loves us all the same.
Quentin nodded thoughtfully.
I took the form of a blackbird.
She continued.
I wrote, I'm Ruby, with white feathers, among the black of my underwings.
Quentin asked, did she see the message? A spark lit up Ruby's eyes.
Yes, she did. But she sang a song to warn me off, saying Drelia 7 UD has its eyes on her, urging me to stay away for her safety.
His brow furrowed in concern. Ruby continued, her voice a mix of excitement and sadness.
I also took over my sister's body, Crystal. I spoke to my mother through her, and she knew it was me.
Did your sister know it was you? Quentin's eyes bugged.
No, my mother did.
Did Crystal know you used her body?
I'm not sure. But it was as if my mother expected something like this to happen. She silently communicated that the director is aware of Anna's ability to traverse spaces magically.
Quentin found the information troubling. That's a concerning development. As they headed to their humble log cabin, Ruby couldn't stop detailing her intentions to dismantle Drelia 7 UG's oppressive regime, to liberate the mothers and their daughters. Quentin, while listening, daydreamed about his own personal reconciliation, pondering a return to Ujena, imagining a reunion with Sana, his estranged wife. Despite past betrayals, he was prepared to forgive, to begin anew if she was willing. The following day, with the rain providing a rhythmic backdrop, Ruby and Quentin prepared for another venture. Quentin's legs, showing signs of recovery, suggested a brisk walk to Lumper's mudflats without crutches again. Once there, they boarded their boat, and Quentin laid a rug on the bottom for comfort. He offered Ruby the first turn, but she declined, her mind preoccupied with larger concerns.
I'm figuring out a plan for Drelia 7 UG. I need to gather evidence without drawing attention or endangering anyone,
Ruby explained. Quentin nodded, understanding the delicacy of the situation. Let's make sure your family stays safe. Agreeing, Ruby postponed any direct search for her family until the timing was right, aware of Drelia 7 UG's formidable security measures. Quentin offered his help, suggesting a future incursion of his own into the facility. Ruby contemplated Quentin's offer and the potential risks involved. We must be careful. Their conversation then veered towards the utilization of technology and androids, a tactic previously employed by Anna, hinting at a broader plan of action. Quentin, seeking a brief escape from their heavy planning, requested he shapeshift and teleport. First, he appeared as a ghost to see Nareem, and was pleased to see her dressed smartly in a white shirt and knee-length black skirt. Having an interview in some kind of high-tech sky city, the woman who interviewed her, in the gigantic glass orb of an office complex, shared Nareem's red and black stripy complexion. Quentin realized Nareem had somehow found the money to return to the country from which she came from. Nurner was also on planet Voria, but in the northern hemisphere. Unlike the Crimson Scar, Nurner was a rich country with a good infrastructure. Satisfied, he nodded. Take me back to my old workplace. Can you teleport me there as a fly? I just want to check it out with no danger. He sat inside a window with a curved shape, Familiar with compound eyes, he focused on one of the hundreds of images until it stretched out across his vision and merged into one. Transformed and navigating the confines of a spacecraft, he was in one of the newer space boats called a starcraft. He'd refused to use one to fish because it didn't vibrate like the older model, and those vibrations made him such a damned good fisher. Unable to turn, he hovered away from the glass and flew around the spacecraft. Quintin marveled at the stars and the gas giant. The familiar storm spot of Trion made him feel nostalgic as he reminisced about his past life as a crystal harvester. He failed to identify the star gem harvester with indigo dreadlocks operating the control panel. He had to verify what had happened to him. Expressing his intention, he aimed to see someone he was familiar with in the company. In a bar, he floated beside a table where two men sat. One man had purple skin and the other man was a yellow-skinned Exilta, like Quentin's wife, Sana. Through the window stretched out a gray and stony landscape with silver puddles and streams. He recognized the purple-skinned Tlashua. It was Reed. Quentin inhabited the other man's body. Reed, Quentin asked. Do you remember Quentin? Reed paused briefly, glass in hand, before taking a sip.
Sure thing, buddy. He was my friend.
Quentin gazed at his yellow hand, clutching a glass of drink. Was it okay to eat and drink? He loosened his grip. What happened to him? Reed's fingers danced around his glass, his voice carrying a hint of resignation.
The ship was taken. I was out there, harvesting star gems, and pirates abducted him.
Seriously, Quentin said, shocked. Reed leaned away, a shadow crossing his face. And Sana? What did they tell her? The question seemed to amuse Reed.
You're acting weird today, aren't you? How long have you been out here?
Quentin fumbled for an answer.
A decade, isn't it? And you're acting like this is news to you.
Reed shook his head and chuckled before his face grew serious again.
It's a common tale here.
But what exactly did they tell her? Quentin pushed, needing to know. With a heavy sigh, Reed shared the grim fabrication.
They said an accident with his oxygen tank during a methane transfer. Blew him right out.
Quentin leaned in. And his memories? Did they erase and replace them? Reed signaled for another round of drinks, his casual demeanor returning.
Of course, that's the drill here.
Noticing Quentin's stunned look, he frowned.
Come on, you know how it works. Talmadon's always tweaking what we remember.
Quentin pondered the implications. But what if he made it? Remembered everything. Reed shook his head, skeptical.
Surviving that and the star gems? Unlikely.
Quentin's mind raced, connecting dots to a narrative he'd been fed about being a fugitive. Staring at the metallic sheen of the methane lakes outside, he ventured further. Imagine just for a second he got back. Told his family he was alive. Reed dismissed the idea outright.
Won't ever happen.
But if it did?
Then Talmadon's got a bullet with his name on it the moment he steps foot in Lerony's space.
Quentin's stomach churned. He clenched his jaw in frustration. How could he ever reunite with Sana and their kids under such circumstances? The thought of his family, now seemingly belonging to another, tormented him deeply. After Ruby had retired for the night, Quentin found comfort on a warm rug in the living room, while Chen worked with meticulousness, inserting needles at carefully chosen points on Quentin's body.
Just let go of the tension,
Chen advised before leaving Quentin to absorb the treatment's full effects. Upon his return, Chen carefully removed the needles, indicating the end of the session. As they settled on the porch with their green tea, the serene night around them filled with the calls of nocturnal birds. Chen turned his attention to Quentin.
You seem distant tonight. Tell me, what's on your mind? Did something unsettling happen during your outing?
Quentin, stirring from his contemplation, met Chen's gaze. I revisited my past. I worked as a star gem harvester for Talmadon.
Talmadon? The energy giant from Leron?
Chen became curious when Quentin mentioned Leron's premier energy corporation, which was known for utilizing star gems in advanced space-based solar panel technology and for venturing into the black market without ethical considerations.
How's it possible to harvest star gems from a gas giant?
Chen questioned. Quentin delved deeper into the Leronese government's scientific yet secretive breakthroughs and the darker aspects of his former employment. Talmadon ensures the protection of its secrets by equipping stargem harvesters with alternate memory chips and embedded bioweaponry, allowing any compromised individual to erase their genuine memories.
In Leron? The place everyone talks about as a utopia.
Chen struggled to come to terms with this, considering his former perception of the fertile moon.
And now, how do you plan to return to your family?
Quentin's story laid bare the harsh realities of corporate espionage and the personal sacrifices made by those caught in the crossfire. That's the catch, isn't it? If I even try to sneak back, Talmadon's got eyes that spot me miles away. I'll be assassinated. Chen paced to the railing, his slight frame casting a shadow in the moonlight.
So what's your move? Ruby's cooking up schemes, but what about you?
Quentin scrubbed a hand over his face. Guess I could hang around your place, or maybe I could be the guy who takes Talmadon down a notch. Chen turned, skeptical.
And how would that go?
Tell the Lironese Secret Service or Lironese Interstellar Police. Chen huffed.
You think they don't know? They're Lironese? They might be secretly working together with Talmadon, keeping their hands clean while running the entire operation?
Quentin stood and scanned the dark forest, leaning against the railing and mulling it over. But maybe the good folks at the Lironese Human Rights Office aren't in the loop about the whole memory wipe and hit job protocol. If I can get to them, maybe there's a shot at wiping the slate clean.
You're wanted for murder.
Is that warrant even valid across star systems?
It's a risky bet.
Quentin shrugged. Chen remained silent, pondering. I want to talk to Sana. I want to tell her I'm alive. But she'd probably blab to Gary, and then who knows? They might find themselves targeted. Stepping closer, Chen laid a hand on Quentin's shoulder.
Deep down, what do you really want?
Quentin swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. All I want is to be back with my family, watch my kids grow. I can't stand the thought of them grieving me as if I'm gone for good.
Looks like you've got a giant to slay then.
Chapter 19. Drillia 7 UG. A week after Chen, Ruby, and Quentin returned to the temple, a man with brown skin and a cropped afro materialized unexpectedly at Chen's tea setting, his presence causing a stir among them. Shocked, the three friends shuffled back and away from the table. With a gesture of peace, he introduced himself.
I have been monitoring your group. My name is Matthias, and I serve as an agent for the Lironese government. The drone you encountered, observing you and Anna, was under my command.
Ruby's eyes bulged.
That mosquito drone was yours.
He confirmed with a simple nod.
Anna, is she alive?
She asked.
She is not deceased.
He confirmed.
Where is she now?
Ruby pressed.
She finds herself in the future.
How is that possible?
Ruby's voice rose a pitch.
She can time travel too.
The structure known as the Amethyst Pyramid within Dragon Mouth acts as a gateway through time. It also enables her to teleport and shapeshift in the present time, from the river connected to it.
Quentin Dry wrung his hands. You discovered this by?
Driven by curiosity after her sudden departures, I traveled to Dragon Mouth, and then to Ghost Creek. There I encountered her, unable to move by the water,
he said, maintaining a detached tone.
Unable to move,
Ruby echoed, concern in her voice.
Correct. She was paralyzed,
he confirmed, his expression unchanged as they processed the information. Chen, his face cradled in his hands, absorbed the revelation.
She's paralyzed then? I remember she said she was.
Her consciousness remains intact. Through our collaboration, she orchestrated the escape of 200 villagers from an imminent disaster.
Ruby clarified.
Because of the volcano.
He confirmed with a nod.
Triggered a tsunami in the river.
And they escaped to the future.
Chen sought confirmation. Another nod from him, his hand brushing his stubble.
But if she was paralyzed, then how?
Ruby asked.
I carried her, and then passed her to another villager to take 200 years into the future.
Matthias cleared his throat.
I've decided. I'll join your fight against Drillia 7 UG.
Ruby could barely contain herself as she gripped the edge of the tabletop.
We have to save my mother and sister.
Quentin felt a chill of apprehension. Despite his fears, his commitment to Ruby and his word bound him.
I'm in as well,
declared Chen, despite Quentin's attempt to hide his amusement. Chen, catching Quentin's look, added,
Age hasn't dulled my sense of justice.
Despite their attempts to convince Chen he had contributed enough, the old man had made up his mind.
And your name?
Chen inquired of the agent.
Agent Matthias. My physical body lies in a location above a river which is connected to another one of those pyramids.
Not the one in Dragon Mouth?
Ruby asked.
No, this one is located in central Boatkong.
Is that a time machine too? Quentin asked.
I'm not sure whether they are machines, but yes, there are many time portals throughout the Euphorian Alliance. The magical river in central Boatkong supplies my well.
Matthias shared.
You live there,
Ruby said.
I do now. I recently purchased a property here.
Quentin couldn't help but express his astonishment. He blew out his cheeks and shook his head.
Ah, yes, central Boatkong. Is Penkarang near Lumpur?
Chen asked.
Just above it,
Matthias replied.
We were just there,
Ruby admitted.
Maybe we should have stayed longer.
I've surveyed Lumpur,
Matthias informed them.
The mudflats there won't last. The water levels are rising because on monsoon season. Soon they will flood.
Ruby suggested.
We could look into renting one of the stilted houses for a retreat.
Quentin pondered the feasibility. Could that actually work? Matthias affirmed.
It's a plausible strategy.
A week later, Quentin, Chen, and Ruby returned to Lumpur in central Boatkong. They were acclimating to their stilted home as the monsoon made its presence known, with rain cascading off the angled wooden roof in voluminous sheets, transforming the landscape below into a flooded panorama. As they convened on the balcony, protected by the sloping roof, Ruby scanned the tempestuous sky.
Matthias promised he'd join us when it rained.
Chen, amidst a ritual to repel the mosquitoes, speculated.
Maybe Penkarang is dry today.
But it's just up the hill from here.
Ruby countered, puzzled by the absence. Quentin laid out a rug for their next move. Should we continue without him? It seems like the ideal moment. Ruby agreed. Quentin turned to Chen. Are you ready, Chen? Chen, with a measured look towards Ruby, affirmed. Ruby, though visibly anxious, committed to their plan.
Do we fold the roof now?
First, we trigger our orb shield, Quentin reminded. With the shield in place and the roof retracted, rain inundated their makeshift sanctuary. The monsoon pounded onto the wooden floor, drenching it after days of dryness. They lay on a rug, huddled together in their orb shield shelter. Quentin reminded himself of their plan and telepathically instructed Ruby and Chen to have autonomy in their actions. He also asked for permission to possess Drillia 7 UG's director. As he appeared in a luxurious kitchen atop a lunar mountain, he almost dropped his mug of hot chocolate in awe of the new environment. Under a dome of glass, a brunette woman with an impassive expression was loading suitcases into an elevator. Quentin rubbed the back of his slender neck, trying to appear casual.
I need you to deactivate all detonation devices in everyone here,
he said in a feminine voice with a different accent to his. The woman remained unfazed.
I can't do that without an identification check signature.
Pretending ignorance, Quentin asked.
How do I do that?
Suspicious, she began to move towards an emergency button. Panicked, Quentin gasped and called out to Chen or Ruby, in his mind, to possess the woman before she could stop them. Instead of pressing the emergency button, she halted and told him to turn on his data globe. Quentin let out a sigh of relief as he pressed the on button and accepted the call. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and bleached blonde hair appeared on the screen. Her features were tense with worry.
Go to the spaceship immediately,
she urged.
We've detected a security breach and our engineers are working on reactivating it.
Panicked, Quentin asked.
Where are they?
They're at home with me,
the woman replied.
What about our mammies and children?
There won't be any time once your spaceship leaves,
she explained.
Make sure all guards are in their cryobuds.
Desperate to find a solution, Quentin asked if anyone else could deactivate the bombs without arousing suspicion. The woman replied that only his identification check would work, but she warned him to be careful as they couldn't let the magicians know how to prevent the explosion. Before ending the call, the woman told Quentin she loved him and urged him to stay safe. He sighed and ran a hand through the short hair of the body he was inhabiting, feeling disgusted by how easily Cathrella and her mother were willing to sacrifice others for their own gain. Ruby had changed her form into an invisible ghost, while Chen possessed Cathrella's brunette maid. Ruby offered to possess Cathrella's mother and deactivate the bombs, while also getting security to release all mothers and children so they could escape together. But Quentin hesitated, afraid that someone may have already warned the woman about potential possession attempts. He had another idea and expressed it mindfully to his friends. Instead of possessing her, can you check CCTV footage to see how Cathrella usually deactivates the bombs?
Shapeshift into someone,
Ruby said. Maybe.
What excuse could I give for monitoring surveillance?
She asked. This isn't easy. Quentin stretched his neck and stumbled towards the kitchen counter to pour a glass of whiskey. How do women manage to walk in these shoes?
I have no idea.
Ruby giggled.
Maybe some flirtation could help.
Chen smiled. now speaking through Zoe, the maid's body, as he clasped his hands behind his back. What? Quentin asked.
Expressing the fact you forgot the code while flirting with a man might help.
Chen smiled again.
They always fall for a woman in distress. It makes them feel important and useful.
That's a good idea. Quentin agreed mindfully. But what about her mother? Actually, Ruby, can you possess Cathrella's mother? Contact me through her data globe. We can pretend to talk casually and ease the tension.
Sure thing,
Ruby said telepathically.
I'm inside Cathrella's mother now. But she's angry and invading my thoughts. I'll try to block her out.
Quentin frowned. That's strange. Cathrella is silent in my mind.
I know what you're trying to do.
Cathrella's voice echoed in his head with hatred.
You'll pay for this, Quentin. I know powerful people who will make sure of it. Or is it Quinn, the mass murderer? How interesting that I have different memories here. Did you know your brother was having an affair with your wife?
He shuddered and reached for his whiskey, quickly downing it to quell Cathrella's fiery presence within him. The data globe buzzed, and Quentin opened it around himself.
Hello, darling,
Ruby said in Cathrella's mother's form. He smirked.
Hello, mother dear. What do you want now?
I've changed my plans.
Oh, really?
I want you to deactivate everyone.
Mummy, that sounds risky.
Not at all. If we are under attack, I want our girls to survive.
What are you doing, Ruby?
Chen spoke telepathically to both of them.
Changing her mother's orders.
Ruby explained to him in all of their minds.
I don't trust the Leronese Interstellar Police or the Leronese Secret Service.
Me neither, Quentin agreed, using telepathy as well.
We didn't plan this,
Chen said.
Please trust me,
Ruby pleaded.
But I thought you wanted them all dead.
Quentin remarked aloud for the sake of any surveillance.
No, I've changed my mind,
Ruby said from the blonde in the data globe.
They have value. Get someone to send more ships.
Oh, Mummy, I'm not sure how to do that. It's not something I usually handle.
Then get help,
Cathrella's mother commanded. Quentin hobbled over to the intercom.
These shoes are killing me.
They're terrible for your posture.
Chen informed them all through his mind.
You can't imagine the health problems associated with blocked ether flow.
I wish I could take them off, Quentin grumbled.
Why not pretend to be sick?
Ruby suggested telepathically.
Take off the shoes and carry them over your shoulder. Then find a hero who wants to come to the aid of a helpless woman.
Yes, good idea.
Chen agreed. Quentin pushed the button on the intercom once again. A woman's voice greeted.
Hello, Director Cathrella. How may I assist you today?
I'm exhausted and my mother keeps making demands. I can't handle this workload anymore. Can someone please help me?
Second in line?
The woman on the intercom asked. Quentin chewed his bottom lip before answering.
Yes.
Would you like Colonel Benberg to come to your sky bubble, or would you prefer to meet him in the General Assembly?
Can he come here? My feet are killing me.
Quentin took off Cathrella's shoes and placed them by a chair facing the lunar landscape. The view reminded him of Lorth, where he posed as a methane rig worker, except there was no liquid methane here. He paced back and forth, thoughts swirling in his mind about how human traffickers were getting away with their crimes. Didn't Polymia's government know there was a slave camp on one of its moons? He paused and quickly accessed a security check on Cathrella's data globe, scanning his eyes, fingertips, and hair DNA. When he reached the 4-digit passcode bar, he sighed and rubbed his smooth jaw. Did Colonel Benberg know the code, or did Cathrella's mom? Could Cathrella hear him now?
Of course I can.
She sneered in his mind.
I'll never give you Drillia 7UG's passcode. Never.
He drew in a sharp breath as the central baroglass stem unfolded, revealing a Nurnurian man, the same race as his beloved Nurium. Colonel Benberg looked intimidating in tight black soldier wear that blended with his black and red striped skin. His green eyes stood out. Was he mixed race? Younger than expected, he looked strong and agile. Colonel Benberg strode in and dropped to one knee, waiting for something from Quentin. Frowning, Quentin shuffled closer. Benberg took hold of his hand and kissed it.
Cathrella, did you call me for business or pleasure?
What did that mean? Was she sleeping with this man?
Business.
He straightened up.
How can I help you?
My mother wants to ship all our mammies and girls out as soon as possible. She believes the magicians will raid Drillia 7UG.
She's changed her mind. I thought she was going to let Drillia 7U be destroyed.
Quentin shook his head.
She said it would be a waste of money.
There are 180 concubines ready in cryosleep, but no one is interested in buying the remaining 10,000 girls who failed their concubine exams.
A chill ran up Quentin's spine, but he kept his face impassive. He hadn't realized there were so many slaves on this moon encampment.
My mother wants them shipped out immediately. She knows someone who will buy them.
Colonel Benberg pointed at Cathrella's bar.
May I?
In a daze, Quentin nodded his approval.
You'll be letting down a lot of clients if they don't take their early exams.
Benberg said.
My mother disagrees. Just do it.
Colonel Benberg's expression shifted to one of disappointment as he muttered under his breath, pouring himself a drink and then quickly downing it before pouring another one.
I hope you're making the right decision.
Chen said telepathically.
Does anyone know how to fly spaceships?
Quentin grimaced, remembering his previous encounter with the Vorian ship that had hijacked his own vessel. If they're anything like the Vorian ship, no. Ruby's voice echoed through space-time, reminding them all of their mission.
The pilots will follow my orders and we can continue rescue operations once these slaves have landed on habitable planets.
Quentin shook his head. That will be a difficult task. Ruby persisted.
At least there will be oxygen and a safer environment for them to escape from.
Colonel Benberg finished his second drink and turned to Quentin with a serious expression.
Are you positive your mother wants everyone sent away?
Quentin nodded in confirmation.
And so soon?
Again, Quentin nodded.
Let me talk to her.
Benberg rubbed his eyes wearily and approached Quentin.
Maybe I can convince her otherwise.
You can try, but she won't be happy.
Benberg playfully winked at Quentin and pinched his bottom. Quentin maintained eye contact and forced a smile. Benberg used his data globe to call Ruby.
Cathrella informed me that you're planning to evacuate all women from Drillia 7 UG immediately.
That's correct,
Ruby responded, her face heavily made up.
And I hope you're not trying to persuade me otherwise.
We'll need a lot of tachyon spaceships for that, unless you want to consider more cost-effective cruisers.
I can afford tachyon ships. That's what I prefer.
It will create heavy traffic in orbit, considering we only have 3 launch pads.
How many spaceships will we need?
Will the mammies be evacuated as well?
Everyone,
Ruby confirmed.
With the mammies, girls, and staff included, that is approximately 15,000 people.
Ruby simply nodded in response.
30 spaceships would be required for that. It's impossible and will bankrupt you.
Just think of the profit I'll make by selling off all those humans once they're evacuated.
Ruby countered. Benberg frowned.
Spaceships are more costly than slaves. If they were all concubines, it wouldn't be an issue. But only 180 of them are designated for that role.
Quentin interjected with a telepathic suggestion. Why not tell him that you received a high offer from someone, but it's top secret? Benberg ran his fingers through his black and red stubble.
Leave the mammies behind. Maybe we could leave some of the children and babies too.
A wave of heat rushed through Quentin's body. He couldn't believe how heartless Benberg was.
No,
Ruby stated firmly.
I have a lucrative offer for their services.
How can a mummy be more valuable than a droid?
Benberg questioned.
It's confidential,
Ruby replied coyly.
I'll explain everything once everyone is evacuated. Those mammies are extremely valuable assets.
Quentin had to stifle a laugh at Ruby's acting skills.
Bring the spaceships immediately,
Ruby said in the form of the mother.
Our business will collapse if we stay here much longer, traffic or no traffic. The girls, babies and mammies are our key to a brighter future.
I'm not entirely sure.
Don't question me. I've consulted with my accountants. Will you assist us or not?
Benberg bowed his head in submission.
Yes, Mom.
Before you go, I have another request,
Ruby added. Benberg raised an eyebrow expectantly.
Cathrella is extremely ill.
Quentin suddenly had an idea and spoke it through his mind. Tell him to put Cathrella into cryosleep immediately. Then I can occupy someone else's body, such as Colonel Benberg's, while Cathrella's unconscious. As if reading their thoughts, Benberg inquired,
When should Cathrella go into cryosleep?
Now,
Ruby replied.
Along with everyone else.
But there are only enough cryobuds for 200 people while we wait for more spaceships.
Then put our crew and the others I mentioned into cryosleep first,
Ruby instructed.
They're already in it,
Benberg responded, giving Quentin a confused look.
Perfect.
Quentin smiled, then said in Ruby's mind, You'll need to inhabit Cathrella's mother until our mission is complete.
I hope the rain continues.
Ruby muttered back telepathically.
If we deactivate the detonation devices and quickly move Cathrella to cryosleep, we can take turns occupying her mother's body.
Chen suggested mindfully. Or we could kill her, Quentin said. Chen hissed disapprovingly.
That's not you speaking, that's Quinn. Stay focused.
Colonel Benberg interrupted their conversation before Quentin's murderous thoughts could be explored further.
Are you feeling well enough to go into cryosleep? It could be dangerous if you have a bug or...
It's fine, I just need to shut down everyone else first,
Quentin assured him. In Cathrella's body, he walked over to the barraglass console and sat, gazing out at the horizon.
Deactivate them then,
Benberg said.
But I've forgotten the code.
Quentin admitted.
Call your mum back and ask for it again,
he suggested.
She doesn't remember it either.
Benberg stood up abruptly and turned to face Quentin.
What's going on, Cathrella?
What do you mean?
Quentin played dumb.
There's something suspicious happening,
Benberg accused.
No, we just forgot the password. It happens all the time.
Cathrella lied. Benberg shook his head in disbelief.
Don't you know the code?
Chen asked urgently in their minds. Only Cathrella and her mother know it.
Dear.
Chen muttered.
What can we do now?
We could threaten them, Quentin suggested, a cruel idea forming in his mind.
Perhaps that will work.
Chen agreed reluctantly.
I need to remain inside Cathrella's mother.
Ruby reminded them.
How will you carry out this threat?
We've never turned the detonation devices off.
Quentin told Colonel Benberg.
So we forgot the PIN code.
Matthias here. Can anyone hear me?
The Lironi spy's voice rang out in Quentin's mind. A warm sensation spread through Quentin's chest. With a Lironese agent in the room, perhaps their mission would be completed quicker.
I can,
Ruby said.
I can too,
Chen added.
I'm disguised as her maid with dark hair.
Anyone in the sexy blonde?
Matthias asked. Quentin squinted. You mean the woman in the black catsuit?
Yep.
That's me, and this sexy blonde is the director of Drelia 7UG. She's an evil woman.
I don't know the code,
Colonel Benberg admitted, unaware of Quentin's internal conversation with 3 other body snatchers.
Is Ruby inside him?
Matthias clarified.
No.
Ruby replied.
I'm actually inside the sexy blonde's mother, on Zars.
Damn.
Matthias cursed.
We can hear you over that many light years.
It seems so,
she confirmed.
Well, I'm currently in a CCTV camera. Any ideas how I can help?
We need to know a passcode,
Chen explained.
This Nenorian has no clue about it. Only the director and her mother have that information.
Ruby, Quentin warned with a fluttering feeling in his borrowed stomach. Don't think too loudly. The director can pick up on our thoughts.
I know,
she replied, with annoyance evident in her tone.
She's been pestering me since I arrived. But if I have any good ideas, I can't keep quiet about them. What should we do? The rain will stop soon.
Matthias sighed.
Let's take them to the bathroom. We can tie them up and wait until the rain stops.
That won't work,
Ruby objected.
The guards will notice and sound the alarm.
What if we disable the CCTV?
Chen suggested. Matthias said.
Too risky.
Maybe Matthias is right,
Ruby agreed.
Quentin and Chen, you both go to the bathroom together. Quentin, tell this colonel that your maid needs to wash you.
A sense of unease prickled on the back of Quentin's borrowed neck. That sounds suspicious.
Not at all,
Ruby reassured him.
You'd be surprised at what wealthy people ask their staff to do.
Quentin settled into a comfortable seat as the colonel helped himself to another drink. Ruby suggested that Matthias appear in the bathroom with a rope, tie Quentin up, and create a laser gun. They would then switch places. Quentin becoming someone intimidating while asking for a PIN code or threatening to harm the woman they were after, Cathrella. Chen proposed an alternate plan of threatening to harm her mother instead. As they discussed their options, Matthias checked for surveillance in the bathroom and declared it clear. Ruby dismissed the idea of Matthias inhabiting the colonel, stating that he was better off remaining ignorant. The scene changed to darkness and the sound of water below, followed by a scream that jolted Quentin back to reality. He shivered in the humid air and marveled at how quickly it had stopped raining. Ruby and Chen panicked, fearing that their plan had been exposed, but they waited for an hour until Chen's remote buzzed from the rug. Quentin opened it like a globe and saw Matthias's worried face on the screen. He explained that Cathrella's mother had heard all their plans while imprisoned by Ruby inside of her mind. Once the rain had stopped, though, and their bodies had become dispossessed, they were free to be themselves again. Colonel Benberg had put Cathrella in cryosleep after learning everything. Once the second spaceship left, the place would blow up. Quentin cursed, realizing their plan had failed. Chapter 20. Secret Service. Quentin, feeling revitalized from his morning Qigong practice, joined Ruby and Chen at the tea table in the Kuan Temple in West Bokong. Quentin sat with the upright posture of a Quan monk, a testament to his healing leg and improved posture. Chen's holophone buzzed to life, punctuating the moment and revealing Matthias in miniature holographic form atop the screen. Quentin, managing a smile amidst his surprise, listened as Matthias started the conversation.
You have returned to Chen's temple.
That's right, Quentin responded, his interest aroused. Matthias delivered a shocking revelation regarding recent advancements, attributing credit to Anna for the unexpected information.
She inhabited Colonel Benberg, and just as Cathrella was drifting off into cryogenic sleep, she asked her what the PIN code was.
And Cathrella just gave it to Benberg.
No, but she thought it, and Anna saw the numbers in her mind.
Quentin was momentarily astonished, his facial expression remaining stoic as he absorbed the disclosure. Ruby stiffened, and the tendons in her neck stuck out as she asked,
"And what of my mother and sister?"
Matthias informed her they were aboard the first spacecraft, leaving their destination uncertain, much to Ruby's disappointment. Matthias then shared the astonishing news of Anna's return to her homeworld, Zars, through the time portal. This revelation brought a mix of relief and wonder to the group. As Chen poured more tea, they silently acknowledged a gesture of celebration between them. Quentin humorously suggested upgrading their celebratory drink, only to be reminded by Chen of the temple's sanctity against alcohol. Quentin suggested, "I've got disguises. Why not celebrate in a bar or club?"
"I'm not too keen on the idea of a bar crowded with guys,"
Ruby said. Chen reassured her with a gentle touch. "Let's not worry about that now." Curious, Ruby shifted the topic.
"Can Anna move around? Is she okay?"
The light in Matthias's eyes dimmed, his optimism fading.
"That's uncertain at the moment."
Clutching her knees closer, Ruby voiced her hope.
"She's got to recover. Zars is advanced. They'll have something to help her."
Turning to Quentin, Matthias broached a new subject.
"Quentin, I've got an assignment. Training on teleporting via Anna's means with a new division in the Laranese Secret Service. Interested in joining?"
Quentin clutched his hands at his chest. "Absolutely, count me in." Ruby, her concern clear, interjected,
"But it sounds risky. You should stay."
Ignoring her caution, Quentin signaled Matthias to go on.
"Zebulon, my superior, he's briefed on you. He's open to you joining the training. We'll ensure your safety afterward."
Matthias glanced at Ruby, acknowledging her worries.
"But Ruby has a point. It's not without its risks."
Quentin, rubbing his neck, sought reassurance. "You'll be around to guide, right?" Matthias hesitated.
"My plans might take me elsewhere, possibly to infiltrate Talmadon. The training camp's equipped for continuous range simulation, though."
Chen's gaze bounced between Ruby and Quentin.
"Is Liron where you want to be?"
Quentin didn't hesitate. "Absolutely."
"At least aging isn't a concern with cryosleep,"
Matthias added, trying to lighten the mood. "And the training camp's location?" Quentin asked.
"That remains confidential, but I'll arrange for your pickup tonight,"
Matthias assured. Ruby and Chen shared a look of mutual concern. Quentin, his voice thick with emotion, tried to reassure them. "I'll make sure we say our goodbyes. And if I can't make it back to my home moon, I'll just come back here." Chen, visibly moved, affirmed Quentin's place among them.
"You'll always have a home here, Quentin, my son."
With a heavy heart, Quentin gave Matthias his decision. "Let my ride know I'll be ready." In a helicopter, Quentin, Matthias, and a few other operatives headed towards a secluded area beneath an expansive barraglass urban development in the sky. They were embarking on a covert operation in a forest known for its moderate climate. Concealed by the dense foliage, they arranged their camp around a significant structure that spanned the river. This facility had a magical river running through it, and the white canvas dome mimicked continuous rain inside, aiding their instruction in stealth and transformation, linked to a mystical pyramid upstream. For 2 weeks, Quentin and the team refined their skills under Matthias's guidance, mastering the ability to change form and control both organisms and devices, creating a variety of imagined tools and shields. Their instruction focused on moving unseen, a task made simpler by the constant downpour created within their training dome as they lay on metal lily pads over the river that ran through it. Their preparation also included a visit to the secretive headquarters of the Skywater Shift Department, located on Quentin's home moon, within a vast desert. During a late-day walk, Matthias confided in Quentin about a son he recently discovered he had, pointing towards the sky as he spoke of him.
"He lives in a boarding school in a sky city, but I will take him out soon."
Ascending a demanding slope, Quentin found the journey challenging, in contrast to Matthias's easy stride. The conversation turned towards Quentin's association with their group, with Matthias expressing a personal wish for Quentin's reunion with his family. Quentin's straightforward admission about his spouse's involvement with his sibling brought a significant reaction from Matthias, highlighting a moment of personal connection amidst their operational relationship. That evening, Matthias and Quintin entered the expansive canvas dome where the agents carried out their water wayfaring. The Laranese Secret Service had positioned the tent over a river, and placed human-sized metal lily pads along the river for lying down and meditating. Overhead was a sprinkler system for constant simulated rain. The two men positioned themselves on the metallic surfaces within their shelter, the orb shield enveloping them and the river's expanse below.
Want to lead this operation?
Matthias asked. Quintin deferred. No, you're better suited for this task. With that settled, they eased into a state of focused relaxation, their consciousness shifting form as they materialized amidst the verdant foliage of a towering structure. Now as insects within this bioluminescent environment, they observed the sporadic departure of employees from a prominent building. Matthias broke the silence, suggesting they adopt the forms of employees to infiltrate the facility. Quentin, now a moth with a mottled pattern, expressed uncertainty about their access levels. He proposed a direct approach. Why not target the head of Star Gem's harvester's data? We could bypass security that way.
Let's attempt it.
Quentin possessed a woman's body inside a dark chamber. 2 data globes cast the only light. A panicked thought from a female employee echoed in his mind, fearing paralysis. Quentin, taken aback, contemplated offering reassurance. Next to him, a Silta woman caught his attention as Matthias's thoughts reached him, confirming their exchanged identities. Quentin, now in a Tlashua form, responded to Matthias's query, acknowledging their swapped bodies. Quentin had body snatched a purple-skinned Tlashua, while Matthias was occupying the body and brain of a golden-skinned Xilta. The Xilta woman, embodying Matthias, confirmed her identity with a tug of her braid. Quentin talked telepathically in the shared mind of the Tlashua woman. He addressed her concerns directly, explaining their temporary occupation of their bodies for a mission, hoping to ease the woman's distress. Her disbelief was obvious, yet Quentin shared his backstory, hoping to forge a connection. Her interest increased at the mention of Lorth, assuming wealth from his past life. Quentin admitted his previous affluence, hinting at the assets still held by his family. Her voice wavered.
But what happened then?
Quentin explained, ran into trouble with space pirates. Talmadon played around with my memories, swapped them out. But the real ones found their way back. Now, I'm just trying to get back to my folks with no drama.
Think you could help me out financially if I assist?
She asked. Yeah. Need your account details. She was skeptical.
Will you remember them?
Just send it over to my data globe. Quentin instructed, tapping into his training for transmitting and storing information. Capture her account number. She hesitated, still doubtful. Quentin pressed, how much are we talking?
Really? You'd pay?
If I don't follow through, expose me. Name your price. She mulled over the proposition.
It's not simple.
Guess you'll have to trust me then. Her demand was steep.
Given your star gem hauls at Trion, 10,000 should be fair.
I'll double it. Quentin offered without hesitation.
Deal.
She agreed. Quentin reached out to Matthias telepathically. My host's on board with the plan. Guided by his temporary host, Quentin manipulated the controls within the data globe, erasing his digital footprint.
Done?
Matthias checked in. That's what she says. Matthias looked bewildered for a moment, absorbing something.
You're clear to enter Lyron now.
Seems so. Quentin confirmed, but the mood shifted as Matthias shared a troubling insight.
The person I'm with just filled me in. You're tagged for major crimes.
Quentin gritted his teeth and scrubbed a hand over his face. Better locked up than dead, I suppose.
We need to leave, Quentin. Zebulon might have a way out.
Quentin's mind was elsewhere, though. First, I need to see if Sana's still with Gary. Matthias exhaled deeply.
You plan to see her, then? I'll keep an eye out from the dome. Just tread lightly.
Join me, will you? Quentin asked.
For what reason?
I just need someone there with me, Quentin admitted, hoping for support. Matthias consented in a light jest.
Let's just hope Sana doesn't shoo us away.
She won't. She's deeply into her Quan practices. And she's a vegan, Quentin added, trying to lighten the mood. Teleporting again, they appeared in Quentin's family home, set in the chalk cliffs of Lyron's South Pole. As they positioned themselves by the coffee table, the window offered them a panoramic view of the sea, with the gas giant's vibrant swirls above. Quentin felt nostalgic. This is it, our haven inside the cliffs. But his warmth quickly turned to concern as he spotted Sana, distressed and alone. Damn, Quentin murmured, seeing her tears. I need to be there for her.
Hold on.
Matthias cautioned, buzzing around.
Let me ensure your approach is safe. Show me the nearest security feed.
Quentin's heart ached to comfort Sana, noticing the changes in her once fuller figure. Matthias returned shortly.
She's all yours to talk to.
Appreciate it, buddy. You can head out now, Quentin said, ready for the moment.
I'll wait by the river.
Matthias offered before departing. Quentin adjusted his appearance. Let's make this look normal. Suddenly clad in everyday attire, he moved closer. Sana? She lurched to her feet and gasped, hand flying up to her throat.
Quentin? Is that really you?
He confirmed with a nod. Overwhelmed, she rushed into his embrace, her tears drenching the material covering his chest. He enveloped her, breathing in the familiar essence of her being, his lips meeting her tear-streaked cheeks, eyes catching the amber spark in hers.
They said you were gone.
I know, he soothed.
But here you are. What about the kids?
You can't let them know about this, Quentin said.
Why? What's happened?
She pressed for answers. He paused, his past looming. My work. There's a lot you don't know. Dangerous stuff. If Talmadon finds out I'm here. Sana silenced him with a gesture, sensing the peril.
Is it risky for me, too?
He could only nod. Her voice cracked.
Will we meet again?
Definitely, he promised.
When will it be safe for the kids to know?
Quentin massaged his neck, uncertain. Hard to say.
And where have you been?
He revealed a part of his new reality. I've stumbled into something unique. I can shape a change to work undercover. Watch this. He put his hands on his hips. Make me a rabbit. He looked up at her slender form from the floor below her. Sana was stunned.
Quentin, this is insane.
Change me back, he requested. After demonstrating his newfound ability, she studied him closely, disbelief in her eyes.
Is it really you?
Yeah, it's a game-changing skill, but it's a gamble. If they catch you, you're screwed.
About Gary and me.
I'm aware. It's okay, he reassured her. Overwhelm momentarily washed over Sana.
I'll end it with him. You and our children matter. I can't wrap my head around you being here. Where have you been hiding?
In Voria. I've been using this tech. God, Sana, losing my memories, getting them back. It's been a whirlwind. Suddenly, they heard voices approaching. Sana held his gaze, urgency in her grip.
The kids are coming. Leave now, but please come back. If you're in danger, become.
She allowed herself a small laugh.
That rabbit. I've always had a soft spot for them.
Turn me into a fly, Quentin requested, seeking to observe without being seen. As he ascended to the ceiling, his heart ached for a glimpse of his children. Quentin navigated the forest trail towards Zebulon's Baraglass sanctuary, its exterior a fusion of clarity and clouded white. He tapped the entrance, prompting it to part ways. Zebulon, positioned behind his workstation, dismissed a hovering data globe.
Have a seat, something to drink.
Declining with a shake of his head, Quentin settled into a nearby chair.
What brings you here?
I'm seeking a way back to my family in Liran.
Have you erased your records from Talmadon?
Quentin shared his dilemma. I made an attempt, yet I'm still flagged under an Interstellar arrest warrant for actions linked to Quinn. Zebulon, his orange skin and amber-colored eyes catching the light, contemplated silently before inquiring.
Did you erase your employment data?
Yes, but the woman I possessed to do it might speak up, despite the compensation I provided. Zebulon recognized the flaw in their method.
It's problematic our souls touching theirs. Despite attempts to prevent it, our thoughts leak through. What's your plan?
I'm thinking of taking Talmadon to court for their violations. Zebulon cautioned.
Consider the implications. Talmadon could influence Liran's governance, Liran's wealth. Do you know its source?
Star gems. Quentin acknowledged. But it's not fair. My goal is to break their power. Zebulon stood, leaning on a cane.
As previously discussed with Matthias, the provision of my assistance depends on your cooperation. You've already disrupted Drillia 7UG. Join my cause instead. A legal battle with Talmadon endangers your loved ones.
Quentin felt a heavy pull in his chest, reclining as he processed the proposition. Can you guarantee my safety in Liran without resorting to disguises?
Absolutely.
Overcome with emotion, Quentin contemplated the offer.
It is imperative that you adhere to my instructions. Maintaining silence regarding your ordeal and Talmadon's activities is of utmost importance.
Can I be with my family again on Liran? With a nod, Zebulon rendered the dome's walls transparent, immersing them in the surrounding nature. He then stretched, signaling readiness. Quentin smiled as he said, I'm yours, as long as I return home quickly.
Agreed.
Zebulon confirmed, setting the terms of their agreement. In the temple's hallway, Chen and Ruby stood with Quentin to say their goodbyes. Though he wasn't one for physical affection, Quentin hugged the old man tightly. "Thank you for everything," he said sincerely. "I wouldn't have found myself without your guidance and your laser technology." Chen waved his hand dismissively.
"It's no big deal. You're like a son to me, Quentin. Cats don't need to thank their parents."
Quentin closed his eyes and smiled at the thought of his own aging parents. He promised himself he would visit them before it was too late. Ruby's face remained bruised from the attacks she had endured at the Fireslicer Syndicate, even after weeks. Quentin reached out his hand, knowing she wasn't one for hugs. But to his surprise, she pulled him into a bear hug. Tears welled up in Quentin's eyes, and he fought to hold them back as she kissed him gently on the cheek.
"I'll miss you so much,"
she whispered.
"Go on now,"
Chen urged, shooing Quentin towards the door.
"The agents are waiting for you. Get into that cryo-egg before Matthias' boss changes his mind."
Quentin pressed his hand to his heart and bowed deeply to both of them. As the door shut behind him, he could hear their quiet sobs echoing in the hallway. Chapter 21. Layer-on Moon. Quentin awoke from cryogenic suspension for the second time in his life. His dry tongue scraped against the roof of his mouth as he struggled to swallow, and his skin prickled from the frigid air of the spaceship. He was levitating upright and completely naked. The Layeronese robots were visible, busying themselves with assisting those who were waking and still in a state of hibernation. They appeared bulky, but their abilities were far beyond human comprehension. Quentin's own Layeronese robot must have opened his cryobud while he was still unconscious, because it left his naked body fully exposed to the cold spaceship air and the transparent, jelly-like material lying around the metallic levitation disc under his feet. As he watched the robots tend to the other travelers, emerging from their gelatinous enclosures, he couldn't help but feel alone. It had taken him 3.5 SARS years to reach this point. He gazed down at his feet, floating above a metal disc. His children would be grown up now, and they may have forgotten him. The boys were just babies when he was taken, but maybe his daughters still remembered him. 2 months after completing his rehabilitation program in a sky hospital, a maglev transported Quentin to a skyport. From there, he boarded a suction tube that took him to Nakkar's western desert. After a quick ride in a programmed hoverfish, he finally arrived at the top-secret SS headquarters and was led to his underground home. That night, Quentin joined other agents for dinner in an underground hall filled with long tables. As he looked around the room, he spotted Anna with her distinctive red curly hair entering the room. A surge of adrenaline washed over him as he remembered how she had saved his life at the Fireslicers complex. Unable to contain his excitement, Quentin slapped his hands against his cheeks and blurted out, "The girl who saved me." His outburst caught the attention of a middle-aged Catwoman and an older Lifro man who were walking beside Anna's hoverchair. But then his expression turned to concern as he noticed that Anna still looked paralyzed. However, when their eyes met, they both smiled at each other. Without hesitation, Anna levitated towards Quentin's table while her 2 friends followed behind. The Tlishuas sitting at the nearby table quickly got up and made room for them. Quentin couldn't help but marvel at the advanced baroglass technology used in Anna's hoverchair. "That's some impressive technology you have there," he commented. Anna beamed at him. She sure was pretty.
"It's good to see you again."
"You too." Quentin walked over to her side, leaned down, and gave her a hug. Then he turned to greet her friends with a smile.
"Quentin,"
Anna said.
"This is Ruby's mum, Fiuka, and this is my father, Toby."
Quentin bowed respectfully to them. "It's nice to meet you." Anna inherited her father's pale complexion and ginger hair. As they stood up to greet him, Toby embraced Quentin in a hug.
"I've heard a lot about you."
Quentin felt guilty and deflated. "Me or Quinn?"
"Both,"
Toby replied with a sympathetic pat on the back.
"But it's not your fault."
Changing the subject, Anna asked,
"What about your family? Will you see them after training?"
"I hope so," Quentin replied with a sigh. "But I just hope my wife stays away from my brother. After they were told I died, they had a thing going on."
"That's harsh,"
Toby said. Quentin stared at Fuyuka. "I can see the resemblance." She was at a loss for words, dabbing her nose with a napkin.
"You know my daughter."
He nodded. "Anna rescued Ruby and me from the Fireslicer Syndicate. We took refuge in a Kuan temple, where we met an incredibly wise man named Shen."
"Was Ruby in bad shape?"
With a heavy feeling in his chest, he gently placed his hand over his heart. "Poor Ruby. He quickly withdrew it. She seemed better when I last saw her. Watching news coverage of Drillia 7 UG lifted her spirits.
Ruby is currently en route to Tileron.
Fuyuka revealed. He whooped. Will she be joining us for training?
I don't know, and I hope not.
She replied honestly. Did you decide to become an agent? He asked.
Of course.
She replied.
That way I can personally find and bring back my other 2 daughters who were taken as concubines.
His heart went out to her. At least she had a chance to rescue her other daughters and reunite them with their sisters. That's admirable, he said with sympathy. Fuyuka glanced at Anna before turning back to Quentin.
Has Zebulon given you a specific mission to work on after our training is completed?
Quentin nodded confidently. Yep, I'm going to infiltrate and dismantle a moon base like yours. My friend has a sister there who is also a mommy like Anna. Fuyuka clutched her moonstone pendant tightly, concern etching her features once again.
And what about her daughters? Where are they now?
Quentin reassured her. They're still young. The moon base is outside the Euphorian Alliance. Fuyuka expressed her confusion.
I don't understand how your friend's sister could be on a moon outside of the Euphorian Alliance. It's impossible. Everyone knows that any spacecrafts trying to penetrate the boundaries only return to the other side of our alliance. Completely mental.
Anna's turquoise eyes glinted with hidden knowledge. Fuyuka raised an eyebrow in question towards Quentin, who explained further, astronomers say her moon is outside of our known boundaries.
But that's not possible.
Fuyuka replied again in disbelief. Quentin had to admit, it's true. Any spaceship that attempts to leave ends up right back where it started in a never-ending loop.
Then how does your friend know she's there?
Fuyuka asked, genuinely curious. Quentin smiled. He went water wayfaring.
And who is this friend?
Matthias is an agent for the LSS, like you. He's been with them his whole life, but now he works for SS.
The Skywater Shifters.
She asked. Yes. He helped with the conquest of Drillia 7 UG. You'll meet him soon enough.
Anna mentioned him to me. Why isn't he also working on saving his sister?
He has a young son. Quentin thought of his own children. He doesn't want to be involved anymore. It's a long story. He's had a tough time.
So he's not an SS agent?
Zebulon wants him to stay, but Matthias refuses.
You've had a difficult time as well, from what Anna has told me.
I think we all have. After their conversation, the head of the SS division, Zebulon, waved Quentin over to the bar area where the old orange-skinned man was smoking a pipe and leaning heavily on his cane. A small smile appeared on Zebulon's face.
You'll get to see your family in 2 weeks?
After 7 years. The boss nodded.
After 7 years?
Quentin's hoverfish, programmed by LSS, flew over the grassy and temperate south pole of Leron and landed at Ujina West Station. From there, he used his hoverboard to arrive at the chalk cliff that had often appeared in his dreams above the underground village of Wei Wei. As he levitated over anthills and windows embedded in the grass, his heart raced and tears streamed down his face. Despite Talmadon erasing most of his memories, Quentin recognized the gnarled twizzle tree that marked where his home once stood. Each dwelling had its own unique tree growing out of it, and residents shared fruits and nuts with each other. His hand trembled as he knocked on the ground door. A pretty teenage brunette, with big brown eyes and a shimmering, pale, yellow, Silta complexion, opened the hatch and did a double take.
Dad.
She burst into tears, her cheeks dimpling and blushing orange. Are you going to come out, or do I have to come in, Juna? I'd really like a hug, but you're not making it easy. She sniffed and giggled, then climbed down the ladder.
Come in.
As he entered the open hallway, his daughter, Juna, threw herself into his arms and shuddered.
We had a funeral for you, Dad.
What's going on?
Santa called from the living room. Quentin took Juna's hand, and they walked into the living room, where Sana and their 5 other children were sitting.
Who is this strange man?
One of the boys looked up from his computer game.
He's your father,
Sana said, her chin wobbling and eyes welling with tears. Juna still clung to Quentin as their 5 other children, 2 twin boys and 3 teenage girls. Stared in shock. Don't I get a hug from my kids and wife after several years of being apart? Don't I get a hug from you all after being hijacked by space pirates and abducted by alien mobsters? His family rushed to him, embracing him tightly. Even his preschool twin boys, who didn't remember him, ran under legs to be close to their father. He stayed with his family for a week, helping with school runs and drop-offs at Interstellar College, taking his kids to clubs to watch them dance, fight, and draw. He cooked meals and did chores. Things he'd never done before. Every night, he held his beautiful wife. His parents came over for dinner one evening, and Santa prepared his mother's favorite creamed fish dish. But Gary did not show up, and no one mentioned his name, not even the boys. After building up the courage, Quentin hopped on his hoverboard and traveled the 10-mile distance to Gary's house. He stopped on the chalk grassland and tapped on the hatch. Gary climbed out and pulled him into a tight embrace.
"I can't believe you're alive. I'm so sorry for what happened with me and Santa,"
he said, stepping back. Quentin drew his fist back and landed a powerful punch on Gary's jaw. Gary fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth.
"I deserved that,"
he admitted. With a hand extended, Quentin helped Gary stand before pulling him in for another hug. "I forgive you because you thought I was dead, but never, ever sleep with my wife again." Gary nodded, sniffling.
"I would never dare to do such a thing. Come on, bro. No woman is worth ruining our friendship."
"Are you still pursuing art?" Quentin asked.
"Yep, still struggling as a broke artist."
"If I gave you enough money to start your own business elsewhere and stay away from Santa, would you take it?"
"You know I hate accepting handouts, but since you're my big brother, why not?"
"When you have a solid business plan, let me know." Quentin turned and activated his hoverboard.
"Aren't you coming inside?"
Gary called after him. "Sorry, man, love you, but the fact you slept with my wife won't just disappear with small talk."
"You're right. I love you, bro."
"I know." A week later, Quentin returned to the SS headquarters in Nakkar Desert via hoverfish programmed for his arrival. After going through thorough security checks, he headed along a corridor that was filled with the pulsating beats of a party. As he approached the common room, a woman with dark hair rushed into his arms. He raised his eyebrows, waiting for her to step back before exclaiming, "Ruby." That night in the underground common area with the other Skywater shifters, they danced and played drinking games with old and new friends. Zebulon, however, preferred to smoke Loreni's grass and waved his pipe around.
"It's nice to smoke this again,"
he said.
"By the way, guess who will join us once they come out of Cryobud?"
"Matthias," Quentin asked. Zebulon nodded.
"And his son."
"But I thought he wanted no part of this."
"His son does."
"But isn't his son only 5 years old?"
"That little scamp has already learned how to use the SS system and time travel,"
Zebulon explained. "What? How?" Quentin's jaw dropped in shock. Zebulon continued.
"It caused quite a bit of stress for his father, Matthias, when he disappeared into the future and found himself in the middle of an alien invasion."
"An alien invasion? Where and when?" Quentin asked incredulously.
"On Voria, 200 years from now."
Zebulon replied matter-of-factly. "And who are these aliens?" Quentin pressed further.
"The chairman of New Bara and a genetically modified species created by his scientists."
Zebulon replied. "And the kid witnessed all of this?" Quentin asked in disbelief.
"Yes, Darwin is quite the little superhero."
Zebulon confirmed. "Will SS agents also be trained to travel through time?" Quentin questioned with concern.
"I suspect so,"
Zebulon replied. "But it sounds dangerous."
"There are certainly risks involved, but Anna will brief us on all of them,"
Zebulon assured Quentin. Quentin's gaze drifted towards Anna, who was sitting in her hover chair on the other side of the room. She must have sensed his gaze, because her eyes met his, and she smiled. Zebulon saw this and urged Quentin to go over and comfort her, saying that she wasn't a happy girl. Quentin hesitated, mentioning how she had saved countless slaves. However, Zebulon reminded him that she couldn't even move her own limbs and suggested that they wait for her to earn enough money herself before they consider paying for her neural regeneration surgery. As a skilled spy and leader, it wouldn't take her long to make a decent income with a top LSS position, but Zebulon insisted on waiting to see what would happen first. Chapter 22. The End of Magic. Just 6 months after Quentin joined the Loreni Skywater Shift Department as a spy, the landscape of their operations underwent a seismic shift. Despite the department's dissolution, it's crucial to acknowledge the monumental feats achieved by Quentin and his colleagues. Their unique abilities to teleport, shapeshift, and body snatch played pivotal roles in thwarting the exploitation of genetically modified plant people and liberating numerous slaves. Unfortunately, their efforts in aiding the Baravians unveiled the secrets of time portals and water wayfaring, otherwise called skywater shifting. The SS agents accidentally brought these marvels into the public eye, inadvertently making them tools for entities across the Seven System Alliance to pursue their own agendas, sparking widespread conflict and threatening the cosmos's delicate balance. It all became too dangerous. An interstellar war was imminent. The closure of the time portals by Matthias's son, Darwin, emerged as a desperate measure to curb the ensuing chaos and halt the spiral into interstellar warfare. The little boy was the true hero, because he'd also traveled to the future to prevent an alien invasion on planet Voria, and he had prevented the extinction of an ancient alien civilization by leading an exodus through a portal to a red sun world outside of the Euphorian Alliance. Only a couple of weeks ago, Quentin heard that Darwin had rescued Anna, Fuyuka, and Matthias from space wizards from outside of Euphorian's boundaries. When the three adults had attempted to rescue Matthias's long-lost sister from a concubine training camp outside of Euphorian, magical mole men had crystallized them inside gemstone balls on their mothership. The kid and some of his friends had found a book during an SS adventure to a Mexican dream sorcerer's home on a planet called Earth. Within that book were magical spells, and one of them was the spell to free water warriors from the mole men. After Matthias, Fuyuka, and Anna were rescued from that strange place, and from those strange space wizards, they all had a green light in their chests, shaped as a six-pointed star. Quentin dare not tell a soul about it, though, and he'd promised to keep it secret. Not only had Darwin rescued his dad, stepmom, Anna, and Fuyuka, but he'd even gone ahead and carried out a magic spell to free his aunt and her girls from the lunar camp, bringing them safely back to Liran Moon, where they presently lived. In fact, Matthias and Anna now lived in the mountains with his sister, Ebony, and Darwin's three cousins. Anna and Matthias also adopted an Ernorian slave girl, whom Darwin had befriended and rescued from the future. Darwin understood more about SS and time travel than all the adult agents put together, and he'd been smart and kind with his knowledge, too, saving countless lives. After Darwin halted time travel by hiding the time keys, the magic rivers and amethyst pyramids were rendered inert, effectively paralyzing the SS department's operations. Yet, amidst the turmoil, not all was lost. When the rivers and pyramids had still been in use, personal triumphs provided a glimmer of hope. Anna and Matthias celebrated their union in marriage. Anna's life was transformed through neural regeneration surgery that restored her mobility, and Fuyuka experienced the joy of reuniting with her three daughters, including Ruby. The dissolution of the SS department, while a blow to many, was a necessary sacrifice in the face of the rivers losing their enchantment. This turn of events left the team grappling with the loss of their capabilities, but also marked the beginning of a new chapter, ripe with potential for personal growth and new alliances in the face of an uncertain future. So much had happened in just 6 months. However, Quentin's marriage had not improved. Instead, it had plummeted into depths of darkness and despair. Quentin stepped into Zebulon's office, the bare glass shell fading behind him as he entered. Zebulon, his face a map of weariness, looked up from his desk, the glow of a vaping pipe casting shadows over his features.
Quentin, take a seat.
Zebulon gestured. He took a long drag from his pipe, exhaling a cloud that momentarily obscured his face.
You've heard the news, I take it? The magic's gone.
Yes, Quentin replied, his voice steady but filled with an undercurrent of uncertainty. Zebulon leaned back, his hands coming together as if to gather his thoughts.
You came to us with no prior training, just a knack for using the rivers and rains to your advantage. But now...
He paused. His next words orbited silently, waiting to descend. Then finally...
We have to let you go.
Quentin felt a strange relief mixed with concern. I understand. It's time I focused on my family anyway, he added quietly, almost to himself, and keep my brother's prying eyes away. Zebulon's expression tightened.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid. Talmadon insists on you fulfilling your contract. They're not ready to let you retire.
Harvesting star gems from Trion? Quentin recoiled. The mention of Talmadon brought back a wave of lingering anger.
Yes, despite everything, you're still the best it has. And Talmadon, it's always ensured your family's comfort.
Zebulon said regretfully. And if I refuse? Quentin's stance hardened, the stakes suddenly much higher. Zebulon's gaze was somber.
It'll take your memories, Quentin. Not replace them this time, but you'd lose a part of yourself, regardless.
The threat of losing his memories, a part of his very identity, chilled him to the core. So I have no choice.
It seems so.
Zebulon confirmed, his tone suggesting a shared burden of choices made under pressure. Quentin's thoughts spiraled out of control, caught in the gravitational pull of Zebulon's words. The prospect of losing his memories was a double-edged sword, erasing both the pain of his past actions and the bonds he'd formed. How is it fair for Talmadon to toy with me like this? Zebulon's response was a simple shrug, as if the question was too vast for a straightforward answer.
Perhaps for the sake of secrecy.
And how long will it need me this time? Quentin pressed, seeking some ground in the shifting sands of his fate.
5 years,
came the reply. It's already claimed 6 years from me, Quentin muttered, a bitter laugh escaping him. The irony wasn't lost on him. Time, once his to command, now seemed his greatest adversary. Zebulon leaned in, his gaze piercing under the lamplight.
Let me offer you some advice,
he began, his voice taking on a softer, almost reflective tone.
Let go of the grief and anger. It serves no one, least of all you. Things are as they are. There's no turning back, no changing what's been.
He paused, a hint of mirth touching his lips.
Of course, there was a time when that wasn't quite true, but with the portals gone and magic with them, we're all a bit more grounded.
Quentin sat in silence, absorbing the truth in Zebulon's words. The finality of their situation was clear, yet within it, there was an odd sense of liberation. To move forward, he'd have to accept the past, embrace the present, and navigate the future however uncertain it may be. Quentin felt heavy and tense all at the same time as he sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by the lively chatter of his 6 children and Sana, his wife. His plate was empty, yet he had no recollection of the meal that had been there. The knowledge that he was leaving tomorrow loomed over him, a secret he kept until they were alone. That night, as they lay in bed, Quentin broke the news to Sana. I'm not going to be a secret agent anymore. I've got to go harvest star gems from the gas giant again. Sana paused the movie on her data globe, sitting up against the headboard with a frown cutting through her pretty shimmering forehead.
No, you can't go back to working there.
It's like the agent work. 4 weeks on, 3 weeks off.
The star gem harvest in Trion's atmosphere is far riskier. What if you're caught in a storm?
He attempted reassurance with a half-hearted nod. I was the best at what I did. Her gaze hardened.
I didn't know that. I thought you worked on a methane rig on Lorth. The children think the same. Aren't you tired of all the deception?
The tension in Quentin's voice betrayed his frustration. I don't enjoy lying. It's classified. What else can I do? She met his explanation with skepticism. He gestured to their spacious bedroom hewn from the southern polar cliffs of Leiron. Our lifestyle. How do you think we've managed it? On what you earn teaching? This is Talmudon's doing.
And what's your point?
The Secret Service can't afford my pension anymore. We're done. Sana moved closer, intertwining her fingers with his.
We could downsize. Live more simply. Isn't it possible for you to just retire? Be with us, like you've always wanted?
We'd struggle financially. He kept to himself the threat of having his recent years erased from memory, knowing she might see it as a solution.
Let's not let wealth define us. Simple living is enough. Please, I can't bear the thought of losing you again.
Listen, I'm cornered here. Without Talmudon's deal, Ma and Dad can't stay in their current place. It's just 5 years. Quentin tried to reason, though his voice barely hid his own doubts. Sana's response was sharp, her concern etched deeply on her face.
5 years. Do you realize how long that is? The kids will grow up, start their own lives. They won't wait around for a father who's always absent. Isn't it time you prioritized watching them grow?
Quentin felt a sting at her words. Why drag the kids into this? Using my emotions against me isn't fair, Sana.
We can manage with what we have now.
And what about the college fees for Juna? And the rest? Education isn't cheap.
Leiron offers free schooling.
She countered. You know as well as I do that it's not the same. They won't get the same opportunities there. Quentin softened his tone, hoping to ease the tension. It's not as grim as it seems. Sana was unyielding.
You're making a mistake.
The comment tightened Quentin's jaw in frustration. If you really miss me, there's always my brother, right?
Quentin, don't. You know I regret that deeply. It was a mistake.
He couldn't hold back. Well, maybe you should get more comfortable with regret.
That's unfair. You know he's gone. And even if he wasn't, I have our children to care for. They need me, especially with you away again.
His last words were bitter, a harsh goodbye. Maybe some space is exactly what we need. You made your choice with Gary. I've made mine. Their exchange, filled with hurt and ongoing tensions, laid bare the fractures in their relationship, hinting at the deep-seated issues that extended far beyond Quentin's impending departure. Quentin lingered in the living room, his presence mingling with the silence of anticipation. Sana chose solitude in the bath over a farewell, a decision that echoed the chasm between them. Outside, the shadow of Trion stretched across the ocean, a silent witness to Quentin's impending departure. The arrival of a hoverfish, its surface catching the light of twin suns, marked the time for him to leave. With a heavy heart, Quentin shared a moment with his children, their mutual understanding unspoken yet clear. They left the house together, moving through the corridor to the outside where the hoverfish waited. The farewells were brief but filled with emotion. Each hug with his 4 daughters and 2 sons was a reminder of what he was leaving behind. Juna's goodbye, a simple kiss and a quiet
"Love you, Dad,"
lingered with him as he turned to board the hoverfish. The journey to South Welcar was a quiet reflection, a mix of regret and necessity guiding his steps. The spaceport, bustling with life from across the galaxy, offered no comfort. The diverse crowd, from the purple Tlishways to the red Bakuds, seemed distant, a reminder of the complexity of the world he was stepping away from. 7 years had changed everything, especially at home. The gap left by his absence, filled by his brother in ways he couldn't fathom, had created a rift too wide to bridge. Despite efforts to mend their relationship after his memory restoration, the shadows of the past loomed too large. His children's affection for Gary, possibly mirroring Santa's unresolved feelings, added layers to his solitude. As Quentin sat, withdrawn and introspective, the spaceport became a blur. The upcoming trip to Lorth was a necessary escape, a step towards a life that no longer felt like his own. This transition, not through the deep sleep of cryosleep, but a mere hop between moons, was a small leap in the vastness of space, yet a giant leap into the unknown of his personal journey. Chapter 23. Dangerous Evidence.
Jerry's gaze remained fixed on his data globe, which floated effortlessly above his desk. He had been tasked with organizing confidential information about a former employee named Quentin Valentine, who was returning to work. Jerry couldn't help but feel intrigued by this odd situation. His gaze drifted away from the device and towards the lunar landscape visible through the transparent walls of the office. The methane geysers in the distance spouted high into the starlit sky, their silver reflections dazzling in the light. This Quentin person had been abducted on a fishing trip over 7 years ago outside Trion's outermost ring. Like all crystal harvesters, he was forced to have his memory wiped and believe he was a mobster. During his time on the run from both the mafia and police, he ended up killing a lot of innocent people before regaining his memories. Jerry couldn't understand how his memories could have come back. He scratched his scalp in confusion. Why didn't Tomadon just get rid of him? According to records, this Quentin character worked as a secret agent for Lyron afterwards. It seemed strange for Tomadon, being Lyron's sole energy provider, to keep such information on file where it could easily be accessed by hackers. Jerry let out a sigh and glanced at his palms. As head of human resources, it wasn't his place to know all the answers. His job was simply to organize and file away information. 2 individuals behind him greeted each other in his mother tongue, interrupting his thoughts. He expected to see fellow Ka-Tians with brown skin like himself, but when he turned, he saw 2 Tlishwaz with distinct purple skin. The assistant secretary and assistant treasurer noticed Jerry's confused expression and promptly activated a data globe around them, creating a barrier of privacy. Jerry frowned in confusion. What were these 2 doing? And how did they know the ancient black man's language from Hukyo Heishi Egon? Nervously, he squirmed in his seat and gazed up at the stars. Something strange was definitely going on with the behavior of many employees in Tomadon's headquarters. If he were a detective, he would start investigating. But as head of human resources, that wasn't his place. The other day, Jerry caught one of the crystal harvesters trying to sneak a mosquito drone into the women's dormitory. He immediately fired the pervert and sent him back to Lyron. However, he kept the drone for himself and even had access to its interface. As he sat in his office contemplating his luck, the vice president interrupted him. She informed him of an important meeting in the main conference room with Tomadon's chairwoman. Jerry had been working at this company for 20 years but had never met the chairwoman before. But some in his gut squirmed, begging him not to go. Jerry wasn't a religious man, but he knew when and how to listen to his intuition. And this was one of those times. He excused himself from the meeting, claiming he may have caught a virus on his last trip to Lyron. After everyone left, Jerry went to the public restroom and from a cubicle took out the drone. After sending it through the ventilation system, he used it to spy on the meeting. As he watched from a bathroom stall, he saw the chairwoman convulse and foam at the mouth while no one else in the room moved to help her. In a panic, Jerry zoomed in with the drone and saw other board members choking as well. To his horror, he noticed that some co-workers were unaffected and even seemed satisfied by what was happening. Among them were the vice president and those two secretive clichés from his office, leading Jerry to realize that something sinister was going on behind closed doors. His eyes flicked back and forth between the monitor and the handle of the cubicle door as the victims collapsed to the floor, succumbing to the poison. Gasping for air, he called back his drone and ran down the corridor. He punched in the code for an airlock, which led him to a spacecraft. He hunkered down behind the empty control panel, his hand shaking as he activated it. The baraglass surface lit up with virtual reality controls and buttons as he maneuvered over the lunar terrain, questions swirling in his mind. He took a deep breath and reminded himself that Quentin was the one he needed to give this evidence to. After all, he used to work for the Secret Service and had access to mysterious files. Jerry pushed forward on the virtual accelerator as he traveled closer to Quentin's dormitory block E, noticing all the other starcrafts had already left for work. After entering through an airlock and scanning his eye for entry, Jerry made his way to Quentin's room. With sweat beading on his forehead, he wondered if anyone would know he was here, or if the identification device would alert them to his presence, especially since star gems were at stake. Should he return to the authorities? But then someone might kill him before he even left. Frantically scanning his iris, face, and palm for entry into Quentin's room, Jerry pushed his drone and interface into a gap in Quentin's locker before hurrying back to his ship. He knew LSS would have interfaces to access the data from his drone. Adrenaline coursed through him as he zoomed towards a remote valley and settled into a deep crater. How was he going to get out? Should he go back and see a doctor, act like nothing happened, or risk being killed before he could even leave with his fake sickness excuse? He opened his data globe to call Quentin.
Quentin's vessel hovered in the stillness of space, his attention locked on the tempestuous surface of Trion below. A specific storm, swirling with potential, captured his focus, promising a bountiful harvest. He was moments away from deploying his sophisticated nanomesh net when an unexpected buzz from his data globe remote diverted his course of action. Darn, Quentin muttered under his breath, the dilemma of his interrupted task weighing on him. Reluctantly, he retrieved the remote, summoning the holographic display to his eye level. The cartoon face which greeted him was unfamiliar. "Hello," Quentin ventured, his impatience thinly veiled. The man on the screen looked visibly shaken.
"You're Quentin, right? I need your attention. It's urgent."
Quentin's gaze drifted back to the storm. "I'm in the middle of something. Can it wait? I've got a storm to catch."
"There's no time. Talmadon's headquarters is under attack. People are being killed."
The man blurted out, his bulging eyes scanning his surroundings nervously. Quentin paused, the severity of the situation sinking in. "Who's doing this?"
"Insiders. The assistant secretary, treasurer, vice president. I saw it all. My name's Jerry, head of HR. They've turned on their own."
Quentin's breath bottled momentarily. "You're kidding around, right? Why tell me?" Jerry's voice was desperate.
"I've seen your files from your days at LSS. You're my best shot at getting this out. They're after me next."
"And what's your plan?" Quentin's hand instinctively brushed through his hair.
"I'm on the run, hiding out. The chairwoman, she's been poisoned. I've got evidence. Sent a drone to your locker."
Quentin felt a cold shiver. The chairwoman, too. The reality of Jerry's words began to crystallize, marking the beginning of a much larger ordeal than Quentin had anticipated.
"I put the drone recording into your locker,"
Jerry said. "My locker." Quentin echoed fearfully. Jerry's affirmation came with a caution.
"Be careful in retrieving it. The drone's small."
Quentin's expression twisted in frustration. "And what am I supposed to do with it?"
"Get it to the Secret Service as soon as you can."
"That won't be possible for another 3 weeks," Quentin replied, his pulse thudding in his ears at the responsibility now in his hands.
"Then keep it safe until you return to Leron,"
Jerry said, his attention suddenly diverted by an imminent threat.
"They've found me,"
he whispered, panic evident as he glanced through his spacecraft's transparent dome. Quentin could only watch as Jerry steered his spaceboat with haste, a shadow of another vessel looming ominously behind him. The connection cut abruptly, leaving Quentin alone with his thoughts and a decision to make. The storm on Trion beckoned, its timing critical. Yet the drone's discovery gnawed at him. "Darn it," he muttered. choosing the immediate task at hand over the unfolding mystery. The net deployed, snaring the star gems as Quentin set aside the dilemma for another day.
Arat's luxurious 50th floor suite served as both his office and home, boasting a stunning view of Welkar's capital of business. The towering barraglass skyscrapers of Laron Moon were mere ants compared to his prestigious abode. His mind billowed with thoughts as he paced back and forth across the plush carpet, squeezing a stress ball in one hand. How could the head of human resources have taken off without seeing the doctor first? Did he suspect something? It couldn't have been a mere coincidence. Suddenly, his desk vibrated and his data globe remote lit up with an urgent message. Arat snatched it up, and a holographic image of his go-between, Jasmine, a beautiful Tlashua woman with lilac skin and pink lips, appeared before him. She looked just as nervous as he felt. Before speaking, Arat quickly activated his anti-spyware protection around them. Did they find him?
Yes.
She replied anxiously.
A couple of our people captured his spacecraft. He was hiding in a crater.
Arat heaved a sigh of relief as he slumped into his chair, pressing a hand to his churning stomach. What was that fool doing hiding there? The go-between tucked a strand of black hair behind her ear and avoided eye contact.
We checked his memory chip.
And?
Before we captured him, he had contacted a crystal harvester.
Arat gripped his stress ball tighter. About what?
A drone he sent to your meeting,
she said hesitantly.
It contains evidence of the chairwoman's assassination.
Arat cursed, feeling the weight of the situation bearing down on him. Please tell me you have the drone.
We only have the view screen,
she admitted.
The drone itself is locked away with the crystal harvester.
Still, Arat seethed, feeling his anger rise. Didn't you think to retrieve it before contacting me?
That's the problem,
she said nervously.
We don't know where Quentin's dormitory is.
A surge of fury boiled in Arat's chest and neck, making him want to lash out. You mean to tell me you didn't ask the head of human resources?
He refused to tell us,
she replied, her shoulders tensing up as if someone had pulled her string like arms taut. Can't you access the location from his memory chip? Arat demanded.
The dorms all look identical,
she explained.
He didn't bother looking at the numbers.
A knot formed in Arat's stomach as he clenched his teeth in frustration. Has anyone apprehended the crystal harvester?
No.
The go-between admitted reluctantly.
He's currently fishing at Trion.
And does he have the drone with him?
No.
She shook her head.
He's flying back to Lorth to collect it now.
Chapter 24. Between the Rings of Trion. Quentin accelerated through the cosmos, aiming for Lorth, the moon nearest to Trion. As he entered its orbit, the methane lake sparkled below. He navigated by the coordinates, quickly identifying his home amidst the lunar landscape. His residence, blending seamlessly with the moon's surface, stood out only by its geometric shape among similar structures. The docking area of Quentin's building, along with 4 others, awaited the return of their harvester's starcrafts. Quentin noticed his spaceboat was the first to arrive, a common occurrence. However, a sight caught his attention. 2 larger ships docked at a neighboring dormitory. Doubts about Jerry's alarming message crept into his mind. Could there have been a real threat? He dismissed the thought almost as quickly as it came. It was more likely that officials were conducting routine checks for unauthorized gem hauls during the Stargem harvester's absence. Slowing his approach, Quentin landed smoothly. He engaged the rover wheels and connected his ship to the designated airlock. Once inside, he proceeded through security with a quick biometric verification. Quentin hurried through the quiet corridors to his room, his chest tight with anticipation. Opening his locker, he sifted through the clutter until he spotted a tiny drone, an unwelcome reminder of his recent communication. With a shiver, he tucked the device into his pocket, pondering over Jerry's fate and the authenticity of his claims. Lorth's monochrome expanse had been known to wear down the strongest of wills, possibly pushing Jerry to the edge of madness. Considering the possibility of verifying Jerry's story with the interface left behind, Quentin's attention shifted to the more immediate regret of leaving his beer in the craft. A nap seemed like the next best step, assuming the spacecraft that had been after Jerry meant no harm and was perhaps intent on preventing a threat posed by his mental instability. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the building, snapping Quentin back to the moment. What the? Quentin's heart raced as he dashed towards the elevator, the impact suggesting danger too close for comfort. Reaching the cafeteria on the top floor, he pressed his face against the window just in time to see a dormitory consumed by a massive blaze. The blue fireball, struggling against the weak atmosphere, eventually suffocated, fading into nothingness. Outside, a few individuals in protective gear made a desperate escape, only to be met by the guards from the ships Quentin had noticed earlier. As the guards aimed their weapons, beams of light targeted each person, leaving nothing behind. His legs nearly gave out beneath him as he witnessed the systematic elimination of the survivors. Then another explosion, closer this time, sent Quentin into a blind panic. He stumbled back, then turned to flee, casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder to see more ships landing. The realization hit him hard and fast. This was no rescue operation. It was a massacre. Bursting from the elevator, Quentin navigated the labyrinth of corridors towards Dock 8. Once aboard his vessel, he launched into the sky, peering down through the transparent floor as 3 guards took aim with their plasma rifles. In a desperate move, he engaged the virtual scope thrust, his breathing erratic with panic. Decision time was upon him, yet his options felt brutally limited. His trajectory set towards Trion, Quentin hoped its massive form would offer concealment, or at least a strategic advantage against the pursuing ships, which, he surmised, had leveled the dormitories with their formidable weaponry. As he neared Trion's outer reaches, an alarm signaled an approaching vessel. The chase was on, the enemy craft gaining on him, its carrier hatch gaping ominously. Dodging with a swift maneuver, Quentin narrowly escaped being ensnared. Yet another pursuer emerged, its hatch yawning widely in anticipation of capture. With limited options and the pull of Trion's gravity complicating his escape, Quentin banked on his vessel's superior design, capable of enduring the harsher conditions closer to the gas giant than his pursuers could withstand. The clash of metal against his craft's side spurred him into action. Recalling a past ordeal where Trion's gravity had ensnared him in its rings, he prepared to take a calculated risk. The enemy's hesitation to destroy him outright hinted they needed what he possessed, the drone. Their intent was clear, capture and then execution, mirroring the fate of the others. Spotting an opening amidst the orbital debris, Quentin adjusted the thrust, leveraging Trion's gravitational pull to sling his craft through to a precarious safety between the rings. The gas giant's immense force threatened to overwhelm him, but Quentin skillfully maneuvered, setting his vessel into a hazardous equilibrium within Trion's gravitational embrace, buying himself a momentary respite in the celestial standoff. Quentin felt the safety belt press uncomfortably against him as he balanced the forces acting on his craft. He watched, his hand ready at the controls for short bursts of thrust, as the larger ships maintained their surveillance. Impatience seemed to get the better of one pilot, who ventured too close to the debris ring. The catastrophic collision unfolded slowly before Quentin's eyes. A misjudged maneuver led to the ship's destruction against the relentless barrage of orbiting debris, scattering it into space, along with its unfortunate crew. Shocked, Quentin was momentarily lost in the chaos of survival and destruction. Yet, the immediate threat of the remaining pursuer snapped him back to reality. His fuel wouldn't last in this standoff. The enemy had him in its sights. But Quentin knew the ring's wild dance of light and debris could keep him hidden. The risk was monumental. Increasing to full thrust could deplete his fuel, leaving him captive to Trion's gravitational might. There was a small ray of hope in the alternative. No sensors could track him through the dense interference of the second ring. It was a gamble against the odds. With his resolve hardened, Quentin waited for his moment. As a gap in the swirling debris presented itself, he surrendered to Trion's pull, then immediately countered with full thrust. Dodging a massive rock by mere inches, Quentin adjusted his craft's angle to navigate the delicate balance of forces. The virtual scope controls responded to his expert touch, keeping him adrift between the rings. Despite the successful maneuver, Quentin dared not let relief wash over him. He was freaking out, trying to keep things from falling apart. Every decision in this unforgiving dance could mean life or death.
Arat's head throbbed with rage as he paced the length of the room. "Where is he now?" he demanded, his voice a low growl. Jasmine's response was like a punch to the gut.
Your men lost him at the gas giant.
"How could they possibly lose him?" Arat shouted. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms.
He hid inside the rings. Your men's vessels aren't designed to go too close for too long.
Jasmine explained, her tone laced with thinly veiled annoyance.
One exploded when a lunar rock smashed into it. Quentin escaped.
Arat's heart pounded in his chest as he deepened his voice, trying to regain control. Where's he going?
No one knows.
Jasmine admitted with a shrug. How can no one find him? Arat snapped, feeling the panic rising within him.
I guess he took a different route. We don't know where he's gone.
Jasmine shrugged again, seeming unconcerned. Tell them to get him. Arat ordered through gritted teeth. Don't contact me until they have that bastard. Don't let anyone vaporize him. We need his evidence and memory chip. Jasmine left the room. Outside, glass towers stretched towards the ever-present gold and purple gas giant. He couldn't help but wonder if Quentin had already slipped through his fingers.
I'm sorry, Arat.
Jasmine said upon returning, wrinkles creasing between her brows.
I looked at Quentin's files and discovered he used to be a Lirani secret agent. Jerry had known.
She trailed off, leaving Arat to connect the dots. What's a secret agent doing harvesting star gems? Arat spat, his hands balling once again.
I don't know,
Jasmine admitted with a heavy sigh.
Perhaps Quentin was already onto you.
A cold realization dawned on Arat as he thought back to their interactions with Quentin. Had it all been an act? Was he being played for a fool? Arat slammed his fist into the wall, ignoring the pain that exploded through his knuckles. How could this have happened? How could he have let himself be outplayed by a supposed secret agent? He felt like a puppet on someone else's strings, and the anger and frustration inside him burned hotter than any flame. But even in the midst of his turmoil, Arat wondered what Quentin was really after, and how far would he go to get it? What's the access code for his data globe?
I have it.
Then turn it off.
It's already done.
At least something has been done correctly. He dug his fingers into his thick hair, pulling at the roots in frustration. Send me all of his files immediately, including the most confidential ones. Arat stormed out from behind his data globe and slammed it shut. No ex-spy or crystal harvester would dare mess with his carefully laid plans. With a fierce gaze, he turned to face the massive gas giant looming outside his window. He yelled, releasing a primal roar that echoed through the room. Suddenly, the data globe remote buzzed loudly, signaling an incoming file from one of his trusted operatives. Without hesitation, he opened it and devoured the information inside.
Boosting his vessel's thrust, Quintin circled the immense gas giant, a maneuver that put him out of his pursuer's reach and secured enough fuel for the journey to Lorth. He counted on Zebulon's influence within the Secret Service to smooth his entry into the skyport, from where a maglev would carry him to Welkar's ground port. With Liron positioned directly opposite Lorth, Quentin hoped to evade any pursuit, though he was aware that the enemy's advanced navigation might still pose a threat. Once he felt safe, he attempted to use his data globe for communication but found no signal, a realization that tightened his chest with anxiety. Deciding against involving his friends and risking their safety, Quentin acknowledged the grim possibility of being detained upon arrival without the proper clearance. His plan to present the drone as evidence fell apart when he discovered it was missing from his pocket. That left him without proof and support. Faced with limited options, Quentin considered the remoteness of Liron's northern sea ice as a potential refuge. Despite the absence of direct transport to the mainland, landing there would at least provide him with breathable air and solid ground, free from the constraints of his space gear. Resigned to his fate, Quentin decided on an unauthorized entry into Liron's airspace, planning to conceal his vessel, now laden with star gems, in the north. He aimed his timing to coincide with the cover of darkness near the winter solstice, adding an element of stealth to his desperate bid for safety. Quentin had ample time to sip his beer and reflect on the autopilot journey. He mulled over what his adversaries might know. It seemed likely that the bad guys had captured Jerry. The question remained, did they learn from Jerry that Quentin was once part of the LSS, or had they extracted that information directly from Jerry's memory chip? The drawback of memory chips was obvious. Enemies could exploit them to uncover sensitive details. It stood to reason the attacker was aware Quentin possessed Jerry's crucial evidence. However, the uncertainty lingered. Were they aware that Quentin was the pilot of the fleeing spacecraft? The depth of Talmadon's infiltration remained a mystery, as did their knowledge of Quentin's hidden past. Considering Talmadon's ruthless measures, Quentin pondered whether they had eradicated the occupants of the Crystal Harvester's lodgings. The organization's readiness to erase its workers' memories for secrecy hinted at a willingness to go further, eliminating any trace of internal dissent or evidence of misconduct. The whole power struggle thing in Talmadon was pretty obvious, especially when Jerry talked about how a big shot reacted to someone important dying. Attempting to calm his racing thoughts, Quentin focused on his approach to Liron's northern reaches. The darkness of the night sky enveloped his craft as he navigated over the shadowed lands and waters below, searching for an inconspicuous landing site. Opting against the forest for its lack of cover, Quentin considered the ocean before deciding on an even better hiding place. A secluded lake, encased by mountains and dense woods, far from any human habitation. Here, he maneuvered his vessel toward the icy waters, executing a stealthy descent beneath the surface to conceal his presence and buy time for his next move.
As Arat canceled his dinner date with one of Liron's top music producers, Quentin's betrayal loomed over him. Trying to escape reality, he submerged himself in his jacuzzi, but even in this numbing haze, he couldn't escape the thoughts of his fiancée Aurel, who wanted to see him but would only be met with anger and aggression. Suddenly, his data globe remote buzzed. Arat scrambled to cover himself as he remembered his nakedness, but was relieved when he saw the melon-sized ball floating at face level. He stretched it around his head, grateful for the distraction. His gaze fell upon Jasmine, the beautiful Tlishua, who had freshly painted her indigo lips with rouge. Did she do it for him? He asked her for news.
The government knows about Quentin's past crimes and the Crimson Scar.
She began, and Arat felt a surge of heat rush through his body.
They allowed him to return to Liron because he was working for the Secret Service.
Confused and agitated, Arat demanded to know how a crystal harvester could also be a spy. Jasmine apologized and admitted that her team couldn't obtain that information. But then she dropped a bombshell: they had leaked files, revealing Quentin's true identity to 3 major news channels. Despite feeling proud of Jasmine's actions, tension rose in Arat's voice as he pressed for more information. She revealed that they had set Quentin up for the explosions on Lorth and planned to frame him as a terrorist. A twisted smile formed on Arat's face as he realized their plan was falling into place perfectly. But as much as he wanted to reward Jasmine's loyalty and dedication with physical affection, he knew it wasn't worth risking his engagement to Aurel. Instead, he praised her and called her a good girl. But as she left, Arat wondered what else she wasn't telling him. What other secrets did she hold that could bring down Quentin, and possibly even himself? The adrenaline rush from their scheme was intoxicating, but beneath it all, a sense of unease lingered.
Chapter 25. Anna and Matthias.
Nestled within the protective embrace of her orb shield, Anna sat in the lotus position. Her eyes gazed out over the rugged whitewater canyon below, where remaining patches of snow clung to deep crevices in the cliffs. But despite the lingering chill of winter, new life was already stirring as colourful spring flowers peeked through the soil and grass. As she closed her eyes and focused on her breathing, Anna marvelled at the early awakening of the fertile moon. She inhaled for 6 seconds and felt the tension slowly release from her muscles as she exhaled for the count of 6. It had been a stressful time recently, with her in-laws visiting and taking up much of her attention. So when they left this morning, it was a welcome surprise. She could finally have some quality time alone with her husband Matthias and her stepson Darwin. Thankfully, the Lironese Secret Service had released both Anna and Matthias from their duties, so they could enjoy some much-needed rest and relaxation. No more worrying about extraterrestrials or time portals, at least not in Euphorian's 7-system alliance. Anna offered thanks to the moon goddess with a bow and then to the god of every star as she pressed her palms together at her heart. Since Matthias had taken Darwin for a sleepover at his friend's house up the hill, silence had settled over the garden. The only sounds were the rush of water from the canyon below and an occasional hum from a programmed hoverfish passing by. Rising gracefully to her feet, Anna stretched out her toes in the damp grass. It felt good to move again after being paralyzed for over a year. She reveled in the feeling of union as she assumed various poses, including bending her knee at a right angle and stretching out her arms to either side. But just as she was truly starting to relax and connect with herself, her data globe remote suddenly buzzed from the patio table behind her. Gritting her teeth in annoyance, Anna regretted bringing it outside with her. She waited for 20 breaths, 10 in each pose, until the buzzing finally stopped. Standing with her feet together once more, Anna took stock of her body and felt a sense of strength and centeredness. But before she could fully revel in it, Matthias's voice rang out from the garden gate.
Why didn't you answer your data globe?
He called out, breaking the peaceful stillness that had surrounded her. A rush of heat flooded Anna's face as her husband interrupted her meditation. She could feel the frustration building, but she turned to him with a raised eyebrow, waiting for an explanation.
It's Quentin.
Matthias said urgently.
He's on the news.
Anna whirled around. What? Her husband strode towards her, reaching out his hand to gently touch her ginger curls before fiddling with his dataglobe remote. The orb of light stretched and enveloped them, and sure enough, Quentin's unshaven face appeared inside it. He looked just as rough and unkempt as he did when she had first rescued him from the Crimson Scar headquarters in West Bokong many years ago. The presenter spoke rapidly about a terrorist from the Crimson Scar who had infiltrated Lorth as a methane rig worker and caused chaos by firing laser cannons into dormitories, leaving a trail of death and destruction behind. Matthias shook his head in disbelief.
This is a setup. Quentin would never do something like that.
Anna winced, memories flooding back of Quentin's past crimes. But what if Tarmadon replaced his memories again?
Why do that?
Matthias questioned. Anna shrugged helplessly. I don't know, but we have to help him.
Anna.
Matthias's eyes widened in concern.
We agreed to leave our secret agency work behind us.
But he's our friend, Anna pleaded. He needs our help before they kill him or send him off to a moon prison.
We have a family now.
Matthias reminded her, placing a comforting hand on the small swell of her belly.
And our unborn child.
Anna pressed a palm over her lips to hold back a cry. Matthias ran a hand over his head in anxiety.
I'll contact Zebulon. He might know what to do.
Anna nodded, feeling grateful for her husband's quick thinking. But Matthias's next words gave her pause.
You never really know whose side Zebulon is on. I've never been certain.
But he helped Quentin before, Anna argued.
Only because Quentin agreed to become an agent for the SS division.
Matthias reminded her.
But now that the division has dissolved, Zebulon doesn't need him anymore.
He pulled her into a comforting embrace.
We'll reach out to him in secrecy, not Quentin.
Anna nodded again, but she couldn't shake the guilt gnawing at her heart. Tears threatened to spill down her cheeks as she leaned into Matthias's embrace, wishing they could do more to help their friend. But with a family of their own to protect now, she understood that they had to prioritize their own safety first. Even though it tore at her heartstrings, Matthias was right. It was time to take care of their children and leave their past behind for good.
Quentin's vessel rested quietly in the lake's embrace. After relieving himself over the edge and surveying the secluded area, he contemplated his next move. The possibility of discovery loomed with the dawn hiding the craft beneath the ice emerged as a viable, albeit risky, strategy. He had to decide between leaving the ship quickly or risking the icy waters at night. His decision made, Quentin retreated inside, piloting his versatile craft toward a protective ice overhang. He thought about making his temporary place a permanent home, but he was more focused on reaching out to Zebulon to keep his family safe. Quentin was so frustrated when he thought about Jerry causing his current mess. Yet there was no time to dwell on the what-ifs. He exited through the airlock, bracing himself as he breached the icy waters, the cold a sharp contrast to his escalating determination. When Quentin arrived at the shore, he braced himself against the biting cold. Concealing his vessel was a temporary measure. The pressing need for help drove him to search the surrounding forest for any sign of civilization. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Quentin's desperation grew, his body pushed to its limits by the cold and fatigue. Then, a faint smell of cooking, mutton and potatoes, signaled the proximity of human habitation. Through the dense foliage, he glimpsed the inviting glow of a log cabin. As Quentin pounded on the door, his strength waned, vision blurring. The door cracked open, revealing an elderly Xilta woman, her skin a pale yellow, hair white as snow.
Who are you?
She inquired, eyeing him with caution. I need help, Quentin pleaded. My boat. It's gone. Sank in the lake. The woman's eyes widened, the door closing slightly as she hesitated. Inside, whispered concerns floated to Quentin's ears before she reappeared, stepping aside to let him in.
An ambulance, perhaps. You look very sick,
she suggested. Her partner, an orange-hued elder, appeared.
I'll find some clothes. They'll be snug but warm.
Guided to the living room, Quentin was left to absorb the warmth from the hearth as the woman returned to her cooking.
Hungry?
She asked, without turning. Very. Could I use a data globe or something similar? Mine's lost, Quentin said, hope flickering within.
Of course,
she replied, curiosity in her gaze.
Fishing, you said.
The man returned with clothing.
Here,
he announced.
No need to move,
the woman interjected.
I'll fetch my remote. Stay and warm up.
With a supportive pat from the man, Quentin was left alone, contemplating his dwindling strength. Maybe an ambulance was the prudent choice, but contacting Zebulon remained his priority. Upon their return, the woman served him stew, insisting he eat. The warmth from the food slowly seeped into his bones. When the couple switched on the news, Quentin felt safe for now, their kindness shining through his chaotic escape. But cold hit his core when the news broadcast painted him as a fugitive, his own image staring back at him from the data globe with a narrative he knew to be false. As the stew clattered to the floor, his body tensed under the gaze of the elderly man, now brandishing a crossbow with a chilling precision. "I swear, you've got it all wrong," Quentin pleaded. "I'm caught in a web of lies." The accusation of being an interstellar fugitive and harming innocents, children no less, weighed heavily in the air, charged with a tension Quentin could scarcely breathe through. He faced a choice: confront the possibility of unjust punishment or try to convince his accidental hosts of his innocence. The room, adorned with trophies of the man's hunting prowess, felt like a prelude to Quentin's fate, should he fail to persuade them. The argument between the elderly couple offered a sliver of hope, the woman's insistence on involving the authorities a potential lifeline. Yet, the old man's resolve seemed fortified by a desire for vigilante justice. As the situation escalated, the click of the data globe remote summoned the law, a move that solidified the woman's stance against her husband's darker inclinations. The tension reached a peak, with Quentin's fate hanging in the balance, subject to the decisions made in these crucial moments. As the elderly woman concluded her call, ensuring the arrival of the police, Quentin's plea for respite was granted. His hands, shaking from the prolonged tension, found relief as he collapsed to the floor, a heap of exhaustion and fear. "I swear, I've done nothing wrong. It's all a setup by someone trying to seize control within Talmadon. I'm caught in their crosshairs." The guy, still holding the crossbow and looking suspicious, didn't believe Quentin was innocent, even though Quentin insisted he was. In a desperate bid for freedom, Quentin made a break for the door, narrowly avoiding an arrow that thudded into the wall beside him. His pulse thudded in his eardrums as he struggled with the lock, the elderly man's grasp momentarily anchoring him before a forceful kick freed Quentin into the night. Outside, the beaming glow of a police hoverfish's lights cut through the darkness, its sirens wailing a foreboding tune. Quentin's escape turned into a frantic dash for freedom, weaving through the dense forest underbrush, the hoverfish's spotlight a relentless pursuer. His flight was full of physical struggles, like tripping into a stream and still pushing forward. The hoverfish couldn't go through the trees, but its light kept pointing to him, helping the cops find him. Overwhelmed by his physical and emotional turmoil, the sound of an approaching vehicle cut Quentin's moment of vulnerability short. His eyes caught the silhouette of a manual hoverfish, a type distinctly smaller and designed for local travel, unlike its larger, automated counterparts that navigated broader expanses. Fueled by a surge of determination, Quentin clawed his way up the embankment, driven by the urgent need to intercept the hoverfish. His approach was desperate, an all-out sprint that ended with him standing in its path, arms and legs outstretched in an unmistakable plea for it to halt. To his relief, the hoverfish ceased its advance, levitating a mere 3 feet from the ground. The vehicle's occupants, likely wary of the ongoing police chase signaled by the sirens and relentless spotlight, remained within the safety of their craft, leaving Quentin to contend with the buzzing silence that followed their abrupt stop. The craft, reminiscent of a goldfish in its design, attempted evasive maneuvers, but Quentin's determination was unyielding. With agility honed from his training in the Crimson Scar, he executed a precise and forceful kick, shattering the hoverfish's shell and asserting control over the situation, albeit momentarily. His apologetic gesture to the driver underscored the dire nature of his circumstances. It was a move driven by survival, not malice. The escape, however, was short-lived. The programmed hoverfish above, relentless in its pursuit, mirrored his every move from the sky, a technological predator in a high-speed chase through the dense forest terrain. When Quentin's commandeered vehicle faltered, trapped by a luminous yellow net, a technological snare, he was forced to confront the reality of his capture. The arrival of his captor, a woman emerging from the spotlight's glare, marked the end of his flight.
"You're under arrest."
She secured his wrists and ankles.
Arat couldn't be bothered to immerse himself in the virtual reality of his data globe. Instead, he lay on his sofa, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he watched the news on the data globe he'd splattered across the ceiling. His top dog appeared on the monitor, and Acey's expression was twisted into an expression uglier than his purple-hued face, crisscrossed with scars and studded with piercings. Speak. Arat barked out.
We found Quentin.
Ace said eagerly. Arat's heart skipped a beat. Yes.
He landed near a small town called Idilis in Barno.
Idilis? How far north is that?
It's in central Barno.
Ace confirmed. Do I have anyone closer? In North Welcar, perhaps?
Unfortunately, all your men are dealing with other issues in other parts of the country. None are that far north.
Arat's body froze in rage. There must be someone closer. Get me anyone. I don't care how corrupt they are.
A hacker intercepted police communications.
Ace offered timidly. The police have him? Arat's voice rose in pitch.
No, but they're about to collect him from a log cabin nearby.
Panic surged through Arat's veins. You need to get there first. How long will it take you?
I'm using a high-speed hoverfish. 13 hours at most.
That's not fast enough, Arat roared.
I'm sorry, Arat. I'll do my best.
Ace stammered before disappearing from the screen. Arat paced back and forth, trying to think clearly despite the drugs clouding his mind. He had to find another way. Assassins, corrupt officials, anything to get to Quentin before the police did. The news continued to play in the background, a political conflict between Leron and Planet Czar's unfolding, but Arat's mind was consumed with one thought: getting Quentin back before he spilled any incriminating evidence. 15 minutes later, Acey's face returned. A twisted smirk etched across his lips.
Good news,
he hissed.
There's a pig called Siam, known for his brutal methods. He's located on the Tutha-Barno border. Only 10 miles from Idilis. He'll do the job.
The mention of Tutha made Arat's skin crawl. That country is full of savage communists. He spat. Ace shrugged nonchalantly.
It's the only option,
he replied coolly. How much to kill the police, frame Quentin for their murder, and bring him to me? Arat demanded.
Wait 1 second.
Ace turned his face and whispered, revealing 8 silver rings glinting on the rim of his ear, nestled in black dreadlocks. After a moment, he turned back to Arat.
Siam said 3 million international Leron credits.
Rage coursed through Arat's veins. 3 times the cost of hiring a professional assassin for the job. He gave a curt nod. Fine, but tell him not to kill Quentin, he seethed. I have other plans for him.
For him to bring Quentin to you,
Ace clarified. Of course.
Chapter 26. Saffron the Cyborg.
Saffron tried to smile at the hologram of her daughter, but her heart ached with conflicting emotions. Lyria looked more like her father, the man who had hurt Saffron so deeply. Her Tlishwa features clashed with Saffron's own red skin and long earlobes. She missed her daughter terribly, but she couldn't return home just yet.
When will you come back to see me, Mommy?
Lyria's innocent voice cut through Saffron's defenses. Soon, darling, Saffron replied, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill over. But Lyria wasn't satisfied with that answer.
You said that last summer. It's already winter.
Lyria's pout mirrored Saffron's own when she was a child. Before Saffron could respond, her mother's voice spoke up in the background. Pain rose in her throat as she listened to her mother scold her for not being there for her daughter. Memories of her own childhood came flooding back, filled with disappointment and disapproval from her mother.
Granny says I have to go to bed now,
Lyria said, breaking through Saffron's thoughts. Okay, sweetie. Remember, Mommy loves you. But as she was about to end the call, her mother's voice stopped her.
Don't go just yet.
Saffron plastered on a fake smile as she greeted her mother.
When are you coming back to be a mother?
Her mother asked accusingly. Saffron's muscles tensed at the familiar tone. When I can provide for Lyria on my own.
And when will that be?
I don't know.
Don't you want Lyria?
Of course I do. Saffron ran a hand down her face, wishing she could escape this conversation. But her mother wasn't finished yet.
You should be the one putting her to bed, not me.
Her mother scolded.
She needs a mother, not just a provider.
Saffron's frustration and guilt bubbled up inside of her. She couldn't see Lyria's face, but she knew her little daughter could hear everything. How much had her mother already filled her young mind with negative thoughts about Saffron? I'll quit my job as soon as I can afford a new identity, Saffron said, trying to appease her mother. Her mother's expression softened, but not in the way Saffron had hoped.
People are starting to ask questions. If you don't come back within 2 months, I'll contact the LSS and have them release you.
Panic surged through Saffron at the thought of being discovered by the dangerous organization she had escaped from. But she couldn't let her mother put Lyria in danger. Don't do that. You'll risk Lyria's life, Saffron pleaded. But her mother was adamant.
She needs a real mother, not an absent one.
As her father's voice echoed in the background, Saffron felt torn between wanting to protect her daughter and wanting to keep her safe from the dangerous world she had left behind. Saffron trudged into Arat's lavish office, her chest constricted with anxiety. She forced herself to return his smile and sink onto the sofa he gestured towards. The view of Trion, Liran's expansive gas giant, loomed over them through the glass walls. It was a breathtaking sight, but it brought back memories that Saffron would rather forget. Arat, tall and handsome for a cat, sat next to her with a straight posture and an air of confidence. His skin glowed like caramel in the light of the sunset, but Saffron knew better than to be swayed by his outward appearance. He was a cruel and dangerous man, and she needed something from him. "Do you have any bigger jobs?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. His eyebrows furrowed.
By bigger jobs, do you mean more dangerous ones?
She nodded, her heart pounding. She needed the money for her daughter's sake, but she also wanted to leave this kind of work behind, to have a normal life with a new identity. Arat nodded understandingly, then leaned back on the sofa with both arms stretched out behind Saffron. She tensed at his touch, but forced herself to stay still and not show her discomfort. This man was a predator, and she had to play along if she wanted to survive.
I can get you a new identity anytime you want, my dear Saffron.
Arat purred.
You are always free to leave. You know that.
She couldn't help but clench her jaw at his patronizing tone. And when he added,
You're quite an attractive woman,
she felt bile rise in her throat. Arat continued on about how his wealthy friends would pay top dollar for a night with a female cyborg like her. Even more if they knew she worked for him. Saffron gritted her teeth to hold back a scathing remark. She would never degrade herself like that for money. Instead, she forced herself to focus on the reason she was here. I was thinking of work in the line of extraction, reconnaissance, subterfuge, or assassination. A wicked grin spread across Arat's face.
Assassination, you say? I have just the jobs for you.
He stood and walked over to the barraglass partition, pressing his hand against it to open a hidden doorway.
Someone will be in contact with you soon. I have several dangerous positions that need filling.
As Saffron rode down in the elevator, her stomach twisted with conflicting emotions. The thought of leaving her daughter behind weighed heavily on her mind, but so did the thought of being killed or imprisoned by one of Arat's enemies. It was a constant battle between doing what she had to for her family and staying true to her morals. But as she stepped out onto the busy streets of the city, surrounded by luxury and danger at every turn, she knew that no matter what decision she made, there would always be consequences, and sometimes they were too high a price to pay. During the few days following Saffron's conversation with Arat, she couldn't shake off the uncomfortable feeling in her gut. When his company contacted her through her data globe, she hesitated before stepping into the 6-foot orb and accessing the anti-spyware. The chief henchman, Ace, greeted her with a stony stare and a voice that sounded like gravel on a sidewalk. Ace's complexion was a deep shade of blackberry, and he styled his hair in rough dreadlocks. He had piercings all over his ears, scars all over his face, and one particularly thick pink scar which ran around his neck. Despite Ace's intimidating appearance, she knew he held the key to her next job. When he mentioned a laboratory in the capital of science, she expected it to be a simple robbery, But when he revealed that they were after nanotechnology, something Arot was desperate to get his hands on, her moral compass began to spin. How much for the job? She managed to ask, trying to keep her voice steady.
1.5 million international Liron credits.
Ace replied. Her skin tingled at the thought of such a large sum of money, enough to survive for years or even emigrate to another planet with her daughter. But then she remembered what this job involved, stealing technology that could potentially harm others. She took a deep breath before finally agreeing. When do you need it done?
In a few days.
She weighed the pros and cons. Yes, the money would provide security for her family, but at what cost? Would she be betraying her own morals for financial gain? Will I get more information about it? She asked cautiously. Ace nodded, giving her the name of the gadgets man she needed to meet. Andiz, a mixed-race scientist with pale brown skin, handed Saffron a pile of material from his workbench. His hand paused for a moment before he handed it to her.
This catsuit isn't as efficient as our shielding cloaks in bending light,
he stammered. Oh.
Yes,
he sighed.
While light-bending clothing can make you completely invisible, it only works under specific conditions.
He shook his head in frustration.
We've had too many setbacks.
She raised an eyebrow.
One particular model can bend a single wavelength of light, but reflects any other colors,
he said, rubbing the bridge of his nose.
That's not useful.
Do I need to use white light in the lab?
Yes, we have a prototype for bending all wavelengths in white light, but it only works at certain angles.
She examined the material in her hands. So what is this?
Octo-camouflage. It's lightweight but bulky. Under the top layers, there are synthetic chromatophores.
What are those?
Pigment-filled sacs, based on octopus skin. We couldn't incorporate nerves and muscles to control them like in an octopus, so these synthetic versions rely on osmosis to change the cell's size.
Saffron gave him a confused look. I don't understand.
Do you want me to explain it further?
Not really, he chuckled.
Just go put it on.
He gestured towards a closet.
It may look small, but it stretches.
After changing into the suit, she felt like she had been binge-eating cakes for a month. Andiz laughed when he saw her appearance. He reached for a hooded mask on his workbench and handed it to her.
You can't just be a floating head. This octo-camo balaclava with goggles can stick to your touch.
She tried it on and watched as the edges moved and sealed under her fingertips. That's pretty cool. She walked around Andiz on her tiptoes. He produced a handful of black plastic sticks and held them out to her.
Where are you?
She removed her mask. Right here. He pointed at her with a twisted grin.
You almost had me there.
What are those rods for?
These little beauties block all radio waves, so you won't even know you're wearing them. They're lightweight.
He covered them with speckled camouflage material.
That should do the trick.
I don't understand how they work.
Don't worry about it. It's not your job to understand the science behind your tools.
But I'm curious. He stroked his chin and leaned back.
Really?
Yeah, she said, smirking at his peculiar mannerisms.
It's quite simple. These antennas emit an electromagnetic field that cancels out radio waves, preventing them from bouncing off of you. I call it an antenna broadcaster hat.
She nodded, trying to process the information. Can't orb shields do that too?
Only the expensive ones can. That's what Arot uses when he activates anti-hacker mode on his shield. These will make you undetectable by infrared detectors as well. You'll be like a ghost to the laser security system.
But if this lab has such advanced security measures, what about other forms of detection? What about orb shield identification? He waved a dismissive hand.
Don't worry about that. Arot has top-notch computer hackers working for him. You have nothing to worry about.
Are the iris, face, and handprint scanners all connected to the internet too?
You're pretty sharp for a badass cyborg,
he said with a smirk. She blushed, but knew he wouldn't notice it, seeing as her skin was the color red. I just want to be prepared. He looked into the distance, as if accessing information from his brain's hard drive.
Don't worry, I'm one of Arot's best scientists.
He puffed out his chest with pride.
Arot wouldn't plan a heist without taking all security measures into consideration. We have your DNA on file, and my geneticists have 3D printed a silicon mask and gloves with your prints. We also have a sample of your hair for the DNA analyzer. And last but not least, we have contact lenses.
She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Are you sure these cloned objects came from the right person? Can this person access what I'm supposed to steal? He laughed.
Of course, we've thought of everything. That's why Arot is so successful, not just because of his looks.
He added with a shake of his head, tapping his temple.
It's because of us, his team of top scientists. Just make sure to deactivate your antenna broadcaster hat before using the scanners on your face and hands.
If the hackers successfully shut down the security systems, won't that alert the authorities?
That's why you'll have all these gadgets to stay undetected,
he replied with a sly grin. She patted him on the shoulder and smirked back.
Perhaps after this mission we can go on a date.
Her face, neck, and ears felt impossibly hot. No, I'm sorry. I'm not looking for a relationship at the moment.
Is it because you don't like me?
It's not that. I just don't see us that way. Her heart skipped a beat. Even if she found Indiz attractive, her priority was Lyria. Her daughter deserved all of her attention, and she didn't want to be distracted by some immature guy.
How about we go get coffee as friends?
Men usually don't accept women saying just friends.
That's not an issue for me. There are plenty of other people out there. Just thought I'd take a chance. No hard feelings.
She laughed. Maybe after I finish this job.
Sounds good. Do you like eating pie?
Who doesn't?
I know a great place.
Saffron moved with deadly precision, her movements fluid and silent as she approached the laboratory's main gate. With her body camouflaged and undetected by radio waves, she grimaced beneath her silicon mask and camouflaged balaclava. She knew that using her fake identity to open the gate would raise suspicion, so instead she relied on her mechanical enhancements to leap over the 15-foot-high security fence. As she landed gracefully on the other side, 2 guard dogs charged towards her. Without hesitation, she unleashed powerful laser beams from her index fingers, disintegrating the dogs in a matter of seconds. Satisfied that the guards had been taken care of, she made her way to the security cabin. Swiftly dispatching the guards inside with precise hand and arm maneuvers, Saffron continued towards the main entrance of the lab. Her goggles detected no mosquito drones in the vicinity, allowing her to move undetected as she accessed the outer door, using a combination of fake irises, gloves, and a carefully collected strand of hair. But as she approached the refrigerated cabinet where the target data was kept, she encountered a new challenge. The scanners on top were unfamiliar to her, marked with an acronym ECG key. Realization dawned upon Saffron. This would require an electrocardiogram key to authenticate user identity. Her pulse picked up as questions raced through her mind. How could she contact anyone for help when her electromagnetic field rendered her invisible to technology? Failure was not an option. Arot would be furious if she failed this mission. Gathering all of her skills and wits, Saffron attempted to bypass the security measures with her biomechanical blade. But as soon as it made contact with the box file, an alarm blared loudly in the confined space. With adrenaline coursing through her veins, Saffron retreated quickly and pressed herself against the opposite wall, her eyes scanning for any signs of detection. Frustrated but determined, she activated her data globe and attempted to use its capabilities to mute the sound. But thanks to Andiz's little beauties, the devices on her hat that disrupted technology, she could mute nothing. With no other options left, Saffron relied on her quick thinking and expert timing as she tapped a sequence on her inner arm, causing her blade to spring out from her inner wrist. The deafening alarm continued to blare as Saffron inserted the blade into the side of the box, her body tense with anticipation. She knew that this action would surely trigger more alarms, but she had come too far to turn back now. With a final burst of strength, Saffron retrieved the data and made her escape, leaving behind a trail of chaos and destruction in her wake. As she disappeared into the night, she knew that this mission would be remembered as one of her greatest challenges yet. A squadron of heavily armed security guards, clad in intimidating Lebanese military gear, burst into the room. They were equipped with all manner of advanced technology, from goggles and cameras to lethal laser weapons and Auratech enhancements. Saffron's heart raced as she tried to control her breathing. Would they be able to detect her with their infrared or ultraviolet goggles? She prayed that her camouflage suit would protect her, but deep down, she knew it wasn't enough. With each step she took, she could feel their gazes on her. One wrong move, and they would open fire. Saffron cursed Arat for assuring her that she didn't need any additional protection. How could he have been so naive? She moved as quietly as possible, trying to find a way out amidst the chaos outside. The grounds were swarming with even more guards and soldiers, making it almost impossible to make a run for it. Her only option was to use her stealth capabilities and carefully navigate from one shadow to another. Every muscle in her body tensed as she willed herself to move faster, all while waiting for her camouflage suit to adjust its chromatophores to match the colors of her surroundings. With every second, the chance of escape seemed slimmer and slimmer. Saffron sat across from Andy's in a quaint cafe perched high above the clouds. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and an array of delicate pastries filled the air. She sipped her dark roast as Andy's leaned on his hands, staring out through the transparent walls. His expression was glum and distant.
ECG,
he muttered.
I had no idea.
Saffron sighed, telling him how she had to push her octo-camo mask up onto her forehead every time she needed to scan her face for security checks. She complained about the material being thick and bulky, making it difficult to see through.
The soldiers attacking you had infrared and ultraviolet goggles,
Andy said.
My colleagues are trying to invent masks and wigs that can switch between camouflage and normal appearance.
Saffron shivered, remembering how her breath condensed under the heavy material of her octo-camo suit.
I have something for you,
Andy said suddenly, passing her a brightly wrapped package. She cringed. I told you this isn't a date. Andy's chuckled.
I know. Just open it.
He leaned in closer and spoke in a low voice.
It's an octo-camo cape and antenna broadcaster hat. Keep it hidden and don't tell anyone I gave it to you.
Saffron raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why?
In case you ever need to escape from Arot.
Andy's replied seriously. What? Saffron's stomach clenched at the thought.
He's a psychopath, Saffron.
Andy's said with concern.
Look out for yourself.
Tears welled up in Saffron's eyes as she thanked him silently.
And there's also an octo-camo cover for a manual hoverfish or programmed hoverfish.
Andy's added, handing her another parcel.
It fits most models and has built-in antennas.
Saffron was stunned. This sounds serious. Do you think I'll be on the run? Andy's shrugged.
Not necessarily. But these tools could come in handy during your assignments, particularly in collecting that hefty reward money.
Saffron reached across the table and grasped his hands gratefully. Thank you. Saffron and Andy stood in front of Arat's desk, their shoulders slumped with defeat. It wasn't fair that they were being blamed for something that wasn't entirely their fault. Arat reclined in his chair, a smug look on his face. He should have been more understanding, but instead he chose to point fingers and assign blame.
Well, from what I hear, Saffron Axe, none of this is your fault,
he said slyly. She flinched at the sound of her name, wondering if Arat had some kind of mind-reading device hidden under his desk. But then he pulled out a drawer and revealed a weapon. Saffron's throat constricted as she realized she was in danger. Before she could even react, Andy's vaporized into a cloud of steam. Just as quickly as it happened, Arat put his weapon away and acted as though he hadn't just murdered his best scientist in broad daylight. Saffron couldn't believe how easily he could switch from aggression to nonchalance. She leaned back in her chair, trying to keep her composure despite the fear pulsing through her veins.
Sorry about that, Saffron,
Arat said casually.
I'll make sure you're connected with a better scientist next time.
Chapter 27. Tower Chase.
Join me, Quentin Valentine.
The officer invited. Quentin looked at their wrists, handcuffed together. How am I supposed to climb that net with these cuffs on?
You'll manage?
She guided him up a neon glowing net, their movements synchronized. The light shifted to a pulsing amber.
What's happening?
She asked. Above, her hovercraft, ablaze, roared as it burned. Quentin struggled against the restraints, panic rising.
It's going to crash.
She fumbled for the key.
Hold on.
A gunshot echoed. Instantly, she slumped against him, life extinguished, her blood covering Quentin's face. Nausea overwhelmed him, and he retched. He scrambled into the stolen hovercraft, dragging her with him. He couldn't leave her behind because they were cuffed together. Accelerating, he fled the inferno, the net scooping up debris in their wake. The flaming craft remained behind. Noticing a craft overhead, he cursed his choice. The one he commandeered was significantly slower and lower flying than the advanced models. Despair gripped him. The adversary, certainly behind the attack, was closing in. Yet they hadn't fired. They needed Quentin for the secrets he held. But if caught, Quentin knew his fate would be grim. I have to get out of here, he muttered, fear gripping him. 2 hours in, Quentin steered towards the nearest town. The faster hover for long distances still followed him overhead, while Quentin's much slower version, which had height and speed restrictions, continued to vibrate over the forest path. The chaser overhead camouflaged itself in stealth, but Quentin could still recognize the air shimmering around it. He wasn't stupid. The forest teemed with life, unaware of his dire situation. His discomfort grew, cursing Jerry under his breath. He was exhausted and trembling with fever from having to swim in the icy lake fully clothed. At least he'd changed into the old man's clothes before nearly being shot with an arrow from his crossbow. But Quentin really needed to take a dump too, and holding it in was causing the most terrible cramps. As the forest receded, revealing mountainous terrain, Quentin spotted a sleek, yellow hovercraft shaped like a dart fish, apparently waiting for passengers. Seizing the virtual scope controls, Quentin prepared to switch crafts. The air shimmered as his pursuer landed. Quentin let out a series of rapid breaths to steady himself and bounded out of the manual hoverfish. He attempted a running kick at the superior vehicle, but it bounced back at him. He quickly glanced at the rippling air and saw the chaser landing. In a split second, Quentin grabbed a nearby boulder and smashed it against the barraglass shell. He tossed the rock onto the seat and climbed inside, ignoring the pain from cutting his thighs. He tinkered with the monitor and was surprised when it actually functioned. An orange-skinned police officer emerged from an almost invisible programmed hoverfish. The officer sported a black and white striped bodysuit adorned with weapons and gadgets. As he ran towards Quentin, he aimed a bow and arrow. Twam! The arrow clattered harmlessly to the ground as Quentin's newly programmed hoverfish lifted into the air by 50 feet. He watched as the cop retreated to his vehicle. Quentin gripped the rock and aimed it in return. Unfortunately, his aim was off and he missed. His ribs tensed up as he sent his hoverfish soaring to 1,000 feet, reaching speeds of 500 miles per hour as he flew over mountains. The frigid wind seeped through cracks in his damaged hoverfish, sending shivers throughout his body. He continued westward, escaping from the rising sun and crossing over a snow-capped mountain range. His hoverfish followed along a whitewater river while his pursuer trailed closely behind. Quentin's legs felt heavy, and he shook with fever. If only he had finished that mutton stew earlier. His stomach growled at the memory of dropping half of it on the floor. The image of him being falsely accused on the news still haunted him. As his programmed hoverfish descended into a valley, Quentin realized he needed to relieve himself badly. He saw towering trees, climbers, and chloroplastic glass structures glinting in the low sunlight, casting striped shadows over lifeless meadows. A monitor displayed the destination as Edalis, and he had crossed into Miskatonic from Oskia. It was winter solstice, and the sun wouldn't stay up for long, considering the latitude, so close to Laran's tilting pole. He clutched onto the sweater given to him by the old man. Would there be border control? Even if there wasn't, his face was plastered all over the news. He may have to keep running forever. The first section of towers sat among spruce trees and tangled vines. Quentin's manual hoverfish automatically came to a stop. His palms sweat, and a chill ran down his spine. No, 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 he exclaimed, frantically tinkering with the monitors.
Access denied.
A mechanical voice announced. He hastily climbed out of the hoverfish, trying not to cut his thighs again. Blood had already started seeping through his pants in the front. He took off running. His pursuer, barely visible to the eye, landed on the ground and gave chase. Quentin scrambled up a nearby spruce tree, using its rough branches to climb higher and higher. The needles scratched at his face, but their pine scent helped him stay focused on the present moment. The spruce branched off into several directions around an apartment block made of photosynthetic bear glass. His pursuer followed suit and ascended as well. The snow-capped mountains glowed pink in the dim light from the binary suns. When Quentin reached a height of 30 feet, the police officer stopped and peered up at him. Despite feeling weak and ill, Quentin spotted fear on his pursuer's face, even from such a great distance. In a nearby apartment building, a teenage boy motioned for Quentin to come inside through their balcony. As much as he wanted to escape or even use their bathroom, Quentin was unsure if he could make it. The cop ascended in his vehicle. Quentin could see the air vibrating around it.
"Come on, man, give up,"
the man called from the semi-invisible fish.
"I'll help you escape. Look at yourself. You'll die without my help."
His breaths burst in and out as he considered the dirty cop's actions, murdering his own kind. No, he couldn't trust him. In the distance, a lake shimmered in the fading light. Quentin headed towards it. Shaking from the cold, weakness, and fear, he contemplated jumping into the water, but he knew he would most likely die. The ground was 200 feet below him. He couldn't jump, but he could drop. He remembered a tip from a firefighter during his school days. As he fell, the lake rushed towards him. He held his breath as he hit the icy water, feeling the impact and intense cold throughout his body. Underwater, he looked around and saw other swimmers paddling with their legs and brightly colored floats tied to their ankles. These people were crazy, swimming in such freezing climes. Quentin was not good at many things, but swimming and stargem harvesting were his specialties thanks to his mother's encouragement when they lived near a river on their family farm. Staying underwater in the darkness, Quentin took off his shoes and pants before releasing them into the depths of the lake. Feeling relieved after taking care of bodily needs, he dove deeper and swam away from where he had fallen. Despite the freezing temperature, he pushed himself to swim faster. He hoped that not everyone in this town were Xiltus, like Santa. If they were, then he would stick out like a sore thumb with his dark hair and dull beige skin. Xiltus originally inhabited the northern countries, like the elderly couple who helped him and the dirty cop who betrayed him. If Idalis wasn't a multicultural town, his brown hair and beige skin would surely give him away among all the shimmering yellows and oranges. When he resurfaced for air, Quentin scanned the sky for any signs of a partially invisible craft that might be watching him. He kept his head low, hoping not to draw attention. Most of the swimmers had yellow or orange skin, but there were also some Lifros and a few brown-skinned cat eons, and honey-skinned cats mixed in. Suddenly, sirens blared and 3 police hoverfish levitated above the water. A faster hoverfish waited on the opposite shore. Quentin's breaths came out in visible puffs as he realized he needed to escape before the police started rounding up any Lifros. So far, the police were only scanning swimmers, so Quentin casually breaststroked towards the opposite bank where a black and white striped hoverfish was parked. Instead of running, he joined other half-naked sunbathers on the grass, knowing they must have worn protective orb shields to withstand the winter weather. He shivered, feeling self-conscious without a bathrobe like the other bathers. He knew that not having a towel would draw unwanted attention to him. How could he find warmth in this state? He thought he might freeze to death. Looking around for a way out, he noticed a heap of clothes on the grassy bank. No one guarded them. Crouching down and trying to appear inconspicuous, Quentin took deep breaths before standing up and walking towards the clothes. As he got closer, he saw another police manual hoverfish parked nearby amongst the trees. Quickly reaching for the clothes, Quentin pretended to pick something from between his toes before grabbing the bundle and casually walking towards the public toilets. In the privacy of a cubicle, he trembled as he dressed himself, wincing as he pulled on oversized pants over his injured thighs. The clothes were far too big for his tall and sturdy frame. He put on the shoes and went outside to wash his hands and take a drink from the tap. He desperately needed transportation to get out of this town, strong alcohol to disinfect his wounds, food to nourish his starving body, shelter to keep warm, and somewhere safe to sleep. It felt like days since he had slept last. Quentin walked away from the bathroom block and the lake, shivering as he made his way through a stand of evergreens and into a clearing. As the sun set behind a mountain, the sweet scent of pancakes drifted towards him on the frigid breeze. The food stall was empty, except for a few foldable tables under a canvas awning. A tall woman with ginger hair, bundled up in winter clothes, stood watching over an iron device emitting steam. The smell of whatever she was cooking made Quentin's stomach growl with hunger. Hugging himself tightly, Quentin eyed the large manual hoverfish parked close by. If he didn't eat soon, he feared he might faint. In a daze, he stumbled towards the stall.
"Hey,"
said the woman, narrowing her eyes at him.
"I know who you are.
Quentin hesitated, ready to run at any moment.
Don't be scared,"
she reassured him, holding up her gloved hands. She crouched down to get a better look at the cops' programmed hoverfish parked near the lake and under the trees.
"You're the criminal on the news? The terrorist?
She frowned and clicked her tongue disapprovingly.
But you don't look like a terrorist."
"That's because I'm not one," Quentin replied desperately. "Someone else is committing these murders of Talmadon executives, and they framed me for it." Her eyebrow raised incredulously.
"Here,"
she said, opening the iron device to reveal a grid of cake balls cooking in molds. She grabbed a paper bag and carefully removed 4 of the hot treats, saying,
"Ow,"
each time before handing them over to Quentin.
"Eat. They're still hot."
He eagerly bit into one, savoring the sweet mixture of pastry and chestnuts that burned his tongue. "Thank you," he said between bites.
"Do you have somewhere to go?"
she asked sympathetically. Quentin grimaced. "Nowhere. I have nothing left. The police and criminals are both after me."
"Wait here,"
she instructed.
"I'll get my husband. He's sleeping in the hoverfish."
Quentin's insides churned at the thought, but he clutched onto his precious bag of cakes. "No, thanks."
"I'll get you different clothes. My husband's the same size as you. He won't notice. Then I'll make corn and dumpling soup. You like dumplings."
Feeling dizzy from weakness, he nodded. Quentin felt warmth spreading through his limbs as the woman offered to help him and keep his presence a secret. He was grateful for her kindness, especially since he was injured and cold. She directed him to hide behind a nearby tree while she asked her husband to take over their food stall. Once he was done, they would continue on together. Quentin couldn't help but worry about what her husband would think when he saw her leading Quentin away with her. But she assured him she would come up with an excuse, saying that he was just looking for an address. Thankful for her reassurance, Quentin bowed before limping to the tree she had pointed to. Once they were on their way, after her husband had taken care of the stall, she led Quentin through the woods towards a hatch in the ground. It reminded him of his own home dug into the chalk cliffs of western Ugina, or the earth shelter where he grew up in the desert. This hatch was painted red, and they descended a ladder into a hallway. Quentin's tension eased as soon as they reached the kitchen, where a statue of the Caden god, wearing his farmer's hat and chewing on a straw, seemed to smile toward the oven. The woman retrieved some bread, butter, cheese, and pickles from various places around the kitchen and set them out on the table for Quentin to eat. She advised him to have some protein and mentioned not eating too many cakes, or he might get sick. As he sat to eat and warm up, Quentin's head spun from all that had happened so quickly. Would this kind and caring Lifro let him tend to his wounds and rest after filling his stomach? The woman offered him pickled herring and asked if he would also like some corn soup. Grateful for her hospitality, he happily accepted. She handed him a plate and fork before asking where he was born. Judar, Quentin answered.
"That's a hot and dry place,"
she commented. As she watched him eat, he opened up about his upbringing on a farm with his parents.
"I'll find you some different clothes,"
she said.
"My husband is the same size as you. He won't even notice."
She promised to make corn and dumpling soup for dinner. He nodded weakly, feeling dizzy from hunger. She gave him a crooked smile and hurried off to her bedroom to retrieve clothes. He heard the cupboard slamming shut in the kitchen while he eagerly devoured the food and chugged 2 glasses of water. Suddenly, he heard rustling behind him and turned to find the woman standing close to him. His heart raced as he noticed that every pore on her face was caked with makeup, like little pinpricks. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his arm. He pivoted his head and saw that she had injected him with something, and the compressed cartridge was now empty. His heart felt heavy as it slowed and his limbs went numb. He stumbled to the floor as darkness overtook him. Chapter 28. Newfound Wealth.
Ace nibbled on the inside of his cheek thoughtfully, staring out at the icy expanse beneath the hoverfish. Idyllis loomed an hour away. The rendezvous spot Siam had set for handing over Quentin. Arat's orders were clear. Capture Quentin before Siam managed to, or eliminate Siam in the process. A profound emptiness weighed on him, unchanged since the loss of his son to a senseless conflict a year prior. Even avenging his son hadn't eased that void. Now, Arat had him on a path of further violence. His data globe remote buzzed. A backup team member grabbed and passed it over. The duo, young Tlishuas, leaned in, their anticipation palpable. Activating the globe, Siam's face appeared, his expression difficult to decipher. "Did you secure him?" Ace asked. Siam's head shake conveyed the news.
I dealt with those officers near the forest before they arrested Quentin.
His tooth and dialect thick. Ace concentrated on catching every word.
He eluded capture all the way to Idyllis, taking refuge in some sort of bioengineer structure.
Excuse me.
A biostructure.
I think he's saying a living tower.
Interjected one of Ace's backup with notably lighter skin. Acknowledging the clarification, Ace directed his attention back to Siam.
And then, he slipped through my fingers.
Siam admitted, showing a hint of frustration.
His agility was unmatched, choosing peril over surrender.
Ace exhaled, questioning Siam's competence. And why didn't you apprehend him there?
I made an attempt.
Didn't you have tranquilizer darts?
Yes, I tried targeting him during his ascent, aiming too high risk to fall. We need him unharmed, correct. Plus, with onlookers present, my hidden craft was, thankfully, unnoticed.
Why not climb on foot?
Exposing myself wasn't an option. That defeats the purpose of using a stealth hoverfish.
Siam countered. Ace shifted his focus back to the task at hand. What's the next step? Siam's expression lightened with a sly grin.
He dove into a lake when the authorities arrived. I stayed aloft unseen. With my binoculars and sonar, I watched him change clothes under the water, then blend in with the other swimmers.
You've located him, then? Siam affirmed.
He's hiding in a burrow. A Lifro woman has given him shelter.
Harbored by a Lifro. Ace needed clarity in the muddled accent.
That's what I've said.
I bet she's after a bounty,
suggested Ace's darker-skinned companion. Memories of betrayal darkened Ace's thoughts, aware not all were as naive as they seemed.
I'm outside her underground dwelling.
Siam reported. Pardon.
He means her earth shelter.
Clarified the light-skinned Tlishua. Ace grimaced. And you're informing me why? Secure him.
Should I eliminate her as well?
Siam acquired. If it's done without a trace, proceed.
I'll require additional compensation for taking another life.
Siam stated.
Not initially agreed upon.
The cost?
A special offer for your leader. 1 million international Leron credits.
1 million. Ace echoed, taken aback. Siam nodded. I'll communicate with Arat. Shall we reconnect shortly? Another nod from Siam. Dialing Arat filled Ace with reluctance, anticipating his displeasure. Arat's initial optimism shifted to skepticism upon hearing the financial amendment.
Agree to it. But when you get the chance, eliminate him. Agree to it, but when you have the opportunity, ensure that Quentin is captured by any means. Wealth hasn't made me tolerant of exploitation. If you catch Quentin, make sure you're ready with your gear.
Disconnecting. Ace reflexively fidgeted with his dreadlocks, frustration mounting. Arat was oblivious to the complexities ahead. Are your masks prepared? His crew affirmed, securing their gear and gas masks. Stay vigilant. Stargem harvesters are equipped with rudimentary biochemical defenses to deter thieves.
Siam scrutinized the hatch's magnetic lock from his craft. After touching down and retrieving an electromagnetic pulse device from his bag to disengage the lock, he stealthily entered. He overheard a woman talking on a data globe from the corridor. Ducking out of sight, he listened in through his interpretation device.
I brought him here knowing you wouldn't approve. You need to work on your acting skills. Yeah, we already talked about it. 90,000 credits. I used the same tranquilizers Alicia uses for her livestock, which she just got. He's totally fine. I'll let the authorities know right away. Should we reach out to the press first? It's a big sum. Uncertain? Okay, bye.
Siam readied his gun, intending to frame Quentin. Sneaking closer, he observed the woman communicating with a uniformed officer via her incorrectly muted device. Debating the risk of being spotted, he donned a mask to conceal his distinct silter features. Inhaling deeply, he maneuvered for a clear shot, avoiding the officer's view. The weapon discharged silently, the projectile hitting its target without disturbing the hologram. Before the hologram could react, Siam retreated, knowing law enforcement would soon swarm the area. Sweat beading, he made his escape, eventually locating Quentin unconscious in the closest. As Siam bore Quentin's weight, his heart tightened. Transitioning to dragging, he found moving Quentin particularly challenging as he approached the ladder leading to the surface. Using his knot-tying skills with a rope, he painstakingly hoisted Quentin upwards. Reaching the forest's edge, the sudden arrival of law enforcement vehicles met him. Confronted by armed officers, Siam maintained a composed demeanor. "I'm affiliated with the LSS. The incident with the woman was Quentin's doing. My intervention was too late." The senior officer scrutinized him, skepticism evident.
LSS?
With drones overhead capturing every moment, Siam persisted. "I was tasked with apprehending Quentin Valentine for his valuable intel." One officer, skeptical of his attire, challenged him.
"You don't resemble an operative."
Siam retorted. "Does anyone actually dress the part?" Demanded to show identification, he cautiously retrieved his Orb Shield remote, offering it as proof. A brief investigation by the officers ensued, one returning to their vehicle for verification. The remote's examination revealed a discrepancy.
"Your record indicates association with the Tooth and Police, not the LSS."
Siam's feigned astonishment did little to conceal the inconsistency. "A misunderstanding. My exit was hasty upon learning of Quentin's location. My colleague was to update my credentials." Their suspicion seemed to wane, believing his law enforcement affiliation. Siam remained outwardly unfazed, internally calculating. The drone's presence prevented any aggressive action. Then an unexpected attack from another vehicle obliterated the officers on the ground. The assailant didn't linger, quickly retreating into the sky, leaving Siam in a fleeting moment of chaotic silence. Siam's gaze lifted skyward in disbelief as a hovercraft settled softly among the pine needles. From it emerged Ace, a towering Klishwa with dark purple skin marked by his piercings. His presence was commanding, yet paradoxically gentle. Greeting Siam with a nod and a brief bow, Ace expressed his gratitude for the successful capture of Quentin.
"Well done. You've secured him."
Siam, eager for his reward, broached the subject of payment. Ace, momentarily distracted, returned to his hovercraft before pausing.
"One more thing. Did you secure Quentin's drone as well?"
Baffled, Siam responded. "A drone wasn't mentioned in our agreement." Ace dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand.
"No matter."
Joining them, two of Ace's companions presented a bag filled with the agreed sum, asking if cash was acceptable. "For sure," Siam affirmed. The bag landed at Siam's feet, and he eagerly verified its contents, his fatigue momentarily replaced by a rush of excitement. This payout was his ticket out of his current life. However, his anticipation was abruptly shattered.
"Any final remarks?"
The chilling inquiry was punctuated by the cold metal of a gun aimed at Siam. A surge of fear washed over him, his plea cut short by a deafening shot.
Quentin's mind stirred amidst fragments of recent memories. Tangy pickled onions and the sourness of cheese crackers lingering on his taste buds. But as voices filled the surrounding space, speaking in the universal tongue of international Liranese, a wave of warmth washed over him, followed by a surge of anxiety. The hum of levitation beneath him was unmistakable. He was aboard a hovercraft, but the fate of the woman who had deceived him, drugging him into this vulnerable state, remained unclear. The sweet residue in his mouth turned bitter with betrayal. Captured and transported, the reality of his situation dawned on him amidst the disorienting blur of events. Voices hinted at recent violence, praising the elimination of a corrupt officer as a cost-saving victory for their employer. The mention of potential rewards stirred a murmur of eager anticipation among his captors. Quentin, striving for composure, listened as they discussed their imminent return to a place of significance, the capital of science, with an estimated travel time that stretched undauntingly. Could his captors be linked to the person orchestrating the Talmadon assassinations? He harbored biochemical weapons within him. Yet, whether his captors were aware of this deadly potential remained uncertain. Efforts to stir, to twitch a finger, or wiggle a toe proved futile. His body was a prison of paralysis, a cruel juxtaposition to the alertness of his mind. This must have been how Anna had felt every day in every second of her life before her neural regeneration surgery and marriage to Matthias. A mind trapped in an unmoving body. The thought of unleashing his toxic defense surfaced, a desperate consideration. But to what end? The hovercraft, likely on a preset course, would deliver him to their leader regardless. And even if he could act, the risk of them wearing protective gear loomed as a grim possibility. In this dire predicament, Quentin resolved to bide his time, to remain a silent observer until an opportunity to regain control emerged. Perhaps, in their overconfidence, his captors had overlooked the necessity of preparedness against the very weapon they transported.
Ace stirred at the sound of faint snoring. Both companions were asleep, and Quentin showed no signs of consciousness. The night view below was a blanket of city lights nestled among hills. The journey was nearing its end, with just 2 hours left. The possibility of financial rewards lingered in his mind. Given his string of successful assignments, Arat's confidence in him was evident. A twinge of discomfort at the base of his skull prompted a reflexive massage. The absence of the drone when he secured Quentin might be a potential issue with Arat. The loss, whether by Quentin or deception by CM, remained unclear. Doubt crept in, gnawing at him. The drone's whereabouts, unverified, sparked an unsettling realization. His focus shifted abruptly to Quentin, whose body exhibited alarming symptoms, possibly from the tranquilizer. Then, an unexpected sound caught his attention. Closer inspection revealed something unthinkable from Quentin's palms. Alarm surged through Ace, prompting urgent commands for protective measures. He stared at the gas masks hanging on the wall, but he couldn't move and started to choke. He clutched his constricting throat. Efforts to safeguard himself followed, marred by the rapid onset of symptoms. His team reacted, but their efforts faltered, overwhelmed by the toxin. In his final moments, Ace's thoughts drifted to his son, contrasting their fates. His legacy, marked by actions far removed from innocence, culminated in a silent, haunting reflection.
Quentin, after witnessing the tragic end of his captors, acted swiftly, examining the craft's controls for a way to alter its course. Faced with unresponsive systems, he attempted to use one of the men's fingerprints for access, only to be thwarted by the requirement for a PIN code. Realizing the futility of trying to redirect the craft to a safer location, Quentin resolved to bide his time, planning his escape upon landing. He found an emergency hammer and geared up for the moment he could make his break. In his search, Quentin discovered various weapons and equipment that bolstered his chances of survival, including a sophisticated plasma pistol and a stash of darts with a toxic edge. The daunting task of searching the formidable figure among them proved too challenging, leading Quentin to abandon the effort. He felt relieved when he found food and drinks, but seeing dead bodies made him lose his appetite. His situation sucked, with all the violence he had to do just to survive, and it made him sad and regretful. Among the belongings, Quentin found a significant amount of money. With the newfound wealth, thoughts of acquiring essential gear and securing a temporary haven crossed his mind, painting a picture of a fleeting respite from his relentless pursuers. As Quentin pondered his next moves, he remained aware of the ongoing flight towards the capital of business and the uncertain reception that awaited him upon arrival. As Quentin mulled over his escape, the buzz of a data globe remote interrupted his thoughts. It belonged to the larger man with dreadlocks. Quentin retrieved the remote, contemplating its potential use and the risk it posed. The urgency to connect with his former Secret Service supervisor, Zebulon, weighed on him. Concerns about the safety of Sana and their children gnawed at him, recognizing they could be in danger. The hovercraft began its descent, the landscape below enveloped in rain and darkness. Following a river's path, the craft aimed for the bustling hubs of southeast Welkar. Quentin considered the timing of his departure. The prospect of damaging his valuable cargo in the water deterred him. The moisture could ruin the guns and render the money useless. By continuing its journey, the hovercraft decreases the likelihood of safely discarding his backpack to dry land. Those items were crucial for his survival. The dilemma of seeking help remained. With his notoriety, trusting strangers became a complicated affair. Time slipped away as he deliberated, and soon, the city's towering structures loomed beneath him, marking his arrival in the capital of business. The absence of cloud cover offered a clear view of the daunting drop below. Quentin readied himself, hammer in hand, and shattered the hovercraft's shell, preparing for what came next. The moment Quintin touched the hovercraft's wall, it vanished, leaving behind a sleek exit. Clutching the hammer, he stored it away for future use, recognizing its potential necessity. As the hovercraft sped past towering buildings, the thought of leaping accelerated his heartbeat. The uncertainty of landing atop a building versus the risk of falling through the urban canyons was daunting. With caution, he surveyed the swiftly passing structures, looking for an opportune moment. Breath held, Quentin made his decision and jumped. He collided with a solid rooftop, the impact jarring. Momentum carried him over the edge, and he found himself in free fall amidst the architectural giants. Chapter 29. Crash.
As the programmed hoverfish finally arrived at the hotel, Arat's blood boiled with anticipation. He eagerly sent his men up to the roof to assist the three Tlishuas, hardly able to contain his excitement about what was going down. He had big plans for these three Tlishuas, knowing that their successful elimination of a corrupt policeman during their exchange was a clear display of their invaluable skills. With Quentin's drone and memory chip in his possession, he would be able to uncover anyone else involved in the plot against him. However, his reverie was soon interrupted as a gaping hole opened up in his office shell and two red-skinned Bakuds entered, both empty-handed. Arat flinched at their report. The three Tlishuas were dead. Anger coursed through him as he demanded to know how this could have happened. As the red man on the left shook his head, his bright red earlobes brushed against his shoulders.
Quentin escaped,
he explained, glancing at his companion.
But we found evidence that he poisoned them.
We left their bodies on the roof,
the other Bakud added, awaiting further orders. Arat's stomach knotted as he contemplated his next move. He couldn't let Quentin get away with this. He needed to call in the cyborgs to hunt him down and deliver retribution for this betrayal.
Pain racked Quentin's body when he fell 2 floors and crashed onto a balcony roof below. If only he had received proper training as a spy, he might have been able to jump from balcony to balcony and make a clean escape. But with the entire installation encased in smooth barraglass, even an experienced agent would need suckers to climb down safely. As he wiped clammy hands on his clothes and pressed himself against the vertical surface, the wind whipped against his face and threatened to send him flying off the small ledge. He desperately searched for something to hold on to, but there was nothing but smooth glass. With a sudden burst of panic, he cried out for help, hoping someone would hear him. To his relief, a window opened below him, and an elderly catman, who reminded him of Chen, frantically waved at him. With a tiny window cracked open on his terrace roof, he could just barely see Quentin perched precariously above.
Hang on tight,
the man yelled.
I'll get help.
No, don't get help. He begged the old man who had come to his aid, but it was too late. The old man had already gone to get someone, leaving Quentin alone with his thoughts and fears. The mafia was after him, and they wouldn't stop until they had him in their grasp. As Quentin's hands began to freeze from the bitter cold, he realized he couldn't hang on much longer. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he reached for the hammer in his pocket, only to find it gone. Just then, the hail began to pelt down on him even harder, stinging his skin and making it impossible to hold on any longer. The old man returned with a young security guard, his eyes wide when he saw Quentin crouched on the ledge.
Don't jump. I'll get help.
He hollered over the howling wind. No, they're after me, Quentin cried out. The old man scoffed at the mention of the mafia, but then quickly disappeared again, returning with a rope and expertly tying it to a nearby washing machine. Quentin's body trembled with cold and fear as he grasped onto the rope, unsure if it would hold his weight. The security guard shot a laser at the ceiling and tossed the rope up and over, narrowly missing Quentin's ledge multiple times. Finally, Quentin gripped onto the rope tightly and descended towards safety. But just as he reached for the old man's balcony, he lost his grip and tumbled down to the balcony roof below. Pain surged through his body as he landed roughly, cutting himself on the sharp edges of the roof. But at least he was safe for now. You saved me, Quentin gasped through labored breaths. The young security guard cursed as he pointed his gun at Quentin's battered form. Quentin held up his hands in surrender, trying to explain that he was innocent amidst all of this chaos. But it was no use. The guard was too scared and too caught up in the drama to listen to reason. Desperate, Quentin pulled out a wad of cash from his backpack and offered it to both the old man and the guard. "I'm not a terrorist. I'm innocent. Someone set me up, and now they want my memory chip," he pleaded with them, hoping they would believe him. The old man scratched his head in confusion, while the guard's hands shook uncontrollably as he backed away. Quentin knew he couldn't trust anyone, but at this point he had nothing left to lose. He turned to leave, but the old man called out to him, offering help and even his son's hoverboard to aid in his escape. Tears stung Quentin's eyes as he realized that there were still good people in this world. He changed into dry clothes and accepted the hoverboard before escaping into the night. He felt a cold sweat break out on his body, reminding him that he was still on the run and needed to remain disguised. But at least now he had some money and weapons to defend himself.
Arat seethed with anger as he watched live footage of Quentin escaping from the roof. In a fit of rage, he grabbed his data globe and hurled it against the wall with a satisfying splat. "Contact Saffron Axe," he commanded. Saffron answered the call, her usually sleek black hair now disheveled and her maroon skin exposed under a lacy vest top. Arat wasted no time getting to the point. "I have a job for you. Can you contact Gwen and Grace?" Saffron's eyebrows twitched in surprise.
"Now?"
she asked incredulously. "Yes, now." Arat growled impatiently. "This can't wait any longer."
When Saffron arrived at Arat's office with her two sexy cyborg companions, she winced inwardly. Arat stood in the shadows beside his cabinet, looking more intimidating than ever.
"I'd offer you a drink, but I have a critical mission,"
he said bluntly.
"Who's the hacker?"
Grace stepped forward confidently.
"That would be me."
Arat wasted no time in giving them their assignment.
"You must find the fugitive called Quentin Valentine. He might still be in this city. You know him."
Saffron's thoughts froze as she processed Arat's request. Was he suddenly working for the police? But before she could voice her concerns, Grace spoke up.
"The Lifro terrorist?"
she asked, her tomato-red forehead shining with determination. Arat nodded grimly.
"That's right."
Saffron couldn't believe what she was hearing. Had Arat gone completely mad? But there was no time to dwell on it, as Grace confidently declared her abilities.
"I can hack anything connected to the internet,"
she said, pointing at her forehead.
"It's all in here."
She then turned to Saffron and Gwen.
"Meet you in the restaurant on the 3rd floor when I'm done."
As Grace got to work, Saffron couldn't shake off a nagging feeling that they were missing something crucial. And then it hit her. Their best chance of finding Quentin would be through his scent. "Do you have anything he has worn or used?" she asked Arat. "We could sniff out his scent and track him down."
"Not yet."
Quentin needed a data globe orb shield and a safe place to hide, where he could also contact the LSS for help. He descended the steps into the chilly night air and placed his newly acquired hoverboard on the slick black path. It seemed to resemble a marble runway leading to an unknown destination. He didn't know where to go, but he desperately wished he had some kind of mask to hide his identity. His fingers clenched tightly around the handlebars as he reflected on everything that had led him to this moment. If it wasn't for Jerry, Quentin wouldn't be in this mess. The man's dead anyway. Determined to survive, Quentin kept moving forward, searching for a way out of this never-ending nightmare. The hail had stopped, but the biting wind coming from the sea sent shivers down his spine. He cursed himself for leaving the warmth of the hotel behind. Despite narrowly escaping death, there was no time to celebrate as the city was alive with the sounds of revelry and flashing lights from orb shields. Sexy women in revealing clothing and rich daddy's girls were on the streets, partying without a care. Quentin navigated his way through busy intersections, following the glow balls floating above the dark squares and walkways. The fallen hail melted on the slick marble, sinking into its membrane. He kept his chin tucked to his chest, trying to ignore the freezing cold air and his own foggy breath. But he knew there was no escape from the nano-surveillance that surely tracked his every move. He had to make one phone call to Zebulon before it was too late. But dizziness overcame him, and he could barely keep a grip on the handlebars. Desperately, he searched for someone to talk to and bribe for help. But who could he trust? Not even his own wife or brother had turned out to be who they claimed to be. As he continued on his reckless journey, Fear and uncertainty consumed him like a relentless beast, driving him closer to the edge of insanity.
The three cyborgs cruised towards Arat's top-secret laboratory on their hover shoes, the wind and rain no match for their advanced orb shields. The bustling cityscape faded into a desolate wasteland as they approached the heavily guarded facility. Goosebumps prickled Saffron's scalp as she remembered her failed attempt at stealing nanotechnology from a similar lab just days prior. Their contact, Isham, met them at the security gates, her thin lab coat offering little protection against the harsh weather. The lilac-skinned scientist was slim and petite compared to Saffron, who was curvy with an ample bust. Isham's glossy black hair was tied in a messy top knot, and the scientist looked frazzled. After a brief exchange with the guards, they were granted access to the grounds. Isham led them to a side entrance, casually linking arms with Saffron. Inside, Gwen remarked on the impressive technology surrounding them. As they made their way through multiple security checkpoints, Isham joked about another girls' night out, but Saffron's hands curled protectively around her middle in response. Ignoring Grace's teasing about Saffron's love life, Isham finally led them to an elevator that took them down to one of Arat's infamous barraglass rooms. Through a gaping hole in the wall, they could see several naked humans lying motionless on the floor. One particularly elderly man caught Saffron's attention with his shocking orange skin and wild white hair. As they continued down the corridor, Saffron couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling that something wasn't right about this check-up and top-up, but before she could voice her concerns, they entered a room filled with even more advanced technology and experiments. Saffron's entire body shuddered at the sight before her. Rows of cyborg parts and cabinets of nanoware filled the basement room, pulsing with an eerie light. Isham led them towards 3 barraglass beds, where Saffron and her 2 cyborg friends lay down. It was Saffron's checkup first. The medical orb shields surrounding her and Isham made her feel trapped, like a lab experiment.
How are your semiconductor nanosensors faring?
Isham asked in a clinical tone, gesturing for Saffron to tilt her head back. With a cold laser pointed up her nostrils, she flinched and replied through gritted teeth. My sense of smell is still as sharp as a desert dog's. Isham's frown deepened as she examined the diagram on the orb shield.
Your front-end sensors look good.
She checked Grace and Gwen's as well before returning to Saffron.
Can you lie on your stomach?
Feeling vulnerable and exposed, Saffron complied. Isham pressed something cold against the back of her skull, making her scalp tingle. After a tense pause, Isham spoke again.
The computation and pattern recognition engine at your cerebellum is in good condition.
As Saffron sat up, Isham asked,
When did you get your nanosensors inserted?
10 years ago. Isham sucked in a tight breath.
You haven't had them replaced since.
A pit formed in Saffron's stomach. No. I didn't want more brain surgery unless absolutely necessary. Isham's words hit her like a physical blow.
They're ticking over nicely so far, but eventually you will need a systems renewal.
Panic set in as Saffron considered the implications of this new information. What if I retire? Stop doing what I do? Gwen's frown mirrored Saffron's own fear.
Retire? Are you serious?
Isham's tone was flat and clinical as she spoke.
In that case, the nanosensors would need to be removed or refitted. They require constant upkeep, replacement or removal.
Saffron's heart thudded dully as she realized this was yet another thing holding her back from escaping with her daughter. Another obstacle to overcome. Another battle to fight for their freedom. Isham fixated her icy lilac gaze on the 3 cyborgs before her.
Arat warned of the risk of a deadly gas attack during your next assignment.
That's why he chose us,
Grace replied, standing tall and proud, with her braids cascading down her back. Isham stroked her chin in contemplation.
We must ensure your selectively permeable nanofibers are still functioning at full capacity.
She motioned for them to step forward, pulling out tubes with microscanners that she inserted into their lungs. Saffron gagged as Isham withdrew them, nodding with approval. Next, she checked their venom glands, night vision capabilities, pheromone production levels, sonic sensors, cybernetic implants, diving modifications, and brain enhancements. Afterwards, Isham led them through a rigorous physiotherapy session, using glidodiscs and virtual scope data globes to test their physical abilities and mechanical upgrades for strength, speed, and endurance. With firm hands, she gripped Saffron's calf muscle, smooth on the outside but concealing advanced prosthetics underneath.
Impressive,
Isham commented.
Your legs were replaced just 2 years ago.
All of us have had similar procedures,
Gwen chimed in.
It was necessary after our limbs were blown off in a terrorist attack.
Isham's mouth fell open in shock.
But why would you volunteer for such extensive biomechanical enhancements?
We didn't have much of a choice,
Grace explained.
But it was worth it. Our mechanics were integrated into our cloned limbs before they were attached to our bodies.
That's an incredibly invasive surgery.
Thankfully, we slept through it all,
Gwen quipped. Saffron understood Isham's disapproval. If her legs hadn't been blown off, she never would have chosen to become a cyborg.
Do you have any enhancements, Isham?
Gwen asked curiously.
None,
Isham replied simply.
Not even youth-enhancing gene therapy.
Grace prodded.
Well, yes.
Isham admitted.
But just for a collagen boost and prolonged fertility.
Fertility?
Gwen raised an eyebrow.
But you're a lesbian, right?
Hormone fluctuations can age you.
Grace interjected.
It's just preventative maintenance.
Just because I'm attracted to women doesn't mean I can't have children.
Isham retorted.
And actually, I'm bi.
Gwen couldn't resist teasing.
So you're planning to make a designer baby with your girlfriend?
We were considering it.
Isham said with a hint of sadness in her voice.
But we broke up.
Gwen smirked.
So you're keeping your eggs fresh for the next lucky lady?
Isham's nostrils flared in frustration. That's enough, Gwen, Saffron intervened, feeling uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Gwen turned her attention to Saffron.
Aha, I get it now. That's why you want Saffron around for food and wine on your own.
Isham squirmed uncomfortably.
Saffron is heterosexual, we all know that.
I think I'm nothing sexual at the moment, Saffron said, attempting to diffuse the tension. Gwen wiggled her eyebrows suggestively at Isham.
But you still want her, don't you?
Saffron could feel her body tensing up in anger. Back off, Gwen. Gwen recoiled slightly at Saffron's sudden assertiveness.
We're just friends,
Isham reiterated firmly.
We need to get going,
Grace reminded them, standing with her data globe stretched around her head, like a helmet.
Are we done here?
Isham nodded curtly, probably eager to move on from the uncomfortable conversation. Saffron noticed Grace's urgent movements. What's wrong?
The police have identified Quentin,
Grace replied, her muscles tensing and flexing with anxiety.
They're chasing him now in the city's east.
Saffron considered their options. They had to act fast if they were going to save Quintin from capture.
These hover shoes are too bloody slow,
Grace growled, her jaw twitching with frustration. Isham, always one step ahead, pulled 3 semi-concealment suits out of the closet.
Take these,
she said, thrusting them into their hands.
You can run at top speed without your shoes on, but they only work at night.
Grace snatched the suits eagerly.
What about glow balls and other types of lighting?
As long as it's low light, you should be fine,
Isham replied, a hint of concern in her voice.
Just don't walk into a brightly lit room with one on and expect not to be seen.
Saffron nodded, her heart pounding as she thought about her secret weapon. Andiz's octo camo stored safely in her bag, but she couldn't let anyone know about it, not even her closest allies. We'll get there quicker by running at 50 miles per hour, Isham cursed under her breath.
I just wish I had fitted you all with mind-controlled weapons. Cyborg sensors and weapons are improving exponentially.
She turned to Saffron.
After this assignment, we need to talk to Arot about new upgrades and installations.
We must hurry, Saffron reminded them.
But Grace and Gwen,
Isham pleaded.
I can make you into better cyborgs.
Thanks,
Gwen said, dismissively before handing the suits to Saffron and Grace.
We need to go now.
Chapter 30. 3 Sexy Cyborgs. Quentin braced himself against the biting sleet as he hovered through the dark alleyway, His new dry clothes, which the old man had given him, were already drenched and his bones ached for warmth. But all he came across was a rundown square, where the haunting melody of a sitar seared through his soul. He couldn't resist approaching the busker woman who played with such emotion and skill. Her brown skin glistened like her sparkling baggy pants and crop top. She seemed like a mystical being with her orb shield enveloping her in a protective aura of warmth. Quentin longed to join her in that cocoon. But as he drew nearer, he noticed the meager coins scattered in front of her, not even enough for a cup of coffee. A sudden realization struck him he could ask for her help. With his hood pulled tightly over his face, he waited for her to finish her song before whispering in her ear. "The police are after me, but it's all a conspiracy. I have proof. I didn't kill those people." She studied him skeptically, but with lowered voices, they discussed further. Eventually, she agreed to help him in exchange for money. Quentin eagerly pulled out wads of cash from his backpack and offered them to her. As she handed over her data globe and orb shield, Quentin realized his mistake. It did not have a privacy mode, but it was too late, as she quickly took off with his money, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. Panicked, Quentin sped away on his hoverboard, only to be chased by two figures in striped jumpsuits. The police. He could hear their shouts fading into the distance as he escaped into the night, cold and alone once again. A bitter sense of betrayal and regret gnawed at him as he thought of the woman he had trusted, now probably turning him in for a reward. He could only hope that his evidence would be enough to clear his name and expose the truth behind the utopian society they lived in. But for now, all he could do was keep running, searching for a glimmer of warmth in the darkness that surrounded him. Quentin's heart pounded like drumsticks on a snare as he weaved through the crowded streets, his hoverboard flying over obstacles and alleys, as he tried to lose the relentless pursuit of the police. Rain pelted down, turning into a full-on thunderstorm, but Quentin refused to let it slow him down. With every corner turned and every alleyway explored, he thought he had finally lost them, only to have them reappear in his rear view. His desperation grew as he spotted a group of partygoers outside a nightclub, their orb shields shimmering in the storm's protection. Quentin abandoned his hoverboard and blended into the crowd, trying to escape notice. But even among the colorful and vibrant clothing of those around him, he stood out like a sore thumb. As he headed towards the entrance of a techno club, the bouncers whispered to each other, their eyes trained on Quentin. Was it because of his lack of bright colors, or because everyone thought he was a terrorist? He couldn't be sure, but he knew he needed to get out of there.
Meanwhile, Saffron, Grace, and Gwen had found the busker who had reported Quentin to the police. They cornered her at a Jean food stall and demanded to know what she had given Quentin. The woman trembled under Gwen's grip as she revealed that she had given him her orb shield and data globe. Despite this clue, Saffron realized it would still be difficult to track Quentin down. Their boss would need more hackers and surveillance bots to find a single call made from the data globe. But they were determined to find him, even if it meant delving deeper into dangerous territory. The trio stood in the bustling city square, their telepathic connection pulsing with tension as they discussed their next move. Grace's eyes blazed with determination as she spoke to Gwen, strategizing how to catch their target. Saffron's fists clenched at her sides, her muscles taut and ready for action. Their target had left a cryptic message, KG 762134R. But it was all they had to go on. The three women were skilled cyborgs, enhanced with advanced technology and weapons, but even they were struggling to locate their elusive fugitive. They sniffed the cash from the busker, then followed Quentin's scent trail through the busy streets, pushing through masses of people and avoiding collisions with hovers. Their target seemed to have been moving back and forth, deliberately trying to throw them off his trail, but the trio split up and persisted, determined to catch him and bring him to justice. They couldn't let him get away again. As Saffron reached a fork in the road where the scent trail split into multiple paths, she wondered which one was the most recent. Her hands shook as she desperately tried to figure it out. But then Grace cursed loudly in her mind, and Saffron's stomach dropped. Their target had crossed his own path, a sneaky trick that would make it nearly impossible for them to find him now. Frustration and fear welled up inside Saffron as she realized they were losing him once again. But she refused to give up. She spoke to her fellow cyborgs through their telepathic connection. "We can't let him win," she said fiercely, her voice ringing in their minds. "We have to keep trying." As they continued their search, the intensity between the three women grew stronger. Failure was not an option for these skilled and relentless cyborgs.
Quentin frantically searched for a place to hide. He had been hoping for a comfortable night in a city hotel, but instead found himself running from the cops and being chased by bouncers. The boss of the mobsters was probably on his trail too, and Quentin needed to stay far away from him. As he rode his hoverboard through the city streets, he fantasized about a hot meal and a warm bath, but those luxuries seemed out of reach now. He pushed through the suburbs, following the same river that had brought him into the city. His hoverboard felt painfully slow compared to the programmed hoverfish he had used before. After hours of exhausting travel, Quentin heard drum beats and laughter coming from the hills. Desperate for food, he followed the sounds and came upon a group of hippies gathered around a fire. But as he approached, fear gripped him at the thought of being identified. Forcing himself to stay calm and blend in, Quentin accepted a drink from a woman and listened to her ramblings. But when she called him by name, panic set in. He tried to leave, but then a man appeared and asked about their conversation. The man was her brother, and the man knew he was the fugitive terrorist, but the one thing that he didn't know was that it was all a lie. But it was too late. Shouts came from behind as 5 men on hoverboards chased after him. Quentin's heart raced as he weaved through trees and buildings, trying to escape their pursuit. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he managed to lose them and disappear into the night, relief flooding through his body as he collapsed onto his hoverboard.
The three cyborgs stalked their separate paths, locked in telepathic communication as they searched for their target. Saffron gritted her teeth, fighting against the exhaustion that threatened to overtake her mind. Her body may have been relentless, but her mind begged for a moment's rest. Grace's voice pierced through her thoughts with a crucial update.
"I've located CCTV footage of Quentin outside a nightclub. It's only a microsecond, but it's enough." "Where?"
Gwen demanded.
54 Bunga Street.
Without hesitation, the women activated their integrated navigation and set off towards their meeting point.
"I'll need to keep tabs on CCTV updates,"
Grace explained.
"My internal processors will allow me to view them without drawing attention."
"Smart thinking,"
Gwen praised.
"Shall I tow you?"
"Yes, please. I have Quentin's appearance and posture mapped in my database, even in his hoodie, and his physique is impressive."
Grace's words were laced with admiration as she readied herself for the chase.
"Camouflage towing straps ready,"
Gwen confirmed.
"And you'll need covers for your hover shoes."
She handed over her own coverings before they took off at breakneck speed, following Quentin's scent and Grace's guidance. Using enhanced infrared vision and precise olfactory sensors, they swiftly reached a rural party where Quentin's unmistakable scent mingled with the smoke of the bonfire. As they shed their uncomfortable camouflage gear and stuffed it into their rucksacks, Saffron could feel her nausea rising at the thought of being so close to this dangerous criminal.
"Did you happen to speak with a man earlier? Tall, with pale skin and black hair?"
Gwen asked a pretty brunette near the fire.
"Oh, Gary? Yeah, we talked."
The girl didn't seem to suspect anything as she sipped her drink.
"That was Quentin."
The blonde man next to her interjected, eyeing the cyborgs with obvious interest.
"My sister can be a bit naive."
Gwen pressed on with her interrogation.
"Did you see where he went?"
"No, but me and my mates tried to chase after him on our hovers."
The man boasted. A group of his friends joined in, eager to share their story of how they almost caught Quentin before he dove into the freezing river.
"Do you think he continued downstream?"
Grace asked. The men shrugged, their disappointment evident as they recounted their near-successful hunt. Frustration etched deep lines into Gwen's brow as she considered their next move. Saffron considered all possible options, but tracking scent through water was impossible.
"We'll have to split up,"
Grace declared.
"He could have gone back towards the city or away from it."
"I'll search beyond the city limits," Saffron volunteered without hesitation. Gwen gave a quick nod of approval, then the three women shared a determined look before setting off once again, each pursuing their own path in the hopes of finally catching their target. Saffron's fury boiled inside her, threatening to burst out in a fiery explosion. Saffron flew faster, the strong gusts of wind whipping against her face like a punishment for failing to catch Quentin. Grace's lack of updates only fueled her anger and frustration, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth as she pushed herself harder. But exhaustion crept up on Saffron, dragging her down like heavy chains around her ankles. Her eyelids drooped, and she fought to keep them open, knowing that sleep meant losing Quentin's trail and potentially missing her chance at freedom and seeing her daughter again. As she soared over the rushing river, Saffron's body begged for rest. She resisted, knowing that stopping meant failure. But desperation took hold, and she gave in, letting half of her brain shut off as she plunged into the icy river and entered shark mode. The freezing water below seemed to mock her weakness, but she pushed through it with determination, fueled by her desire for the money that would set her free.
Quentin's teeth chattered uncontrollably as he stumbled into the damp, dark cave. His orb shield, a miraculous invention designed to protect him from the elements, provided little comfort against the relentless rain that had soaked him to the bone. He peeled off his sopping wet clothes and collapsed onto the ground, huddling within the protective bubble of the orb shield. Desperate for warmth, he spread his clothes out around him, hoping they would dry in the shield's protective aura. Exhausted and barely able to keep his eyes open, Quentin drifted off into a restless sleep. But it was short-lived as a chilling howl pierced through the darkness. Dawn was still hours away, but the wolves were already on the hunt. With shaky hands and weak legs, Quentin fumbled with his bag and pulled out his weapons. As he prepared for an attack, 3 snarling wolves appeared at the entrance of the cave. Heart racing and stomach lurching with fear, Quentin jumped up and shouted at them. 2 wolves ran away in fear, but one remained, its amber eyes locked onto him and spittle dripping from its snarling mouth. Quentin grimaced, his jaw clenched tight as he raised his laser gun. He didn't want to kill again. The memory of taking down Tlashua mobsters still haunted him, but he couldn't let this innocent creature harm him, either. As the wolf crept closer, growling menacingly, Quentin aimed his gun 2 feet away and fired. A burst of plasma lit up the cave like a continuous explosion, yet the wolf remained unfazed. It sniffed curiously at the spot where debris had crumbled off the wall before turning its attention back to Quentin. He had tried to spare its life, but now he had to shoot it. Quentin sobbed as he pulled the trigger. Frustration and guilt churned in Quentin's gut, but his growling stomach overpowered any moral compass. He scoffed down stolen potato chips and cookies, the only sustenance he had. But his peaceful moment was short-lived as the other wolves returned, drawn in by the smell of food. Quentin's heart sank as they sniffed around where their friend had been vaporized. "Sorry, guys. I killed her," he muttered under his breath, feeling a twinge of remorse. With a flick of his data globe remote, he activated a fire app and hurled it at the wolves. They yelped and ran off into the night. Quentin knew he needed to contact Zebulon, the head of anti-human trafficking, for help. But connecting to the internet would also reveal his location to the cops and potentially the mobsters he was running from. Exhausted and filled with dread, Quentin decided to rest before reaching out to Zebulon. Who knew how long he would be on the run once he made that call? Only time would tell. Panic ripped through Quentin's body as he realized he was completely unprepared for the hunt ahead. His only weapon, which wouldn't vaporize or burn to obliteration, was a weak bullet gun, useless in this terrain, and the thought of firing it sent shivers down his spine as it could easily attract unwanted attention. He longed for a bow and arrow or spear, something with more power and stealth. But no, all he had were damp clothes that clung to his skin, making him shiver in the frigid air. He struggled to start a fire, cursing under his breath as he fumbled with the wet wood and futilely blew on the embers. Zebulon had released him from duty when shapeshifting became impossible, leaving him defenseless and vulnerable. As he frantically weighed his options, his stomach churned in protest. He tried to contact Zebulon through his data globe, but there was no answer. Fear crept into his mind. Was Zebulon ignoring him? Was Talmadon's government now controlled by their enemy, leaving Quentin's family in danger? He wanted desperately to call Anna and Matthias for help, but he couldn't risk getting them involved in putting little Darwin in harm's way. Fuyuka was another option, but she was away training as a newly fitted cyborg agent and might already be on her way to planet Zars. The primal need for survival drove Quentin out of the safety of the cave, despite his exhausted state. His stomach growled with hunger and his body begged for rest, but he knew he couldn't stay still for too long. He grabbed his meager belongings before setting out on the hoverboard, hoping it would conserve his limited energy. The orb shield provided some warmth and protection from the elements, but it was a small comfort compared to the surrounding threats. The first rays of the sun illuminated the barren scrubland, casting a warm glow over the river that sparkled in shades of pink and amber. Quentin rode his hoverboard above the water, feeling the cool breeze against his face as he searched for a place to land. The scent of barbecued meat filled his nostrils, causing his stomach to growl to the point of pain. As he flew closer to a small village nestled alongside the river, he could see thin plumes of smoke rising from one of the shacks. Curiosity getting the better of him, Quentin landed his hoverboard and strolled through the narrow paths between the shacks, taking in the sights and smells of this unfamiliar place. He saw no signs of any shops or restaurants, but the aroma of cooking food grew stronger. Finally, he came upon a small house where steam and smoke wafted out from an open window. Despite his grumbling stomach, Quentin hesitated before knocking on the front door. But hunger won out, and with a deep breath, he rapped on the wooden panels. A large woman opened the door and frowned at Quentin, her hands stained with flour from her apron. Trying to sound casual, Quentin introduced himself as a traveler in search of a meal. The woman's response was less than enthusiastic. She informed him that this was a fishing village, not a tourist destination. Undeterred, Quentin pointed out that he could smell food cooking inside her home and offered to pay for breakfast. Reluctantly, the woman invited him inside and led him to a small kitchen where she served up plates piled high with fried eggs, bacon, blood sausage, and potatoes. Quentin asked who all this food was for. The woman replied that it was for her family, who were still asleep, lazy as they were. She commanded Quentin to sit at the table, and he did so, clutching his backpack tightly in his lap. When it came time to pay, Quentin lied about how much money he had, claiming he only had 500 international Liron credits. The woman narrowed her eyes suspiciously, but eventually agreed to give him change. As she counted out his money, Quentin felt guilty for lying to this kind stranger who was giving him a hot meal. As he devoured the food in front of him, the woman poured him a glass of milk. When she offered him a second glass made from sheep's milk, Quentin hesitated before trying it for the first time. It was surprisingly delicious, and the woman smiled as she poured him a pint-sized glass, saying it would help build his strength. Despite her few words and gruff manner, Quentin was grateful for this woman's generosity in feeding a weary traveler like himself. As he finished his meal, he thanked her sincerely. She handed him a crinkled paper bag, overflowing with more provisions.
"There's more food in there,"
she said with a kind smile.
"Now you flee before my children wake up. I may not be the smartest, but I know who you are. My son and daughter met you at a party last night and called the police."
"But you,"
"I won't say a word,"
she assured him, gesturing towards the door.
"As above, so below. I can tell a decent person when I see one. I'm not one to judge."
She walked him to the door and wished him well.
"Be off with ya."
He continued westward, feeling drowsy from the warmth of the meal and the long journey ahead. He wasn't sure where he was going or where he would find shelter for the night. His eyes scanned the landscape for any sign of caves or hidden nooks, but all he saw was flat land stretching out before him. Where could he take refuge without being seen? His data globe remote suddenly buzzed in his pocket. Startled, he swayed on his hoverboard. It could be someone looking for him. Perhaps one of the busker's acquaintances, or even worse, the authorities. If he answered the call, he risked being tracked. But it could also be valuable information about his family. He pulled over to the edge of a nearby riverbank and fished out his data globe, keeping it as a glowing orb in his hand. The familiar orange face of Zebulon appeared on the screen, wearing a concerned frown. Quentin's mouth went dry with relief, finally.
"Where are you?"
Zebulon asked urgently. "I don't know exactly. Somewhere along the large river that leads to the capital of business."
"How can I help you if you don't know where you are?"
Zebulon's voice was filled with genuine concern. Quentin placed a hand over his racing heart. "You'll help me."
"That's what I said. You need help, don't you?"
"Yes," Quentin admitted. "I was in a fishing village a few hours ago."
"The name?"
Zebulon pressed. "Dunno," Quentin replied honestly. "Can't you track this data globe?" Zebulon shook his head.
"No, unfortunately."
"How did you even get this number?" Quentin asked, curious.
"Come on, Quentin."
Zebulon chuckled.
"Do you really think the Lebanese Secret Service wouldn't know?"
Quintin felt a surge of hope as he asked, "How is my family?"
They are all safe in a secure location.
Zebulon reassured him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Quintin collapsed onto the ground and let out a long sigh of relief.
Now listen.
Zebulon continued.
When you find out where you are, call me immediately. The next settlement you come across should have street names to help you identify your location.
I've tried calling you before, Quintin confessed, but you didn't answer.
Sorry about that.
Zebulon apologized.
I was occupied with other matters. But from now on, call me on this number instead of my old one. It's safer and I promise I will answer. I'm going to help you, Quentin.
Hope surged through Quintin like a wave. He thanked Zebulon and hung up before jumping back on his hoverboard and speeding away towards an uncertain future. As the cloak of night descended upon the city, Quintin finally arrived at Barry. The darkness was pierced by a dazzling display of stars and several tiny moons, casting an otherworldly glow over the gas giant Trion in the sky. Contrasting the capital of business, Barry was a vibrant eco-city comprised breathtaking chloroplastic glass structures, lush rooftop gardens, sprawling ground-level forests, and crystal-clear lakes. Wandering through the streets, Quintin stumbled upon a peaceful oasis called Barry Knoll. The park was alive with towering trees, rolling hills, and a serene lake that sparkled under the moonlight. Exhausted from his journey, he found some peace in a secluded spot and opened the paper bag given to him by the fisher wife. He hungrily devoured its contents, carbs and fat providing much-needed energy and warmth. With NATCAR agents hot on his trail, Quintin knew he needed to rest and regain his strength. Pulling out his data globe remote, he synced with Zebulon's watchful eyes. "I've reached Barry Knoll in Barry," Quintin reported.
Perfect. Stay there and my agents will be with you shortly.
Zebulon said. "How long?"
By programmed hoverfish, let's say an hour.
"You have agents nearby?"
Of course. I have agents strategically placed all over.
Zebulon's eyes glazed over as he accessed the information on his data globe interface.
Actually, I have 3 agents in close proximity to you. And they are quite attractive Bakud women. 3 sexy cyborgs. Lucky you.
After their conversation ended, Quintin settled onto the cool earth to rest. It was unusual for Zebulon to speak so casually about women's appearance. Strange indeed. Chapter 31. Poisonous Words.
Gwen and Grace arrived in a hoverfish designed to look like a blue whale, picking up Saffron, who had been swimming on autopilot all night with half her brain turned off. Their boss had tricked Quentin into meeting them, and now they could finally rest for a bit before heading to a place called Barry Knoll Park to pick him up. When they arrived, Saffron eagerly jumped out of the hoverfish, while Gwen scanned the area with her data globe and Grace monitored the surrounding undergrowth. However, their plans hit a snag when they realized they couldn't take the hoverfish inside. Remembering Arat's advice to act like they were on his side, Grace reassured Gwen and Saffron that he would come willingly without a fight. Concerned about the possibility of being affected by Quentin's poisonous gas, Gwen asked if their installations would protect them. Saffron assured them they would be fine. As they stalked through the park, Saffron communicated telepathically with Gwen and Grace, asking if they could smell Quentin like she could. They both confirmed that they could, but weren't sure if he had a telepathy chip like theirs. Not wanting to take any chances, Saffron suggested deactivating their chips to avoid suspicion from Quentin. When they approached him slumped against a tree trunk, Saffron noticed his muscular build and agreeable smell. She pretended to be interested in an owl hooting nearby, while Gwen and Grace spoke with Quentin and convinced him to come with them to a safe house in the capital of business. Despite his initial annoyance at returning there, Quentin eventually agreed to join them in the programmed hoverfish for safety reasons. Saffron gave Quentin a quick glance from the corner of her eye. It was a shame that someone as handsome as he could also be capable of taking innocent lives. It just went to show that true beauty came from within.
"Are you SS agents?"
he asked, breaking the silence.
"Yes,"
Gwen replied. Saffron felt a flush of heat creep up her face at Gwen's careless response. Sometimes she wondered if Gwen had any brains at all, but then again, Saffron herself didn't know what SS agents were supposed to be. Using her nano-enhanced hearing, Saffron picked up on Quentin's increased breathing rate.
"I thought you girls might be. Most SS agents come from the capital of business.
Yep.
Gwen confirmed, turning her gaze out the window. Saffron was about to warn them that Quentin may be onto them, but before she could speak, he interrupted their thoughts.
I have something to show you.
He rummaged through his rucksack. The three cyborgs exchanged worried glances.
Where is it?
He pouted.
It's something for Zebulon. A mosquito drone.
You have the evidence?
Gwen inquired. Quentin hesitated before continuing his search.
Yes, somewhere in here. I've got all these food packs everywhere. Ah, here it is.
In one quick motion, he pulled out a gun and pressed it against Saffron's temple.
Now tell me who you really are.
Saffron held her breath and froze. Though she had been enhanced for combat, she had no protection against lasers or bullets aimed at her head. She did, however, have plasma guns built into her fingers.
Don't shoot him with your finger lasers.
Grace communicated telepathically to Saffron.
We need him alive.
Even if he kills me, Saffron replied.
Of course.
Gwen affirmed. A thin layer of sweat coated Quentin's forehead as he looked back and forth between the three cyborgs.
Don't even think about trying to hurt me.
His brown eyes drilled into Saffron's face before shifting to Gwen and Grace.
Sudden moves, and I'll shoot your friend.
I have venom that can put him to sleep.
Grace offered telepathically. But he'll still have enough time to pull the trigger, Saffron retorted back in their minds.
Sorry, Saffron. You knew the risks when you took this job.
Gwen stated matter-of-factly. You're willing to sacrifice me? Saffron gazed down at her empty hands. I thought we were friends.
Friends?
Gwen scoffed.
I don't have friends.
Gwen and Grace exchanged a knowing smirk before nodding in agreement. Saffron felt a pang of betrayal in her chest. And I risk my life for this job.
That's what we do.
Gwen reminded her.
You know that.
You're right, Saffron sighed. I just never expected it would come to this. Saffron pulled back in fear. How could she escape this situation alive? She couldn't die, not for this. Her daughter Jessa needed her mother. But these women didn't have anyone depending on them.
Just shoot her, Quentin.
Gwen nodded, and Grace's cheeks bulged as she prepared to spit venom. Saffron knew that even if she reactivated the lasers in her fingers, it might not be enough against his reflexes. Thinking quickly, Saffron licked the inside of her bottom teeth to activate her bioweaponry. With a sudden burst of static electricity, she pointed at her friends. They disappeared in two clouds of steam, leaving behind only their biomechanical weapons, internal processors, and clothes. Quentin's eyes widened as he looked between Saffron and the now empty sofa where Grace and Gwen had been sitting. A lump formed in Saffron's throat. They were willing to sacrifice me. Quentin pressed the barrel of the gun against her temple.
Now fly this thing.
I can't, Saffron said hesitantly.
Fly it,
Quentin shouted, growing impatient. I don't know how, Saffron admitted with a trembling voice. He grunted in frustration.
Well, I can't remove this gun with all your bioweaponry, so I guess we'll just have to stay here?
Saffron's chest tightened as she struggled to take a deep breath. Even with her bioweaponry, one wrong move and she could end up dead. With his spare hand, Quentin rummaged through his rucksack. While keeping his eyes trained on Saffron, he pulled out a small, circular pad that looked like a miniature glidodisc used in virtual reality.
Not sure how this thing works.
Quentin muttered as he turned it over in his hands, glancing from Saffron to the object.
Fuck it.
He shoved it back into his bag. Saffron made a mental note to tell Arat when she escaped that Quentin had killed her friends. As a cyborg, lie detector tests wouldn't work on her because she could control her heart rate.
Make fists and give me your hands,
Quentin demanded. Saffron pressed her knuckles flat against her palms to prevent them from digging in. Quentin raised an eyebrow.
Do you think I'm stupid?
Yes, Saffron replied bluntly. He sighed and pulled out a roll of duct tape. Attempting to tear it with his teeth proved ineffective.
Fuck.
Stupid, Saffron repeated, unable to resist taunting him. The sound of metal being unsheathed cut through the tension. A blade emerged from a hidden sheath in Quentin's wrist. Saffron flinched. Who was this man? She had known about his poisonous gas, but not about any other bioweaponry he possessed. Unlike her own blades, his seemed to be attached above his wrist rather than underneath. The tip of the blade grazed her hairline as Quentin continued to stare at her intensely.
You're not making this easy.
Saffron kept her muscles tense and met his gaze head-on as he struggled to cut the tape on the gun with the blade. But, even with his left hand tied up, the weapon remained steady. Any wrong move from Saffron would result in either her brains being blown out or turning into vapor. Quentin cursed under his breath as he clumsily tied up her fists with the tape. But it was so sticky that Saffron knew it wouldn't be easy to break free. As Saffron's breath caught in her throat, she desperately tried to find a way out of the situation. She was filled with panic as Quentin pressed a gun against her head and slowly let go of the blade that could easily cut through her own hands. She cursed herself for not having a weapon like he did, knowing it could be the key to survival in this deadly game. A drop of sweat dripped down Quentin's nose as he carefully taped her mouth shut. She could feel his eyes boring into her, cold and calculating. It was clear he had no qualms about causing harm if it meant getting what he wanted. With a rough yank, he forced her down to her knees next to him, facing the central interface. His voice was harsh and demanding as he demanded the PIN code from her. Saffron could only shake her head, unable to speak with the tape over her mouth. She braced herself for a punch, but instead, Quentin spoke again. He knew she couldn't respond, so he instructed her to nod for each number. She flinched at his raised voice, triggering memories from her time as a mercenary on planet Zars where she faced constant aggression and violence. But there was no time for those thoughts now. They needed to move before Arat sent backup. Saffron reluctantly nodded twice for the first number and 8 times for the second, followed by 4 more, and then another 4. The programmed hoverfish buzzed to life, and Quentin grinned triumphantly. But he wasn't satisfied yet. He unscrewed a panel using his knife and tossed out a tracker. In an unexpected move, Saffron elbowed Quentin in the head and kicked out with all of her strength. But he quickly regained control and straddled her, pinning her arms above her head. As she struggled, Saffron's gaze locked onto the blade inches from her eye, knowing that one wrong move could be fatal. She fought against the tape binding her, but Quentin was relentless, his focus solely on securing her. Saffron woke up with her stomach pressed against Quentin's shoulder as he dragged her through the darkness and dumped her on the cold ground inside a cave. As she struggled to sit up, he commented on how content she had looked sleeping, but also mentioned that she had beaten him up, so he would not show any mercy by letting her sleep comfortably. She hoped to escape while he left her alone at the back of the cave, but she had little luck. She activated her infrared vision and saw him climbing into a craft that he had brought into the cave. He didn't return, so she drifted off in an uneasy slumber. Every time she woke, she worried about being gassed and even thought she could see an orb shield around her keeping her warm. Eventually, she fell back asleep. The next time she woke up, it was morning sunlight shone into the cave, and there were birds chirping outside. However, there was another noise. Someone eating loudly and smacking their lips together. It was Quentin, sitting cross-legged inside his orb shield, eating something delicious smelling that made Saffron's stomach growl. He had used the clothes from Saffron's partners to make fishing gear and used one of their lighters to cook the fish he'd caught. When he offered her some, she couldn't resist despite being confused about how she ended up in this situation. Quentin joked about who the tough cyborg was now as he removed the tape from her mouth. Despite feeling hurt and wanting to yell at him, Saffron held back because Quentin raised an eyebrow while holding up more tape as a warning. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she tried not to show vulnerability or weakness in front of him.
Despite the comfort of the programmed hoverfish's bed, fear and doubt plagued Quentin's mind about his captive cyborg. He had barely slept, constantly worrying about her escaping or turning on him. He exited the hoverfish, parked inside the cave, and joined the tied-up woman deeper inside the cavern. As he looked into her large brown eyes, he found some relief in seeing that she was well taped and unable to harm him. His head still throbbed from the beating she had given him, a reminder of her strength as a machine. "I didn't even know I had that blade in my arm," he told her. Her face showed signs of holding back tears and pursed lips in distrust. He plucked some white flesh from the fish he had caught and cooked. It rested on a metal plate which once belonged to one of the cyborg's skulls, along with 3 more cooked fish. He offered the sweet flesh to the woman's thick black lips. Reluctantly, she opened her mouth and chewed. Her face remained tight, but her growling stomach told Quentin that she was starving. "Did Zebulon lie about my family too? Are they not safe in a hideout?"
I'm sorry. The LSS allowed criminals to kill them.
Dizziness overtook him, and his mouth opened, but no words formed. "My children. All 6.
Yes. 2 tried to escape, but Zebulon tracked them down. They were a liability.
My parents.
I don't know.
I should never have returned to Laron." He turned away from her and cupped his face in his hands. Then he twisted back around and removed the tape from her wrists, arms, legs, and hands before pulling her to her feet and opening his arms wide. "Kill me now." She scrambled to her feet and took 2 steps back, splaying her fingers as if they had a life of their own. She clenched and unclenched her fists before swallowing hard.
I can't.
"It's torture knowing my children are dead." He hurried away. She chased after him. He climbed into the programmed hoverfish. She grabbed his bag before he could pull out his gun. "I won't kill you," he begged. "I'll be the one to die. Shoot me if you don't believe me." Tears streamed down his face as he sniveled and looked at her with desperate eyes.
I lied.
She admitted. "You lied? About what?"
Your family? I wanted you in this weakened state so I could escape. How could I hurt a man who is already so broken?
"Why tell me, then?"
I have a daughter and understand a parent's love.
Chapter 32. Shadow Plays and Shifting Allegiances.
In a procession of opulent hover vehicles, Arat and his Jezo fiancée Aero, with peach skin, hair, and gigantic breasts, awaited their turn, positioned behind notable figures making their way into the lodging. A path of gold fabric atop dark stone, a grand welcome marked their entry. The moment they appeared, cameras focused on them, capturing their arrival as spectators expressed their excitement, all safely behind energy barriers. Arat, with Arel by his side, presented a picture of confidence as they navigated through the gathering, joining other affluent individuals and well-known personalities in a grand dining area. Displayed via holographic technology were the evening's seating arrangements, Arat quickly identifying their designated spots, indicated by holograms of them, a distinguished Kat individual and a striking Jezo. Nearby, Arat noticed a familiar man called Don. Once seated, their digital doubles vanished, allowing for casual conversation amongst other guests. The service included floating trays of gourmet offerings, enhancing the sophisticated atmosphere. Arat started things off by bringing snacks, and then this ginger-haired entrepreneur showed up and got the conversation going. Arat found some joy in the company of someone with shared business interests, despite Errol's less engaging presence. Arat warmly greeted Don, noting how his appearance differed compared to the last time they talked, particularly his expansive beard. Arat then inquired about Don's latest venture into aquatic hospitality. Don's new business venture in Zars, a tropical location, generated curiosity, despite Arat's thoughts on plans involving cyborgs and mutants. The conversation briefly touched on the environmental features of Zars, with Arat considering a visit amidst strategic considerations. Meanwhile, Erel engaged in a lively exchange with a physically imposing K-Tion, her attentiveness to him underscored by playful gestures and laughter. A feeling of irritation surged within Arat as he speculated on Erel's interest in the muscular man with dark brown skin sitting to her right. "How extensive is your plan for these underwater establishments?" he asked the hotel tycoon, trying to ignore her flirting.
"Planning for 800 more.
"And the environmental activists?" He scratched his furry jaw.
"We address their concerns by generously donating to their causes, so everyone's interests are balanced."
Don patted him on the shoulder.
"Your ventures span more diverse sectors than my modest endeavors."
Arat responded with amusement, aware of his expansive influence and the potential for dominance within the alliance through strategic moves in Talmadon.
"Mind if I ask about your space travel project?"
Don asked. "The Arat Galactic," Arat asked casually. With a hearty laugh, the man replied.
Exactly.
Design plans are underway, with construction happening on celestial bodies near Isto.
Those places have a reputation for being good at manufacturing.
Indeed, primarily for Baravian enterprises. Interrupted by his data globe, Arat excused himself, navigating past Errol's lively interaction, mindful of the political connections with her father. Secluded for privacy in a restroom cubicle, he initiated a secure call to Jasmine. Her appearance stirred his desire. Jasmine's apology for the intrusion led to assurances of confidentiality.
The mission with the cyborgs didn't succeed.
He pressed for details, feeling a sudden weakness. The circumstances.
Vanished without a trace. Last observed near a park in Barry, an area lacking surveillance integration.
Arat considered the next step. We need to reinforce our efforts.
More cyborgs?
Exactly.
Understood. I'll make arrangements.
Arat concluded his call with his mind turning over what he would need to address at a later time. He re-entered the grand hall just as a celebrated actress was presenting awards and recognition to distinguished guests. Upon his return, Errol remarked with a pointed tone about his fortunate timing, while her earlier companion engaged with others nearby. Arat chose not to respond to Errol's question about his absence. The ceremony proceeded with an actress graciously acknowledging a commendation from the president of their fertile moon. Then, it was Arat's turn to be spotlighted for his philanthropic contributions. As his name was announced, detailing his extensive ventures and contributions, he approached the stage proudly. His donation to a charitable trust was highlighted, praised for enabling educational opportunities for underprivileged children across Zars. Arat accepted the acknowledgement with a nod towards the president, articulating his hope for the initiative's impact. Despite the acclaim, Arat's thoughts veered towards his more clandestine ambitions, contemplating a future where his influence would reshape societal structures under his command. Upon returning to the table, the people around his table congratulated him, but his thoughts were focused on other concerns, particularly the implications of Quentin's potential knowledge and connections. The event's conclusion saw Arat and Errol departing in their hovercraft, Errol offering a brief show of affection. Yet Arat's focus shifted quickly back to pressing matters, seeking a secure channel to communicate with Jasmine once more, away from potential eavesdroppers, to delve further into the urgent issues at hand. Jasmine appeared weary, her posture deflated, as Arat accepted a call at the back of their luxury hoverfish, and enclosed himself in the privacy of his data globe. Arat queried with urgency, "What's the situation?" Jasmine's hologram responded,
Deploying cyborgs to Wellcar isn't viable. There's a strict prohibition.
Arat acknowledged the complication.
Following the setbacks with Ace and now Saffron's team,
She said,
efforts to locate Quentin aren't being prioritized by law enforcement.
Inside their luxurious hover, Arat explained the change in plans to Errol. He was supposed to be staying the night at hers, but he had to go to the lab instead. His fiancée was surprised and disappointed by the sudden alteration of their evening. Despite Errol's objections, Arat dropped her off at her residence. Returning to his personal tasks, Arat opened the encrypted data globe to communicate with Jasmine again. Although he considered direct action to locate Quentin, Jasmine advised patience. Undeterred, the possibility of alternative solutions affirmed Arat's intent to visit his laboratory. On the way to his labs, a holographic communication from Thrix, a white Baravian collaborator, offered a potential breakthrough. Baravians were a strange-looking bunch. There were white ones and black ones, but they were all slender and had completely black almond-shaped eyes which spanned a third of their face. But their appearance didn't matter as much as her usefulness. In her possession, she had a device capable of significant intelligence gathering. The so-called breakthrough which she possessed could apparently upload memory chip information to any kind of clone across interstellar space. Arat asked if she had any cyborgs who could help to locate a certain person, for his 3 cyborgs had vanished, and they were a rarity on Laron Moon because of policies against them. Thrix had no cyborgs and asked who he was looking for. So he explained Quentin's fame, and why the authorities weren't actively looking for him. When Thrix laughed, Arat was taken aback, not accustomed to witnessing mirth from a Baravian, known for their typically stoic demeanor. She casually brushed her pale digits through her sleek white hair, her tone laced with knowing.
Your attempts at feigning naivety don't fool me, Arat Thorin. We Baravians are far from gullible.
Have you been monitoring my activities? Her laughter was light, yet pointed.
Your insinuations are unclear. However, be assured your public persona and the reality I perceive scarcely align.
Thrix, with her bone-white Baravian features and huge, completely black eyes, greeted Arat in person by his lab's secure entrance. She accompanied him into the clandestine cloning facility. Arat surveyed the latest group of Talmudon replicas, contemplating their future roles once the original agents were neutralized. Among the subjects was a figure resembling Zebulon, notable for his vibrant orange but aged complexion. Arat internally fumed over the resources spent to replicate Zebulon's genetic material, essential for deceiving Quentin. Yet the outcome remained uncertain, the fate of Saffron and her team a looming question. Interrupting his contemplation, Thrix inquired.
Where would you like me to install the equipment?
Arat responded indifferently. Choose any available spot. Extracting a compact device from her attire, Thrix activated it, expanding it into a sizable, transparent container.
This apparatus mirrors the one used by Chairman Vrokala, designed for embedding diverse memory chips into clones.
Arat noted, I possess a similar device already. Thrix clarified, with a flip of her hair.
However, this version enables remote transfers to clones situated across the galaxy.
Arat, puzzled, asked, how is that achievable? Thrix explained.
Chairman Vrokala's evasion of capture was facilitated by this technology. Rumors suggest he might be living through a clone at this very moment.
Not someone who is a replica of him, she flinched.
Of course not. His memory chip would be implanted in the clone of a different person, perhaps even a different alien.
Better than undergoing plastic surgery. She nodded, then her expression turned into a frown. Small fangs were visible between her thin red lips.
You would have to be incredibly wealthy to have a secret vault for clones on another planet,
she said. I wouldn't have to worry if I was the ruler of Euphorion. She narrowed her large insect eyes at him.
The Lironese interstellar government is powerful. I highly doubt you could ever rule over it.
He gestured towards a corner. Maybe place the item over there. After Isham escorted Thrix out of the complex of laboratories, the lavender-colored scientist, Isham, flew into Arat's arms. She kissed him passionately and they made love on the floor, surrounded by unconscious clones. Afterwards they dressed again, and she gripped onto his hands.
I have a surprise for you,
she said with a smile. Another surprise, he replied with a grin. She nodded eagerly.
I've completed the perfect superhuman specimen for cloning an army and enhancing with cyborg weaponry.
She explained how some weapons were genetically modified from organic matter and could be powered by the user's nervous system or connected to the internet.
Would you like to see him?
She asked excitedly. Arat reached out to embrace her with joy. Is he ready now? He asked eagerly. But she replied that while Raphael's body was ready, she still needed to train and program his mind before she could deploy him for use. Arat rubbed his temples in frustration. I need him now, he muttered under his breath. The seedy strip club pulsated with neon lights and techno music, drawing in a crowd of criminals and outcasts from all over the Euphorion Alliance. Arat made his way through the smoky haze to a corner platform, where his team of hackers, agents, and ninjas awaited him. As he reclined on the Baraglass plush seat, Arat's eyes were drawn to the Lironese exiltas. Their glowing orange and yellow neural networks shone through their skin as they danced passionately. But Arat had more important matters at hand. His men had located a potential cyborg for hire, and he needed them to succeed in their mission. With his trusted hacker, Charlie, by his side, Arat negotiated with the group of criminals before sending them off on their task. After they left, Charlie took a cotton bud and discreetly collected DNA samples from the glasses on the table. Arat nodded in approval, knowing that they could easily clone and replace any failed members of his team. But that was just one part of Arat's grand plan. He was already replacing key members of Talmudon, the interstellar government, with clones controlled by his own men. And with fabricated memory chips being created based on Arat's instructions, no one would suspect a thing. As he rubbed his hands together in anticipation, Arat knew that once he had control of Talmudon, he could build an army of unstoppable cyborg mutants. The entire Euphorion Alliance would fall under his rule, and nothing would stand in his way.
Chapter 33. Cavern Secrets. Saffron and Quintin sat in silence, waiting for the right opportunity to make their move. He winced with each slight movement, clearly injured. Saffron finally broke the silence by asking him if he was hurt. He nodded in response, and when she asked if it was an open wound, he nodded again. But when she asked if he had any antiseptic, he shook his head. Ever since finding out about her deception regarding his family's death, they had barely spoken to each other. She was a complex person, lying but then confessing because of guilt. Similar to his wife. However, Saffron differed greatly from Sana in appearance. While Sana had fair skin, strawberry blonde hair, and brown eyes, Saffron had dark red skin adorned with tribal tattoos and black hair. Her deep, dark eyes reminded Quintin of the cave they were hiding in. And physically, Saffron was shorter and curvier than his wife. Something he couldn't help but notice when she first appeared in her form-fitting catsuit that accentuated her large breasts. Both women were undeniably beautiful in their own ways, but Quintin couldn't trust either of them. Anxious thoughts raced through his mind as he nervously chewed on his nail. A habit that always annoyed Sana. Who could he really trust? His mouth felt dry as he desperately hoped that Sana and their children were safe with his brother. "Do you know anything about my family?" he finally asked Saffron.
No,
she replied simply. Feeling defeated, Quintin shook his head and refused to let her see his cuts.
Are they at least clean?
Saffron pressed on. Why does it matter to you? We are enemies, Quintin snapped back.
I can get some antiseptic and bandages for you once we reach Barry,
Saffron offered. Why would you want to help me? Quintin asked suspiciously. Saffron nibbled on her bottom lip before answering.
It's better than sitting around in this cave, isn't it?
Well, now you're not under any obligation to stay, Quintin retorted.
Does that mean I can leave?
Saffron asked. Quintin's tone turned serious as he said, You can try, but you'll likely get vaporized. Anger flashed in Saffron's eyes as she retorted.
What do you want from me then? More information about your supposed killers?
I want you to tell me the truth. Who wants me dead? Quintin demanded. Sighing, Saffron replied.
I don't know. Zebulon just sent me to bring you back.
You can't leave until we have proof of my innocence, Quintin insisted, shifting uncomfortably. He knew it wasn't fair to hold her hostage, but Saffron had hurt him and he needed some leverage.
You can keep telling yourself that, but everyone knows the truth about you. You're a killer.
Saffron stated bluntly. Quintin leaned in close and spoke through clenched teeth. That wasn't me. Taking a long swig from her water bottle, Saffron turned her full attention to Quintin.
So what's your real story?
What do you mean? Quintin asked cautiously.
I want the truth. What's really going on with you? Did someone frame you for those murders at Crimson Scar? Or do you have an evil twin? I saw it all on the news 5 years ago.
Saffron pressed on. Feeling uncomfortable and exposed, Quintin's scalp prickled with unease. You believe everything the media tells you, he scoffed. But when she continued to press him for answers, he couldn't help but clench his fists in frustration. I have nothing more to say about it, he finally said, trying to shut down the conversation.
Come on,
Saffron urged.
Try me.
I've already explained everything to you, and you laughed at me.
I didn't laugh in your face,
she protested. You were pretty close to it, he said with a sigh. She clicked her tongue impatiently. I'll tell you again, but this is the last time. You can choose whether to believe me, but please don't ask me about it anymore.
I'm waiting,
she prompted. Quintin glanced at his floating laser gun and then back at her reattached fingertips before launching into his explanation. You probably didn't know this, but Talmadon's secret goes beyond just collecting liquid methane for fuel. They also have crystal harvesters who work for them on their starcrafts, extracting rare star gems from Trion's atmosphere. Saffron shrugged nonchalantly. But do you know where they get their funding? He pressed. She shook her head. Talmadon's employees are also star gem harvesters. Quintin continued with a somber tone. I used to be one of them. We live on Lorth Moon and work separately from the methane rig workers, but we tell everyone that we're also working on the rigs.
So how did a star gem harvester end up being a wanted terrorist?
Saffron raised an eyebrow. I have to explain about the bioweapons that we have implanted in our bodies and nervous systems. It's for our own protection, but also to protect Talmadon's secret. He paused and took a deep breath before continuing. The real danger comes from space pirates. If they were to hijack a ship full of star gems and access the memory chip in our brains, all they would see are false memories of a different person in life. Saffron took a gulp of water as she processed this information.
Please continue,
she urged. If anyone were to find out about the stargem harvesting, they could use the memory wiping technology to erase their knowledge and even implant false memories of stealing star gems. That way, Talmadon's secret remains safe.
That explains why you were being pursued by space pirates,
Saffron commented. Quentin nodded sadly. When I was hijacked and taken to planet Voria, I had to reset my memory. And when I escaped from the Mafia on Crimson Scar, I believed I was a member of the Crescent Cartel from Lyron's South Pole. Saffron rubbed her forehead in confusion.
But what about those people at the bank?
I thought I needed money to escape, Quentin admitted guiltily.
This still doesn't make much sense.
Saffron frowned. I knew you wouldn't fully understand. Quentin sighed and threw up his hands in exasperation. Saffron brushed her hair out of her face and took a deep breath.
Let me see your wounds.
Heat spread across Quentin's face as he replied. I already cleaned them up in the river. She winced sympathetically.
Are they infected?
I think so, he admitted. She offered a gentle touch to the top of his clenched fist.
I have money. I can buy antiseptic for you.
His stomach tightened at her words. Why should I trust you?
You don't really have a choice if you want my help to prove your innocence.
But you don't believe me either.
Perhaps with some evidence, I could believe you. My fingertips are equipped with nanites that can communicate with my MindLink interface. With a small drill, I could insert them into your skull and access your memory chip with no surgery.
He scoffed. You must be kidding. I'm not falling for that trick. Visions of his hidden spaceship filled with valuable stargems washed through his mind. Had anyone discovered it yet?
Forget it then. It doesn't matter what I believe. It's the rest of the world we need to convince. Let me examine your injuries.
It's too dark in here.
You have a glow ball, don't you?
It's not bright enough.
I have an orb shield flashlight we can use instead.
He turned away and looked at his gun. Get it for me. She held up her bound hands.
You'll have to. As Quentin rummaged through Saffron's backpack, she reflected on the bizarre story he had told her. He pulled out her orb shield remote ring and slipped it onto his finger, causing the shield to shimmer around them. Using her knuckles, Saffron activated the flashlight feature on the ring. While examining Quentin's wounds, Saffron tried not to show any surprise at the sight of his toned muscles rippling beneath his skin. How could he have such a fit body while also being a pilot? She had a strong conviction that he was keeping secrets. He must be a double agent, not one of those crystal harvesters with their extraordinary abilities. How else could he explain his impressive physique? These wounds look serious. We need to take care of them right away, she said, moving closer to examine the slashes on his ribcage.
I refuse to take off my pants, despite my injured hip and thigh.
How did you even get these wounds, climbing through jagged barraglass?
Yes, 3 times. Once through a smashed manual hoverfish, another time through a programmed one, and the 3rd time through a balcony roof. Why should I tell you anything else? You don't believe me anyway.
Believing in crystal harvesters fishing in a gas giant is hard enough, but climbing through barraglass? That's believable enough. However, if we don't act quickly, these wounds could become infected and put your life at risk.
But I don't trust you. Someone sent you to find me.
To bring you back safely, not harm you.
So Zebulon was telling the truth.
I don't know for sure. He just asked us to retrieve you.
Why did you pretend to be SS agents?
That was Gwen's idea, not mine.
Do you even know what SS means?
Saffron shook her head, feeling embarrassed. It was all Gwen's fault.
That's how I knew you were imposters.
I know, Saffron admitted.
So why did you do it? Did Zebulon actually send you?
He did. She hesitated, her gaze drifting to Quentin's wounds. Let's fly back to Barry. I have some camouflage material for the hoverfish and for you. We can make a quick stop at a pharmacy on the way.
Camouflage material? That won't be enough to hide us.
It will. A scientist friend gave it to me. The memory of the scientist's death, caused by Saffron's mistake with an electrocardiogram key, filled her with sorrow.
Fine,
Quentin said.
Let's do it. But once we get there, I'll make sure you stay outside while I watch you go into the pharmacy.
Saffron felt a flutter in her stomach, but maintained a neutral expression. She could still escape. She didn't have to return to Arat, who would surely kill her like he had done to Andiz. She could knock out Quentin, turn him in for the reward money, and run away with her daughter Lyria.
Chapter 34. Dragon's Den.
The hoverfish carrying Saffron and Quentin emerged from the dark cave into the bright light of day. Once they were outside, they stopped the programmed vehicle and disembarked. Saffron quickly threw a cover over the hoverfish, camouflaging it in its surroundings. Quentin squinted.
I can feel something's there. The air has a strange energy to it.
Saffron clenched her jaw and smoothed out the cover with her taped fists. Is that better?
Only when you're holding it down. Where did you get this material from? Someone who works for LSS.
Heat crept up Saffron's face, and she was grateful that her already red complexion wouldn't give away her blushing. She gave Quentin a forced smile. Perhaps they do work for LSS. Or maybe they are outsourced. I'm not entirely sure.
How do you not know if they are your friend?
LSS is quite secretive. Quentin nodded with a serious expression. Saffron swallowed nervously. Did he suspect she was lying? It was possible, especially if he was working for another agency.
I'm surprised your scientist friend didn't have a better way to attach this material to the hoverfish.
He had to improvise. Zebulon ordered us to retrieve you immediately.
If we can stay hidden, we should be able to bring the planned hoverfish into the city instead of manually transporting it slowly. But what about other surveillance measures?
There are hidden antennas that cancel out electromagnetic waves.
Like infrared.
All types of radio waves.
Nice touch. Do you have any double-sided tape or glue?
I don't have any, but you have some tape. Saffron waved her bound fists and clenched her jaw. You'll have to untie me when we retrieve your antiseptic. He looked away briefly before shrugging off his bag. She considered attacking him with a flying kick and making her escape. She scanned the area, noticing that the hover gun had not followed her out of the programmed hoverfish, as Quentin had closed the bare glass shell. Time was of the essence. She needed to contact the authorities before it was too late. However, there was a risk that the gun would target her again if she waited too long. Turning Quentin over to the law could potentially bring her a financial reward, but there was also the possibility of Arat tracking her down and killing her in retaliation. Another option was to spit venom at him now that the tape was off her mouth, then take his unconscious body to Arat for payment. But this would involve puffing out her cheeks, a signal that Quentin knew meant danger. There was no guarantee that Arat wouldn't just kill her like he did Andiz, especially since her two friends were already dead. As Quentin uncovered the programmed hoverfish and made sticky rings with his tape, she hesitated before helping him smooth the cover. He seemed content with their progress, smiling after taking a few steps back.
Looks better,
he remarked. She couldn't bring herself to harm him. He looked cute with his tongue sticking out of the corner of his lips as he surveyed their work. How could she hurt someone who seemed so harmless? But as she tensed her body and prepared for a flying kick to his head, Quentin spoke up.
I have a lot of money that I stole from some Tlishua mobsters who were after me.
Her mouth went dry at the mention of Arat's money. She tried to control her movement as she rubbed a hand over the octo camo cover. Can I have some to buy my medication? Using my ID will alert the LSS of my whereabouts. Quentin replied simply.
That's what I was going to suggest.
She could steal his money, she thought as she prepared for her running kick again. Even if he tried to block, her cyborg strength would overpower him. But Quentin had another idea.
I hid it nearby. I'll tie you up while I go get it.
A chill ran down her spine at the thought of being bound and helpless in front of him. She could knock him out and try sniffing around for the money, but she quickly dismissed the idea. His scent was too strong, overpowering everything else. How much money do you have? She asked cautiously.
Not sure. I was thinking we could use some of it to find a better place to stay with your invisibility cloak.
She corrected him. It's a camouflage cloak, not an invisibility one. It's called Octo Camo, made from synthetic octopus skin that adapts and changes to blend in with the environment. He shrugged off the correction with a casual whatever before continuing.
Where do you want to stay? We could get a nice hotel room and buy some good food with the money.
Her muscles relaxed as the tension dissipated. She raised an eyebrow in question. But how will we get past security?
We can slip in while the maids clean the room. I could use a shower and you could help tend to my wounds.
With my hands tied.
I know there's a lack of trust between us, but if you assist me, I can return the favor. If it's money you're after, I have plenty. But first, you must earn my trust and tell me who sent you after me and why Zebulon is involved.
She pressed her lips together and avoided eye contact. Money was her primary motive, but he had hidden it well. Arat would most likely kill her regardless of whether she had Quentin with her or not. She decided to stick with Quentin for now, help him with his injuries, and figure out a plan later on. Slowly and carefully, she would seek justice with or without Quentin's help. She needed cash, whether from Quentin or the authorities. They traveled to Barry in stealth mode, zooming over scrubland and stands of trees. When they arrived at their destination, they hovered down a dark alley and slowed to a halt. Quentin pressed his eye against the small hole in the programmed hoverfish's shell, peering out at the dark and abandoned street. He gave a quick nod to Saffron, signaling that no pedestrians were in sight as she made her way out of the camouflage vehicle. A hole melted open in the side of the hover, and she unbuttoned the stealth material covering it, leaping from where they'd parked it, the top of a garbage container. Saffron landed on the sidewalk and disappeared into the shadows. Quentin watched anxiously, knowing she was skilled at avoiding detection. The programmed hoverfish was designed to blend in with its surroundings, so anyone attempting to throw trash into it would assume it was jammed and move on. Saffron stalked across the empty marble road without looking back.
Quentin followed Saffron as she stalked into the pharmacy. He wore an octo-camo cape, hood, and mask she'd left behind, and the mask distorted his vision. 4 men emerged from a black hoverfish. They scanned their surroundings, hands slipping into their jackets as they advanced towards the pharmacy. Quentin's muscles tightened as he tried to make sense of what was happening. Were those guns? Frozen in fear, Quentin watched as the men passed right by him. They must have been heading straight for Saffron. Quentin slipped into the pharmacy and caught up with Saffron, who was already in line with boxed goods in hand. He leaned close to her ear and whispered hastily, "It's Quentin." She turned to look at him, surprise etched on her face, before quickly masking it and nodding at the assistant. As they moved away from the counter, Quentin informed her about the armed mobsters outside. Before they could make another move, the deafening echo of gunshots filled the air. The screams of innocent bystanders only lasted a few short seconds before being silenced by death. Saffron's eyes glowed with a menacing red hue. She grabbed Quentin around the waist and launched themselves into the air, sticking to the ceiling like spiders. Quentin couldn't believe what was happening. How could Saffron possibly defy gravity? She pulled him close as he felt his octo-camo cloak shielding them from view. As they hung upside down, watching the bloodshed unfold below, 3 mobsters reloaded their guns and made their way toward the other aisle. But Saffron couldn't hang on for long enough, and they crashed to the ground. As she lay there, gasping for air, a zipping sound cut through the air and a poison dart pierced her neck. In a panic, Quentin grabbed the camouflage material and threw it over himself. Sweat dripped from his nose as he crawled down the aisle, trying to stay hidden. Quentin scrambled over a bloody pulp and hid.
"I've got the cyborg chick. Let's go,"
a rough voice called out. When he looked back, he saw the gangster had disappeared. His muscles tensed with readiness as he jumped to his feet and quickly exited the building. The black hover glided over the city. Quentin climbed onto the nearby trash container, entered Saffron's hoverfish, and pursued the mobster's vehicle. As they flew over the countryside, Quentin felt himself being overcome by heat and exhaustion. Why was he even risking his life for this cyborg girl? Was it because he wanted to save her or because he wanted to face the danger head-on? He may not have skills in combat or espionage, but he possessed something powerful: invisibility. Saffron had used him as a shield before. Quentin made a silent promise to himself. He would stop questioning and follow his instincts. With a determined nod, he decided to do whatever it took to save Saffron, even if it meant sacrificing himself. But as he continued to chase the hoverfish towards what seemed like certain danger, Quentin's hands went limp. He couldn't risk crashing and dying before he could save her. Instead, he would have to sneak into the dragon's den and rescue Saffron from within its walls. With laser-like focus, Quentin expertly navigated his hoverfish through the sprawling cityscape, chasing after the mobsters with one goal in mind: save Saffron. When he landed on the rooftop of a hotel, he grabbed his laser gun and silently crept outside. As he followed the bald man carrying Saffron, Quentin felt a surge of determination. He couldn't let her become another victim of these ruthless criminals. But as he watched her limp figure being lowered to the ground, he had a split-second decision to make: take out the mobster now, or follow him inside and uncover the identity of their leader. His gut told him to act fast. Quentin slipped into the elevator just before the mobster and took a deep breath. This was it, the 50th floor. Room 44. As he entered after the mobster, his eyes widened at the sight of a cat sitting behind a desk. Quentin recognized the cat as Arot. He was one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in all of Euphorian. Arot ordered the mobster to leave Saffron on the sofa and go. Quentin's stomach churned at the thought of what this despicable man might do to her. Without hesitation, Quentin aimed his gun at Arot and fired. But an orb shield which popped up around the tycoon thwarted his attempt. Arot sneered and pressed a button under the coffee table before returning his attention to Saffron. Quentin's heart pounded as he tiptoed around the sofa and tried to wake her. But before he could do anything, 4 armed men burst into the room, searching for the source of the laser blast. Quentin could either try to escape and leave Saffron at their mercy, or fight back and risk his own life in an attempt to save her. Quentin made his choice. He whispered urgently to Saffron, trying to wake her as the men closed in. Chapter 35. Invisible.
Arot's office erupted in a frenzy as 2 men sprinted out, frantically searching for the assailant. The remaining guards scoured every nook and cranny, sweat dripping down their tense faces as they searched for any sign of the attacker. Arot marched to his desk, his hands trembling with anger as he opened his data globe. Contacting the hotel's security office, he demanded answers for the attempted laser attack on him. A woman with yellow skin answered,
"How can I help?"
"Someone tried to kill me in my own office," Arot growled, his fists clenching at his sides. "Luckily, I was wearing a military-grade orb shield." The woman's brow furrowed in concern.
"What room number and floor?"
"Story 50, room 44.
"Did you catch the suspect?"
she asked. "No," Arot gritted his teeth, "but I want him found immediately."
"What did he look like?"
"I didn't see him." Arot hesitated before adding, "or her."
"Has anyone else been in your room since the attack?"
"Just my security guards," Arot replied bitterly. "I called them after it happened."
"Don't worry,"
the woman assured him.
"We'll find the culprit for you. Hold tight, and we'll call you back."
A lump formed in Arot's throat as he slammed his data globe remote down on his desk and turned around, panic rising in his chest as he realized Saffron was missing. His frantic gaze swept the room until he saw the hole in the wall where she had been lying unconscious on the couch not too long ago. Only one guard remained, fingers still poised on the trigger. "Have you been here this whole time?" Arot demanded. The guard nodded silently. "The woman, she's gone," Arot said, his voice shaking with fear and anger.
"The one on the couch,"
the guard clarified. "Yes, who else?" Arot snapped. "She must have woken up and been taken by whoever tried to shoot me."
"No one has come through here,"
the guard replied, confusion etched on his face. A wave of dread crashed over Arot as he realized Saffron could be anywhere. He looked to his backup for answers, but they were just as baffled.
Quentin struggled down a nearby stairwell, with Saffron's limp body draped over him. The weight was too much for him to handle, and he collapsed onto a step in exhaustion. He tried to figure out a plan. Anyone who came across them would surely call the cops. Finally admitting defeat, Quentin hoisted Saffron back up and dragged her down another hallway. As they entered an elevator, a delivery guy got in with them and chewed loudly on gum while listening to music on his data globe. More people piled in behind them, but when the elevator reached max capacity, a couple waiting outside opted to take the next one, rather than squeeze in. The Lironese inside the elevator became confused when no one could step into the space which Quentin and Saffron occupied under Saffron's invisibility cloak. Bulging eyes from faces in hues of orange, purple, and brown looked their way. Confused expressions exchanged horrified glances concerning the fact there was something solid and invisible in the elevator's corner. One woman started freaking out as she reached out and touched the octo camo cloak.
Back in Arot's office, he frantically tapped at his data globe remote as the security woman's face turned a dark shade of orange.
"We haven't found your suspect yet, but we may know why,"
she informed him.
"Our guards searched every inch of the roof and found a cloaked hoverfish. It was made from some kind of advanced material. If the culprit wore a suit made of a similar invisibility material, then it was likely used to enter your room undetected."
Arot's heart was a jackhammer in his chest as the news sank in. Invisible? Arot's mind struggled to process this information.
"Close off all entrances, and we'll send in a team with dogs and infrared goggles to search your suite. Hopefully the culprit has entered no other private rooms or suites."
She continued with a blank expression. Arot felt sick to his stomach. This was a nightmare. I must see the footage.
"It's on your data globe. Watch it in your download file,"
she said, her holographic image fading away. He watched the video with a heavy heart. 3 people appeared on the rooftop, one of them stumbling upon something hidden under a stealth cover. They uncovered it to reveal a programmed hoverfish, the same one his cyborgs had used before. Did Quentin steal it from the Bakhoods and use it to abduct Saffron? And where did he get the technology for invisibility? It hit him like a ton of bricks. And these must have given it to Saffron. When the search team arrived at his suite, Arot headed straight for the roof with 4 of his men. Inside the cyborg women's hoverfish, they found fragments of Gwen and Grace, 2 frazzled memory chips, metal limbs, wires, and biomechanical weapons. Any trace of biological matter had been destroyed. As he stared at the ground, his thoughts turned to Saffron. Could she have been working against him all along? Who else knew her well enough to orchestrate this? Dr. Isham came to mind. Arot called her immediately.
Saffron was always loyal to you.
Isham's voice held a hint of confusion. How can you be so sure?
Because you paid her to do her job. Money was her only motivation.
Why would Quentin risk everything to save her?
I'm not sure it was him. If the person was invisible, how can you be certain?
Arot's hands clenched in frustration. He just didn't know. The wind whipped at his jacket and hair as he hung up and contacted Jasmine. After relaying everything that had happened, he gave a firm command. Contact every hacker we have. I don't care about the cost. Jasmine paused, pressing her fingers against her forehead.
That's nearly 1,000 hackers. Are you sure?
Do it, Arot growled. I want Saffron back alive and whoever helped her escape. And I still want Quentin Valentine. Arot slept at Errol's. After making love, he lay on the bed beside his fiancée, staring at the ceiling. Errol collapsed onto the bed, her tousled peach hair damp with sweat. Arot's muscles remained tense. He let out a heavy sigh as he reached for his cigarette pack on the nightstand, the dim light reflecting off the shiny foil packaging.
I can tell something is bothering you,
she whispered, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. It's complicated. Arot closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Maybe talking about it would help ease the weight on his shoulders. I trusted a cyborg I'd employed. He began slowly. I thought she was loyal to me.
Was she not?
She kidnapped one of our enemies and helped him escape. Arot explained angrily, and now he knows all my secrets. His Jezo fiancée sat up, concern written all over her perfect peach-colored features.
That must have been devastating for you.
It was a betrayal, Arot growled, clenching his fists, and I still don't know who else is involved in this. In the early hours, a scientist called him. What is it? Arot snapped, pulling his data globe tightly over his head and sinking back into the soft pillows of his bed.
Our team has finished their investigation of your office, the rooftop access route, and the blue whale-shaped programmed hoverfish.
The voice on the other end reported. And what did they find? Arot asked.
The dogs and infrared specialists were unsuccessful. However, we discovered matching footprints in both programmed hoverfishes on the roof.
Both, but only 3 men used one of them. Arot muttered through gritted teeth, thinking of his dead Tlashuas.
Yes, sir. Which leads us to believe it was the same individual.
The realization hit Arot like a punch to the gut. Are you certain?
The shoes are quite large and the footprints lead from the blue hoverfish to your suite, concentrating around your settee before traveling down to another floor via stairs and an elevator.
His mind reeled. Did they leave the hotel? The footprints, I mean.
I'm afraid so,
Came the grim reply. A cold sweat broke out on Arot's brow as he realized just how close this unknown intruder had been to him. Arot's chest felt like it was imploding as all the events reeled through his mind. Not once had he seen Quentin in security footage. 2 groups had set out to find him, and both, minus Saffron, returned dead. It had to be him. But why save Saffron? Did she have valuable information on her memory chip? He'd wondered if she'd escaped Quentin, seeing as she'd been alone in the pharmacy. But if Quentin had an invisibility cloak, he'd probably watched her get taken. He probably followed her to discover who was behind the Talmudon murders.
Isham's heart skipped a beat when Arot barged into her office at the lab, carrying a package.
I want to see the mutant,
He demanded. She led him to a separate room where a 7-foot man with navy blue skin and violet pink eyes stood. He was bold, lean, naked, and muscular, levitating between 2 magnetic plates with his gaze fixed on nothing.
Shouldn't he be more powerful? More solid?
Arot scoffed. No, Isham replied calmly. The mutant is already as strong as a machine. Being leaner makes Raphael more agile, allowing him to climb with ease. Arot rolled his eyes.
Climb up sheer barraglass skyscrapers.
Isham nodded confidently. Yes, if Raphael knows what he's doing, the adhesive action of the hairs on his sticky pads will help.
He'll have to go barefoot then.
Yes, that would be best.
Is he ready yet?
Not quite.
When will he be? I can't rely on my hackers anymore. They have some kind of cloaking device making them invisible to CCTV.
What about using radar or other electromagnetic means to track them?
They seem to have some sort of electromagnetic cloaking as well.
That's troublesome. I'll pass this on to Jasmine. Maybe she can help. He nodded once, then retrieved something from his bag.
Here's the cloak Quentin used to make his stolen hoverfish invisible. Maybe it can be tracked with radar.
Isham's eyes lit up with excitement as she examined the cloak. Where did Quentin get this?
I'm not sure, but your hackers should try using active radar military satellites.
We'll do our best, Isham promised.
We need to find both of them.
Agreed. It won't be easy, though.
I have faith in you and your team. I have a feeling Andes may have created this for Saffron. He was fond of her.
She frowned. He's always been secretive. Can my assistants analyze it?
Yes, and I want these to be produced for my army when the time comes.
Her eyes lit up. It would be even better if we could genetically engineer our soldiers to produce this substance in their skin. She ran her fingers over the material, which blended seamlessly with her lavender-coloured hand. Interesting. It reminds me of cephalopod skin. The chromatophores appear too.
Get more staff to examine it. This is revolutionary.
I'll get in touch with Andes. He can assist us. She pressed the material against her cheek. I wonder if it has infrared camouflage capabilities. Arot hesitated.
Do you have any heat goggles?
Yes. She hurried to a nearby cupboard and retrieved a pair, quickly placing them over her face. Arot wrapped the material around himself. Amazing. It's heat-resistant as well.
But not so amazing if we're trying to detect someone concealed by it. Surely it wouldn't mask a person's scent.
Not from a dog, cat, or cyborg with heightened senses. And I doubt it would trap heat inside. There's an opening at the bottom.
The heat would rise.
Isham felt her insides vibrating with excitement. Shall we test it outside?
You can do that later with your colleagues. I have other matters to attend to.
You're fortunate to have such a brilliant mind working for you. You said Andes designed this.
I can't say for certain, but it wouldn't surprise me. Andes was close with Saffron.
He could patent this discovery. Arot put on a cheerful facade.
Who needs a patent when I'll control Euphorian?
I suppose you're right.
No need to contact Andes.
Why not?
I already disposed of him.
Goosebumps prickled the back of her neck and she swallowed hard. Oh!
The sooner our mutant is ready, the better. How long will it take?
If I work through the night, Raphael should be ready by tomorrow.
Will he be able to find Quentin?
With evidence from the forensic scientists, yes, he won't need to rely on technology to track down Quentin and Saffron. With genetically enhanced sensors focused on detecting heartbeat, sound, scent, taste, and sight while disregarding distractions from other individuals. He should locate your fugitives swiftly.
I hope so.
Chapter 36. Veiled Awakening.
Saffron felt groggy as she opened her eyes to blurred vision. She was in some kind of suite, lit by soft light. The sight of a woman in a nightgown aiming a firearm at Quentin overshadowed Saffron's immediate need to use the bathroom. Attempting to calm herself, Saffron tiptoed quietly toward the armed intruder, though an unexpected click from the floorboard alerted the adversary. Reacting quickly, Saffron directed a defensive spit at the attacker's face. The woman's response was off target, her shot missing and causing a curtain to catch a plasma burst before she collapsed, immobilized. Quentin approached with concern.
Is she dead?
His expression showed worry.
How are you?
Feeling a sudden chill and visual distortion, Saffron muttered about her discomfort. Gently, Quentin helped her to the couch, then turned his attention to the subdued woman, strategizing their next move. After relocating the unconscious body to prevent any disturbance, Quentin reassessed Saffron's condition, who mentioned the absence of medical supplies just before everything faded to black. When Saffron came to, her bodysuit was damp from urine and Quentin's breaths were heavy in her ear. She noticed the octo-camo cloak she had lent him hid them, and she could tell they were in an elevator by the ding and the sound of a door opening. Quentin struggled as he carried her for a few minutes before setting her down on a bed. When he removed the camo, his face contorted with concern.
You were awake this whole time?
No, I just woke up.
Are you okay?
Feeling better now. I can see you clearly. Are we in the same hotel? He shook his head.
We moved to a different one.
Good.
Want to drink something?
Did you pay for this room?
Of course not.
Do you think it's a good idea to help ourselves to the minibar? Who knows if someone has checked in here?
The cleaning staff just left. No one is staying here.
How do you know? Saffron explored the apartment as she spoke. Very nice place. Quentin searched through cupboards and drawers.
No belongings or luggage.
But what if someone comes? Saffron tried to move an armchair against the door, but her body was trembling with exhaustion.
Let me do it.
Quentin stepped in and pushed the chair into place. I won't be able to use my venom for a while. Saffron knew she needed a shower. Quentin poured them each a glass of whiskey with ice, and they recounted everything that had happened. Thank you for saving me.
So does that mean I can put away my gun and trust that you won't kill me?
Can I access your memory? He took a step back.
How?
As I mentioned in the cave, I have nanites stored inside my USB finger. To reach your memory chip, I would need to drill a microscopic hole behind your ear.
That sounds painful.
I could just leave and find someone else to pay me, but I like you, he smirked.
You like me?
Her ears and neck felt impossibly hot. Will you take off your clothes? His eyebrows flinched.
Take off my clothes.
She waved him away. Go shower and put on some clean underwear. You smell. Then we'll look at your injuries. He laughed and headed to the bathroom. After his shower, he returned wearing a towel tightly wrapped around his waist. His wounds had not healed. Pus oozed from inflamed cuts. He had a really nice body. It was toned and muscular. That's not good, but I found a first aid kit. As she applied antiseptic and bandages, she felt his gaze on her. What?
Now you stink.
She gulped. He could probably smell the urine on her pants. After she showered, she washed her bodysuit and tried to dry it. It frustrated her that Arat hadn't provided her with quick-drying clothes made from advanced nanomaterials. She hung the damp suit on a rack and put on a fresh towel robe. When she returned to the living room, Quentin was no longer there. She found him sleeping peacefully on the bed. Her heart swelled with emotion. He had gone through so much to rescue her. But that didn't make Quentin innocent. She needed to know more about his past. She located a spot behind his left ear and inserted her nano drill, waiting for the nanites to copy his memories. A bleep in her mind alerted her that the nanobots had returned to a nerve ending in her finger. She lay next to him on her back and relaxed every muscle in her body. This was a procedure she had done many times before when captives refused to talk. Taking deep breaths, she delved into the depths of her mind to watch Quentin's recent memories play out. Using her cybernetic nanocomputers, Saffron replayed the memories of Quentin's escape. He maintained his innocence in every encounter. With a bohemian busker, an old cot man, a security guard who saved him from a rooftop, a life for a woman who betrayed him, and an elderly Xilta couple in a log cabin. Saffron watched footage of Quentin landing a spacecraft in Lake Edua on Oskia, near the border of Edilis. She carefully noted the location to a separate neural computer before continuing to watch Quentin's footage. As he flew away from the gas giant, other spacecrafts chased after him into Trion's rings. Saffron couldn't help but feel a tingle at the base of her neck. How could a methane rig worker be such an expert pilot? She examined the footage closely, wondering if the Secret Service had taught him these skills. And what did SS stand for? She continued to watch as spaceships from the moon with buildings pursued Quentin. Soldiers from another vessel shot at people fleeing from one of the lunar buildings. Then, rewinding, there had been explosions that appeared strange in the low atmosphere of Lorth, spherical and blue. Feeling breathless and tense, Saffron forced herself to relax and focus on the video. Quentin didn't actually commit the terrorist attack on Lorth Moon. From his perspective, she watched as a spaceship in the lunar landscape fired laser cannons at a nearby building while another burned. A lump formed in her throat as it became clear that not only was Quentin a crystal harvester, but he also hadn't harmed anyone on Lorth Moon. But this didn't explain why he had murdered innocent people in a bank on planet Voria. Had Talmadon erased his memory and manipulated him into believing he was a criminal? The footage showed Quentin using the same craft throughout, never appearing to deposit any star gems. Saffron wondered if there was an automated system that funneled them into a compartment upon docking. Were the star gems still in his spacecraft at the bottom of the frozen lake? She watched as Quentin caught star gems in a net, and then had a hurried conversation with a man named Jerry, who used a mosquito drone to gather evidence of assassinations. The same evidence that Quentin had found in his locker. Everything made sense as she delved deeper into his past. Next, she saw Quentin's children, part Lifra like him, but with shimmering skin, like Silta's. But where was his wife? The kids said goodbye to him on a cliff overlooking an ocean under the gas giant in the sky. As she continued to watch, Saffron caught fleeting glimpses of Quentin's wife. Slim with auburn blonde hair and a pale yellow complexion, but they seemed to have no affection for each other. In fact, they argued about her affair with Quentin's brother and how his family thought he was dead. But why did they think that? His wife mentioned something about star gem harvesting being dangerous and how he had only been an amateur spy for the Secret Service. What did all of this mean? As she rewound the memories, she found herself back in the desert camp where Quentin had been stationed. The high-tech facilities and intense security made her think it was a Secret Service location. She saw Quentin meeting with his boss, an elderly orange-skinned Xilta named Zebulon. Saffron remembered seeing him unconscious before in Arat's lab when she, Grace, and Gwen met Isham. She replayed the conversation between Quentin and his boss, realizing that Talmadon had wiped Quentin's memory once, and would do it again if he refused to work for another 5 years before retiring. In the cave, Quentin spoke the truth about everything. Tears welled in Saffron's eyes as she watched, but she composed herself and continued to watch. She saw Quentin and some other men inside a dome with a river running through it, laying on platforms with orb shields surrounding them. The water sprinkled over the shields as they awoke from their sleep. Saffron cringed back into the mattress and rewound further until she saw them on another planet with a red sky and black forest. Was it all a simulation? She wondered if this was how they trained for missions.
Quentin dreamed that he and Saffron were passionately kissing on a hotel bed, wearing only bathrobes. As they became more intimate, he suddenly awoke. Saffron lay next to him in a white bathrobe with wet hair on her pillow, but she was just lying there, on her back, unconscious. Or was that how cyborgs slept sometimes? He feared she may have died from toxicity or something else, but noticed something flickering in her pupils. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was watching a movie of SS agents on Hukyoshi Eishigan. It was one of his own memories. Confused and angry, he shook her awake and asked why videos of his life were playing in her eyes. She admitted to viewing some of his memories, and that she had inserted nanites into his head. She nodded, her eyes filled with remorse.
I know I messed up. I'll do whatever it takes to make things right.
But as she spoke, he couldn't shake off the betrayal he felt. A lump formed in his throat as he struggled to find the right words. I want you to leave, he finally said, trying to hide the bitterness in his voice. She looked at him with pleading eyes, wanting to explain herself and prove his innocence, but he couldn't bear to listen any longer. With a heavy heart, he reached into his bag and pulled out wads of cash, offering them to her and her daughter. Take this and go, he said through gritted teeth, feeling conflicted between wanting her gone, wanting to make love with her, and wanting to make things right for their families. He tossed the money onto the bed. Saffron anxiously bit her fingernail. He guessed what she was thinking. On one hand, this money could be her ticket to freedom, a chance to start fresh and leave behind the dangerous world she had been living in for so long. But taking it would mean betraying the man who had saved her from certain death.
I can't just take your money,
she protested, but he insisted. Quentin's anger boiled as he glared at the red-skinned cyborg in front of him. He couldn't believe that Saffron, someone he had rescued, had betrayed him like this, but he needed her help if they were going to take down Arat. Why should I trust you? He spat, trying to control his emotions. Saffron's face fell.
I know I made a mistake, but we have to kill Arat. It's the only way to stop him.
Quentin shook his head. I want to expose him, not murder him. How much did you see on Lorth?
Not enough,
she confessed, her eyes avoiding his.
But enough to know you were set up.
He wanted to ask her if she had seen him arguing with Sana about it, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Saffron's words snapped him back to reality.
Will you let me stay and help?
He hesitated before nodding tightly. We need a plan. Before they could continue, Saffron dropped a bombshell.
I saw Zebulon in Arat's lab. I recognized him when I viewed your memories.
Quentin's breaths became shallow. Were they talking together? Was Zebulon on good terms with him?
No, he was lying unconscious on a hospital bed. There were lots of people lying unconscious on hospital beds.
Unconscious or dead?
I don't know,
she stuttered. Before being put to sleep, had Arat abducted Zebulon and forced him to call Quentin? When did you see him?
A few days before we went to get you from Barry.
Quentin's stomach turned as he processed this information. In a moment of frustration and confusion, Quentin grabbed a pint of water and chugged it down while Saffron watched in silence. It doesn't add up, he finally said, setting the empty glass down on the kitchen unit. Saffron joined him, her bathrobe swishing around her ankles. Quentin couldn't help but notice how beautiful she looked, even in this tense situation.
He must have threatened Zebulon to call you,
she suggested.
Or maybe he was willingly helping Arat.
Quentin rubbed his temples, trying to make sense of everything. Why? What does Arat want from me?
Your memory chip and that drone,
she replied.
He said you were too dangerous to be left alive.
Quentin felt a surge of fear and anger. He didn't see himself as a dangerous man, but then again, he had been involved in some questionable activities in the past. What else do you know about Arat? He asked, wanting to gather as much information as possible before confronting their enemy. She hesitated before speaking again.
From what I've heard, he's not someone you want to cross.
Quentin felt conflicted about working with Saffron. He didn't fully trust her, but needed her help to take down Arat. And he couldn't shake off the thought that maybe she was just a pawn in Arat's game, like Zebulon had been. She let out a long sigh.
Not only does he own multiple business lines and founded Laranese Galactic, but he also funds drug trafficking and the largest criminal organizations in Euphorian. His primary interest is in using cyborgs for warfare, and he has ties to android and cyborg factories on Zars,
she explained. Quentin's eyes caught sight of a data globe remote on a nearby shelf. He quickly made his way over and grabbed it, causing the orb-like device to open up in his hands. With a determined look on his face, he pressed it against the wall and leaned in close as he accessed Laranese news.
Let's see if there are any updates on Tomadon,
Saffron suggested.
We can check for news about the assassinations recorded by that drone you misplaced.
Quentin winced at the word misplaced. Where had he lost it? Was it still on his StarCraft? Saffron joined him and began fiddling with the interface on the data globe. Quentin couldn't help but catch a whiff of her natural scent, causing him to tense up as he tried to push away any inappropriate thoughts about her and her bathrobe-clad body. On the news, the board members of Talmadon were answering questions about Quentin's supposed terrorist attack. Saffron pointed at the screen.
Look, that's the chairwoman of Talmadon. She doesn't seem to be dead at all.
Chapter 37. Veiled Awakening.
Raphael struggled to open his eyes as the harsh light flooded his vision. Was this all real? A purple-skinned woman stood in front of him, scanning his body. She was beautiful. She was everything.
Raphael, do you know who I am?
She asked. I recognize you, Master, he replied.
Good. And who do you take orders from?
From you, Master!
Can you hear my thoughts now?
She said without opening her mouth. Yes, Master. She smiled.
Excellent. And what is your main task?
To follow your commands without question.
That's correct. If anyone else gives you an order, only follow it if I agree.
Yes, Master. She handed him a vial and instructed him to smell the contents. As the scent wafted up to his nose, he saw flashes of faces in his mind.
How many people can you smell?
She asked. 30 individuals.
And the most recent?
4. Her smile grew wider.
Can you see their faces?
I can see their faces, hear their voices, detect their heartbeats, and analyze their DNA.
Perfect. Now describe the 4 faces for me.
3 have purple skin like yours.
Tlichois. Our race. You are also a Tlichois. Look at your hands and arms.
He peered down at his own hands and noted that they were a dark blue color. My melanin on the blue spectrum is more concentrated, making me look slightly different from other Tlichois. Some may even have paler lilac skin on the pink side like you. He couldn't help but admire her beauty.
Now, tell me about the 4th face.
May I guess their ethnicity?
You remember the lessons I sent you while you were asleep?
Yes, I studied them every day. She locked her gaze with his and her eyes sparkled with amusement.
You've been a good student. Are you happy?
I am content, Master.
Good. You're a good man, aren't you?
She trailed her fingers down his face and neck, causing a tingling sensation. She continued to run her hands over his body as she asked him about the 4th individual's appearance and ethnicity. He is a Lifro. He was intoxicated on ketamine.
Find him and put him under anesthesia again,
she commanded. She gave him a camouflage suit to wear over his silk robes, allowing him to move freely without attracting attention. After bidding farewell to Master, Raphael ran to the Iris Hotel in the city centre where Arot lived. From there, he followed the Lifro man's scent to another hotel nearby, where he picked up the scent of a woman as well. Fertile, just like Master. He felt drawn to his Master's powerful pheromones, and the thought of pleasing Master by completing his task successfully was the most important thing in his life.
Quentin chewed on a fingernail as he watched the news broadcast about Talmadon. No one has died. There's no news about assassinations. Just the terrorist attack Arot set me up for.
I wonder if anyone else is involved besides Arot.
Saffron pondered aloud. She pointed to the corner of the screen.
Isn't that Jerry?
Quentin gaped in disbelief. Sure enough, it was him. What the hell? Did Arot pay Jerry to involve me in all this and fake my terrorist attack? What do you know about Jerry? She shrugged.
Just that Arot had the man's memory chip viewed. If Jerry is still alive, then maybe the assassinations and evidence aren't true.
Perhaps Arot wanted information about the SS division of the Laranese Secret Service. Saffron had seen memories of Quentin's recent teleportation. He flinched at the thought. Was that why she stuck around? He tightened the towel around his waist as he contemplated her intentions. Did she not take the money because Arot promised her more? Was their entire encounter in his office just a ploy to get him involved with Arot?
I know someone who might have more information,
Saffron said confidently.
A friend of mine who works closely with Arot as a lead scientist. We can interrogate her.
Quentin wondered about her motives. He wanted to trust her, but he wasn't sure he could. You do what you want, or take this money and leave. I don't care. I need to make sure my family is safe. He had promised himself he would stay away from his agent friends. but he needed their help now. "Can I borrow your cape?" he asked.
How else am I supposed to get into the labs without it?
Saffron replied. "Should we go together? First to Poetress, then to the labs? Do you know where they are?"
In the capital of business. But we don't have a hoverfish. I'll just get dressed.
Saffron walked to the bedroom and locked the door behind her. Quentin found his dirty clothes in the bathroom and quickly changed. He needed more rest, but his family's safety was his top priority. When they were both dressed, Saffron gulped down a glass of water.
Let's go to the lab first. I can use the octo camo to camouflage us and run there with you on my back.
What? Are you kidding?
I'm a cyborg, remember? I can run at 50 miles per hour with you on my back.
You're telling me this after I carried you around 3 different hotels, Quentin scoffed. Saffron rolled her eyes.
I was unconscious then. I'm conscious now.
But you haven't rested.
That's true. But how else are we going to find transportation?
I have money. Where there's money, there's always a way.
And what do you propose that is?
Hitchhiking with some hookers.
What?
Let's pay some hookers to help us. We need a couple of manual hoverfishes and programmed ones. Saffron's voice rose in disbelief.
How? Whisper in their ears while wearing our octopus cloaks. That's a ridiculous idea.
But I have money.
And what about their pimps?
I'll handle it. Saffron shook her head.
No, we need the antennas and octo camo cloak to sneak into the lab undetected. I can record footage for you to give to the LSS. How about that?
Quentin shook his head stubbornly. My family's safety is my top priority. I need invisibility. He was just as stubborn as she was. Saffron ran her fingers through her damp hair.
Fine. Let's find a hooker then.
Hell yeah. She nodded slowly.
Can I ask one quick question before we go?
He nodded.
What happened in the Crimson Scar?
He let out a frustrated groan. I already told you in the cave. Believe me or don't.
In a nightclub, Saffron approached a group of leggy women sitting in a dark alcove. Quentin remained hidden under the octo camo cloak. She had a bad feeling as she looked at the pimp, a large woman with exaggerated eyebrows. The girls scooted over on the couch to make room for Saffron, who lowered herself onto the cushions. I want to hire one of your girls for tonight. The woman's expression remained unchanged as she stared at the flashing disco lights.
For how many hours?
2 days. She raised a tattooed eyebrow and pivoted her head to inspect Saffron.
That will cost you quite a bit. My girls aren't cheap.
How much?
12,000 international Liron creds.
Saffron pulled out a wad of cash. I have 15,000. Keep the change. The woman's face paled.
Hand it over. I'll need to confirm with my men that this money is authentic. You stay here.
Saffron nodded, hoping there were no surveillance cameras that could identify her and alert one of Arad's hackers. The pimp walked surprisingly lightly for someone of her size. When she returned, she said,
Take your pick.
Saffron felt a pang of sadness as she looked at the line of women. Some of them were just teenagers. At their age, Saffron had been training as a soldier. It was heartbreaking to see young girls forced to make a living this way. She ended up choosing a Bakud woman like Saffron. The girl seemed nervous as Saffron led her to a quiet table, staying in the shadows near the other prostitutes. Saffron wanted to buy her a drink, but she couldn't risk being caught on camera. Listen, I don't want to sleep with you or anything like what your other disgusting clients expect. The girl scrunched up her nose as if she had smelled something revolting. I need your help because I'm a wanted criminal. Saffron opened her rucksack to reveal a wad of cash. If you successfully complete this task, there will be enough money for you to leave the dangerous lifestyle behind. The girl avoided making eye contact. What's your name?
Carmine.
I want you to pretend to be my chauffeur.
To drive a manual hoverfish.
Saffron nodded. And a programmed hoverfish. You'll use your identity to rent them. When I visit friends, you'll wait in the vehicle until I return. Can you do that? Carmine nodded. Saffron rubbed her chin. There's one more thing. Carmine fiddled with her elongated earlobe. I have another criminal friend. We have an invisibility cloak. The girl burst out laughing.
Don't believe me,
said Quentin's deep voice.
Who said that?
The friend I mentioned earlier. The girl was stunned when Quentin revealed his legs from under the table.
Do you believe me now?
She nodded. Saffron followed Carmine to the bathroom, then into a stall. From there, Saffron and Quentin joined under the cloak. On the street, Carmine hailed a manual hoverfish for them. Once inside, Quentin appeared visible again. Carmine kept her gaze down, so it was hard to tell if she recognized him from the news reports. Can we trust you, Carmine? Saffron asked.
Yes.
You will receive your payment after completing all the assignments. Understand?
Plus my percentage from Mistress.
Carmine clarified. Saffron pursed her lips. You don't have to go back to her. We can offer you a large sum.
Ha.
Quentin interjected. Saffron narrowed her eyes at him. You said I could have half.
If you left me, but you stayed.
He replied. You're kidding, right? He sighed.
No, I'm serious. Of course you can have it.
And we will also give Carmine a share. Carmine clasped her hands in her lap.
Will that be enough for you to disappear with your daughter?
Quentin asked Saffron. Yes, it should be.
Okay.
Raphael could not exit the hotel quickly because of the crowd of people blocking his way. When he finally navigated through without becoming disoriented by their scents, he followed the familiar smell of Quentin and saffron to a nearby nightclub. As he entered, the loud music and flashing lights made him feel uneasy, but he pushed through until he caught sight of his targets. He tried to blend in by removing his camouflage outfit and stuffing it in a bag, but he couldn't help but notice the potent scent of Quentin and saffron lingering on the couches occupied by a line of young women in revealing clothing. Raphael searched for the two fugitives, but their aromas vanished. He took a deep breath and thought about his master's disappointment if he didn't complete this mission successfully. With determination, Raphael marched back into the club and sat next to the woman, who appeared to be in charge of renting out the girls. He asked her if she had seen a barcode woman with Quentin earlier, but she refused to answer until he squeezed her thigh in frustration. She finally revealed that Saffron had rented one of their girls named Carmine and pointed to where she had been sitting before. Raphael quickly approached the girl now occupying that seat and demanded that she stand up so he could search beneath the cushions. Some onlookers watched in disgust as they saw him sniff around. In the end, he found nothing. Suddenly, a large man grabbed him from behind and attempted to punch him. In a split second, Raphael used his enhanced abilities to avoid the attack and accidentally caused the man to collide with the three women, killing them all instantly from Raphael's incredible force. Feeling guilty and realizing that this would bring unwanted attention from the police, Raphael quickly ran out of the club and changed back into his camouflage outfit before hiding somewhere safe. He immediately contacted Master and informed her of what had happened, feeling remorseful for making such a mistake. Master, however, remained calm and instructed him to use his memory chip to send footage of the pimp. Raphael complied and hoped that Arot's hackers could find some useful information for their search. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt for taking innocent lives during this mission.
Chapter 38. Hoverfish to Salem. Quentin, Saffron, and Carmine traveled to the city's north in an opaque manual hoverfish. They continued to keep it opaque when a programmed hoverfish picked them up to take them to Salem. Then, they rented another slow-moving manual hoverfish that remained opaque as they made their way to Matthias and Anna's mountain house. Saffron leaned forward and crossed her legs.
Since we'll be traveling for a couple of hours, why don't you tell me what happened in the Crimson Scar?
Heat flushed Quentin's face and chest, and he nodded towards Carmine. We have someone with us. Carmine raised an eyebrow.
I can listen to music.
Do you have a data globe?
Saffron asked.
My pimp gave each of us one for protection.
Does it have navigation?
Of course. So my pimp can track us.
What if we turn it off?
She might alert her associates.
Even though you've already paid her?
Saffron asked.
Maybe.
Quentin flexed his muscles. Human traffickers are the worst. He turned to Saffron. Did you know Zebulon was the director of the anti-humanoid trafficking department?
What does SS mean?
He gave her an annoyed look. Carmine, could you please listen to your music? He then turned back to Saffron. I think we should leave Carmine's tracking device on.
It's risky.
I know. He gave Carmine a nod when she put on her orb shield and started listening to her music. Quentin cleared his throat. So, you hacked into the memories of my last assignment on planet Hukyo Sheishigon. You saw me searching for star gems, right?
Yes.
Saffron replied. Well, several years ago, after a successful star gem harvest in Trion's outer atmosphere, my ship was hijacked by space pirates.
Then Talmadon wiped your memory.
No, I did it myself. But that's just part of Talmadon's protocol.
Are you a cyborg?
Not as much as you. I don't have super strength. Just technology for emitting poison gas and wiping memories.
And the blade in your arm,
Saffron added. Quentin's expression contorted as he looked away. Oh yeah, that too.
So that's why you had amnesia.
No, it's not that simple. Another chip uploaded its data to my old one.
But wouldn't the pirates see 2 chips if they took it out?
No, the second chip is nano-sized.
What were your pretend memories about?
Talmadon implanted false memories of a fabricated memory chip and put it in my brain, which messed up my belief of my past and who I really was. I believed I was a member of the Crescent Cartel. He scowled. I mentioned it in the cave. She scooted closer to him, her thigh pressing against his. He fought the urge to touch her, his fingers longing to run through her hair or caress her skin.
It makes sense now why you killed all those people.
He sniffed. The most messed up thing is, I truly believed it all. I didn't care who got hurt.
Why did you do it?
She asked. I was in trouble with the Crimson Scar Mafia. I needed money and ended up on the run.
And then what happened?
I'd rather not talk about it.
What does SS stand for?
I can't tell you. It's classified information.
You know I can access it, right?
Heat rushed to his face as he crossed his arms defensively. No, don't invade my privacy.
Please tell me. Please.
She pleaded.
What were the agents doing lying on the river with their orb shields activated? And why was water sprinkling all over them?
Damn it, you saw that.
Yes.
He took a deep breath and held it in before swatting at the air and releasing it. SS stands for Skywater Shift. It's something a hippie named Anna discovered through meditation.
Is she who you're visiting now?
Yes, she became an agent after rescuing me from the Crimson Scar Mafia and introducing me to this form of teleportation and shapeshifting.
Is that what caused the chaos in Euphorian?
Yes, the Baravians discovered SS. Skywater shifting.
Zebulon said the magic had ended.
She said. It has. A young boy closed the portals, shutting off the magic.
A little boy?
He nodded. The youngest spy on Laron. I'm going to see his father now.
Really?
Really.
If Arat were to observe what's inside your memory chip, you'd be in serious trouble. Maybe that's why he wants you. For the real reason.
If you really saw Zebulon in the lab, Arat would have all the necessary memories to understand what SS meant.
Unless Zebulon was already dead when he found him.
She bit her lip.
If Arat discovered SS and saw anyone's memories about the boy, he might try to find the child and reopen the portals.
No, the keys were very well hidden.
He may not know that, though.
He froze. Darwin deserved a normal childhood, free from any metaphysical troubles. We're going to the boy's house now. His parents were both SS agents as well. I'm only going there to speak with them.
Anna is his mother.
His stepmom. He might already be asleep.
How old is he?
Around 8 or 9.
Oh, he might still be awake. But by visiting them, you're putting them in danger? You know that?
Yes, he licked his lips. But they are the only people I trust. If anyone knows what happened to my family and if Zebulon is missing, it's them. At Salem, they switched vehicles once more to a slow-moving manual hoverfish. When they arrived at Poitras, Quentin instructed Carmine to stop near a canyon just in case they were being followed. Wearing octo camo, he sprinted up a small mountain and turned down Anna's side path. The back door was wide open, and even through his humidity-filled camouflage mask, Quentin could smell curry wafting out from inside. Did Anna know how to cook food from the Crimson Scar? Impressive. He tiptoed into the kitchen. She was deep frying battered prawns and stirring a pot of spicy peanut sauce. Yummy. With a squeeze of his octo-camo cape, Quentin snuck up behind her. "Can you hear me, Anna?" Anna turned her head, her red curls bouncing.
Quentin!
"I'm wearing a camouflage cape, so you can't see me. I'm sorry. I know it's dangerous for me to be here, but I didn't know where else to go." Her gaze darted around the kitchen.
Let's go to the living room. I don't want Matthias to find out. He likes you, but you're right. It's not safe. I'll do what I can to help.
"Where's Matthias?"
He's upstairs helping Darwin with his history homework.
"I need to know about my family in Zebulon." Anna searched the space where Quentin stood, her eyes scanning like a blind woman's.
Don't worry. LSS is protecting your entire family, including your parents.
"Zebulon suspects someone is after me."
Yes.
"But can I trust Zebulon?" Anna frowned.
I know he can be difficult, but why would you ask that?
"The old man sent cyborgs to capture me and take me to a tycoon named Arat. Do you know him? The famous guy."
The wealthy entrepreneur who owns spaceships and music labels.
"That's him. But he owns a lot more than that. He's the one after me. He set it all up."
It sounds like a messy situation. Oh, and by the way, I have another child now.
He glanced down at her pregnant belly. "Another one on the way? Congratulations."
As well as Rowena, the little girl Matthias and I adopted after Darwin brought the orphan back from a future alien invasion. Remember?
The black and red striped girl from Nerner. She rubbed her tired eyes and nodded.
Yes.
"Can I borrow your data globe?"
Of course, you can contact Zebulon on it. See for yourself that he's okay.
She walked over to the drinks cabinet, grabbing her remote for the data globe.
Take this to the SS Dome.
"You still have that dome in your garden. What do you use it for?"
It makes a great steam room. We wouldn't use the portals, even if they were open.
"I'm surprised Matthias didn't tear it down after everything that happened with him and his son." He swallowed hard. She was now officially the boy's mother. She waved the remote around, scanning his hidden space with her eyes. "Thank you." He reached out to take the remote. He left to go to the garden, catching a glimpse of Matthias's dark head in an upstairs window as he helped Darwin with his homework. Quintin entered the brick dome and kept the lights off. Quintin reached Zebulon right away on Anna's data globe. The old man's tired face looked shocked.
Wait.
He fiddled with his interface before finally nodding.
Okay. How can I help you?
"You know I'm on the run, right? Anna told me my family is in a safe house."
You're at Anna's house.
"Yeah, I have an invisibility cape. It's called Octo Camo. My scientist friend made it for me." The old man nodded slowly.
I'm glad you have some friends during all of this chaos. To be honest, I thought you were dead. Do you have any idea what this is all about?
"I swear I didn't commit that terrorist attack."
I never thought you did.
"Then why did you send 3 Bakud cyborg women to capture me at Berry Knoll Park?" Zebulon's face went white.
Cyborgs? Capture you? I did nothing of the sort.
"But I saw you in my data globe. You called me."
I never called you. I couldn't get through to you. I thought you were dead.
"Really?" Quentin tilted his head, pausing for a moment. "What about all of my calls that you ignored?"
You don't trust me.
Zebulon's eyebrows raised in surprise.
I assumed the assailant was using your contacts after capturing you. I didn't want the LSS to be involved.
"My friend saw you lying unconscious on a bed in Arat's lab."
Arat? The media tycoon?
"That's right."
And your friend saw my body in his lab.
"Yeah, that's what she told me." He narrowed his eyes, his amber irises staring intently.
Who is this friend of yours?
"A cyborg who Arat sent to capture me."
She's now a friend of yours.
"I know it may seem far-fetched. Saffron was my prisoner, but now she's turning against her boss because he tried to kill her for a poor job." Zebulon shook his head.
Don't trust her.
"But I saw you too. You called me."
It could be a clone of me. Arat might be creating clones.
Dizziness washed over him, and he stumbled. "Clones?" Zebulon nodded. "You want to know how this all started?" Quentin asked.
Go ahead.
Quentin explained about Jerry and the chase. Zebulon frowned.
Continue.
"But I saw on the news that the chairwoman is alive, along with everyone from Talmadon's headquarters. Arat wants my memory chip and that drone. It makes little sense."
There has been no news about board members dying. Only your reported terrorist attack at the methane rig workers' dormitories.
"I thought so. Darn." Quentin swiped fingers through his hair.
He must have a clone of me.
The old man rubbed his chin and looked past Quentin's shoulder before refocusing on him.
or someone created an AI video. That would make more sense. Don't trust your so-called cyborg friend. She may be the real threat.
But she's seen my memory chip.
What are you saying?
She implanted nanites in my skull while I was asleep to copy my memories.
Well then, don't trust her. Kill her.
No.
Stay there, and I'll send someone to retrieve you and take you to your family. The Secret Service will provide asylum for you on another planet.
Quentin's breathing caught in his chest, and he rolled his neck. Reuniting with his children sounded tempting, but he needed to finish what he started. I don't want my family to become fugitives. What if I gather evidence of these clones instead?
Good thinking, young man.
I thought I was just an amateur.
You've come a long way. I don't know how you escaped from Erat, but you've done an impressive job. If you can do that, maybe you can gather some evidence for me as well.
Quentin desperately wanted to see his children, parents, and Santa again. But he couldn't let Erat succeed in his plans. He decided to go to the lab with Saffron, interrogate the scientist, and gather enough proof to take him down. Chapter 39. A Mysterious Man.
Saffron and Carmine waited in the hoverfish for Quentin. Carmine avoided conversation, keeping her eyes wide as she looked around nervously. Saffron tried to get her attention by waving and eventually got her to take off her headset. She then motioned for Carmine to close the data globe and handed her 20,000 international liron credits, asking her not to go back to her pimp and the dangerous life of prostitution.
But what about my sister? I can't leave her.
Carmine protested. Saffron's demeanor stiffened. If I knew you had a sister, I would have paid for you both. Carmine shrugged nonchalantly.
I still can't believe you have an invisible friend. That's just crazy. And where did he get that cloak? Is he a magician?
Saffron shook her head. No, a scientist invented it. But how can we free your sister?
Some men took my twin tonight along with other girls for a party,
Carmine revealed. Saffron tapped her finger on the barraglass tabletop in frustration. You don't enjoy being a prostitute, do you?
Of course not,
Carmine replied sadly.
We get hurt and they make us do horrible things.
I wish I could put an end to human trafficking altogether. Saffron expressed her desperation.
Me too,
Carmine agreed. How did this happen to you? What happened to your parents? Saffron asked gently. The girl chuckled bitterly.
Parents? They sold us because they wanted a son.
Saffron winced at the thought of parents selling their own children into such a dangerous life. Did they know what would happen to you?
I'm not sure. I was very young.
Carmine admitted. I want to rescue your sister, too, Saffron declared. Do you know where this party is she's gone to?
It's at some rich guy's penthouse.
Carmine shrugged, clearly not knowing the exact location. Saffron felt a heavy weight on her chest as she lowered her head in sadness.
What about you? Do you have parents?
Carmine asked, possibly sensing Saffron's pain. Yes, and a daughter. Saffron replied with a heavy sigh.
Where are they?
They're in Wellcar.
So, are you in trouble?
She nodded. Big trouble. We're on the run. We needed someone else to rent the hovers for us. I really want to give you more money. If I give it to you after this mission, will you and your sister use it to leave your pimp and find regular jobs? Maybe even go to Interstellar College and get some qualifications. She raised her eyebrows. Carmine shook her head.
It's complicated. You don't have to give me the money as long as my sister and I have enough to eat and each other's support. Don't feel bad for me. I'm used to this life.
But you want out, don't you?
Of course, but we're marked by our employer. Wherever we go, she'll find us.
Where is your tag? Carmine held out her arm and pointed to a patch near her elbow. We could remove it.
You would need to find my sister first. But I understand if it's too much with your current mission.
You're right. She wrapped her arms around herself. I just wish there was something I could do for you.
What about your daughter?
As soon as I bring down my boss, the bad guy, he wants me dead. He wants Quentin dead, too. She motioned towards the hill.
The Invisible Man? I saw him on television.
None of it's true. He's a good man. Someone set him up.
Who set him up?
My boss did.
Who is your boss?
She brushed her hair away from her face, debating whether she could trust this girl. She had already told her about her own family. Was that a mistake? His name is Arat. Do you know him? He's a wealthy business tycoon.
Yeah, I've heard of him. He owns all those spaceships.
Exactly. And much more. He's a ruthless man. He wanted to kill me for my memory chip, but Quentin saved me. That's why I switched sides. The girl laughed and examined her nails.
Sounds like something out of a comic book.
After Quentin returned to the women in the manual hoverfish, they embarked on their long journey back to the capital of business. He gave Saffron Zebulon's contact information, and she entered it into her data globe as well as Carmine's details. While manipulating the buttons on Carmine's remote, she explained she would configure her video to record continuously and transfer it to Carmine's device.
Once it receives the data, it will automatically transfer to Zebulon's remote.
Quentin scratched his head, but won't the antenna interfere with electromagnetic signals? Saffron responded confidently.
You're right, but the signals will reach him once I take the hat off. And if we keep the antennas with us, we should be safe until we return to Carmine.
I hope we can make it out alive if we get caught, Quentin said. Saffron reassured him.
You've been doing well so far.
Despite her confidence, Quentin couldn't shake off his unease about the plan. Saffron had a thought.
I don't think Isham will still be at the lab. It's getting late.
Quentin hesitated, unsure of what to do next. Should we head there or go to Isham's home? Do we need all this anti-detection equipment for questioning her? Saffron considered this.
As long as none of the identity checks require an ECG.
Confused by this term, Carmine asked for clarification. The two looked at her in surprise before Saffron explained.
It measures your heartbeat.
Quentin and Saffron shared a moment of contemplation before he asked Carmine incredulously. You were listening. Saffron put a comforting hand on his arm.
It's okay. I told her everything.
His muscles tensed at the thought of Carmine knowing all his secrets. Saffron reassured him.
Well, not about your fishing trips.
Quentin relaxed slightly, relieved that some things were still private. Saffron decided.
We should go to the lab. If Isham is there, she may help me. We're friends.
Quentin was skeptical. Would she really risk her life for you? It might be safer if we interrogate her ourselves. Your other scientist friend didn't fare well. Saffron nodded solemnly and leaned in closer to Quentin, her dark eyes piercing into his. He noticed how disheveled she looked in her dirty jumpsuit, and he couldn't help but imagine peeling it off before they died together. He swallowed nervously. Do we both have to go under the cape? Saffron nodded.
Unless you want to gather evidence alone.
Quentin considered this option briefly before shaking his head. No, I need footage of the clones as well. This caught Saffron's attention.
Clones?
He confirmed. That's what Zebulon believes they are. He didn't tell Saffron the part about Zebulon suggesting Quentin murder her. She nodded enthusiastically.
That all makes sense now. I should have thought of it before.
Their assigned hoverfish landed 2 blocks away from the laboratory. Saffron turned to Carmine.
Promise you'll wait for us.
Absolutely. Especially if you can save my sister afterwards.
Quentin winced, unsure of what she was referring to. Hopefully it wouldn't hinder their mission. I'll have to carry you again since we only have 1 cloaking mask.
Let me carry you instead.
He hesitated. But you're a woman.
Come on, Quentin. We're in Leiron, and I'm a cyborg.
Okay. It felt strange being carried by a woman under a cloak, but Saffron had no trouble navigating through security checks and into the labs thanks to their equipment's ability to disrupt security systems. They walked past a couple making out on the floor. Quentin couldn't see, but he could hear their enjoyment. Saffron stopped twice, probably to remove her mask for iris scans. When they stopped again, she nudged him, indicating for him to slide off her back. She casually took off the octo camo cape and placed it on a workbench. On the floor, there was a man and a woman being intimate. They seemed oblivious to the barrel opening or Quentin and Saffron staring at them. Saffron's stomach tightened and relaxed as she hissed twice. The couple immediately went limp. Quentin covered his mouth with his fist in shock. Shit, what the hell just happened? Saffron smiled and removed her antenna hat.
We did it? We actually did it. That was a rot? I can't believe Isham was having an affair with him.
She grimaced, then held out her arms for a hug. Did you kill them?
No, just put them to sleep for a day or two.
Quentin embraced her, noticing how good she smelled. He ran his fingers through her hair before gently cupping the back of her head. She hugged him back tightly and tiptoed, inching her lips closer to his. But before they could kiss, a force slammed into Quentin's head. He blacked out and collapsed on the ground. Quentin's eyes fluttered open, and he found himself bound to a chair with his ankles tied to the legs and his wrists behind his back. His head throbbed, and he could only make out blurry shapes. A man with a high-pitched voice accused him of hurting his master and demanded answers. Quentin denied any wrongdoing, but a woman's scream confirmed their enemy had captured them. Despite his blurred vision, Quentin recognized the voice of Saffron. The man's well-spoken voice revealed he had given them both anesthetic, and they'd been unconscious for 12 hours. The man continued to interrogate Quentin about the whereabouts of the drone, threatening to harm them if he didn't comply. Quentin bided his time, knowing that even if he told the truth, it would do them no good. Their captor was after something else entirely. Saffron begged for mercy and shared her own experiences working for their mutual employer, Arat. The man revealed that he was actually following orders from someone named Isham and expressed sympathy for his poor master having to work in such subpar conditions. This revelation left Quentin confused and questioning the identity of the person behind their capture. Saffron then dropped another bombshell. Arat had been abusing Isham. The man was incredulous but eventually came to believe Saffron's claims based on her previous warnings about Arat's predatory behavior towards her. As Quentin struggled to stay conscious and process this new information, he realized that something had happened to his eyesight, rendering him helpless, even if he escaped. He feared for Saffron's safety if their captor discovered she was a cyborg and could not fight back against physical attacks. In a last-ditch effort, he tried to reason with their captor by revealing more details about Arat's true nature and how they had narrowly escaped from his clutches before. The man fell silent, and Quentin could only hope that he had swayed him in some way. His consciousness faded again.
Saffron suppressed screams as she gazed at the man she had foolishly fallen for. Blood seeped from his horrific head wound, a crimson pool staining the ground beneath him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to be in a daze, not fully registering her presence or that of the navy-skinned cyborg mutant looming over them. With both of her arms shattered and agony radiating through her body, Saffron felt her heart being squeezed by an iron fist. But as painful as her physical injuries were, she could read this cyborg mutant's mind, thanks to the nanosensors and computers implanted in his brain. She knew his name was Raphael, thanks to her telepathic abilities and 10 years of training in using nanocomputers and sensors. But despite his advanced technology, Saffron could still outwit him with her own abilities. She had sensed his disgust and hatred towards Arat, believing her lies about Arat abusing Isham. And now, as Raphael wheeled in a menacing-looking machine, she knew he intended to extract Quentin's memory chip to retrieve information. Saffron's pulse thudded in her eardrums, and she swallowed. She realized what would happen next. Quentin would fall into a coma if he was lucky. But Raphael had other plans for him too. He wanted to give Isham a gift in the form of the mosquito drone they had been searching for. But Saffron's nanites had already scanned Quentin's memories, and she knew Raphael could access them as well if she showed him how. The thought made her tremble with terror. If he learned about SS and Quentin's friends from the Secret Service, their mission would be jeopardized. Arat would know about the boy who closed the portals to the pyramid time machines and where he'd hidden the time keys. Everything they had worked towards would unravel before their eyes. She rocked back and forth. The cyborg called Raphael must not discover the star gems in the lake. She needed them for herself, her daughter, and for Carmine and her twin sister. But even if she escaped with some of Quentin's money, it wouldn't be enough for new identities and a safe refuge, and she didn't want this cyborg mutant to extract Quentin's memory chip and kill him. In the hotel, she had studied the location of the lake. Lake Etowah. "Quentin, maybe your head trauma has made you forget," she said breathlessly. "That lake is called Lake Etowah. Quentin's frown deepened.
Is my head wound that bad?
Yes, she replied quickly.
That explains my blindness.
She felt herself falling into a dark abyss. Is he really blind? You mentioned that lake when talking about the drone in your spacecraft, she reminded him desperately, but Raphael had already decided. His violet eyes darted between them before settling on Saffron.
Let's go there. We have no time to waste. And you,
he pointed at her with a menacing gaze.
Have a programmed hoverfish waiting outside.
Her muscles stiffened at the thought of Carmine inside the hoverfish. A sense of dread filled her as he spoke to Quentin about leaving him at the lab while he took Saffron to retrieve the drone. As they entered the programmed hoverfish, and Raphael freed Saffron from her binds, she wondered about Carmine's safety. But before she could dwell on it too much, Raphael threatened her once again.
Try nothing, stupid. I'm far stronger than you, and I won't hesitate to break both your legs if you try anything.
Carmine sat with hunched shoulders, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Raphael ordered her to input their destination, Lake Edoa, and added a return trip as an afterthought. Saffron's pulse tripled as they traveled in silence towards their destination. She pushed aside her hunger and thirst, consumed instead by feelings of guilt and grief for dragging Carmine into this dangerous situation. When they reached the lake, Raphael vaporized the poor girl. Saffron screamed with rage that there'd been no need to kill her. She cried and cried. She didn't even know her twin sister's name, but now she would be left to grieve for Carmine forever, while never knowing what had happened. Raphael ignored Saffron's lamenting and used advanced sonar technology to locate Quentin's spacecraft hidden under the ice. With a powerful punch, he broke through the ice and descended into the freezing water. As Saffron waited above, her broken arms burning with fiery slices of pain, she knew there was no escape from Raphael's clutches. He was genetically enhanced, with cyberware upgrades that made him 1,000 times stronger than her. She could do nothing but watch in horror as he resurfaced with the drone and star gems in his possession, already planning to present them to his master before returning for more.
Quentin's vision blurred and his head spun with dizziness as he frantically scanned the room for an escape. He had to get away before Arat woke up and finish him for good. Desperate, he tried to activate the hidden blade in his arm, but it remained dormant, a cruel reminder of his ignorance. Time was running out, and he could feel the grip of death tightening around his throat. With all his remaining strength, he twisted and writhed against the ropes binding his hands, enduring agonizing pain as they cut into his skin. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of struggling, he broke free. But his legs were still bound and he could barely crawl on the floor, each movement shooting waves of torture throughout his body as he dragged the metal chair behind him. Blinded by dizziness and exhaustion, Quentin crawled towards the wall. His hand shaking, he pressed it against the surface and gasped out a command open. But the computerized voice only responded with a cold denial.
Access denied. Identify yourself.
Frustration and despair overwhelmed Quentin as he collapsed onto the ground, unable to move any further. He was ready to give up and accept his fate, until a surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins. With one last burst of willpower, he forced himself to stand and pushed against the wall with all his might, willing it to open. Chapter 40. An unclear end.
Arat's insides churned with a searing rage, bile threatening to spill from his mouth at any moment. He fought against the urge to vomit as he pushed himself upright, adrenaline coursing through his veins. His gaze fell upon the weakened and the tortured Quentin, both splayed out on the floor. Arat's hand shook as he ran it through his hair, trying to make sense of what had happened. But before he could even begin to process it, Quentin's words cut through the air like a knife.
I've got you now.
You've got me, Arat growled. You are blind. You have no strength. More like I've got you. Arat took a menacing step towards Quentin, but to his surprise and horror, Quentin's frail body began to contort and writhe on the floor, emitting a hissing sound that sent shivers down Arat's spine. Panic set in as Arat searched frantically for a gas mask. But just as he was about to give up hope, he saw Isham standing on the other side of the room with a gas mask over her face, taunting him with a spare one in her hand. Fury coursed through Arat as he lunged towards Isham, determined to save himself. But before he could reach her, his muscles went weak, and he collapsed onto the floor, choking on frothy foam. Isham's high-pitched giggle echoed in his ears as she stepped over him callously, opening the shell.
Maybe I'll see you in hell.
She sneered.
In the meantime, I'll keep sleeping with your fiancé, Errol.
Arat's vision blurred as he struggled for air, feeling betrayed and defeated by those closest to him. In that moment of utter helplessness and despair, he could only wonder what horrors awaited him in hell.
Quentin slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by complete silence. Gone were the constant buzzing of machines and the harsh smell of disinfectant. Instead, he was lying in a comfortable bed with the subtle scent of lemon in the air. The covers felt soft against his skin, and he noticed that his wounds no longer burned with infection. But as he tried to focus his vision, everything seemed even more blurry than before. He held up a hand in front of his face but couldn't even make out its silhouette. It felt like someone had hit him on the head with a frying pan and scrambled his brain. Did he really poison Arat? Or was it all just a hallucination? As he lifted his head, sharp pains shot through his limbs and he collapsed back onto the bed. A soothing voice spoke next to him, accompanied by a gentle hand resting on his arm.
You're safe now. You're in a private hospital in the capital of medicine.
His body tensed up instinctively at the mention of the city. The capital of medicine was located on Welkar's northern coast, along the route Saffron and the insane man were heading towards.
How is your vision?
The voice asked. It's extremely blurry. I can only see light. I can't even make out your silhouette.
We'll have some eye specialists take a look at you. Would you feel up to talking to one?
Yes, Quentin replied hesitantly. The sound of a shell opening caught his attention, followed by unsteady footsteps approaching. He could hear something tapping on the floor with each step. Zebulon and his cane.
Dear Quentin, my deepest apologies for the unfortunate circumstances that have befallen you. It appears that you have sustained substantial injuries. However, you were able to successfully eliminate Arat.
Zebulon remarked. Quentin should have felt some relief, but Saffron was on his mind. Where is Saffron?
The cyborg who worked for Arat.
Zebulon asked in confusion. Yes.
It is unclear to me. I hoped you could provide me with some information. We have encountered difficulties in tracing the whereabouts of your friend, and our most proficient hackers cannot offer any solutions.
She possesses specialized spyware.
More advanced than the Leranese Secret Service.
Yes.
Do you know where she's gone?
Edawa is the name of the lake in Oskia. Did you catch Arat's scientist, Isham? She's a Tlashua, Quentin asked. The last thing I remember is seeing her wearing a gas mask and leaving the lab.
Her presence went unnoticed by us. The news of Arat's demise brought us immense relief. The notion of him cloning me is quite astonishing. Do you possess any knowledge as to why all the individuals on Talmudon's board remain alive, despite juries witnessing of their demise?
They're clones.
Yes, the Leranese military is traveling to Lorth in search of evidence of foul play. Arat had access to memory chip technology from the Baravians, who were associated with the late chairman Vrokala.
Wait, did Arat really put other people's memories into the board members' clones?
I believe that to be the case. What criminal could resist the desire for dominion over Talmudon's star gems? Given the confidential nature of this case, it is essential that we refrain from disclosing any details to the public until we have accumulated substantial evidence.
Am I still wanted as a terrorist?
Yes.
He swallowed hard. Go track down Isham. She's a genuine threat. That Tlashua cyborg who gave me a concussion and broke Saffron's arms, he's accountable to her.
My team is already on it.
Quentin noticed a subtle click and assumed Zebulon had opened a data globe and turned on soundproofing. Eventually, he could hear the old man's footsteps drawing near. The chair creaked when he sat. Zebulon let out a sigh.
Agents have been deployed to Lake Edawa. Their current location is a base situated in the Northern Territories, indicating they will be able to meet up with her shortly.
Why did you come to the lab?
You sent us footage of Arat's clones.
Quentin flushed. That was Saffron's doing, not mine.
Ah, yes, your cyborg friend. Our agents found a data globe remote on the street that was transmitting the files.
Quentin's heart sank. What had happened to Carmine? It belonged to a prostitute who helped us. Zebulon cleared his throat.
It is important for you to understand that if Saffron is apprehended, she will be subjected to severe repercussions. I obtained access to all of her criminal records from the confidential files of Arat. It was only recently that we became aware of her existence. But
she's a good person. She's a mother. Zebulon paused for a moment before speaking again.
Quentin, it is worth mentioning that she has taken the lives of countless individuals.
And were any of those lives innocent?
I don't have that information.
I've killed many, he stated through clenched teeth. But the Liranese Secret Service and government have pardoned me. I hope they can do the same for Saffron.
We didn't find any information about her having children.
Because, as you mentioned, she operates off the grid. She has one daughter.
A visit from your wife is imminent.
Sana. The chair creaked again as Zebulon stood. He heard Zebulon walk away and greet her softly, but Quentin couldn't hear her footsteps. When he first met Sana, she was always gentle. But after giving birth, breastfeeding, and raising 6 children, she became emotionally unstable. Anger seemed to flow through her veins constantly. For Sana, every day was like that time of the month. Yet today, her footsteps were so light that even the blind man couldn't hear her approach.
You're alive.
He waited for a sarcastic comment, something along the lines of "I told you so."
We had no idea what happened to you. We've been worried sick since we heard the news.
I didn't do it.
I know. None of us ever thought you did.
Have you seen my brother? He cringed at his own jealousy and foolishness. Without being able to see her expression, he had no way of knowing how she felt. But her sharp intake of breath gave him an idea.
No, I haven't seen Gary. The LSS wanted to keep him in a safe house with Dad, Mom, and us, but...
Dad and Mom? Are they okay? And all the kids? She sighed.
Everyone is fine. But as I said, I insisted on keeping Gary in a separate safe house.
He felt a surge of anger towards Sana for cheating on him, but he couldn't keep torturing her about it. After all, she thought he was dead. Talmadon had told his family that Quintin died in a methane rig explosion. So technically, it wasn't an affair, but that didn't stop the pain.
Minio drew this picture for you. He's improving in his art, and even impressed his college professors. The kids will come visit later.
He heard the sound of a virtual reality pad being turned on. His voice cracked. I can't see. Sana's tone suddenly turned sharp.
You're blind.
At the moment.
Will you have surgery?
Loud footsteps entered the room.
Hello, Sana and Quentin.
Boomed a deep voice.
Yes.
Sana responded.
I am your husband's doctor, and I'll be checking on his eyesight.
I can't see.
The nurse informed me.
The doctor gently pulled at Quentin's eyelids.
You have detached retinas. The longer we wait to treat them, the greater the chance of permanent blindness.
Every step on the ice sent shivers through Raphael's body. But he pushed forward, his specialized bodysuit drying water drops within seconds.
We need to go back to the lab. Master should be awake by now.
He urged Saffron. But as they arrived at the programmed hoverfish, a shimmering orb shield suddenly appeared around Raphael, freezing him in place. Saffron stood stunned, her eyes glued to the 5 blue laser points that seemed to pierce through his protection before spreading out into large circles and disappearing into the fabric of his military-grade electromagnetic defense wear. She couldn't believe it. Arad had never given her such superior defense, yet she had nanites in her fingertips while Raphael didn't. She whipped her head around and saw 3 sky-blue programmed hoverfishes hovering in the distance. Raphael aimed 10 lasers at each of them from his fingers, but they were heavily armored and his attempts were futile. Without hesitation, he sprinted over the ice and disappeared into the forest. A net suddenly shot towards him from one hovercraft and solidified into metal around his body. But like plasticine, Raphael easily bent the bars and continued running. Even with broken arms, Saffron knew she wouldn't be able to do the same if she were in his position. But then a cage suddenly formed around her, trapping her in its grasp. She sank to her haunches, shivering with fear and uncertainty. As she lowered her chin to her knees, she wondered if the video footage of the clones had made it to the Secret Service, or if Quentin was still alive. Her heart clenched at the thought that he may not have survived. Suddenly, 2 more programmed hoverfishes appeared in pursuit of Raphael, rippling through the sky with alarming speed. And just when she thought things couldn't get any worse, one hovercraft descended and an agent in black military gear jumped out. The woman's eyes widened when she saw Saffron's broken arms.
Saffron Axe,
she asked in a shocked tone. Yes, Saffron replied, her voice small and weak.
You're under arrest for multiple accounts of murder,
the woman declared, spitting a dart at her through the bars. Saffron could do nothing but sink to the ice, overwhelmed with fear and despair for what was to come. The end.
You just listened to Star Gems, Book 1 of John Roberts' CyberStars Saga. Don't forget to listen to Book 2 of the CyberStars Saga, Code Red. And please don't forget to like and subscribe.